He was supposed to be nothing more than cannon fodder in a world ruled by cultivators. No talent, no powerful background, no future. Then Tian Shun awakened a mysterious attribute system and discovered that every fallen enemy could leave behind attributes he could absorb. Chi, luck, strength, sword intent, even legendary treasures. While others spend decades cultivating, he simply picks up power wherever he goes. Soon, battlefields become treasure fields, arrogant young masters become walking stat packs, and ancient experts begin to realize something terrifying. This seemingly useless disciple is growing far too fast. But when the heavens themselves finally turn their attention toward him, Tian Shun has only one question. How much stronger can he become before the entire cultivation world can no longer stop him? Chapter 1. CH1. Do it. Did I transmigrate? Tian Shun thought as he looked around in the dungeon-like room. Just a moment ago, he saved a girl who was going to be hit by a truck and replaced her, so he died instead. When he gained his consciousness, his soul had entered the body of this 16-year-old boy with the same name and surname. He was transmigrated into the world of cultivation. Fantastic, right? Quite not, as he possessed the body of an ordinary outer disciple of a small sect. He don't have any good talent either. His only plus point is his appearance. With his obsidian black hair and eyes, a charming face with gray jawline, he looked absolutely stunning, like an immortal descended from the immortal realm. He set aside his messy thoughts and began sorting out the memories he gained, or rather already had. He didn't have to go through some messy steps to gain his predecessor's memories. In fact, he felt like the memories were not someone else's, but his own. Tian Shun sighed, helplessly while remembering his memories. His predecessor was an ordinary outer sect disciple of the beast-taming sect. At present, he was imprisoned in the dungeon because he offended Su Gu, who was the son of an inner sect elder. Before being locked up in the dungeon, his predecessor was beaten by Su Gu. Then he threw him in the dungeon and left. Unable to stand the beating, his predecessor died. Only then did Tian Shun have the opportunity to occupy this body. But the weird part is that his body does not have any kind of wound, maybe due to his transmigration. Step, step. At this moment, sound of footsteps sounded from outside the dungeon. Tian Shun came out of his thoughts, hearing the footsteps. He looked ahead and saw a pointed-nosed young man who didn't look like a good person appeared in front of him. "It's you." Tian Shun muttered coldly. The person in front of him is Su Lin, his only friend. Tian Shun was suspicious that his friend had become a lackey of Su Gu. Su Lin looked very anxious. He took out a black pill from his robe and gave it to Tian Shun. "Tian Shun, I begged young Master Su for a long time before he gave me the chance to see you secretly. Hurry, this is bone-healing pill. Consume it quickly, and then we will get out of here." As he was thinking about what to do, a robotic voice sounded in his consciousness. "Ding. Congrats, host. You have activated the attribute system. Ding. Detected Tier 1 poison pill. Host is advised to consume it as system can extract its attributes without harming host." Tian Shun was stunned by the sudden sound of system in his mind. Then he felt angry, extremely angry. He don't know if it is due to influence of emotions of his predecessor, but Tian Shun is trembling with anger now. He already understood that Su Lin's sudden appearance was not to help him, but to kill him. He took a deep breath to calm down and thought things through. Tian Shun took the pill from Su Lin's hand without any kind of expression on his face. Su Lin, who saw this scene, was gloating inwardly. Tian Shun shook his head and ate the pill in one go while muttering in his mind. "Now it's all up to you, system." Ding. Poison pill consumed. You gain chi points times 10. You gain poison points times 10. Status function unlocked. Status. Underscore. Name, Tian Shun. Cultivation. Second stage of body, refining realm. Stats. Physique, 40. Spirit, 40. Chi, 20. Luck, 20. Charm, 150. Martial arts experience point, 0. Martial aura finger, terrain. Undistributed attribute, poison times 10. Underscore. Whether to consume 10 points of poison to upgrade the Aura Finger martial art to Poison Aura Finger martial art. Tian Shun smirked slightly as he saw the last prompt. He had completely accessed the memory of his predecessor, so he clearly knows the importance of the martial arts. His current cultivation realm is still very low. Only second stage of body, refining realm. With such a low cultivation realm, it is almost impossible to learn martial arts. He only knew the theory of the Aura Finger, but can't demonstrate it. But once it is successfully comprehended, it will be extremely powerful. Well, for the current him at least. Do it. Tian Shun said silently in his mind. A flood of information immediately emerged in his mind. This was information about the Poison Aura Finger martial art. Tian Shun sorted it out and calmed down his mind and looked at Su Lin. He stretched out one of his fingers towards him and said in a cold tone, Su Lin, I don't care if you become Su Gu's dog, but I didn't expect you to betray me in order to please that bastard Su Gu. Su Lin froze when he heard Tian Shun's words. Then he felt poisonous aura from Tian Shun's stretched-out finger. Why are you okay? What you eat is obvious. Su Lin started to talk nonsense, but Tian Shun interrupted him. Poison, right? Tian Shun sneered disdainfully. A poisonous beam of aura shot out from Tian Shun's finger and hit Su Lin. Su Lin has the same cultivation realm as Tian Shun, so he couldn't resist the attack of martial arts. A poisonous one at that. Spar me. Su Lin died while pleading halfway, just like that. Congrats, host. You killed a second stage body refining realm cultivator and gained physique points times 10. Killing someone will give out rewards? Not bad. Tian Shun thought as he saw the system's prompt. He found another white orb that fell from Su Lin's body. He asked the system what's that white orb is, and the system replied that it was an attribute orb that he can absorb. Attribute orbs are divided into different ranks, with white color resonating with body, refining realm being the lowest. Attribute orbs can be dropped by anything, irrelevant of living or not. As soon as he thought about absorbing it, the white orb immediately flew into his body. Host gained chi points times 30. Host gains spirit points times 10. Host gains luck points times 30. This should be the main function of the system. He tried to communicate with the system to what all this is about. This is an attribute system that was created by Enir. You can understand it as a tool to assist the person it's bound to that is currently you. It was not created or commanded to harm its host in any way. He couldn't understand it completely, but hearing it wasn't harmful set it aside for now. A smile appeared at the corner of Tian Shun's mouth as he felt the improvement in his cultivation base. He can clearly feel that the strength in his body has increased more than 3 times than before. An aura belonging to 5th stage of body, refining realm cultivator released from his body. Tian Shun then snorted coldly and broke the metal rails that was stopping him from escaping. Fortunately, the original cultivation realm of his predecessor was very low, so it was not taken seriously. They just locked me up in this kind of ordinary iron dungeon that can only trap mortals. If I was locked up in a black iron dungeon that is enough to stop Chi, refining realm cultivator, I could have been doomed. If you enjoy daily light novel audiobooks, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy today's story. CH2, Cultivation. They just locked me up in this kind of ordinary iron dungeon that can only trap mortals. If I was locked up in a black iron dungeon that is enough to stop any Chi refining realm cultivator, I could have been doomed. While he thought that, sound of hurried footsteps echoed throughout the dungeon. Step, step. A group of guards rushed into the dungeon after hearing the commotion. Jingmu, the leader of guards, saw Tian Shun and the tragic state of Su Lin. He immediately understood what happened here, and this made his face darken. He shouted, feeling irritated that Tian Shun not only escaped from his prison, but also killed someone. Bastard, not only did you escape from prison, but you also dare to kill someone in my watch." As soon as he voiced out, he rushed towards Tian Shan. He was a cultivator of 4th stage of body refining realm, so one or more of his attributes should have reached more than 40 points. In just a moment, he came in front of Tian Shan. He clenched his fist and punched towards Tian Shan. But Tian Shan had more than 50 points in all his attributes at the moment. Compared to Jingmu, he was much more stronger. He also clenched his fist and punched toward Jingmu. 2 punches collided with each other. Crack. Agate. Boom. A cracking sound reverberated throughout the dungeon as Jingmu immediately let out a pig-like scream while his body flew out and crashed into the wall of dungeon. Congrats, host. You killed a 4th stage body refining realm cultivator and gained luck points times 10, spirit points times 10, chi points times 10, physique points times 10. As the system prompt sounded, Tian Shan was shocked that Jing died from just 1 punch. Tian Shan felt the obvious feeling of his cultivation leveling up just like before, and the aura of body refining realm's 6th stage cultivator was released from his body. The people present there felt his powerful aura and instantly knew that he was much stronger than them. Fuck, he is more stronger than expected. Run! The dungeon guards who followed Jing Mu began escaping. But Tian Shan will not let any of them escape from him. He moved instantly and quickly solved the 5 guards that are much weaker than Jing Mu. System prompts sounded in his ear, making him smile like an idiot. Congrats, host. You killed 2nd stage of body refining realm cultivator and gained physique points times 10. Congrats, host. You killed 2nd stage of body refining realm cultivator and gained chi times 10. Congrats, host. You killed 2nd stage of body refining realm cultivator and gained physique points times 10. Congrats, host. You killed 2nd stage of body refining realm cultivator and gained luck points times 10. Congrats, host. You killed 3 ND stage of body refining realm cultivator and gained martial arts experience points times 1,000. Tian Shan chuckled lightly as he watched the system prompts. 6 white orbs also popped out of the dead bodies and came to Tian Shan and fused with his body. Host gained physique points times 10. Host gained chi points times 10. Host gained martial arts experience points times 1,000. Host. Hearing all the prompts, he almost jumped in joy. He felt that he was as powerful as chi refining realm cultivators. He felt an urge to open his status panel and check his cultivation. Although he had clearly felt that after gaining these attributes, his body was already powerful. But the strange thing is that he doesn't seem to feel the improvement of his cultivation as predicted. He then said inwardly, "Status." The next moment, the status panel appeared in front of him. Host, Tian Shan. Cultivation, 6th stage of body refining realm. Physique, 160. Spirit, 60. Chi, 120. Luck, 80. Charm, 150. Martial arts experience points, 3,000. Martial arts, poison aura finger, tier 2, introduction. Undistributed attributes, none. System, why is this? My physique and chi has clearly reached the level of a body refining realm 9th stage. Why is my cultivation realm stuck at 6th stage of body refining realm? Tian Shan asked, while he already guessed that his spirit points are the reason he wants to confirm it. There are 5 types of cultivation path in the universe. Body cultivation, chi cultivation, spirit cultivation, fate cultivation, and affinity cultivation corresponding to physique, chi, spirit, luck, and charm attributes respectively. Unlike other cultivators who cultivate 1 attributes at a time, Host cultivates all 3 of his attributes. So all of Host's attributes should reach the same level for your cultivation to improve. System replied to his query. It then said, "It is found that the host has martial arts experience points. Do you want to use it to improve the understanding of the poison aura finger martial arts?" The system immediately opened up a new panel in front of him. Underscore, 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 underscore. Martial arts. Poison aura finger. Tier 2. Comprehend stage. Beginner, 100 EXP. Underscore, 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 underscore. Whether it consumes 100 points of martial arts experience to upgrade basic poison finger introduction stage to adapt stage. Upgrade. He ordered excitedly. Most of the cultivators cannot improve their cultivation level because they don't have enough time, and the reason for this is that they need to waste a lot of time on various martial arts. So he was quite happy about it. After the 100 experience points was consumed, Tian Shun's mind once again had more insights about the poison aura finger. These insights are just like what he had gained after spending a lot of time in himself while practicing. Tian Shun sorted out the insights and calmed himself down. Looking at the martial arts panel again, Tian Shun was surprised to find that he only needs 500 exercises experience to upgrade Poison Aura Finger from Adapt stage to Minor Success stage. So he directly ordered the system the upgrade to the limit he can. More insights appeared in Tian Shun's mind. Before he could feel it, he looked at the exercise panel again. Underscore, 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 underscore. Martial arts. Poison Aura Finger. Tier 2. Comprehend stage. Master, 5000 EXP. Tier upgrade requirement, 5000 EXP. Underscore, 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 underscore. He saw that to upgrade the poison finger from Master to the Grandmaster, you need 5000 martial arts experience points. Now all his experience points are gone, so he didn't continue upgrading and looked at the tier upgrade that newly appeared. It requires the same amount of experience points as the comprehension upgrade. While he was pondering about this, the dungeon door broke. CH3. Gray? Dusty? Now all his experience points were gone, so he didn't continue upgrading and looked at the tier upgrade requirement that newly appeared. It requires the same amount of experience points as the comprehension upgrade. While he was pondering about this, the dungeon door broke and flew away. Boom! At this moment, the door of the dungeon was kicked open. A young man in a black long robe with a villainous appearance walked in with an arrogant expression on his face. But when he saw the situation in the dungeon clearly, his face suddenly became cold. Tian Shun, you're quite bold, huh? You dare to kill so many disciples of the beast-taming sect. Guards, come here and arrest him. I want to avenge these junior brothers. As the man said that, another group of guards came from behind and began surrounding Tian Shun. These guards are the guards of the inner sect. The guards quickly gathered around him and waited for the young man to give an order before launching an attack. Sugu, you finally came, Tian Shun said coldly while staring intently at the young man. This young man was Sugu, the man who beat him and threw him in the dungeon. The reason of the animosity between them is that Sugu tried to harass the daughter of the sect master, but failed and was exposed. So he put the blame on Tian Shun and made him the scapegoat for his own crimes. He had expected Sugu to appear like this, but he did not expect that he would appear so early, especially with no protection. Obviously, this is a good thing for Tian Shun. Originally, he had planned to leave the Astral Beast sect after escaping from the dungeon. He thought that when he became stronger, he would take revenge. But now Sugu took the initiative to pursue death. How could he let go of just a good opportunity? Tian Shun didn't say anything and just attacked him. His body rushed out like a gust of wind. He appeared in front of a guard and punched him in the face. That guard flew out and hit one of the dungeon walls. Sugu was stunned when he suddenly saw Tian Shun disappearing from his original place and attacking a guard. His expression changed drastically and he exclaimed, "This is impossible. How could his cultivation improve so much in such a short amount of time?" Sugu panicked when he observed that the aura of 6th stage of body refining realm cultivator was being released from Tian Shun's body. He slowly began retreating as he shouted to the guards, "Stop him!" But the guards weren't fools. They also realized that they messed up with the wrong person and began running away from Tian Shun. But will Tian Shun let them escape? Obviously not. With cultivation of 6th stage of body refining realm, he was much more stronger than them. First he came in from a Su-gu and broke his legs, so he won't slip out of his grasp. Erg. Su-gu cried out loudly, getting his legs broken and being unable to escape from his impending death. Then he came in front of a guard and kicked his chest. The guard couldn't react and got killed easily. Then he appeared between 2 guards and attacked them together. These 2 guards were alarmed after watching their comrade being easily killed. So they didn't die from his attack, but got seriously injured. While he was killing the guards, system prompts continually ringed in his consciousness. Congrats, host. You killed 6th stage of body refining realm cultivator and gained physique points times 30. Congrats, host. You killed 5th stage of body refining realm cultivator and gained chi points times 30. Congrats, host. You killed 5th stage of body refining realm cultivator and gained luck points times 35. He ignored the prompts and focused on killing the guards. After a few minutes, he killed all the guards. There are a total of 11 guards that came with Su-gu, with the strongest being at 9th stage of body refining realm. He then returned his attention to Su-gu, who almost peed on his robe, seeing the killing in front of him. Su-gu saw that Tian-shan looked at him, so he tried to beg him to not to harm him, as he knew threatening Tian-shan now will surely anger Tian-shan to kill him directly. Tian-shan, PP, please don't kill me. I will give all my wealth, just please let me go. Su-gu stuttered while begging. He was scared shitless after all. Su-gu, you didn't expect this, do you? Anyways, don't be an arrogant man in your next life. Tian-shan said to him, and without further nonsense blasted Su-gu's head. Congrats, host. You killed 8th stage of body refining realm cultivator and gained physique points times 45. He then absorbed the white orbs that fell out of the guards and Su-gu. Host gained charm points times 40. Host gained luck points times 45. Host gained spirit points times 15. Host gained physique points times 50. He smiled watching all the prompts. He had already broke through to the 9th stage of body refining realm. Now, he felt that he was going to break through to chi refining realm at any moment now. Ding! Detected that host has met the requirements to become a chi refining realm cultivator. Do you want to proceed? Hell yeah. System also notified him, and he directly agreed as he sat cross-legged on the floor. The surrounding chi slowly began moving towards him and enveloping him. It slowly intensified to the point that it turned into a small chi storm. After 10 minutes, a powerful aura released from the center of the storm that destroyed the whole dungeon, and the dungeon crumbled down. The dust and smoke rose, and Tian-shan can be vague seen standing straight. He was completely fine. As he was relishing the feeling of breakthrough, smilingly, an angry voice of a woman sounded. Tian-shan, you still dare to smile after all the commotion you have caused? Who? Tian-shan frowned in confusion and turned towards a voice. In the hazy dust fog, a figure of a woman can be vaguely seen. The woman, followed by a man, came to Tian-shan's side, and now he can clearly see them. The woman was an ethereal beauty, with sword-like eyebrows, blue-colored eyes, small nose, delicate sweet lips, a round face, and S-shaped curvy body. But there were also flaws: her gray hair, her gray skin tone, and her gray-colored robe that looked quite dusty. Huh? Gray? Dusty? Oh, it seemed that she had become like this due to the dust smoke he caused, and she was angry because of this. CH4, Junior Brother Tian, marry me. In the hazy dust fog, a figure of a woman can be vaguely seen. The woman, followed by a man, came to Tian-shan's side, and now he can clearly see them. The woman was an ethereal beauty, with sword-like eyebrows, blue-colored eyes, small nose, small delicate lips, a round face, and S-shaped curvy body. But there were also flaws: her gray hair, her gray skin tone, and her gray-colored robe that looked quite dusty. Huh? Gray? Dusty? Why is all gray and dusty? Oh, it seemed that she had become like this due to the dust smoke he caused, and she was angry because of this. Tian-shan said while being embarrassed and pointed towards the dead bodies of the guards. Sorry, senior sister. I didn't expect you to appear suddenly. The dungeon just collapsed after the fight between them. Tian Shun cannot tell them about his breakthrough. So to divert their attention, he said that guard fought among themselves and killed each other. Anyways, the dead bodies of the guards can be vaguely seen beneath the debris, so it can be easily found. Cultivation realms are identified based on the aura released by cultivators, so low-level cultivators can be easily deceived by controlling their aura. Well, nobody hides their cultivation, as appearing weak will make them the target of other who's stronger than him. He will hide his cultivation realm and make them think that he is weak like before, so they will let their guard down, and he will escape by surprising them at a right moment. The man behind the woman sneered, hearing Tian Shun, and said mockingly, Tian Shun, we know that too. After all, with your weak cultivation realm, you can't make it collapse. Tian Shun did not show any expression on his face, but he was stunned in his mind, hearing the man's word as he thought inwardly. Do men as stupid as this even exist? What I said was totally suspicious, and I was even ready to argue with them, but he believed me quite easily. Well, he doesn't mind the guy being stupid. In fact, it makes things easier for him. Little one, who are you? Tian Shun deliberately mocked and provoked him. He was nearly 2 feet taller than the man, so he called him Little One. You, do you want to get beaten up by me? The man said angrily. He was short and doesn't like it. He hates it when someone calls him little or short. Zhao Fan, shut up. The woman scolded the man in a cold voice and suddenly took another step towards Tian Shun. She was not stupid like the man and figured that something was definitely wrong here. Why could the guards fight among themselves without any reason? But the sect records and the aura of the man states that he is in second stage of body refining realm, so he can't even kill the weakest guard here. Well, the guard's death does not concern her, as she has another purpose of coming here. She came so close to Tian Shun that he could even smell the natural fragrance of her body. Tian Shun became aroused as he smelled the natural odor of her body. The woman didn't know what Tian Shun was thinking at the moment. She came in front of him. Tian Shun looked suspiciously at the woman in front of him. She introduced herself to him. Hello, junior brother Tian. My name is Feng Yin, an inner disciple. Everyone in the sect knows about the matter between him and Sugu, so it wasn't a surprise that they know his name. He was just going to reply to her when she said something that shocked him to the core. Junior brother Tian, I want you to marry me. Hearing Feng Yin, he was left speechless. After all, from her point of view, he should be a killer, a criminal who kills other disciples. So why does she not see him as a threat and even discuss about marriage with him? Well, I can certainly marry her as she is quite hot. He thought, but then shook his head. No, this is a trap, definitely a trap. He repeatedly reminded himself in his mind, but his face said otherwise. His face was adorned by a big silly smile that made him look like a love-struck guy. In his previous life, he didn't have any girlfriend or wife, as he was not handsome, nor did he know the art of flirting. He was one of those guys who wish for the grace and care of women, especially someone as beautiful as Feng Yin. So your answer? Feng Yin asked confirmation, to which he subconsciously nodded. When he realized it, he tried to deny it, but she didn't give him any chance. You agreed. Now let's go. We will meet my father, and then we will get married right away. Just as she said that, Tian Shun and the man who came with Feng Yin said in unison, No. Feng Yin looked towards the man and said angrily, Zhao Fan, if you let out another bad word from your foul mouth, I will bury you here alive. She then looked at Tian Shun with a dust-hearted expression and said, Darling, please don't abandon me after all the things you have done to me. Watching her pitiful act, an invisible arrow hit Tian Shun's heart. A/N, Cupid's arrow. Tian Shun thought inwardly as he was stunned hearing her. I just transmigrated. How the hell did I do something to you? Woman, I don't even know you. I don't even have any memories of doing such a good cough bad thing to you. She saw him stunned and thought he didn't remember her. She felt slightly annoyed thinking that. She shouted in an aggrieved tone, Have you forgotten why are you here in this dungeon in the first place? You are the daughter of the sect master, Tian Shun exclaimed as he gazed intently at her. Ch5, I'm in love with him. She saw him stunned and thought he didn't remember her. She felt slightly annoyed thinking that. She shouted in an aggrieved tone, "Have you forgotten why are you here in this dungeon in the first place? You are the daughter of the sect master," Tian Shun exclaimed as he gazed intently at her. It turned out that this senior sister Feng in front of her was the daughter of the sect master of the beast-taming sect, the woman who Su Gu tried to harass, then put the blame on him. Feng Yin was a little embarrassed by Tian Shun's intense gaze, and a trace of blush appeared on her beautiful face as she stubbornly said, "You will marry me, one way or another." Tian Shun shook his head again. Although he definitely loves to marry a beautiful lady like her, but he felt like there is some kind of scheme in the dark that he is not aware of. Zhao Fan, the side character, also immediately persuaded her. "Sister Feng, please don't make decisions impulsively. Tian Shun is a beast who tried to defile you. If you want to marry someone, why not Master Su, who saved you from this beast?" Zhao Fan's words instantly angered Feng Yin as she reprimanded angrily. "How dare you mention that bastard Su? What happened that day? As the victim, how could she not know the truth? She knew that the person who wants to defile her was Su Gu, but Tian Shun thwarted his actions by appearing there at the time and saved her. Su Gu had sneakily let her consume the immobilization pill, which made her unable to resist. That's why she was very grateful to Tian Shun. But Su Gu blamed Tian Shun when she was stuck with another matter. That's why she came here to help him. While they were arguing, Tian Shun tried to sneakily escape from here. Tian Shun, stop." But he still underestimated Feng Yin's determination. When she saw that he actually wanted to escape, she shouted and directly came in front of him. Watching her insane speed, Tian Shun was stunned as he said bitterly, "Looks like I can't escape." Tian Shun can't do anything about it. Feng Yin was a cultivator in the 9th sage of Qi refining realm after all. He sighed as he said, "Senior Sister Feng, what do you want to do?" "Follow me to see my dad. You must take responsibility for what happened that day." Feng Yin's expression revealed that she won't take no as the answer. "What responsibility are you talking about? I was knocked out by Su Gu and thrown on your bed. Other than lying on your bed, I didn't even do anything," Tian Shun said in a helpless tone. Feng Yin puffed up her chest abruptly, and her vigorous melons seems much bigger than before. She answered provokingly, "That's okay. When you marry me, you can make up for what you didn't do that day. How can you, a girl, say this kind of stuff? Shouldn't you be conservative?" Tian Shun frowned slightly and scoffed, inwardly feeling irritated. "Why are you so determined on marrying me? If it is that day, you, as the victim, already know the truth. Just make it public." Due to anger, he just blurted out what was going on in his mind, didn't think that there was definitely something wrong, otherwise he couldn't be thrown in the dungeon. "Do you think it's that simple?" Feng Yin lowered her head despondently, and her tone revealed a heartbreaking sentiment. "If I do it, it will all be over." "What do you mean?" Tian Shun asked suspiciously. Feng Yin's expression and tone became seldom, and her face seemed to have lost all colors in an instant. She told the other guy away and reluctantly obeyed her. After the nuisance was gone, she whispered, revealing a miserable smile. "Mansion of the sect master of beast-taming sect." Suddenly, a loud, angry shout reverberated throughout the mansion. "Say what? Einer, you want to marry this person?" The group of disciples outside the mansion who were trying to eavesdrop shivered with fright. Inside the mansion, in the main hall room, in a huge throne was sitting Feng Yin, the sect master of the beast-taming sect and father of Feng Yin. Feng Yin, together with Tian Shun, was standing in front of him. Feng Yin's eyes widened and his anger almost made him spit out blood. There was an impulse to tear apart the man standing next to his daughter immediately, but he held back and asked, "Why?" "I was secretly in love with Tian Shun a long time ago. I was worried that father would disagree, so I never told you," she answered and continued as her face turned crimson red. "That night, I actually took the initiative, but I didn't expect Su Gu to appear there and misunderstand us, thinking that Tian Shun is trying to harass me." She stuttered while saying this. She felt so embarrassed that she wants to find a hole and bury her head in it. You. Feng Yin was even more furious hearing this. He took deep breaths, trying to cope up his anger. The people who eavesdropped outside was even more shocked. They started discussing this matter. It turns out that senior sister Feng and that guy is in love for a long time. It's definitely a lie. Tian Shun is an ordinary outer disciple, except his handsome appearance. What else does he have? He is not talented and is weak. How could a fairy like senior sister Feng look at him? But senior sister Feng said herself, she won't lie. Could she? No, my goddess. Does being handsome let you be favored by fairies? They were both shocked and jealous as they tried to deny Feng Yin's statement. Tian Shun and Feng Yin didn't know what was going on outside. Even if they know, they don't care about it. Right now, they focused at Feng Yin. Feng Yin was silent for quite a while. The anger on his face gradually disappeared. He sighed helplessly and said coldly, while staring daggers at Tian Shun. Ch6, Beast Spirit Sword. Tian Shun and Feng Yin didn't know what was going on outside. Even if they know, they don't care about it. Right now, they focused at Feng Yin. Feng Yin was silent for quite a while. The anger on his face gradually disappeared. He sighed helplessly and said coldly, while staring daggers at Tian Shun. Iner, if you want me to give permission for you to marry him, it's not impossible. Feng Yin paused for a moment, then continued. You should remember what I told you before. If you want him to be your husband, he must be able to wield that sword. Father, let Tian Shun try. I believe he will definitely succeed. Feng Yin said in a firm tone. Follow me. Feng Yin nodded at her daughter and ordered as he turned around and walked towards the backside of the mansion. Feng Yin was excited seeing her father agreement. She took Tian Shun's hand and almost dragged him to follow her father. Tian Shun was silent from start to end of the conversation. He was surprised by Feng Yin's quick agreement, so he voiced out his doubts. Senior sister, your father seems to agree too quickly? Shouldn't he ponder over it for some time at least? Don't think much of it. He just thinks you won't be able to wield that sword. Anyways, it better this way. Otherwise, it will delay that matter. Feng Yin answered his query, which he misunderstood. Tian Shun thought inwardly. Hell, woman, we aren't even married yet, and you are thinking about that kind of thing. Well, not like I dislike it. Feng Yin didn't know Tian Shun's dirty thoughts, or else she could have definitely scolded him for being a pervert. She walked behind Feng Yin together with Tian Shun. As the sect master of the beast-taming sect, his mansion is located at the center of the beast-taming mountain range, where the entire beast-taming sect is located. Looking from a distance, the mountain peak looked like the sharp tip of a sword, pointing toward the heaven as if challenging it. When they reached their destination, a simple altar appeared in their view. At the center of the altar, there is also a long sword. The front half of the blade has impaled itself in the platform on the altar. But what caught Tian Shun's eyes wasn't the sword, but a rainbow-colored orb floating beside the sword. After observing Feng Yin and Feng Yin, he understood that this was an attribute orb that only he can see. He became ecstatic as, according to the system, the rainbow-colored orbs gives out extremely good stuff. He felt an urge to rush straight up and absorb it. But he controlled himself as he wasn't alone. Boy, this is the Beast Spirit Sword, the ancient treasure of our beast-taming sect. Our ancestors once said that if anyone can pull out the Spirit Sword, they can become invincible. Feng Yin saw Tian Shun's intense gaze on the altar, so he began explaining. Invincible? Tian Shun murmured dubiously. As a disciple of the beast-taming sect, you don't even know the Beast Spirit Sword? Feng Yin said as she gave Tian Shun a deadpan look, and then continued. If you can pull out the Beast Spirit Sword, you can become its master. But after so many years, no one has succeeded. Almost every disciple of the beast-taming sect has tried it. Haven't you? I was just a small outer disciple before, so how can I be qualified to come here? Tian Shun shook his head, but his gaze stayed on the rainbow-colored orb, as if yearning to devour it. I know that you are worthy to wield that sword. Now go and prove it. When Feng Yin saw her father's gaze, she gently pushed Tian Shun as she said, Tian Shun immediately walked up to the altar. When he got close enough to the rainbow-colored orb, the orb automatically floated towards him and submerged in his body. Host gained 100 years of experience in swordsmanship. The system prompt sounded in his ears, which made him so ecstatic that he smiled like an idiot. At this time, a group of disciples also came here. They saw the sect master, Feng Yin and Tian Shun. They saluted to the sect master and Feng Yin, but didn't close up to them. The sect master and Feng Yin sensed them, but didn't care as this wasn't a prohibited area. After observing for a moment, the disciples understood that the sect master has took Tian Shun here to try to pull out the astral beast spirit sword. But watching Tian Shun smile like a fool without doing anything made them irritated, so they began commenting on him. Is this guy crazy? Why is he smiling like a fool? How can it be? Don't you see that the sect master and senior sister Feng are here with him? His must be an extraordinary individual. Extraordinary individual? He is nothing but an idiot who thinks he can wield the beast spirit sword. That's right. I bet he won't be able to pull out the sword. But they weren't fools, so they murmured in a very low voice. Feng Yin didn't hear them, or she could have definitely kicked their asses. Sect Master Feng did hear them, but didn't care about it. Tian Shun didn't know what was going on out there. He was busy assimilating the swordsmanship experience he gained from the rainbow-colored orb. A vast amount of sword understanding experience emerged in Tian Shun's mind. It can be said that after absorbing this swordsmanship experience, Tian Shun instantly rose from the level of a sword novice to the level of the sword master. From now on, he can easily comprehend sword techniques, even without the help of the system. Tian Shun was very clear about his improvement. Things such as swordsmanship experience is definitely more useful than the one-time increase of hundreds of points in attribute. At the same time, Tian Shun also obtained the eligibility to wield the beast spirit sword. Ch7 Baka. Tian Shun was very clear about his improvement. Things such as swordsmanship experience is definitely more useful than the one-time increase of hundreds of points in attribute. At the same time, Tian Shun also obtained the eligibility to wield the beast spirit sword. Boom! The moment Tian Shun placed his hand on the hilt of the beast spirit sword, a terrifying sword aura burst out of the sword. In an instant, the entire mountain peak was enveloped by this sword aura. Fuck! This terrifying sword aura. This is a sign that the beast spirit sword is awakened. No way! How can an outer disciple like Tian Shun able to wield the beast spirit sword? No wonder he was able to impress senior sister Feng. The surrounding intersect disciples were all shocked by the scene in front of them. It succeeded. Father, did you see that Tian Shun really wielded the beast spirit sword? He was destined to be my husband. Feng Yin also let go of her restraint and said in ecstasy, No, it can't be. Feng Yin did not feel ecstatic like her daughter, but knitted his brows as he stubbornly said. As the master of the beast-taming sect, he still knew some relatively secret news. At this moment, the sword aura also attracted the attention of many elders of the beast-taming sect. Several elders flew over to the mountain peak one after another and saw Tian Shun standing on the sacred beast altar, holding the beast spirit sword. They also saw the sect master and Feng Yin. They immediately connected the dots and understood what was going on. They felt extremely excited about it. Someone fun ally wielded the beast spirit sword? Now the rise of the beast-taming sect is inevitable. Emo Chung, an elder whose swordsmanship is the best in the beast sect, excitedly said as he stood beside the sect master Feng. Old Chung, I feel like fate let me meet this kid, so I will take him as my disciple. The elder that came together with him announced enthusiastically, Hey, how can you be so shameless? I saw him first, so he'll be my disciple. If someone disagree, this old man will fight him to death. The elders around were ecstatic, and in order to take Tian Shun under their wing, they almost fought, which caused Feng Yin quite a headache. Feng Yin, confused and frustrated by the situation, shouted angrily, Shut up! This is definitely not right. Hearing Feng Yin's words, Feng Yin's expression changed, as she angrily turned her head towards her father and retorted, "Father, why is the situation wrong? Everyone here is a witness. Tian Shun has indeed picked up the beast spirit sword. Elders, am I wrong?" "No, young mistress, you are right. Sect master, the kid now stand in front of us with the beast spirit sword. This can't be faked, right?" Mo Chung nodded, taking Feng Yin's side. Feng Yin angrily rebuked, "This beast spirit sword is fake. Sect master, do you take us as fools? You just don't want us to snatch this disciple away from you. So you tell us that the beast spirit sword he is holding is fake." The elders retorted. Normally they wouldn't dare do this, but the enchanting talent of Tian Shun made them feel it was worth it. Feng Yin's eyes shined with strange glint as she tried to hint something to Tian Shun. "Tian Shun, come here." Feng Yin ignored these elders and called Tian Shun. He decided it was better to prove it with actions than words. He then inquired, "Since you're able to pick up this beast spirit sword, you must have accepted its inheritance technique. Can you perform it for us?" "Daddy, how can you be so inconsiderate of Tian Shun? This will be his future trump card, so why should he expose it in front of all these people?" Feng Yin stood in front of Tian Shun and defended him, as if the person she was talking to was not her father, but her enemy. "Iner, this matter is very important. If he really got the beast spirit sword, I must follow the ancestral instruction to give your position of young sect master to him. Would you like to give the position to him?" Feng Yin said, already exhausted by the drama unfolding. "Yes, of course. Tian Shun is my future husband, whether he is the young sect master or I am a young sect master. Is there any difference?" Feng Yin replied firmly, completely pining herself on Tian Shun. This made Feng Yin almost spit out blood from his mouth due to anger. Noticing her father's gloomy face, Feng Yin quickly grabbed Tian Shun's hand and announced loudly, "Father, if you keep silent, I will take it as your acknowledgement towards our love. Thank you, Father, for your blessing. Tian Shun, let's go. I'll take you to a quiet place and help you accept the inheritance of the beast spirit sword. /N, old man, if you can't understand, let me decipher it for you. You may be your father, but her daddy is Tian Shun, winky face." Just as Feng Yin tried to pull Tian Shun and run, she found out that she couldn't even pull Tian Shun off his place. She turned around and looked at him. At this time, Tian Shun's face had written out all over his face. He raised the astral beast spirit sword in his hand and said, "I think the sect master is right. This sword really doesn't seem to be the beast spirit sword." Baka. When Feng Yin heard this, she almost exploded right on the spot. "Really?" The elders surrounding him were all dumbfounded, while Feng Yin showed a disdainful expression as if saying, "Told you already. It can't be. If someone pulls out the beast spirit sword in advance, we should have known about such a thing. Although the sword is not real, this kid is honest. He took the initiative to speak up the truth. It's a pity that if it isn't true, the sect master would definitely not agree to the two of them being together. Ch8. He is the one I chose." The elders surrounding him were all dumbfounded, while Feng Yin showed a disdainful expression as if saying, "Told you already. It can't be. If someone pulls out the beast spirit sword in advance, we should have known about such a thing. Although the sword is not real, this kid is honest. He took the initiative to speak up the truth. It's a pity that if it isn't true, the sect master would definitely not agree to the two of them being together." The gossipy group of elders looked at Tian Shun with pity as one of them commented. But now, they don't want to stand up for Tian Shun as he doesn't hold any value for them. Mo Chung glanced at Feng Yin thoughtfully, then boisterously spoke. "I feel that this kid is quite honest, has good nature. He's suitable to be my apprentice." The other elders didn't say anything as they are guilty for not standing up for the lad. At this moment, Feng Yin was on the verge of bursting with anger. She thought that things could develop just as she planned, but who could have thought that the guy she chose is a fucking idiot? Even if her father would have been suspicious, as long as she somehow took Tian Shun away from here, nobody could raise their fingers. But who knew? Tian Shun will let his father bulldoze himself, willingly. "Don't get angry, first listen to me. Tianshan looked at the angry bird Feng Yin and responded calmly. He also thought of what she said to him in the dungeon. Feeling a little distressed, he held Feng Yin's hand to assure her. The corner of Feng Yan's eyes twitched as he noticed his actions, and the anger suppressed in his heart almost erupted, but he still held it back, wanting to know what the brat was up to. Sect Master, if I am guessing right, the real Beast Spirit Sword should be with Sister Feng Yin. She had already wielded the Beast Spirit Sword. What? Young Sect Master? What exactly is going on? Everyone's pupils suddenly shifted to Feng Yin, including her father. Feng Yan's eyes widened in surprise as his face immediately turned from angry to happy. Iner, is this true? It is true. Feng Yin, unaffected by the eyes, nodded calmly as she explained. Although I was indeed the one to wield the Beast Spirit Sword, my body, which couldn't bear the sword energy of the Beast Spirit Sword inheritance, had serious injuries. Hearing that his daughter was severely injured, Feng Yin immediately appeared beside her and began checking her condition. After checking her, he found out that the sword energy, stuck in her body but unable to vent, started attacking her internal organs, causing serious damage. Feng Yin completely ignored him and continued her tale. To avoid death, I must transfer part of the sword energy to someone else. Let him dual cultivate with me and accept the inheritant energy. Help me share a part of the sword energy, so that we can work together, be able to withstand this inherited sword energy and transform it into our respective strengths. Then, Feng Yin pointed at Tian Shun and continued. He is the one I chose. Feng Yin's face changed as she spoke to Tian Shun apologically. Tian Shen, I'm sorry. I caused you trouble. After understanding the whole matter, Feng Yin turned towards Tian Shun and ordered. Tian Shun, old man now agrees with your and Iner's marriage. But the premise is that you must save her, otherwise, old man will never let you go. Knowing Feng Yin's life is in danger, as her father, Feng Yin completely accepted Tian Shun at the moment. Boy, quickly agree. If you agree, you will be this old man's apprentice in the future, and the old man will definitely go all out to help you improve your strength. Yes, I can also help. If you have free time, you can find me to learn alchemy. Even if you can't be as strong as young Sect Master, as long as you can achieve something in alchemy, no one will dare to look down on you. The situation changed again. It can be seen that Feng Yin was spoiled and taken care of by everyone, whether it was Feng Yin or the elders of the beast-taming sect. They chimed in with the purpose of making him worthy of their young Sect Master. Elders, please calm down. Being forced into marriage by Feng Yin had already left Tian Shen speechless. Now, even the elders and Sect Master of the beast-taming sect have forced Feng Yin upon him. He never expected that things could develop to this point. Calm down. This old man's daughter's life is in danger, and you are telling me to calm down. Just tell me, yes or no. If you don't want to, my beast-taming sect has many young talents, all willing to be my son-in-law. Rather than calming down, Feng Yin shouted even more loudly. Sect Master, I am willing. Choose me. Fuck. Becoming the son-in-law of the Sect Master, marrying a beautiful fairy, even gaining the sword inheritance. This kind of 3-in-1 offer, even an idiot will not refuse. The surrounding Star Beast sect disciples were immediately chimed in after hearing the Sect Master. They raised their hands one by one, desperately trying to catch his attention. Feng Yin snorted coldly with a smug expression on his face, as if saying, see how popular my daughter is. Tian Shen didn't pay him any attention, instead glanced at Feng Yin. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, as if they had really become a sweet couple who were in love for many years. I mean, although this sword is fake, it does not mean that I have not accepted the inheritance of the Beast Spirit Sword. At the same time, Tian Shen looked at concubine Yang Chu with a gentle smile. At this moment, he had already decided to marry her. It's just sword energy. I can solve it easily. CH9, be astral sword intent. I mean, although this sword is fake, it does not mean that I have not accepted the inheritance of the Beast Spirit Sword. At the same time, Tian Shen looked at concubine Yang Chu with a gentle smile. At this moment, he had already decided to marry her. It's just sword energy. I can solve it easily. Not that easy, little child. This is the inherent sword energy in the beast spirit sword. Do you think it is some ordinary sword energy? An elder persuaded him earnestly. Know full well that the lad will be the future decision-maker of the sect. Tian Shun ignored the elder as he knew words were useless here, so simply placed his hand on Feng Yin's head. Jin tilde. A sound of metal scraping against something came from Feng Yin's body. Her body, as if filled with energy, flashed with a dazzling white light. Immediately afterwards, the audience saw Tian Shun's hand slowly been lifted from her head. Pure white sword energy was pulled out of Feng Yin's body by him. This is impossible. This is the inherited sword energy of the beast spirit sword. Did this brat really accept the inheritance of the beast spirit sword? It shouldn't be. How can the beast spirit sword inheritance be passed on to two people at the same time? When everyone was talking about it, Tian Shin finally took out the illusionary sword energy from Feng Yin's body. He glanced towards the group of elders in the beast-taming sect and said with a witty grin, "Elders, can you confirm whether this is the inheritant sword energy?" The elders were left speechless by his actions, as if they were slapped in the face. Tian Shun shook his head, ignored the shocked Fellas, and transferred his attention to the sword energy. He actually didn't get any inheritance from the sword. He controlled the sword energy through his 100-year experience in swordsmanship. He felt he had comprehended something, but it was vague. He felt the sword energy may help him in this manner, so he tried to absorb it. The inheritant sword chi flowed like water and slowly fused with his body. Ding! Congrats, host. You have comprehended the bestial sword intent. As the prompt echoed in his mind, he felt enlightened as he clearly felt the increase in comprehension of swordsmanship as if the door to a realm was opened. Have why you absorbed my inherited sword energy. Feng Yin stuttered, too shocked to express her feeling. Although she felt that her body, without the influence of this inherited sword energy, had returned to normal. However, due to the absence of this inheritance sword aura, even if she finally subdued the beast spirit sword, there seemed to be no way to use its full strength in her hands. Feng Yin looked like a woman who was wronged, summoned the real beast spirit sword from her body, and stuffed it into Tian Shun's hand. This. Tian Shun, stunned, tried to speak, but Feng Yin didn't give him any chance and retorted, "What use it has in my hands when you absorb all of the sword energy? Without the sword energy, I can't use it to its full potential." Ahem. Sect Master Feng Yin coughed lightly to stop the couple to be's bickering. He drew their attention, then continued. "Now, the most important matter is to get them married." Feng Yin blushed and lowered her head, trying to bury it in her huge bosom, but she secretly peeked at Tian Shun to see his reaction. Tian Shun looked thought about it, then nodded. Anyways, the dish was already in front of him, and he was not wit enough to reject it. In perverted idiot, toi. All right, marriage it is. Such a beautiful woman. If he really rejected her, the whole world may question his sexuality. Feng Yin lowered her head even more as she heard his answer, but if you look closely, you may notice a beautiful smile that adorned her face. Sect Master Feng Yin quickly looked towards Elderly Fan, who was proficient in fortune-telling, and asked, "Elderly, when do you think is the best day for them to get married?" Elderly took out a weird-looking compass while analyzing the surrounding. After a while, Elderly spoke in a joyous tone. "Sect Master, the day 15th of the next month is a very prosperous day to get married." Hearing this, Feng Yin made an announcement happily. "Okay then, my daughter will have a grand wedding a day 15th of the next month. The guests will be invited from all over the region." Mo Chung felt sour in his mouth and couldn't help but comment. Such a good lad. Alas, this old man doesn't have a daughter like the young sect master. When Feng Yin heard this, a smug smile appeared on his old face. "Sect master, if there is nothing else, I'm going back first. Little lad, if you have any problems with the way of the swordsmanship, remember to find me in my cave." After speaking, Emo Chung flew away. As one took lead, the other elders also did their greeting and retreated, flying to their own residences. Feng Yin also left with her father in the under an excuse, leaving Tianshan alone. With nothing to do, he returned to his residence. Lying on his bed, he opened his status panel. Underscore. Host, Tianshan. Cultivation. First stage of Qi refining realm. Physique, 200. Spirit, 140. Qi, 150. Luck, 120. Charm, 160. Martial arts experience points, 500. Martial arts. Poison aura finger, tier 2, master. Divine power, bestial sword intent. Undistributed attributes, none. Underscore. He felt quite satisfied by his improvement, but also felt puzzled that even the sect master couldn't detect his cultivation realm. Feng Yin was one thing as they both are in the same realm, so it was easy to deceive her, but the sect master was a foundation establishment realm cultivator. CH10. I ain't no gay. He felt quite satisfied by his improvement, but also felt puzzled that even the sect master couldn't detect his cultivation realm. Feng Yin was one thing as they both are in the same realm, so it was easy to deceive her, but the sect master was a foundation establishment realm cultivator. System, do you know the reason behind this? Unable to reason with it, he asked the system. As mentioned before, host cultivates all 5 ways of cultivation. They are body cultivation, spiritual Qi cultivation, spirit cultivation, fate cultivation, affinity cultivation. Body cultivation refers to the tempering and strengthening the physical body. Spiritual Qi cultivation refers to assimilating the spiritual Qi of the world into the physical body. Spirit cultivation is rather special as it does not target the physical body but the spirit and focus on perfecting it. Spirit can be said to be the fusion of soul, will, and consciousness. Fate cultivation is a unique path of cultivation originated from the system, which cultivates your luck, and, as you may already know, how overwhelmingly bug luck can be. Affinity cultivation refers to the augment of your affinity towards the heavenly Tao, towards the world laws, towards the world. The concealment effect is caused by host's luck. Wait. Hearing System's explanation, he nodded in understanding, but then his eyes widened in realization. Doesn't that mean women's will have affinity towards my, and that affinity will grow as my cultivation grows? It does, host. He smiled smugly by System's positive response, but then his face paled as he got enlightened again. Does that means it also applied to males? Males also comes within the scope of the heavenly Tao, hosta. The hell it does. I ain't no gay. Tianshan almost exploded as he again heard System's positive response, but this time around, he didn't want this. Calm down, let's just set aside. I will be more careful of men. He took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and pushed aside the matter for now. I should go out and search for attribute bubbles. As the system had said, that non-living things can also drop attribute bubbles. After thinking, Tianshan got out of his resistance and walked towards the outer disciple martial square. The outer sect disciple martial square. Many outer sect disciples were practicing the exercises or sparring in the huge square. Tianshan's attention, however, was not on these outer sect disciples, but on the martial square they were practicing on. The martial square is nothing but an open area where outer sect disciples practice martial arts and hone their skills. Due to this, the huge outer sect disciple square was glittering with small white attribute bubbles. Tianshan instantly felt enthralled. His body turned into shadow and rushed over. He concealed himself and collected the attributes bubbles in his fastest pace. The other disciples felt someone moving extremely fast, but didn't pay it much attention. After all, if that someone had bad intentions, they could already be dead. On the other side, Tianshan was happily picking up attribute bubbles scattered around, listening to the system's prompts. Host gains physique, x10. Host gains chi x10. Host gains physique, x10. After 15 minutes, he picked up all the attribute bubbles scattered around. He also felt some improvement in his cultivation realm. Status. He ordered the system to which it complied. While merging, I opened the properties panel to view the changes in the numbers above. Underscore. Host, Tian Shan. Cultivation. Fourth stage of Qi refining realm. Physique, 860. Spirit, 500. Qi, 720. Luck, 410. Charm, 400. Martial arts experience points, 1200. Martial arts. Poison Aura Finger, Tier 2, Master. Divine Power, Astral Sword Intent. Undistributed attributes, none. Underscore. Tian Shun was quite appeased with the increment in his strength. He improved by 3 minor stages in 15 minutes. Not to mention the sect disciples. Even the sect master himself would be shocked into fainting by him. Sure enough, with the system, he could be laid back with ease. But there are also drawbacks. The attributes dropped are majorly physique and chi, making his status highly lopsided. But nothing can be done about it, so he just ignored the problem. Let's go to the beast ground. Maybe there will be some surprises. Tian Shun made a decision and left without letting the others even know of his surroundings. The beast ground is nothing but a vast forestation, winded with beasts, albeit low-level ones only. After all, the beast-taming sect itself is not strong to assert dominance over important resource points. Tian Shun hadn't intended to come here in the first place, but with the huge amount of novels he read, he will definitely seek out dangers to bit off his ass. Their place didn't have deacons or registration personnel, as the strong ones will not be stopped and the weak will not seek death. But if they do, the sect will gladly accept it, their death, that is. He sneakily entered the area, finding himself lost after walking for quite a while. After another 10 or so minutes of walking, he found company of wolf-like beast who intends to devour him whole. This monster is a high-grade 1-star beast, known as Black Iron Wolf, with a special mention goes to its agility and resilience. Buddy, thanks for the company, but I would rather like a beauty than a beast. Our protagonist chuckled lightly and directly bulldozed at the poor thing who was turned into meat paste by the impact of the collision. Well, he is a whole realm higher than it, so it is understandable. The cause of this stood stunned as he didn't knew that this SHIT could take place if he just bulldozed his way through. He felt remorseful as the monster body had become a pile of mud without any value. Beast bodies are quite valuable as they were used in making of pills, weapon and equipments, and many other useful stuff. Chehash unspreziche, gold mine. After another 10 minutes of trekking through the forest, Tian Shun finally encountered company, though not the kind he would have preferred. A low growl echoed through the trees. In front of him stood a sleek, wolf-like beast with steel-gray fur and eyes filled with killing intent. A high-grade 1-star beast. Black Iron Wolf, Tian Shun muttered. Fast and tough, huh? Shame. He smirked. Thanks for the company, buddy, but I prefer a beauty to a beast. Without hesitation, Tian Shun dashed forward. His figure blurred, and in the next instant, a dull thud echoed. The beast didn't even have time to react before it was reduced to a heap of mangled flesh under the overwhelming force of impact. He paused, slightly stunned. He knew his strength had increased considerably after breaking through, but even he hadn't expected to overwhelm the beast so completely. Before he could think further, several attribute bubbles floated toward him. The familiar system prompt rang out. Congratulations, host. You have slain a high-grade 1-star Black Iron Wolf. Gained physique plus 20. Gained chi plus 10. Gained chi plus 10. Tian Shun frowned slightly. That's it, he muttered. Shouldn't the yield be higher? Then again, he had just stepped into the chi refining realm. Perhaps the disparity in strength reduced the attribute output. Still, he wasn't discouraged. With this system, even low-level beasts could serve as stepping stones. As long as they dropped attributes, it was worth the effort. He glanced toward the depths of the forest. Sticking around here is pointless. Let's find something stronger, maybe a second-tier beast. If I rely solely on low-level ones, it'll take too long to make real gains. With a faint grin, Tian Shun shot forward again, heading deeper into the mountains. Shortly after Tian Shun's departure, several figures dressed in beast-taming sect robes arrived at the scene near the stream. The leader, a handsome youth, scanned the surroundings cautiously. Beside him, a junior disciple crouched beside the remains of the black iron wolf. "Senior brother Chi, over here," the disciple called out. "It's a black iron wolf. High tier, 1-star one at that. And dead. This one's worth at least 200 spirit stones." Qi Lianghui raised an eyebrow. "That's some luck." Despite its tier, the black iron wolf was notoriously fast. Even 1th stage Qi refining realm cultivator had trouble catching it. For one to be found dead here, untouched, was suspicious. He stepped closer and observed the corpse. His expression turned serious. This seems like it was hit by something very heavy or powerful and turned into meat paste. The disciples around him gasped. What? Which beast had such powerful brute strength? Could it be one of the elders passed by and did this? No way. Elders don't leave behind beast corpses worth this much. They harvest everything. Qi Lianghui stayed silent. He trusted his judgment. This wasn't the work of a sect elder. But who else could have done it? "Take the corpse and leave immediately," he ordered. "If there's a group of these wolves nearby, it could be dangerous." On the other side, Tian Shun had no idea that the crushed wolf he'd left behind would end up startling a group of beast-taming sect disciples, especially a core disciple like Qi Lianghui, who'd now be speculating wildly about the mysterious force behind such devastation. At this moment, Tian Shun had already ventured more than 20 kilometers deep into Beast-Taming Mountain. The aura of demonic beasts had grown denser with every step, and the forest around him grew darker and more oppressive. No signs of human activity remained. "TCH, it's a pity trees don't drop attributes," he muttered. If they did, with how massive Beast-Taming Mountain was, spanning hundreds of kilometers and filled with millions of trees, he could have farmed attributes to astronomical levels just by strolling around. The thought made him sigh. Even so, the abundance of spiritual energy in the air told him this place was brimming with beasts. But oddly enough, after his encounter with the black iron wolf, he hadn't run into a single creature. It made him suspicious. Don't tell me some elder cleaned this area up recently. Roar. A thunderous roar shook the mountain forest. Tian Shun's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he bolted in the direction of the sound. Even though the pressure from that distant roar made his heart tremble slightly, he didn't care. In fact, he welcomed it. If the sound could make his blood stir, then it was likely a 2-star beast, or stronger. 10 minutes later, the trees ahead began to thin. A wide, barren valley spread out before his eyes. Tian Shun slowed to a stop, recognition flashing in his gaze. This is the Blood Fox Valley. The name stirred a distant memory. This valley was a well-known danger zone within Beast-Taming Mountain. Years ago, an elder from the beast-taming sect had come here to investigate. It was said a 3-star beast resided within, a monstrous blood fox, a creature so powerful it rivaled human martial cultivators who could glide through the air and wipe out armies single-handedly, albeit mortal armies. That elder had been the only one in the sect's history to challenge it and live. He later became a founding ancestor of the beast-taming sect. Tian Shun narrowed his eyes. That roar just now, it didn't come from the blood fox. Could it be that I stumbled into a beast fight? A grin spread across his face. Lucky, very lucky. He completely forgot the fact that he was still, technically, just a rookie who had barely broken into the Qi refining realm. Naturally, he wasn't reckless enough to charge into the valley directly. He surveyed the cliffs on either side. They were tall, steep, and jagged, perfect for climbing and observing from safe distance. The terrain here's pretty treacherous, he muttered as he leapt toward the rock face on the right. But as long as I can get a bird's-eye view, I can plan accordingly. Like an agile monkey, he darted up the cliff with practiced ease. As he reached the summit and peeked into the valley, his eyes widened. What the? He was dumbfounded. The scene below was a battlefield, but before shock could set in, a wave of exhilaration surged through him. So many beasts, so many attribute bubbles. This was a gold mine. CH12, green attribute bubbles. But before shock could set in, a wave of exhilaration surged through him. So many beasts, so many attribute bubbles. This was a gold mine, an incredibly valuable one. A lot of attribute bubbles. And not just white, there are green ones too. Tian Shun's mouth nearly watered as he crouched above the valley. He wanted to leap down right then and there, snatching up the countless bubbles scattered like treasure on the battlefield. Especially those green ones. By now, he'd figured it out. White bubbles usually meant attributes in double digits. Green bubbles? Those may give double digits. The color wasn't just for show. It reflected value. The entire valley was teeming with beasts. At a glance, there had to be hundreds of them. Each one seemed to drop a bubble when injured or killed. Most were white, but a few green ones stood out. Those came from the massive, ferocious monsters that had made even Tian Shun's heart skip a beat. 2-star beasts, he guessed. At least mid-stage, 2-star. Comparable to a human cultivator above the 6th stage of the Qi refining realm. Tian Shun took a deep breath, calming his excitement. Don't rush. Be smart. If I scoop up enough white bubbles, even mid-stage 2-star beasts won't be untouchable anymore. Let's observe a bit longer. See what they're up to. He pressed low against the cliff face and slowly inched deeper into the valley, staying hidden in the terrain's natural shadows. That's when he noticed something strange. The beasts, despite their numbers, weren't fighting. Instead, they all faced toward the far end of the valley. Some crouched, others lay down. A few were even kneeling. All of them were waiting, maybe paying their respects to their king, maybe begging for mercy from the terrifying thing residing in the depths. Well, it's their animalistic institution to follow the command of the strong after all. Not like humans, hypocritical beings who do anything in their power to let others do their bidding. But one thing is sure, something was going on deep within the valley, something big. The place stretched far, and Tian Shun had to move cautiously across the steep mountaintop. Though he was confident he could survive a fall, what waited below was a nest of beasts. One slip could get him ripped to shreds before he even hit the ground. Then he saw it. At the very end of the valley stood a weathered, ancient-looking structure, an altar, long abandoned and half-collapsed. At its center floated a glowing white orb. Light pulsed gently from it. A strange rhythm echoed in the air. It was otherworldly. But that wasn't what made Tian Shun's eyes narrow. It was the 3 beasts around the altar. Each one lay prostrate like a devout worshiper, silently taking part in some kind of ritual. They were all peak 2-star beasts, monsters so powerful that even early-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivators would struggle to slaughter them. What the hell is this place? Some sort of beast altar? A spiritual awakening ritual? Are these monsters becoming sentient? Boom, boom, boom! Suddenly, the orb pulsed, sending deep chimes across the valley. The sound hit Tian Shun like a sledgehammer to the chest. He gritted his teeth, reeling from the impact. Crack! He'd unknowingly clenched a nearby black stone and crushed it to powder. Black stone, renowned for its hardness, was often used to construct homes for non-cultivators. Even early-stage Qi refining realm cultivators struggled to scratch it. Now Tian Shun had crumbled it one-handed, without using any technique. If anyone had seen it, their jaws would have hit the floor. Boom! Down in the valley, the 3 peak 2-star monsters suddenly roared, driven into a frenzy by the chimes. Their howls burst into shock waves, crashing into the valley walls like thunderclaps. The earth shook violently. It felt like the end of the world. Moments later, the ringing spread to the rest of the beast horde. Roar, roar, roar. The weaker monsters couldn't take it. They went berserk, turning on each other in a chaotic bloodbath. The valley became a war zone. Tian Shun's eyes gleamed. He didn't hesitate any longer. He darted back to the valley's entrance, descended carefully, and slipped into the fray. From what he'd observed, the beasts near the entrance were weaker, mostly low tier. Even without picking up any attributes, he could handle a few of them, and at his current speed, he could dance through the battlefield like a ghost. As soon as Tian Shun stepped within 10 meters of an attribute bubble, it zipped into his body. A cascade of system notifications rang out in his mind. Gain physique fois 30. Gain chi times 100. Gain physique fois 110. Gain spirit times 40. Annoying? Sure. But to Tian Shun, it was music. Every chime was power. Every line was growth. For the next half hour, he became a phantom on the battlefield, never staying in one place, darting between skirmishes, collecting bubbles left and right. Eventually, the fighting began to die down. Almost no beasts remained intact. The few survivors, mostly mid-stage 2-star monsters, stood in silence, glancing around cautiously. Some of them had expressions of confusion. It was like they sensed something off. During the chaos, they'd felt something, a human figure flashing by, impossibly fast. They had tried to catch him, but fending off wave after wave of frenzied beasts had kept them pinned down. Now, with the valley quiet again, that figure was nowhere to be seen. Was it an illusion? No, it was not an illusion. Tian Shun had already slipped away, crouched in a rocky alcove near the valley's entrance, grinning from ear to ear as he checked his stat screen. So good, this is insane. Only in a full-on beast melee like this can my stats skyrocket so fast. He laughed quietly to himself, eyes full of madness and excitement. Seems like I'll have to stir up more of these battles in the future. After all, they're just monsters. Let them tear each other apart. And with that thought, Tian Shun continued soaking in his gains, preparing for the next big harvest. CH13, Secret. Seems like I'll have to stir up more of these battles in the future. After all, they're just monsters. Let them tear each other apart. And with that thought, Tian Shun continued soaking in his gains, preparing for the next big harvest. Underscore. Host, Tian Shun. Cultivation, 9th stage of Qi refining realm. Physique, 2860. Spirit, 1,500. Qi, 1,720. Luck, 1,110. Charm, 920. Martial arts experience, 5,000. Martial art, poison aura finger, tiers 2, mastery. Divine power, bestial sword intent. Undistributed attributes, none. The attributes displayed on the panel were jaw-dropping. 4 of them had already reached the level of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. In other words, this latest monster melee had elevated Tian Shun's stats beyond the realm of any ordinary cultivator in his region. Even in the long history of the beast-taming sect, only one person had ever reached such a level, and that person was none other than the sect's founding ancestor. The only regret? Tian Shun had failed to accumulate enough charm points. Otherwise, he might have already qualified for a breakthrough to the next major realm. I can't be greedy. Even though the charm points fell short, every other attribute gained over 1,000 points on average. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Tian Shun steadied himself and turned his gaze back toward the valley ahead. His power had grown immensely. He now stood at a level comparable to a first stage of Foundation Establishment Realm. So the beasts lurking within the valley no longer seemed so terrifying. But a grin stretched across his face. System, upgrade basic poison finger. Whoosh. The 5,000 martial arts experience points vanished from his panel in an instant. A mysterious surge exploded in Tian Shun's mind, making him stagger. A brief sting of pain struck his consciousness. Fortunately, the sensation faded quickly. Moments later, Tian Shun focused inward again. The arcane insights that once felt esoteric now seemed as simple as elementary arithmetic. Underscore. Martial arts, poisonous finger. Tier 3. Comprehend stage, master, 5000 EXP. Tier upgrade requirement, 5000 EXP. His basic poison finger had evolved. Now, rename poisonous finger, a proper tier 3 technique. In this novice village, he had spawned something like this is quite valuable. In fact, within the beast-taming sect, there were likely no more than 4 tier 3 martial techniques total. Each one was a closely guarded treasure. Only the sect master had unrestricted access to them. Others had to earn massive contributions, often taking years to accumulate. At present, less than 5 individuals in the entire sect were known to have access to those techniques. The reason? Such techniques were exceedingly difficult to cultivate. It was said that sect master Feng Yin spent 6 months just to reach the beginner level of a tier 3 sword technique. And that was only the beginning. Reaching minor success, mastery, or peak level was even harder. Even someone as talented as Yang Yunlang might never bring that technique to full mastery in his lifetime. And yet, he was the sect master. If someone like him struggled, what hope did others have? But for Tian Shun, that problem didn't exist. As long as he had martial experience points, he could improve without limit. That said, the recent battle against the Beast Horde didn't earn him any more practice experience. After all, low-level beasts didn't cultivate martial techniques. Martial experience could only be obtained from practitioners who cultivated real arts. And those practitioners didn't have to be human. Poisonous Finger, a lethal strike infused with deadly spiritual poison. One move, and it scorches the cultivator's spiritual chi. TCH. I never expected the upgraded technique to be this broken. A strike that can easily incapacitate anybody. That means I can already kill a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Tian Shun laughed, elated. This technique lets me leap across entire cultivation stages to defeat stronger foes. Even those 2 Star Peak monsters hiding deep within the valley, they're nothing in front of me now. But then, his expression turned serious. Still, I can only use it 15 times with my current spiritual chi reserves. So that's the purpose of spiritual chi. It works as energy that fuels powerful techniques. TCH. After organizing his newly gained strength, Tian Shun wasted no more time. With a flash of motion, he charged toward the valley like lightning, rushing to the depths. But there was something lurking in the darkness he didn't know of. A secret. A terrifying secret. A secret so dreadful, just remembering it made his heart chill. Long ago, the beast-taming sect's founder chose to establish the sect here in Beast-Taming Mountain for one reason. He had discovered the ruins of a powerful core formation realm cultivator's cave dwelling. A core formation realm. A realm beyond Foundation Establishment. No Foundation Establishment realm cultivator existed in the entire northern region, let alone the core formation realm one. If the beast-taming sect could uncover the inheritance buried within, they could rise from a mere 9th rank force to an 8th or even 7th rank powerhouse. But later on, the beast-taming sect's ancestors discovered a shocking truth. The so-called cave dwelling was a trap all along. It was an inheritance left behind by a core formation realm cultivator. It was a carefully laid snare, set by powerful monster beasts with one goal: to slaughter countless human cultivators. The beast-taming sect did everything in their power to seal the area. In the process, their founding ancestor was gravely wounded. Not long after, he passed away from his injuries. After his death, A few elders who were aware of the truth proposed relocating the sect, abandoning beast-taming mountain entirely. But the generations that followed lacked the strength and determination to follow through. None of them were able to break through to the foundation establishment realm, let alone to core formation realm. And without the strength to back their words, they had no right to choose their territory. No one would respect or make space for a weak sect, no matter how noble its history. And although the northern region was vast, the size of the entire cultivation plain was hundreds, maybe thousands of times larger than Tian Shan's previous habitat. CH14, Thunder Element times 1. No one would respect or make space for a weak sect, no matter how noble its history. And although the northern region was vast, the size of the entire cultivation plain was hundreds, maybe thousands of times larger than Tian Shan's previous habitat. But in reality, with so many people in the world, most territories were already claimed. That didn't mean everyone had the power to control their land, but rather, they were simply stronger than you. They'd boldly declare, "This land is mine. If you have the guts, come and take it." They might not be able to handle the powerful beasts on that land, but dealing with other weaker cultivators, that they could do with ease. Territorial claims in this world were defined by sheer arrogance and power, which was exactly why, without the strength to back their claims, the beast-taming sect had no choice but to remain nestled within the beast-taming mountain, cautiously enduring. Eventually, the deeper regions of the mountain were designated as forbidden zones, areas where disciples were absolutely prohibited from entering, as the ancestor seal was far from perfect. Especially after so many years, there was a real chance it had weakened. If the beast-taming sect knew the exact location of that sealed area, they might have fled the sect long ago. I mean, seriously? Even their mighty ancestor couldn't solve the issue. What could the elders at Qi Refining Realm possibly do? Somehow the Elder Committee got the news that Tian Shan had entered into the forbidden range of the mountain, and they decided to send Elder Mo to protect him, not knowing that the lad was even stronger than them now. Elder Mo entered the forest and heard the beastly roar. He was terrified, so he focused on one thing. Tian Shan, the monstrous talent who represented the hope of the beast-taming sect's future, had entered the valley. He had to get him out before it was too late, even if he was afraid. Elder Mo clenched his teeth and, without hesitation, stepped into the valley. The moment he entered the forbidden zone, Elder Mo froze. The entire valley before him was covered in blood and monster corpses. A scene like a Shura field unfolded before his eyes. And then he saw it. A familiar figure, raising a finger to effortlessly slay a 2-star monster that Elder Mo himself found hard to do so. That's him. Elder Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. It can't be. How could it be that kid? He already pushed the basic poison finger to its peak. That alone was freakish enough. But that monster was at the 2-star mid-stage. Even I couldn't kill it that easily. And he did it with just one finger? Elder Su's jaw dropped. His mind refused to believe what his eyes had just witnessed. After standing stunned for a moment, he finally came back to his senses. No matter what's going on, I need to get him out of here immediately. Without wasting another second, Elder Mo dashed into the valley. But what awaited him was even more despairing. Tian Shan, who had been right in front of him, had already disappeared. Not long after, a bone-chilling monster roar echoed from deep within the valley. Gulp. Elder Mo swallowed hard. His face paled, and his heart sank. That roar. It had to be from a peak 2-star monster, or worse, a legendary 3-star. That beast had clearly sensed Tian Shan, and Elder Su, he knew full well, if he dared to go any deeper, he'd die. It's over. Damn it. Heaven, are you messing with me? You give me a disciple with such monstrous talent, enough to revive the beast-taming sect, and now you want to take him back. This brat? Why is he so bold? Elder Mo fell to his knees, despair etched across his face. He could already imagine the scene of Tian Shun being devoured by a terrifying 3-star beast. Roar! Suddenly, another beastly roar shook the valley. An instant later, a brilliant golden light burst into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Der Montag war stund. That's the ancestral seal. This is the place with the trap. For a moment, hope flickered in Elder Mo's heart. If this is the entrance, and all this commotion hasn't drawn out the legendary monster in the depths, then maybe the ancestor seal is still holding it back. There's still a chance. Whoosh! Elder Mo didn't waste time. With a burst of strength, he shot forward like a cannonball. Damn! Rushing deeper into the valley, he was greeted by another unbelievable sight. A fire thunderbat, a peak 2-star monster, was blown apart into a mist of blood by none other than Tian Shun. This! Elder Mo's scalp tingled. He almost thought he was hallucinating. That was a flying-type monster at the peak of 2-star. Even seasoned martial warriors struggled to handle it. But under Tian Shun's punch, it was reduced to nothing but a bloody mist. When did he become this strong? Wasn't his most powerful technique the poisonous finger? In truth, before Elder Mo arrived, Tian Shun had already slain 2 of the 3-peak 2-star monsters hiding in the valley's depths. He saved the flying-type fire thunderbat for last, precisely because of its mobility. But unfortunately for the bat, it was too greedy. Even after witnessing Tian Shun's might, it didn't retreat or try to gain altitude. Instead, it charged head-on like a mindless beast. Tian Shun seized the opportunity. With all his strength, he unleashed a single, devastating punch. Ding! Congratulations! Host has killed a powerful foe, gained physique times 200. Phew! At the same time, a green attribute bubble dropped from the bat's remains and flew into Tian Shun's body. Gained strength times 50, thunder element times 1, fire element times 1. New elemental types. These must be used to unlock new martial arts. Tian Shun recalled how he once used a single toxin element to activate his poison finger technique. It wasn't just about martial experience. If a skill didn't appear on the panel, experience alone wouldn't help. These elemental types were keys. And now, with thunder and fire at his fingertips, Tian Shun could instantly learn new techniques. Unlike other cultivators who spent weeks or months studying martial arts, he could master them the moment they appeared. CH-15, jackpot. Having just taken down 3 peak 2-star monster beasts, the valley had quieted, leaving only Tian Shun standing alone in the eerie silence. His gaze quickly shifted to the altar before him. Ding! Treasure detected. Consume 1,000 spiritual chi to capture. Treasure? And capturing it costs spiritual chi. Tian Shun blinked in surprise. So spiritual energy isn't just for using techniques. It can capture treasures too? Without hesitation, he responded, Capture. A wave of emptiness instantly hit him like a gut punch. Tian Shun quickly pulled up his attribute panel and saw 100 points of spiritual energy vanish in the blink of an eye. He noticed it was a permanent reduction rather than temporary reduction due to using martial techniques. Meanwhile, the golden orb hovering over the altar began drifting toward him. No! A panicked voice suddenly echoed. Tian Shun turned, recognizing the unmistakable shout. That's Elder Mo. Why is he here? A familiar figure was sprinting toward him, but it was too late. Ding! Capture successful. Treasure. Incomplete soul demon upgradable. Description. The soul of a fallen core formation realm cultivator, corrupted into a soul demon by the power of a sealed dot. Note. The host has successfully subdued the soul demon. It now resides within the body and passively increases spiritual attribute by 100 daily. Upgradable to. Tian Shun's jaw dropped. Oh heck yes. He'd been worried about his spiritual attribute growth, and boom, daily gains just landed in his lap. 100 points per day. That's 1,000 in 10 days. In other words, in just 3 months, even if every other attribute remained unchanged, his spiritual stats alone would break through the core formation realm. The core formation realm. In the entire beast-taming sect, not a single person had broken into that stage. 3 months. And he'd become one. If the upper ranks of the beast-taming sect, or heck, any cultivator in the Northern Territory, heard this, they'd probably cough blood in jealousy. While Tian Shun was busy daydreaming about flexing on everyone, Elder Mo finally reached him, red-faced and furious. "You little brat, what kind of guts do you have? Dare to venture deep inside the forbidden zone?" Despite his harsh words, Elder Mo's real concern showed through. He didn't care this much even about the core disciples. Tian Shun snapped out of his euphoric daze. He remembered the system's warning. This was no ordinary treasure. A sealed soul demon inside the beast-taming sect's back mountain. Something definitely smelled fishy. Elder Mo, still fuming, began scanning him head to toe. "Wait a minute. Your cultivation, did it go up again?" He squinted hard, like he was trying to see through Tian Shun's soul. "What realm are you at? Why can't I see through you?" Elder Mo's eyebrow twitched. Tian Shun gave a sheepish chuckle. Elder Mo has sharp eyes. Disciple gained in great opportunity. "Oof. Let's set it aside for now. We're leaving. I don't care how strong you are. This place isn't for juniors like you." He grabbed Tian Shun's wrist, ready to drag him back. Tian Shun hesitated. Elder Montauk. When I entered the beast-taming mountain, I noticed something weird. There were no monsters on the path. Then when I reached the valley, I saw dozens of monsters killing each other. And well, by the time you arrived, most of them were already dead. Elder Mo's eyes widened as he recalled the valley full of corpses. "Wait, are you saying your basic poison finger, at peak level, took out that mid-level 2-star monster because it was already injured?" "Exactly." Tian Shin nodded, keeping a straight face. He gestured toward the remains of 2 other 2-star peak monsters. "Even those 2, I only managed to kill them because they were already wounded. Boy, your luck is heaven-defying." Elder Montauk grinned. He walked over to examine the monster corpses. "Tisk, these 2-star peak beasts are worth a fortune, easily selling for thousands of spirit stones, and I almost missed them. There are more 2-star mid-tier monster bodies back at the entrance, too." Tian Shun added helpfully. Right. That's another haul. That's at least 20,000 spirit stones total." For a moment, Elder Mo looked like he'd found the meaning of life. 20,000. Even with my status in the beast-taming sect, I'd have to meditate for 3 years without spending a dime to earn that. You hit the jackpot." Tian Shun blinked. "And me?" Apparently, Elder Mo had already claimed the monster corpses for him. Well, not that he cared about that. He didn't follow the path of conventional cultivation after all. "Elder Mo, are these monster beast corpses really mine?" Tian Shin couldn't help but voice the doubt in his heart, his tone full of surprise. "Of course they're yours. What, you think they're mine?" Elder Mo replied with a casual shrug. "I didn't lift a finger. You're the one who wiped them out, didn't you?" Hearing his matter-of-fact tone, Tian Shin couldn't help but break into a grin. Right. Come to think of it, back then, you hunted down a black shadow wolf, remember? Mid-stage 1-star. That thing's carcass fetched about 200 spirit stones. One of the core disciples from the sect spotted it later and dragged it out. Now that you're sitting on a 200,000 spirit stone windfall, you won't get petty over 200, will you? Might as well let him have it, yeah. Elder Mo gave him a knowing look, clearly hinting at Qi Lianghui's involvement. "I'll make sense. Sure, let's give it to that senior brother then. Might as well ask him to help drag these out while he's at it." Tian Shun nodded without hesitation, already moving on in his mind. "Perfect. I'll pass the word along. Let's start gathering the goods. You don't have a storage ring yet, do you?" Elder Mo glanced around at the scattered monster beast corpses. "Just pile everything together. I'll store them for now and haul them back to the sect. Once we report to the sect master, I'll help you apply for a storage ring." He gestured broadly at the battlefield of blood and bodies around them. Thank you, Elder Mo. Tian Shan was genuinely delighted. The 200,000 spirit stones were nice and all, but the promise of getting his own storage ring? That had him grinning from ear to ear. CH-16, Beast Attack. Storage rings on the profound sky continent were treasures only capable of being refined by experts at the Foundation Establishment realm or above. The core material for forging one was the bone of a magic beast, a creature usually at the 3-star or even 4-star level. They were exceedingly rare and notoriously difficult to hunt. As a result, storage rings were incredibly scarce across the entire continent. Within the beast-taming sect, only a handful of cultivators actually possessed one. Most were inherited from past generations or purchased for exorbitant prices, often costing upwards of millions of spirit stones. Even though Tian Shun had just earned 200,000 spirit stones, it was far from enough to afford such a treasure. Still, having a storage ring would make things far more convenient, especially when dealing with the transport of monster beast corpses, which now lay stacked like a small mountain beside him. Elder Mo, just how big is your storage ring? Tian Shin asked, watching in amazement as the elder effortlessly stored the mound of corpses they'd spent over an hour piling together. Not very big, only about 100 cubic meters. Elder Mo replied with humble words, but a not-so-humble smile tugging at his lips. He couldn't help adding with some pride. These things are just too rare. Even mine is worth tens of millions of spirit stones. Got lucky back in the day. Found a senior's hidden cave and picked it up there. Elder Mo really is blessed with fortune. Tian Shin played along, smiling politely. But inside he was stunned. 100 cubic meter ring worth tens of millions? Was it because spirit stones weren't all that valuable? Or because storage rings were simply that rare and precious? As that thought sank in, a trace of unease crept into Tian Shun's mind. Would Sect Master Feng Yin really be willing to gift him such a valuable item? Maybe he'd better start gathering spirit stones on his own. Seems like he'd have to start treating spirit stones as more than just numbers. Lost in thought, Tian Shun followed Elder Mo all the way back to the beast-taming sect. As soon as they arrived, Elder Mo eagerly led him straight to meet Sect Master Feng Yin. But before they could, roar! A thunderous roar split the air, echoing from deep within the beast-taming mountain, the same direction they'd just returned from. Not good. Elder Mo's expression darkened in an instant. It's that 3-star beast. Damn, I completely forgot there was still a 3-star monster left in that place. His voice turned sharp as he barked orders. Quick, Tian Shun, return at once and inform the sect master. Tell him to gather the elders. We need to prepare for battle. Take the disciples and evacuate from the sect immediately. A glint of resolve flashed in Elder Mo's eyes as he clenched his fists. We old fogies will try to buy you time. If things go badly, take the others' hide, grow strong, and avenge us one day. He didn't wait for a reply. With a swift gesture, Elder Mo yanked off his storage ring, wiped his spiritual imprint, and pressed it into Tian Shun's hand. Inside, aside from the monster beast corpses, you'll find treasures and techniques I've collected over decades. When the time comes, pass them on. Keep our lineage alive. Tian Shun was still stunned when, swish, 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 several powerful figures streaked across the sky and landed nearby. Their auras surged, instantly recognizable. It was Sect Master Feng Yin and the other elders. Elder Mo, what's happening? Feng Yan's eyes narrowed as he approached. Elder Mo stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke apologetically. Sect Master, this was my oversight. I entered Beast Taming Mountain with Tian Shun and accidentally provoked a 3-star beast. I take full responsibility. Tian Shun's heart stirred. That was his fault. Elder Mo is trying to shield him. He was clearly willing to bear the blame alone, so Tian Shun wouldn't be punished. Tian Shun. Feng Yin ordered without hesitation. Feng Yin is at her cultivation cave. Take her and the disciples and evacuate immediately. We'll stay and buy you time. Their instructions were clear. The old generation would stand and fight. The young would carry on their will. Tian Shun, take care of the younger disciples. I've left some things in my cave dwelling. Once this crisis passes, return with the others and retrieve them. Tian Shun, take this, my storage ring. It holds the treasures I've collected over my entire life. And it wasn't just Feng Yin. The other elders from the beast-taming sect who had come with him were also preparing to meet death head-on. Their expressions were calm, yet resolute, each one treating this as their final stand. In less than a minute, Tian Shun found himself holding 4 more storage rings, 1 from the sect master, another 3 more from senior elders. As for the rest, those who didn't possess storage rings solemnly entrusted Tian Shun with their final messages. They spoke of treasures hidden within their cave dwellings and urged him to return and retrieve them when the storm had passed. Let's move. Before Tian Shun could even respond, Feng Yin and the others had already turned, dashing toward the depths of the beast-taming mountain without a shred of hesitation, toward the threat they knew might claim their lives. Wait! But just then, Tian Shun snapped out of his daze. His voice roared with urgency as he surged forward. Whoosh! In a blur, his figure transformed into a black shadow, so fast that even the 9th stage of Qi refining realm elders couldn't track him. In the blink of an eye, he stood before them, blocking their path. Tian Shun, what are you doing, boy? Get out of the way and take the younger ones to safety. Every second we delay, more lives will be lost. But Tian Shun's eyes burned with fierce determination as he shouted, Sect Master, Elders, I believe it should be you who lead the disciples to safety. CH-17, traitor? Feng Yin and the others still couldn't fully believe just how powerful Tian Shun had become. But what they did believe in was the beast-taming sect's greatest treasure, the beast spirit sword, and the immense heritage it offered. They believed it was enough for Tian Shun to turn the tide and resolve the sect's crisis. The 3-star monster was getting closer and closer to the beast-taming sect. The terrifying aura it emitted wasn't just felt by Feng Yin and the elders. Even the disciples within the sect trembled under the pressure. Compared to the sect's upper echelon, most beast-taming sect disciples were still in the body-refining realm. While they could barely resist the pressure of a 2-star monster, a 3-star monster was something else entirely. Even the core disciples went pale with fright. Some of the weaker and less resolute disciples immediately turned to flee the beast-taming sect in panic. They didn't believe the sect had the strength to resist a 3-star beast. And for a moment, chaos reigned. Fortunately, among the core disciples, most had strong characters. They didn't flee. Instead, they quickly united to protect their junior brothers and sisters. And leading them all, Feng Yin, the young sect master, alongside Qi Liangwei and several core figures, swiftly brought order. With Feng Yin's calm leadership, the chaos quickly quieted. She led the remaining disciples to a massive underground chamber hidden deep within the sect's mountain. This chamber had been carved out long ago by several powerful ancestors of the beast-taming sect as an emergency refuge in times of disaster, just like this one. Even so, once inside, many of the core disciples' expressions remained grim. Originally, the beast-taming sect had over 100,000 disciples. Now, only about 80,000 made it into the chamber. Roughly 20,000 to 30,000 had fled during the earlier chaos. Young sect master, it's not the outer disciples who abandoned the sect, came a voice. Gu Wei, a top core disciple, walked to Feng Yin's side, her expression dark. Among the 20,000 who fled, 80% were inner disciples. At this point, we have fewer than 5,000 inner disciples left. Gu Wei's tone was heavy. Her reputation was well known. An elite disciple, nearly equal in cultivation to Feng Yin herself. Sharp-eyed, short-haired, and brimming with a commanding presence, she had a heroic air that made her stand out among the sect's women. She was close to Feng Yin, someone who, once Feng Yin succeeded as sect master, would likely become her most trusted ally. Now, Gu Wei leaned close, whispering into Feng Yin's ear with a chilling glint in her eyes. Feng Yin, I just discovered something else. That bastard Su Gu was killed and found out by Elder Su's followers. They ran off retorting they were going to find Elder Su. Fain del Su. Feng Yin sneered. Elder Su left 6 months ago on a journey and hasn't sent back a single message. No one knows where he is. Using that as an excuse to run? How pathetic. Feng Yin shook her head, her expression composed again. All inner and outer disciples, go to Passage 1 and continue excavation work. Core disciples are to stand guard and ensure the monster doesn't find us. She turned to Gu Wei. Gu Wei, come with me. We'll go scout the situation outside. Yes, young sect master. Everyone moved at once. Passage 1, an escape tunnel leading 100 kilometers beyond the sect. The underground chamber they now hid in had not yet been fully fortified. Against a 3-star beast, it wouldn't last long. If the monster broke through, the chamber would become a death trap. Passage 1 was their only hope. It wasn't finished, but if tens of thousands worked at once, it could be completed within hours. And if they could reach the nearby city, the teleportation array would carry them to safety. Victory, or survival, depended on that tunnel. Feng Yin took Gu Wei, left the secret chamber, and returned to the surface once more. In truth, Feng Yin's decision to leave the chamber with Gu Wei had a hint of selfishness behind it. When she was gathering the disciples and guiding them into the underground refuge, she had taken a detour to Tian Shun's residence to check on him, but there was no trace of him. Even after arriving in the chamber, he was still nowhere to be found. But she refused to believe Tian Shun was the kind of person who would run away at the first sign of danger. She was worried. Had Tian Shun run into danger? She wanted to go out and look for him. The terrifying aura of the 3-star beast still blanketed the heavens and earth like a suffocating fog. Feng Yin and Gu Wei both turned pale on the spot, and blood welled up from their throats, spilling from their lips. They had sustained internal injuries. After all, both of them were only at the peak of the Qi refining realm. To be blunt, they hadn't even stepped into the Foundation establishment realm, which is known as the base for future cultivation. How could they possibly withstand the spiritual pressure of a 3-star beast? Over there. Feng Yin gritted her teeth, ignoring the pain, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and pointed ahead where she spotted Feng Yin and several elders in the distance. Got it. Gu Wei immediately nodded in understanding. Father. Feng Yin rushed toward Feng Yan's group, calling out. Gu Wei also saluted to them. I greet the sect master. I greet the elders. Everyone quickly bowed and moved to stand beside Feng Yin in silence. Why are you here? What's the situation with the disciples? Feng Yin asked, his brows slightly furrowed. There are currently about 20,000 to 30,000 disciples who fled. The rest have been moved to the underground refuge and are now excavating Passage 1. Feng Yin reported crisply, still clenching her teeth against the pain as she spoke. CH-18, monster egg. It couldn't possibly be because of an inheritance. How could someone raise their cultivation from Qi refining first stage to its peak in just half a day and gain the power to challenge a 3-star beast? Seeing Feng Yin's reaction, Feng Yin felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He quickly added, he is a 9th stage Qi refining realm cultivator. And not just that, his current strength definitely isn't any weaker than anyone here. Elder Mo even said he's cultivated the basic poison finger to its peak. Back at Beast Taming Mountain, he wiped out a peak 2-star beast with a single strike. In fact, it's very likely this 3-star beast charging toward our sect is somehow related to Tian Shun. When Feng Yin heard that Tian Shun had reached the level of the 9th stage Qi refining realm, her eyes lit up with surprise and excitement. When she heard he could eliminate a peak 2-star beast with a finger, a wave of pride and joy surged in her chest. But the moment Feng Yin mentioned that the 3-star beast attacking the beast-taming sect might be connected to Tian Shun, Feng Yin couldn't take it anymore and immediately snapped. Nonsense. Just earlier, Tian Shun was with us, receiving the inheritance of the beast's spirit sword. When would he have had the time to go into Beast Taming Mountain and provoke a terrifying 3-star beast? Double standard dog. Really, double standard dog. Women are truly double standard dogs. When others praise your man, your eyes light up, and you're all smiles and joy. But the moment someone suggests he might have caused trouble, suddenly it's unacceptable. Still, Feng Yin's reaction was completely understandable. If word got out that the reason the beast taming sect was under attack by a 3-star beast was somehow linked to Tian Shun, that kind of accusation, once attached, would be impossible to wash away. Even if it were true, Feng Yin would never allow such a disgrace to stain Tian Shun's name. Feng Yin felt a wave of bitterness in his chest. His precious daughter had never defended him like this before. But now, for some brat she'd barely known a few days, she was standing up to him without hesitation. Still, Feng Yin wasn't stupid. He could read his daughter's thoughts clearly. And he knew this situation really had nothing to do with Tian Shun. Even if he felt jealous, he quickly corrected himself. Daughter, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean Tian Shun attracted the beast. I meant he discovered it early and warned us. If not for him, that 3-star beast might have already torn into the sect. You wouldn't even have had time to evacuate. The loss would have been unimaginable. Oh, I see. Feng Yin's aggressive stance vanished the moment she heard those words. Pride welled up in her again as she declared, in that case, doesn't that make Tian Shun the hero of our beast-taming sect? Hero. Feng Yin was momentarily stunned. He exchanged glances with the surrounding elders. All of them nodded in agreement. Feng Yin immediately declared, that's right, Tian Shun is the hero of our beast-taming sect. Without him, we might all be dead. As the sect master, I've decided to grant him the status of honorary elder. He will receive all the rights and privileges of a full elder. Agreed. I agree. I wholeheartedly support the sect master's decision. Feng Yin was completely stunned. The title of honorary elder held immense weight within the beast-taming sect. Becoming an elder didn't automatically qualify one to be named an honorary elder. That title was a legacy from the founder of the sect. Only those who made extraordinary contributions to the beast-taming sect were eligible. They received the same status and benefits as formal elders, regardless of age or cultivation. Even more importantly, if they fell in battle, their relatives and descendants could continue to enjoy these benefits. Although with each generation, the benefits would decrease by 1 level. 3rd generation, supervisor level privileges. 4th generation, inner disciple level. And from then on, no further downgrades. But here's the shocking part. As far as Feng Yin knew, in the entire history of the beast-taming sect, no more than 5 people had ever been named honorary elders. And only one had lived to enjoy the title while alive. The other 4 had been granted it posthumously. Their descendants reaped the benefits of that legacy, but not they themselves. Now, that Tian Shun, who was a young horn dog, kicking all too well, had just been granted this status. Didn't it imply that he might fall in the coming battle against the 3-star beast? Father, elders, please, I beg you, go save Tian Shun. Feng Yin's calm demeanor shattered instantly. She dropped to her knees before Feng Yin and the other elders, pleading with desperation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tian Shun had no idea what Feng Yin was doing for his sake. He had already returned to Beast Taming Mountain, charging straight toward the incoming 3-star beast. Soon, he met his target, the terrifying blood fox. Puff! The blood-red eyes of the fox flared with fury the moment it saw him. It lunged forward, claws slashing down from above. 3 bloody arcs, like sharp sword auras, tore through the air, blasting toward Tian Shun. Tian Shun shifted his footing, dodging backward. His right hand flicked forward, releasing a vibrant green light from his fingertip. Poisonous finger. Boom! The toxic beam clashed with the blood-red slashes and exploded violently. A shock wave burst out like a tsunami, flattening everything around them. Tianshan narrowed his eyes. During the clash, he noticed something odd. This blood fox was injured, despite being a Tier 3 beast, equal to a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. The strength it unleashed was only at the early stage. Still, even an early-stage beast at that level could devastate the beast-taming sect if it broke through. Tianshan grinned coldly, confidence surging. Boom! A massive sword aura, over 10 meters long, manifested in front of him, ripping through the air as it slashed down toward the fox. Roar! The blood fox shrieked. A flicker of fear flashed in its eyes. It sensed the overwhelming danger of this sword aura. The deadly intent embedded in it made its beast's soul tremble. Boom! A flash of bloodlight enveloped the fox's body. The next moment, it reappeared several meters away, barely evading the attack. It puffed its chest with pride. Look at that. You missed. Screech. But the celebration was premature. The terrifying sword aura curved mid-air as if it had locked onto the fox. It sped up and chased the beast again. Boom! Puff! A deafening sonic boom cracked the sky. The blood fox had no time to react. Its body tensed, claws barely rising to defend its face. But it was too late. This wasn't an ordinary sword aura. It was an inherited strike from the beast's spirit sword. What Feng Yin and the others misunderstood. Tianshan hadn't raised his cultivation drastically from the inheritance. Instead, he had gained a single, devastating trump card. A sword aura capable of slaying even 4-star beasts. He could barely use it once due to his current power level. But once was enough. Slice! The rainbow blood fox was split in two. It died on the spot, its eyes wide with disbelief. Even in death, it couldn't understand. It was a 3-star beast. Even if the sword aura was terrifying, how to die so easily? Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 3-star beast. Gain de physique point fois 1000 points. Huff! As the beast's corpse collapsed, 2 glowing blue bubbles dropped beside it. Tianshan's eyes lit up. This was the first time he'd seen blue attribute bubbles. And 2 at once. Host gained spirit points times 200. Host gained chi points times 200. Host gained 4-star monster egg. Tianshan's excitement surged. Blue bubbles are amazing. These stats are like simply fabulous. Then his eyes landed on the last reward. A monster egg? What the hell? This can be dropped from a beast. Host can hatch the monster egg to obtain a spiritual pet. Ding! Would you like to spend 1,000 chi points to incubate the monster egg? Note, incubating a pet will unlock your pet space. Tianshan's heart beat faster. A new feature, pet space. Hell yeah, activate it. Ding! Insufficient spiritual chi. Please replenish before incubation. Tianshan blinked. Wait, I'm out of spiritual chi. He immediately opened his status panel. CH19. Misunderstanding? Underscore. Host, Tianshan. Cultivation. 9th stage of Chi refining realm. Physique, 3150/3860. Spirit, 1,700. Chi, 300/920. Luck, 1,110. Charm, 920. Martial arts experience, 5,000. Martial art, poison aura finger, tiers 2, mastery. Divine power, bestial sword intent. Storage, 4-star beast egg, incomplete soul demon. Undistributed attributes, thunder element times 1, fire element times 1. Underscore. The attribute growth was minor compared to before. And indeed, Tianshan's aura was far below the 1,000 points required to incubate the pet. However, after seeing the description, He felt relieved. He initially thought spiritual chi was a finite resource, but now he understood it's renewable. It can be recovered passively or by actively practicing. That's not bad at all. He could try exploiting this reset. Of course, the best strategy would be to boost his spiritual chi capacity. That way, he wouldn't need to worry about running out again. As for the concept of a companion beast, Tian Shun was a bit at a loss. The beast-taming sect was too small for such advanced systems. Even among the elders, no one possessed a companion pet. He considered asking the system for a proper introduction. But unusually, the system remained stoically unresponsive. Forget it. I'll wait until the aura recovers and incubate it. Maybe then the system will give some info. Resolved, Tian Shun slung the corpse of the blood fox over his shoulders like a calf and ran toward the beast-taming sect. What's happening? Tian Shun's speed was blinding. In moments, he returned to the restricted area's edge behind the sect. He saw Feng Yi kneeling before Feng Yin, tearfully begging. Tian Shun's gaze turned ice cold. While his feelings for Feng Yi might not have been deep, but he felt that she loves dearly and was still his fiancée. Now he was out risking his life in battle, while his woman had to kneel here. Unforgivable. A cold aura surged from him. Whatever goodwill he'd had for the sect's seniors evaporated. You dare hurt her! Tian Shun bellowed. The blood fox's body was flung from his shoulder, crashing into the earth and blasting a deep crater. Boom! The earth trembled violently. With a thunderous impact, he came before Feng Yi and gently helped her up. He stood tall, shielding his bride. His back felt like an immovable mountain. You made my fiancé kneel? You've got some nerve. His voice was frigid. Feng Yin and the elders trembled. The aura pressing down on them froze their thoughts. Their mouths hung open, but no words came. Tian Shun, are you all right? Feng Yin, roused by Tian Shun's presence, threw her arms around him from behind. Amen. The warmth of her embrace thawed Tian Shun's rage. The cold aura vanished. He turned slowly, gentleness blooming on his face. His hand rose, cupping her chin and lifting her tear-stained face. He softly wiped her tears away, dominant on the outside, yet tender within. This duality made women lose themselves in him. Even elder women, like Gu Wei, were slightly dazed. Feng Yin's heart fluttered like a startled deer. Her cheeks burned red, and a blush raced down her neck. Don't be scared. Don't feel wronged. I'm here now. Just one simple sentence. Feng Yin's heart melted. Her moan escaped involuntarily as she buried herself in his chest. Watching this, Feng Yin felt a sharp sting. Despite his fear of Tian Shun's pressure, he still tried to interrupt the couple's moment. Ahem, Tian boy. Perhaps you've misunderstood something? Tian Shun gently parted from Feng Yin, softly rubbing her head like a kitten. Wait, let me handle what happened. As long as I'm around, no one will bully you, not even your father. Amen. Feng Yin nodded dazedly, her heart filled with Tian Shun's presence. Then suddenly, her eyes snapped clear. Tian Shun, don't be rash. It's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Tian Shun smiled. He assumed she was just worried for her father. He lightly squeezed her hand. Relax. I got this. No, you really misunderstood. I knelt because... Feng Yin rushed to explain before disaster struck. Ah, I see. Tian Shun blinked in realization after her explanation. Now this is awkward. Ignore the old dudes. Ignore the old roots. He released Feng Yin's hand and strolled to the blood fox's corpse. Sect Master, elders, this is the Tier 3 rainbow light blood fox I killed. Why don't you estimate how many spirit stones it's worth? Regardless, by thickening his skin, he asked casually. Feng Yin and the others felt their teeth ache. This brat nearly gave us heart attacks. Now he shrugs it off like nothing happened. We really want to beat you up. Well, forget it. We can't win anyway. He's our beast-taming sex treasure. We'd never admit it, but yeah, we can't beat him. Tian Shun didn't want to bring up what had just happened. Naturally, The embarrassed Feng Yin and the others had no intention of mentioning it either. Instead, everyone gathered around the corpse of the blood fox and began examining it with astonishment. This is the beast that's been lurking in Rainbow Light Valley? A tier 3 monster. And you took it down by yourself, kid? Judging by the wound, it looks like it was split clean in half by a sword. Tian Shun, did you really manage to refine that inherited sword chi? What terrifying power! Even after so long, the sword aura lingering around the blood fox's body still makes my heart tremble. The elders sighed repeatedly, their eyes filled with awe and envy. They all understood. Tian Shun's current strength was already enough to defeat any of them. Tian Shun, from this moment on, you are the honorary elder of our beast-taming sect. You will enjoy all the treatment and authority that comes with the title. Feng Yin announced the rewards solemnly. Thank you, Sectmaster. Tian Shun had already learned about this decision from Feng Yin, so he responded calmly. Neither arrogant nor overly humble, and certainly not excited at being directly promoted to an honorary elder. If it were any other disciple, no, even among the elders, such an honor would have sent them into a frenzy of joy. Honorary elder, what a distinction. It meant a statue erected near the inner gate plaza of the beast-taming sect, to stand for generations. As long as the beast-taming sect existed, those figures would be remembered for 1,000 years. Ordinary elders? Perhaps forgotten in just a few decades. Sahat Vajishya, Sectis Orin. Sectmaster, I'd like to request a storage ring for Tian Shun. At that moment, Elder Immo stepped forward and spoke. Despite everything that had happened, he hadn't forgotten his promise to Tian Shun. At the same time, he pulled out several monster beast corpses from his own storage ring, piling them into a small mountain before everyone. These beasts were all slain by Tian Shun. Please tally them up and convert their value into spirit stones as his reward. Even though Feng Yin and the others had already heard about these corpses from Elder Mo earlier, seeing them in person still left them shocked. Every single one of these monsters was at least mid-tier 2 star. After death, their bodies were still exuding a heavy presence. Standing behind Tian Shun at the time were Feng Yin and Gu Wei. Noticing that the lingering aura was affecting them, Tian Shun immediately helped suppress it for the two women. Elder Mo, next time please warn us before pulling something like that out. Feng Yin reminded him. After a moment of thought, he looked at Tian Shun and nodded. Tian Shun, I approve Elder Mo's request. This storage ring is your reward for saving the sect. As for the spirit stones converted from these corpses, it'll take some time. We'll need to record and assess everything first. Thank you, Sectmaster. Tian Shun finally smiled as he took the storage ring from Feng Yan's hand. Without delay, he pricked his finger and recognized it with a drop of blood. Ding! A storage ring has been detected. Would you like to consume 100 points of spiritual chi to integrate it into the system space? HM. Tian Shun raised a brow. What benefits does integrating it brings? Once integrated, the system space can be expanded by consuming spiritual chi. The conversion rate is 100 spiritual chi points for 1 cubic meter of space. What the? That's amazing. Why wouldn't I do it? Tian Shun agreed without hesitation. The storage ring from Feng Yin had only 10 cubic meters of space. Though that might seem small, it was actually the largest among all of Feng Yan's storage rings, and worth at least 1 million spirit stones on the market. Moreover, storage rings typically had fixed space. Once refined, they couldn't be expanded further. But the system space? It could be expanded limitlessly with spiritual chi. At his current level, Tian Shun could accumulate over 100 spiritual chi points a day. In other words, he could effectively gain 1 cubic meter of system storage space daily. That kind of space would cost millions of spirit stones out in the world. And unlike managing multiple rings, which was clunky and inefficient, the system space could be accessed with just a thought. Even if he were sealed and couldn't access his ring, Tian Shun could still retrieve items from the system space at will. After successfully integrating the ring, Tian Shun felt a unique spatial sensation within his body. Although the ring remained worn on his finger, it had essentially become an ornament. Even if someone else took the ring, they wouldn't be able to see or access the space inside. It was another layer of protection for him. All right, Sect Master, what do you know about companion beasts? After handling the ring, Tian Shun turned to Feng Yan with curiosity. Companion bait. Feng Yan's expression shifted slightly. Where did you hear about those? Tian Shun noticed that the other elders also looked surprised at the mention of the term. Just something I heard. Got curious. He replied with a shrug, though his curiosity only deepened. Feng Yan exchanged glances with the other elders before letting out a long sigh. Tian Shun, now that you're an honorary elder of our beast-taming sect, you are indeed qualified to know some of our deeper secrets. He paused and then asked, do you know how our sect got its name, beast-taming sect? I don't, Tian Shun answered honestly. Before transmigrating, his predecessor had only been a lowly outer disciple. How could he have known something so high level? Feng Yin, take away and go comfort the disciples. Let them know the sect's crisis has been resolved. The rest isn't something you two should hear yet. Yes, Sect Master, Feng Yin replied, though her voice carried a trace of displeasure. She bowed respectfully but addressed him formally, no longer calling him father. Feng Yin gave a bitter smile, clearly helpless in the matter. The beast-taming sect, as the name implies, our true combat methods lie in relying on tame beasts in battle. In fact, a long time ago, our beast-taming sect was known by a different name, the Beastmaster sect. What a pity. Feng Yin sighed with a hint of helplessness and regret. Our descendants have truly let down our ancestors' legacy. Not one has reached the Foundation Establishment realm to unlock the ancestral beast-taming hall. All the ancient techniques related to beast taming lie sealed within that hall. Of course, this arrangement was for the best and made out of foresight. Beast taming isn't without its risks. Without reaching the Foundation Establishment realm and awakening one's divine sense, attempting to tame a beast could lead to disaster. If one's divine sense isn't strong enough, forcing a contract with a beast could trigger a fatal backlash. At that point, forget fighting alongside a beast. Surviving the backlash itself would already be uncertain. That dangerous? Tian Shun was slightly taken aback. That meant, for now, it would be better to hold off on hatching the 4-star beast egg? Sect Master, where exactly is the beast taming hall? I've never even heard of it. Is it possible for this disciple to take a look? It would be such a shame otherwise. After all, he had a genuine 4-star beast egg just waiting to be hatched. CH-21, Beast Taming Hall. Once it hatched, under normal circumstances, it could mature into a 4-star monster. That was equivalent to a core formation level beast. Core formation realm, an existence that had never even emerged in the northern domain where the beast taming sect resided. Although Tian Shun was confident he'd one day reach that realm himself, if he could possess a spiritual beast companion at the core formation realm before that, even when facing hostile core formation realm cultivators, he wouldn't be hopeless. You may. Feng Yin didn't hesitate. With your current strength and position, you've earned the qualifications to know about the beast taming hall. But keep this secret. Even if Feng Yin asks, don't tell her. Understood, Sect Master. Feng Yin's cultivation is still too shallow. I would never endanger her by revealing such a thing. Tian Shun promised with certainty. Good. Since you've given your word, I trust you won't go back on it. Cool me. I'll take you to the beast taming hall now. With that, Feng Yin turned and began walking away. The beast taming hall lay at the very heart of the beast taming sect, halfway up the mountain, near the resting place of the beast spirit sword. This was also where the sect master's residence, the cave mansion of Feng Yin, was located. No wonder I've never heard of it. So the beast taming hall is hidden within the sect master's cave. Aside from high-level elders or the sect master's own kin, no disciple would dare approach. Tian Shun mused silently. Led deep into the mountain by Feng Yin, they arrived at a seemingly ordinary 2-story building. Despite its simple appearance, Tian Shun could tell Although its architecture matched Feng Yan's cave mansion, this structure had clearly existed far longer. It was obvious now. Feng Yin had deliberately modeled his own dwelling after the beast taming hall to avoid suspicion and protect its secrets. This is the Beast Taming Hall. Inside, you'll find basic knowledge of beast taming and historical records of the profound sky continent relating to the beast master arts. Explore as you wish. Once your cultivation reaches the foundation establishment realm, you can truly enter the core sanctum. I'll be watching your progress. Hope flickered in Feng Yan's eyes. Before Tian Shan appeared, he had long given up on grand aspirations. All he wanted was for the beast-taming sect to survive under his watch, to maintain the status quo, and nothing more. He sought no glory, only peace. That way, he could face the ancestors with a clear conscience. But Tian Shan's emergence had rekindled something long buried within him: ambition. A disciple who had inherited the beast spirit sword. A cultivator capable of slaying 3-star beasts. Even though Feng Yan was at the peak of the Qi refining realm, just one step away from Foundation Establishment realm, he knew that final step might remain forever out of reach. But Tian Shan gave him hope. Hope that the beast-taming sect could rise again. Even if not to match the glory of other great sects, then at least to reclaim its former peak. A Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, capable of unlocking the Beast Taming Hall, capable of restoring the sect's ancient name, Beast Master Sect, and making it known once more throughout the profound sky continent. Feng Yin didn't dare wish for more. When he had first become sect master, he'd been passionate and full of vision, a hot-blooded middle-aged cultivator brimming with ideals. He had laid out grand plans for the sect's future, but each plan failed, each failure a blow. That idealism slowly died. He became a man who merely endured, with no hope and no fire. But now, maybe having a son-in-law like this isn't such a bad thing. Watching Tian Shan step into the beast-taming hall, Feng Yin sighed. The weary gloom faded from his face. For a moment, he seemed to return to the days when he had first taken on the mantle of sect master. Tian Shan stepped into the beast-taming hall. The room before him appeared plain, yet something about it stirred him. What drew his attention immediately was a wall at the deepest part of the chamber, etched with countless ancient symbols and runes. He couldn't decipher them, but he instinctively knew this was the true entrance to the beast-taming hall. Drawn forward, Tian Shan placed his hand on the wall. Patter! A soft sound echoed. An attribute bubble unexpectedly dropped from the wall. What the? Hey, rainbow attribute bubble. No way. Isn't the colorful bubble the highest grade there is? How could one drop so casually? Shock eclipsed even his surprise. Could it be that the colorful bubble wasn't a high-level drop, but something special? Before he could ponder further, the bubble dissolved into his body. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. Fragment of the spirit formation. Would you like to convert the fragment of the spirit formation into 100 formation experience points? Formation fragment? What's it used for? And what do formation experience points do? Tian Shan asked inwardly as the system's prompt rang in his mind. The residual image of the formation has no direct use and can only be converted into formation experience. Formation experience contributes to the host's growth in the auxiliary profession. Formation master, then exchange it. Understanding its purpose, Tian Shan didn't hesitate to proceed with the conversion. Exchange successful. Auxiliary professions. Auxiliary profession. Formation master. Level 10 out of 1000 XP. Note, you are currently a novice formation master, only capable of arranging the most basic formations using physical materials. Upon leveling it up, you'll gradually unlock the ability to harness spiritual energy to deploy powerful formations directly, even without materials. This. Tian Shan drew in a sharp breath. Spiritual qi had revealed yet another new use. It could actually replace materials, allowing a formation master to construct formations directly. Even though he had just advanced to a level 1 formation master, both the inherited knowledge from his predecessor and the experience from reading countless cultivation novels in his past life made one thing clear to him. To set up a powerful formation, one typically required not only a wide variety of materials, but also ones that were incredibly rare and expensive. If he could skip the step of gathering those materials, how much time and effort would that save? CH22, a secret that isn't a secret. However, since the system deliberately pointed this out, it's obviously not something achievable at levels 1 or 2. Even if possible, the spiritual energy cost would definitely be no joke. Tian Shin opened his attribute panel instinctively. Seeing the meager 90 points of aura remaining, he sighed in frustration. How do I even increase this stuff? Putting aside his daydreams, Tian Shin refocused on the formation imprints before him. He was now a 1-star formation master. Though that didn't sound like much, he had already gained practical insights from the experience that had automatically integrated into his mind. He was now a competent basic formation expert, able to arrange any 1-star formation with ease, like someone who had studied formations for decades. But as he looked at the formation on the wall before him, he couldn't help but be a little overwhelmed. This wasn't some beginner's formation. It was at least a 3-star formation. Even if he leveled up once more, he wouldn't be able to crack it. What a headache! Tian Shin scratched his head helplessly and sighed. For now, he gave up on the idea of entering the true beast taming hall, instead shifting his focus to the surrounding bookshelves. Time passed quietly. Tian Shin still lacked deep knowledge about this world, but these books were like an open gateway, a path to deeper understanding. He eagerly absorbed the knowledge and common sense within them like a sponge. Tian Shin, what are you doing? A familiar, sweet voice startled him from his reading. Turning around, he was surprised to see Feng Yin standing behind him. You? How did you get in here? Wasn't this the beast taming hall? Feng Yin had explicitly told him that Feng Yin wasn't supposed to know about this place. This is my home. Why wouldn't I be here? Feng Yin gave Tian Shin a playful glare and walked over with light steps. She leaned forward and glanced at the book in his hand. The Glorious Travels of Yu Zheng, a tale chronicling the adventures of a man named Yu Zheng as he journeyed across the continent. Seeing the title, Feng Yin burst into laughter. Her eyes curved into beautiful crescents, overflowing with charm. That guy Yu Zheng? He's a total fraud. Half the stuff in that book is made up. He never even visited most of the places he claimed to have. He just collected stories from taverns, added some flair, and passed them off as his own. Huh, it's fake. Tian Shin was stunned. He had found the book surprisingly detailed and well-written, thinking the author must have been a veteran cultivator with vast experience. Turns out, it was all second-hand stories. 80% of it is nonsense. Feng Yin said confidently. Yu Zheng was only at the peak of the qi refining realm. No way he survived in the kinds of places he wrote about. When his cultivation stagnated, he just wandered around cities and spun his adventures into fiction. She added, amused. Still, I have to admit, he's a great storyteller. When I first read it, I was completely hooked. I wanted to be a traveler like him too. Huh, Tian Shin chuckled, then glanced at her curiously. Did you read all these when you were a kid? Of course. Feng Yin beamed with pride. This was originally just a dusty storage room. I discovered it by accident, then cleaned and organized it all myself. Impressive, right? She puffed up proudly. Before Tian Shin could answer, Feng Yin leaned in, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Her eyes darted to the hallway beyond. What did Father tell you earlier? What's this big secret of the beast-taming sect? Tian Shin's expression turned a little strange. He couldn't help but laugh softly. Not bad. Ugh, you're teasing me again, aren't you? Feng Yin pouted and narrowed her eyes at him. Her delicate, charming face took on a playful glint as her pink lips curled. Tian Shun's throat suddenly felt dry. Those lips. What are you doing? Feng Yin's face turned red as she noticed Tian Shun's intense gaze. She looked flustered, the warmth in her cheeks making her skin seem to glow. Oomph, you're the worst. Flustered, she spun around and ran out of the room. From down the hall, her voice rang out. Don't just stand there staring. Father said it's time to eat. Huh. After Feng Yin left, Tian Shun let out a breath and returned to normal. Sure, Feng Yin was undeniably a beauty, but he wasn't the type to let lust cloud his judgment. He wasn't about to turn into a mindless fool just from a few teasing looks. Or maybe not. Well, who cares? She will be his to the taking soon enough. He just needed a way to dodge her question, so he'd used a little misdirection to get her to leave on her own. Old man Feng is quite the schemer. He deliberately let her find this place on her own, and now she's been obsessing over a secret that was never hidden from her to begin with. Shaking his head, Tianxin walked toward the exit. Time for food. He was still just a qi refining cultivator. He didn't have the skill of abstaining from food through cultivation alone. That was something only extremely powerful cultivators could do. Leaving the outer hall of the beast-taming hall, Tianxin saw Feng Yin standing not far away, waiting for him. He smiled softly and took the initiative to approach her. Amid her bashful shyness, Tianxin gently reached out and took her small hand, leading her forward. At first, Feng Yin appeared flustered and embarrassed, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to pull away. She simply let him hold her delicate hand, her blushing face lowered, quietly following him without a word. After a short while, Tian Shun paused and looked at Feng Yin, who resembled an ostrich hiding from the world, ears metaphorically covered, pretending to be invisible. He couldn't help but tease. Feng Yin, there's a saying that beauty is tempting, and I must admit, your looks do stir my appetite a bit. But I think your father might already be waiting for us. If we take too long and he comes looking, what if he sees us like this? Nonsense. Feng Yin's expression changed instantly, like a frightened little kitten. CH23, cuddling cutie pie. This kind of obviously provocative look made Tian Shun, a young man brimming with passion, feel a bit overwhelmed. Without thinking, he stepped forward and pulled Feng Yin into his embrace. Wearing a cocky smirk, he declared arrogantly, "Oomph, I don't care about anything else. I only know you're my fiancé now. MM." In Feng Yin's startled and flustered gaze, Tian Shun's face inched closer and closer to hers. And just when the distance between them was but a breath away, Feng Yin closed her eyes tightly, flustered and unsure, caught in a swirl of nervousness, anticipation, and bashful complaint. But in the end, Tianxin only gave the lightest touch, his lips brushing like a whisper across her delicate, rosy lips, barely a kiss before he pulled away. "Little minx, I'll let you off this time. I'm tired. Take me to rest." With that, Tianxin released Feng Yin and turned away from her with exaggerated indifference. "Why you?" Feng Yin's heart fluttered from that fleeting contact. But upon hearing his words, she cracked one eye open and caught sight of Tian Shun's slightly stiff back, clearly embarrassed despite trying to hide it. Her heart stirred. A handsome, slightly flushed profile peeked into view, full of nervous tension and warmth. Hee. A delighted giggle escaped her lips. Feng Yin realized that the domineering act Tian Shun had put on just now was mostly a bluff. Scoundrel, always trying to act bold. She pouted in her heart, but her smile was full of happiness. Silently, she walked back to his side and led him to a place where he could rest. Once they reached the residence, Tian Shun promptly sent Feng Yin away. Now alone, his heart was anything but calm. In his past life, he was just a poor guy from the bottom of the barrel. Forget kissing a girl. Even holding hands was a fantasy out of reach. He'd never been particularly bold either. Maybe it was precisely because of that, because he'd never experienced it, that he was so moved by Feng Yin's gentle affection earlier. A girl like that, who genuinely cared for him, was someone worth protecting with his life. If I had been some kind of playboy back then, why have been moved by something so simple? No, if I were such a horn dog, Feng Yin's actions wouldn't have touched me at all. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, sleep refusing to come. Eventually, he sat up with a sigh, opened his attribute panel, and noticed something. His spiritual chi had accumulated to 1,000 points. He took a deep breath. Let's hatch the beast egg. He trusted the system. Since there was no warning or danger, he didn't hesitate. Even if he wasn't at the Foundation establishment realm yet, there might not be risk involved in forcefully contracting a beast by the system. Consume spiritual chi. Hatch the beast egg, Tian Shun commanded. As the system complied, he felt his cultivation dropping from chi refining to body refining realm, but he didn't pay it mind because even though he was now a body refining realm cultivator, he could fight a core formation realm expert physically, thanks to his physique points. Consuming 1,000 spiritual chi points. Monster egg successfully hatched. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 1-star spiritual beast, Blood Fox. Detected that host has obtained a spiritual beast companion. Spiritual beast space unlocked. Additional slots can be activated using spiritual chi. Crack. Ignoring the follow-up prompts, Tian Shin focused on the egg in his hands. A fine crack appeared along its surface, then another. Moments later, a small, flaming red fox poked its head out. Its big, glistening eyes blinked at him curiously, and in that instant, Tian Shun felt a powerful sense of connection, as if the little fox was bonded to his very soul. It felt less like a pet, and more like his own child. Wait, I'm human. How could I possibly give birth to a monster? Tian Shun shook off the strange notion with a blush. Composing himself, he began to inspect the attributes of this adorable little creature. Spiritual beast, blood fox. Grade, 4-star upgradable. Cultivation, 2-star. Loyalty, 100. System contracted pet will have permanently full loyalty. No risk of betrayal. The spiritual beast's attributes were simple and clear, just enough for Tian Shun to grasp all the vital information at a glance. It can be upgraded? How do I do that? After an afternoon buried in books on beast taming, Tian Shun had already picked up a basic understanding of pet classifications, which meant that Tier 3 monster he took down the other day hadn't even fully matured yet. But no, that wasn't the case. Normally, the blood fox species was just a 3-star beast. At full maturity, it had only reached Tier 3. The egg he hatched had been upgraded through the system reward, bumping it into the 4-star rank. And that wasn't all. Tian Shun tapped the upgradable prompt and was shown the upgrade requirements. 100 fire element, 100 blood element, and 1 beast core of a 5-star monster / 10 beast core of 4-star monsters. I don't have any blood element yet, but I do have a few points of fire element. Looks like these drop from monsters, spirit treasures, or cultivators. Shouldn't be too hard to gather. But 5-star beast core? If I'm strong enough to kill a beastly strong creature like that, why wouldn't he just tame it directly as a spiritual beast companion instead of feeding its core to the little blood fox? Still confused, Tian Shun turned to the system. Can't I just contract with adult beasts instead of hatching eggs? Adult beast contracts are costly, carry a high risk of rebellion. Loyalty is unstable, and most importantly, system enhancement functions are disabled. Fair enough. Upon hearing that, Tian Shun immediately gave up on the idea. Just then, the newborn blood fox nuzzled against his arm with its tiny head, letting out a soft chirp that could melt stone. Is this the sound a fox makes? Tian Shun chuckled and lifted the tiny creature, barely the size of his hand, from the floor. Being lifted so suddenly startled her. Her tiny paws instinctively latched onto his fingers, and her large watery eyes blinked anxiously as she looked around. Even Tian Shun, a grown man, felt his heart melt at the sight. You're supposed to be a spiritual beast, not a cuddling cutie pie. How am I supposed to let you fight like 8P came on? You might end up charming the enemy into surrendering instead. Recalling a character he liked from a two-dimensional world in his past life, and confirming the fox's gender was female, he said with a grin, "You're just too cute. I'll call you Little May from now on." Cute. As if she understood, the little fox chirped excitedly, clearly pleased with the name. CH24, right? Right? After playing with Little May for a while, Tianshan noticed she was starting to look tired, so he let her curl up beside his pillow and rest. It was nearing midnight, and he then finally dozed off. At his current strength, body refining realm 9th stage, Tianshan hadn't awakened his spiritual sense yet, so sleep was still the best method for physical recovery. Morning sunlight crept over the horizon. Q. Little May was already awake, quietly patting his cheek with her paw, careful not to disturb him until he opened his eyes. The moment he did, she cried out, clearly hungry. "Hungry, huh?" Tianshan got the message but scratched his head in confusion. "What do you eat? Meat? Spirit fruit? Or something else?" Q. With a few more chirps and some sensible thoughts, he understood. She could eat various things, but spiritual stones, fire elemental treasures, and blood elemental treasures were her favorites. The only problem? He didn't have any of that right now. Although he had a tiny bit of fire element in his unassigned points, the system hadn't enabled any way to convert it into consumable for her yet. So, he tidied himself up and carried Little May next door, to Feng Yin's courtyard, hoping to ask her for help. But she wasn't awake yet, or rather, she was still cultivating, as she do not have any cheat skill like a certain lazy bun. It was still too early. With no other option, Tianshan went to see Feng Yin. That's a blood fox. Feng Yin nearly jumped when he saw the little fox nestled on Tianshan's shoulder, playing with his hair. Seeing the normally composed sect master react like this, Tianshan said with a deadpan expression, "Sect master, you're the leader of our beast-taming sect. We used to be called the Beast Master sect. How can you get this flustered just seeing a spiritual beast companion? Where's your dignity? Spiritual beast? This is a spiritual beast companion." Feng Yin was losing it. Just yesterday, he had talked to Tianshan about the beast-taming hall, warning him that it would take time to receive the true inheritance of the sect. He had mentally prepared himself to wait years. But now, overnight, the kid already had a fully bonded spiritual beast companion. "Why you actually entered the core of Beast Taming Hall?" Feng Yin asked again, hope burning in his eyes. "Nope, I got it from somewhere else." Tianshan replied nonchalantly. "You reckless brat." Feng Yin's face twisted with worry. "Do you know how dangerous that is? I told you yesterday. Any cultivator below the Foundation establishment realm risks severe backlash from forming a spiritual companion contract. Why didn't you listen? Sect Master, contracting Little May will definitely not result in a backlash. I'm very clear on this." Tianshan reassured firmly. "You're clear." Feng Yan's tone rose, filled with disappointment. "Do you know how to guard against spiritual beasts? How to get along with a spiritual companion and earn its loyalty? How to raise one and increase its strength?" Tianshan glanced sideways at Little May, scratching his cheek awkwardly. He didn't know. But he had the system. Loyalty? The system handled that. Cultivation? The system handled that too. The only thing he needed to worry about was to make sure that Little May had her fill. "Sect Master, I need spirit stones and spirit fruits with blood and fire elements. Do we have any?" He didn't bother explaining. Straight to the point. Spirit stones? Spiritual fruits with blood and fire attributes. Feng Yin looked him up and down, then fixed his gaze on the small blood fox curled beside Tianshan. "She needs them? Do you even know how to nurture her?" He sighed, but turned around anyway. "Forget it. I'll get them for you." Even though he was exasperated, Tianshan had already formed a contract. As the beast-taming sect's master and Tianshan's future father-in-law, Feng Yin couldn't just stand by. Rummaging through his storage ring, Feng Yin pulled out several spirit stones and a dimly glowing fire elemental fruit. Will this fiery fruit do? I don't have any spiritual fruits with blood attributes right now. Let me try. Tian Shun accepted the items, inspecting the fiery fruit, which was almost the size of the little fox. It might be too big, isn't it? Just as he was about to slice it up, Little May's body suddenly lit up with a blood-colored glow. Her size expanded rapidly, now roughly the size of a Sheba. She stood upright on her hind legs, grabbed the fruit eagerly with her tiny paws, and took a huge bite. Splatter. Juice sprayed across her face, but Little May didn't care. She was starving. What did you do to her? Feng Yin snapped, heart aching as if he were scolding a neglectful parent. Starving her like this? This is why I told you not to rush into a contract. He rushed over to Little May's side, knelt beside her, and took out a few more fiery fruits. It's okay, eat slowly. I still have more. His voice was soft now, gentle, not knowing that the little thing was as strong as him. Tian Shun felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected Little May to be that hungry. But it makes sense. After all, she was just born, and this was her first meal of her life. Even while starving, she had quietly curled up beside him and didn't disturb his cultivation. Such loyalty, TSK, TSK. Even if she couldn't fight, just having her as a companion was enough. Little May devoured 3 large fire origin fruits. Then, with a crunching sound, she munched through 2 spirit stones like they were nuts. Finally, she yawned, shrank down, hopped onto Tian Shun's shoulder, and fell asleep. Tian Shun could feel it. Little May's strength was surging. The energy of the fruits and stones was rapidly transforming her body as she slept. This is the blood fox, right? What grade does she have? She's cute, sure, but is she actually strong? Feng Yin asked, suspicious. 4-star potential. Tian Shun answered nonchalantly. Oh, 4-star potential. Such a pit, wait. You said 4-star. Feng Yin already estimated the cute little thing of low potential began sympathizing, but realized he was wrong midway. SS, he roared. You're not joking, right? You're serious, right? As she can grow up to core formation realm. Right? Feng Yin was going insane. Why couldn't he? After all, we're talking about 4-star beast equivalent to core formation realm cultivator. CH-25, system currently eating. The northern region didn't have a single foundation establishment realm cultivator, yet the little thing in front of him could squish that being to death, albeit in the future. Tian Shun wasn't expecting such an intense reaction, so he simply played dumb. I'm not sure either. After killing one of them, I stumbled on an egg. I didn't expect it to hatch at all. Tian Shun shrugged, though he couldn't help but be amused inwardly at Feng Yan's expression. You aren't sure? Then what are you sure about? Are you sure you can control her? Are you sure there is no risk? The sect master retorted, clearly displeased with his casual remark. Sect master, don't you trust my talent? Tian Shun said with a smug grin. She might grow into a 4-star beast, but by then, I've had the power to tackle her myself. Feng Yin opened his mouth to argue, but nothing came out. He was speechless. Tian Shun's talent was real. That much was undeniable. He wanted to remind him that no one from the Northern Territory had ever reached Foundation Establishment Realm, let alone Core Formation Realm. But he didn't say it. Confidence and ambition was everything to a cultivator. Without it, even the most gifted would fail halfway. So he kept quiet. If there's nothing else, Sect Master, I've got something to do. I'll be leaving. Tian Shun planned to go attribute hunting. Yesterday, he had only collected attribute orbs from the outer disciples and the beasts in the Beast Valley. He still hadn't touched the inner disciples area. That could give him a serious boost. Hold on. Feng Yin stopped him. You've already reached Qi refining realm. You should head to the cultivation technique pavilion and pick a proper spiritual Qi technique. He paused, then frowned. Actually, it's strange. You've gotten this far without cultivating a proper technique. Just from spirit sword inheritance? Is it really that strong? Spiritual QI technique. That's for improving spiritual chi, right? Tian Shun's eyes lit up. Obviously, it doesn't just improve spiritual chi, it improves your cultivation. Feng Yin explained patiently. Only by condensing spiritual chi into liquid form within the Dantian can you step into the foundation establishment realm. Got it. I'm heading to the pavilion now. Tian Shun dashed off with no hesitation. He wasn't sure why Feng Yin said he was a chi refining realm while he was not. Maybe system's doing. He'd take it to heart, simply giving credit to the system currently eating 5-star. A/N. Eat glowing star, glowing star, glowing star, glowing star, glowing star. Do nothing, winky face. It wasn't the system that concealed his cultivation, but that in this world, cultivation realm of cultivators are determined by the natural spiritual chi emitted from a body. Usually, no cultivator deliberately lowers the aura on their body. But there are also unusual ones who do the exact thing. Feng Yin just thought he was one of the unusual ones. Welcome, welcome. In front of the technique pavilion, the elder in charge spotted Tian Shun approaching and greeted him with enthusiasm, as if he had expected his arrival. He rose from behind the counter and hurried to the entrance, smiling warmly. Elder Qi, you're too kind. Could you tell me where the spiritual Qi cultivation methods are? Tian Shun asked politely, lips twitching into a half-smile. He remembered well, when he first joined the beast-taming sect, this cold and prideful elder barely spared him a glance. Now, a complete change of attitude. Superficial people. You could check the second or third floor. However, the best spiritual chi technique we have is only of the 3-star grade, and it's quite picky. Not everyone is compatible with it. Elder Qi replied warmly. There was an inner disciple next to him who was blatantly ignored, glared at Tian Shun with resentment. Unable to bear the blatant favoritism, he turned to leave, but stopped in his tracks at Elder Qi's next words. You're now a 9th-stage Qi refining realm cultivator. I heard you've already cultivated the basic poison finger to its peak. That indicates a strong affinity for poison-type techniques. On the 2nd floor, there's a 2-star poison Qi cultivation technique. It might be a perfect fit for you. 9th stage of Qi refining realm. What the hell? The inner disciple's mind reeled. That guy wearing an outer disciple robe had the cultivation of a 9th stage Qi refining realm? That was enough to earn the position of a high-level sect elder. Why was he still wearing outer disciple robes? He was tempted to report this outrageous favoritism, but then hesitated. A 9th stage Qi refining realm cultivator? He couldn't afford to mess with that. He sulked, but memorized Tian Shun's face. He would definitely spread the word, but he didn't need to. Across the sect, core disciples, led by Feng Yin, were already spreading the story of Tian Shun's valor in saving the sect. At the same time, the beast-taming sect issued an official announcement. Tian Shun was to be promoted to an honorary elder, enjoying the rights and privileges of a sect elder. The news exploded across the sect. He inherited the spirit sword and fought a 3-star beast. He's incredible. I'm already in love. I hope he notices me someday. No chance. Don't you know he's engaged to senior sister Feng? A lady of that caliber is the only one who matches Elder Tian. He's the one who saved us back then. Wasn't he in the dungeon just a while ago? What the hell happened? The beast-taming sect was in an uproar. Many had been jealous of Tian Shun's meteoric rise, but none could deny his strength. And above all, he'd saved their lives. Even if they felt envy, gratitude came first. Meanwhile, Tian Shun, escorted by Elder Qi, stepped into the technique pavilion, completely unaware that he was now being given a good person card by the masses. His eyes lit up at the sight of the endless rows of techniques before him. Tian Shun didn't plan to go overboard with choices. He just needed one suitable spiritual Qi cultivation technique, one movement technique, one physical body refinement technique. As for the poison Qi technique Elder Qi recommended, no need. He had raised the basic poison finger not due to affinity, but thanks to his system's experience boost. Once a technique was unlocked on his panel, he could rapidly enhance it. Whether poison, lightning, or fire, it didn't matter. As long as he possessed the matching attribute, he could comprehend any technique. And currently, he had 3: poison, thunder, and fire. Even if his natural talent didn't match a technique's type, the elements made up for it. I already have the poison finger. No need for a fighting technique. I also inherited a sword technique. No need to pick another. That means I can focus on just 3: a spiritual chi technique, a movement technique, and a physical strengthening technique. Decision made, he smiled confidently. Let the upgrades begin. CH26 Technique. With Elder Chi's help, who was deeply familiar with the layout of the technique pavilion, Tian Shin quickly found the 4 techniques he needed. They were Spiritual QI cultivation technique, solar cultivation technique, movement technique, storm chasing technique, body strengthening technique, body tempering technique. As for swordsmanship, he didn't choose one himself. After obtaining the inheritance of the spirit sword, the sword intent guided him directly to an inconspicuous sword technique on the first floor. The name left Tian Shin speechless. Basic sword technique. Yes, just the basic sword technique, the one every new disciple of the beast-taming sect could select. The kind found in nearly every sect on the profound sky continent. Not on the 2nd or 3rd floor, but right there on the ground floor. This technique was so common, it had practically become invisible. Even Elder Chi couldn't help but ask, bewildered. Tian Shin, you obtained the inheritance of the spirit sword, yet you picked this technique? There are several 2-star techniques here. Why not choose one of them? Though Tian Shin was secretly just as baffled, but he trusted the sword intent. Composing himself with solemn attitude, he replied, "No need. This one is enough. As the saying goes, the great Tao is simple. In the end, all complexity returns to simplicity. If one can truly master the basics, even a basic sword technique can wield tremendous power." Elder Chi stood stunned. Not just stunned, he seemed struck by a divine revelation. The great Tao means simplicity? The great Tao means simplicity. I see it now. If it understood. With that, Elder Chi burst into loud laughter, like an old madman enlightened on the spot. He dropped into a cross-legged position right where he stood and began cultivating. Half an hour later, a surge of spiritual chi burst forth from him. His cultivation soared, directly reaching the 9th stage of chi refining realm. Tian Shin watched quietly, then turned and walked away like a sage vanishing after granting wisdom. But in truth, Tian Shin was baffled. He's seriously enlightened? What did he even realize? Why am I not enlightened? This makes no sense. Muttering to himself in frustration, Tian Shin made his way to the training square where inner disciples were sparring and cultivating. As expected, despite the recent attack by a 3-star beast, the square was once again lively. Attribute bubbles, visible only to Tian Shin, glimmered all over the field. Sadly, most were just white bubbles. No surprise. The inner disciples of the beast-taming sect had low cultivation. Even the core disciples were barely scratching the peak of body refining realm. None had stepped into the chi refining realm. Tian Shin swiftly gathered all the visible bubbles and returned to his old outer sect residence to refine the techniques he had just acquired. His luck had been decent. The attribute bubbles provided a generous amount of cultivation experience. Opening his system panel, Tian Shin first checked the flaming sun technique. Underscore. Martial arts. Solar cultivation technique. Tier 2. Comprehend stage. Introduction, 300 EXP. Effect, increases spiritual chi by 0.01 points per day. Tier upgrade requirement, 2,500 EXP. Underscore. Tian Shun let out a soft whistle. No wonder it's a 2-star technique. It takes 300 experience points just to reach Adapt stage. That was 3 times the experience cost of his previous basic Poison Finger at the same level. Still, it was well worth it. As he guessed, the spiritual chi promoted by this cultivation method directly corresponded to the system's spiritual chi attribute. It's just the spiritual chi gained is too low, still better than nothing. But when he tried to level it up, a detail caught his attention. Unlike martial technique, only one spiritual chi cultivation technique can be active at a time. Even if he learned multiple, only the best one would take effect, whichever raised his spiritual chi the most. But that wasn't a problem. He only had solar cultivation technique for now, and given the system's mechanics, it could be leveled indefinitely, possibly even upgraded to 9-star someday. Without hesitation, he started upgrading. Upgrade. 300 EXP used. Adapt. Spiritual Chi times 0.1/day. Upgrade again. 1000 EXP used. Minor accomplishment. Spiritual Chi times 1/day. One more. 3000 EXP used. Major accomplishment. Spiritual Chi times 10/day. Again. 5000 EXP used. Master. Spiritual Chi times 100/day. After raising solar cultivation technique to master stage, Tian Shun shifted his focus to movement technique. Martial arts, storm chasing technique. Tier 2. Comprehend stage. Introduction, 200 EXP. Tier upgrade requirement, 2500 EXP. Tian Shun wasn't sure whether storm chasing technique was slightly inferior to flaming sun gong, or if the system simply rated martial arts techniques lower than spiritual chi cultivation technique. While it took 300 experience points to raise solar cultivation technique from introduction to adapt, storm chasing technique required just 200. A cheaper cost, a welcome surprise. Riding the high of his earlier upgrades, Tian Shun poured his accumulated cultivation experience into the footwear technique. In total, it took 3,500 experience points to push storm chasing technique to the master stage. Martial arts, storm chasing technique. Tier 2. Comprehend stage. Master, 5000 EXP. Tier upgrade requirement, 2500 EXP. Oh, Tian Shun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he read the new abilities. It was powerful, and in actual battle, 1 second was often all it took to claim victory. Lastly, Tian Shun turned to his third technique, body tempering technique. This one surprised him. The experience cost was significantly higher than he'd expected, and even with all his current resources, he couldn't max it out. He only managed to raise it to minor accomplishment, but the result was nothing short of shocking. Cultivation arts, body tempering technique. Tier 2. Comprehend stage. Minor accomplishment, 20,000 EXP. Tier upgrade requirement, 5,000 EXP. Effect, physique points times 500. Holy Mother of F. This was the only technique so far that directly increased attributes. No fluff, just raw practical power. Straightforward. Brutal. It gave a total of 500 points of physique. It was a solid upgrade that transformed Tian Shun's combat readiness. And with that, Tian Shun's stats had undergone a significant overhaul. The foundations of his power had been further boosted, and this time they were solid, efficient, and deadly. CH-27, humiliated. So far, Tian Shun's attributes had undergone a dramatic transformation. Host, Tian Shun. Cultivation. Fourth stage of Qi refining realm. Physique 4660. Spirit 2100. Qi 495. Luck 1310. Charm 1120. Martial arts experience 5000. Martial art, poison aura finger, tiers 2, mastery. Divine power, bestial sword intent. Storage, incomplete soul demon. Undistributed attributes, thunder element times 1, fire element times 1. Underscore. His cultivation stage was once again at the Qi refining realm, reaching almost 5th stage of Qi refining realm, with physique reaching even 4,000 plus points. With a simple burst of power, Tian Shan could reach the power level most in the region could dream of. What did that mean? It meant that whether it was combat or escape, he stood unchallenged in the Northern Territory. Awesome. Aside from his spiritual Qi points still lagging behind, everything else had evolved to a level that left Tian Shan more than satisfied. Still, the Northern Territory doesn't seem very exciting anymore. I just transmigrated here, and I haven't even left the beast-taming sect, yet I'm already this disillusioned with the region? No way. Absolutely not. Even if I'm not hyped, my spiritual Qi is quite an issue. I can just use that as an excuse to go loot attribute bubbles from other sects. The leap in physique alone had already sparked a new goal in Tian Shan's mind. Elsewhere, on a quiet road leading toward the beast-taming sect, a crooked old man followed by a mysterious, black-robed figure approached slowly. Senior Liu, that's the beast-taming sect up ahead. The old man said excitedly. I swear, that girl I told you about, Feng Yin, is a peerless beauty. That face, that figure, absolutely divine. If I weren't the sect elder, I would have already made a move on her. He let out a perverted laugh, quite unpleasant. But when the man in the black robe spoke, the old man's laugh sounded almost pleasant in comparison. A hoarse voice, twisted, guttural with strange, dragging syllables, echoed from beneath the hood. That girl belongs to this old man. But after I've had my fun, perhaps I'll let you taste a little as well. Thank you, Senior Liu. Thank you. The old man's face turned even more servile, his mind clearly lost in some obscene fantasy. Moments later, the two reached the base of the beast-taming sect's mountain. The black-robed figure looked up at the sect with scornful eyes. Beast-taming sect. What a pathetic name. The once glorious beast master sect, reduced to this pitiful state. If old Li saw this, he'd probably drop dead from rage, while he arrogantly stated that something else was cooking in his mind. But it works in my favor. Otherwise, how would I get my hands on treasures like the Spirit B-Sword and the Beast-Taming Contract Manual? Letting these wastes manage such treasure is nothing short of blasphemy. The lecherous elder, oblivious to the true thoughts of his companion, strutted arrogantly as they ascended the mountain path. He acted like the entire sect belonged to him. Eldersu, a young inner sect disciple, descending from the mountain, paused and greeted respectfully upon seeing the old man. Su Jin tilted his head upward, nostrils flaring, and completely ignored the greeting, brushing past as if he were royalty. Once the pair passed, the disciple's expression twisted from polite to disgusted. What a dog! He muttered. Shaking his head, he started walking again, but after just 2 steps, he stopped. His eyes glinted mischievously. Interesting. Let's see what kind of mess these two stir up. With that, he turned around and began tailing them quietly, keeping to the shadows as he followed them toward the inner sect, eager to witness the drama unfold. Su Jin brought the black-robed man to the main hall of the beast-taming sect. Seeing that Feng Yin was not present, he shouted in the direction of Feng Yan's cave mansion. Feng Yan, come out and welcome the honored guest. Senior Liu, please take a seat. Without waiting to see if Feng Yan had heard, Su Jin led the black-robed man to the central seat of the hall, Feng Yan's seat, and gestured for him to sit. The black-robed man didn't refuse. Instead, He sat with a pleased grin, sighing with mock admiration. TSK Tisk. The sect master's throne of the beast taming sect. I didn't expect to sit here so effortlessly. Senior Liu, you're a Foundation Establishment realm powerhouse. The throne of the beast taming sect's master is nothing. Even if Feng Yin were here, you could sit on his head if you wanted to, and no one could say a word. Su Jin chuckled obsequiously, his face full of flattery. Well said. The black-robed man nodded, the corners of his lips curling into a sinister smile. This Feng Yin is quite arrogant. I, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, came in person, and he didn't even come out to greet me. Once I'm seated on his throne, I'll see what it truly feels like to trample over his face. Even Su Jin was a little speechless hearing how shameless the black-robed man was. After all, they hadn't even notified Feng Yin before arriving. How was he supposed to know they were here? Of course, Su Jin kept those thoughts to himself. Outwardly, he continued playing the sycophant, smiling and nodding along. Meanwhile, in his cave mansion, Feng Yin was preparing food for Tian Shan's spiritual companion when he suddenly heard the shouting from outside. That voice. Why does it sound familiar? He frowned in confusion, but eventually decided to go and check what was happening. Though his cave wasn't far from the main hall, it still took Feng Yin a moment to arrive. During that time, Su Jin and the black-robed man sat waiting. Seeing that no one had arrived and not even a single maid had come to serve tea, the two were visibly displeased. Senior Liu, please excuse the delay. I'll go see what's going on. It's outrageous. An esteemed guest like you visits, and Feng Yin doesn't show up. There's not even a cup of tea to offer. Outrageous. With a darkened expression, Su Jin stormed out of the hall. The black-robed man grunted, his mood souring. He was a Foundation Establishment realm expert. Though not the strongest in the Northern Territory, he was still someone of status. In any other sect, he'd be treated with the utmost respect. But here? Not a single disciple, no tea, no hospitality. Such insolence. Fine then. The beast-taming sect would suffer the consequences. He wouldn't just take the spirit sword and the beast-taming contract manual. They would hand over all their cultivation resources as well. Just then, an inner sect disciple happened to pass by and saw a stranger seated in the sect master's place. His eyes widened with fury. Who are you? How dare you sit there? The black-robed man, already on edge, turned toward the disciple with narrowed eyes. Presumptuous. A mere ant dares shout at me. Boom. The black-robed man slammed his palm onto the armrest. A burst of dense green energy erupted and struck the disciple square in the chest. Puffed. The disciple was blown off his feet, crashing into a nearby statue and shattering it completely. He lay limp, his chest marred by a fist-sized, festering green wound. The stench was suffocating, bones visible beneath the torn flesh. At that moment, Feng Yin arrived. Though he didn't recognize the disciple personally, the uniform was unmistakable. He was one of theirs. Feng Yin rushed to his side. He was too late. The disciple died in his arms. Veins popped at Feng Yin's temples. Rage burned in his chest like wildfire. Who did this? With a thunderous roar, a wave of killing intent burst from Feng Yin, shaking the nearby stone walls from the unstable spiritual qi released by him. He gently placed the body down, then hurried toward the main hall. Presumptuous! As he burst through the hall's entrance and saw someone occupying his throne, his fury exploded. The seat symbolized the dignity of the beast-taming sect master. No one, not even a sect elder, was allowed to touch it, let alone a stranger. This was not just disrespect. It was humiliation. Are you the sect master Feng Yin? The black-robed man sneered upon seeing him. You dare keep me waiting so long. Puffed. His cold snort carried immense pressure. Feng Yin, despite being at the peak of qi, refining realm, couldn't withstand it. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his complexion turned pale. Foundation Establishment realm. Feng Yan's expression darkened further. Who are you? What business do you have with the beast-taming sect? You trespass in my sect, kill my disciples, and insult our name. Do you take us for fools?" Though his heart trembled, he stood his ground. As the sect master, he had no room to show weakness. "Not bad. You've got some backbone," the black robe man mocked. Before he could continue, Su Jin returned and shouted, "Feng Yan, there you are. Do you know who Senior Lu is? I went through all the trouble to invite him here, and you didn't even welcome him. No tea, no water. What do you have to say for yourself?" "Su Hin." Feng Yan clenched his fists, his fury peaking as he saw Su Jin's sycophantic expression. His teeth ground together audibly. This humiliation he would never forget. CH-28, Feng Yan's Oscar-winning curses. "It turns out that you brought this choppy over here." Feng Yan roared angrily. "Presumptuous. Why'd you talk to Senior Lu? You want to die?" Senior Lu is a powerful cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. Su Jin was shocked, and while shouting, he rushed to Feng Yan's side and directly raised his arm, ready to slap him. Boom! After all, Su Jin was just an elder. Compared to Feng Yan, his direct superior, he was still a bit worse. Even if Feng Yan is injured at the moment, Su Jin can't do it either. Feng Yan backed away and hit Su Jin's arm with a punch. Crack! The immense power instantly smashed Su Jin's arm, and there was a scalp-tingling sound of bone cracks. AGHH. Su Jin took 2 steps backwards. He clutched his fractured arm and let out a painful shriek. Feng Yan, in front of Senior Lu, you dare to do it. You are dead. Obviously, he took the lead. Instead, the victim was accused by the guilty first. Really shameless. Senior Lu, please help me. This Feng Yan is really arrogant. Su Jin completely forgot his identity. As the elder of the beast-taming sect, he is also regarded as the core member of the sect. He kneeled on the ground, praying to an outsider to punish the sect leader of the beast-taming sect. No pity, no pity. The black robe man laughed and did not put the injured Su Jin in his eyes at all. Finally, he stood up from the throne of sect master of beast-taming sect, slowly walked towards Feng Yan, came to him, and asked condescendingly, "I heard that you have a beautiful daughter. Call her over and let me see. If it really satisfies me, I can forget your fault and spare your life." Senior Lu, I will never lie. His daughter is really beautiful. It can be said that she is one of the most beautiful girls I have ever seen in the entire Northern Territory. In addition, Feng Yan's talent cannot be counted. It is definitely the most suitable human furnace. A/N. Human furnace means using someone else for cultivation. Through dual cultivation, the cultivator sucks the human furnace cultivation and life force, killing them in the process. Basically an evil method of cultivation. Su Jin interrupted again, and the corner of his eyes glanced at Feng Yan, full of venomous grievances. Feng Yan shocked all over and let out an Oscar-winning vituperate. "Su Jin, you little piece of SH, you motherf, son of AB, sell teas are bloody as CCK with 7 daughters, F King 3 ink. Ada, shuktuk sisi, refrain." Even the black robe man was left speechless by his sweet words, let alone the man being cursed. Su Jin's face had turned green because he was 3 in, so maybe his son. No, absolutely not. The old phone was just spitting nonsense. Yes, that must be it. Definitely, right? In this way, Su Jin barely controlled himself, dying from overthinking. He somehow stopped his fragile heart from thinking in that direction as he angrily rebuked. "Feng Yan, I was kind enough to help your daughter find such a powerful backer. You still curse me? I have never seen you such an ungrateful person." What's not good about Senior Lu, a Foundation Realm cultivator in the entire Northern Territory, they're all honored existence. Moreover, Senior Lu has a strong talent, and he is destined to become even greater in the future. FCK, you stupid CCK. Feng Yan, almost transforming into the Mad Titan, raised his foot and kicked towards Su Jin. His right leg covered with blue spiritual chi, a move that was enough to kill Su Jin on the spot. Senior Lu helped. Su Jin did not expect that the black-robed man was clearly by his side, yet Feng Yin dared to continue to do it on himself. Suddenly, he backed away in embarrassment, like a bereaved dog, and asked for help from the black-robed man. The black-robed man finally took action after all the babbling. A thick green mist whirled out of his palm, came in front of Su Jin, and quickly turned into a semi-gaseous, semi-liquid barrier. Boom! The barrier easily withstood Feng Yan's desperate strike. Even the resulting rebound force directly bounced Feng Yan out again, hitting the wall of the sect hall and smashed out a big hole forcibly, yet continued to fly out. Boom! But just as Feng Yan was about to land, a figure appeared behind him and grabbed him. He was Tian Shan. Sect Master, what happened? Tian Shan. Feng Yan spurted blood in his mouth, as if he was about to fail. Seeing Tian Shan's appearance, his eyes immediately burst out with surprise. As if returning to the light, he clung to Tian Shan's hand and pleaded, Tian Shan, hurry, take Feng Yin and leave the beast-taming sect. The farther you go, the better. If your cultivation stage had not been promoted to the Foundation Establishment realm, never come back. Leave here, hurry. What happened again? Tian Shan looked dumbfounded. He heard Feng Yan's cursing just now, so he hurried over. Who knew? As soon as he met Feng Yan, he was asked again to leave with Feng Yin. The situation is exactly the same as when the 3-star monster attacked the sect before. Could it be possible that another 3-star monster attacked the sect? This should not be the case, as they have seen him killing the 3-star beast, and the sect master shouldn't be cursing a beast, perhaps a person. This time the attack on the beast-taming sect was not a monster, but a human cultivator. Haha, Feng Yin, you know that Senior Lu is amazing. Hurry up and call the little girl Feng Yin over. If he becomes Senior Lu's slave, Senior Lu might still look at her face and save you. The appearance of the word slave caused Tian Shan's mind to become blank with nothing but killing intent. Who is this F. Kerr? How dare he talk about Feng Yin like that? The enraged Tian Shan did not control his strength well, accidentally breaking Feng Yan's he was holding. Feng Yan, OF. He couldn't complete when Tian Shan tossed him aside. The anger filled Tian Shan's mind, and the killing intent that burst out suddenly shocked the black-robed dude in the main hall of the beast-taming sect. A Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? How could it be possible? Isn't the beast-taming sect without a Foundation Establishment realm powerhouse? The reason why the black-robed man dared to be so arrogant was because he knew from Su Jin that the entire beast-taming sect nowadays does not have a single Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. But in a blink of an eye, why did one appear? The black-robed man was a little nervous. Hastily rushed out of the hall. When he saw clearly, the aura that made him feel terrified actually came from a chi-refining cultivator. Can't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but also a bit confused. Sachad 29, Demon Sect. Who do you think you are? A junior like you dares to stand in front of me. The black-robed man sneered, his gaze at Tian Shan full of disdain. He patted Su Jin on the shoulder and commanded, Go kill him. Su Jin calmed down at this time. Little BTCH, do you know who I am? Without thinking, he rushed towards Tian Shan, his fist aimed straight at Tian Shan's head. Su Jin followed the black-robed man's orders completely, without a hint of holding back. This punch would have crushed Tian Shan's skull, if Tian Shan really were just a mere low-level chi-refining realm cultivator. Su Jin, you beast, stop. Although Feng Yin was gravely injured and almost without strength, he retorted angrily upon seeing Su Jin attack Tian Shan. The outburst agitated his wounds, causing him to vomit blood as he tried to rush to Tian Shan's side. Tian Shan, catching the sight from the corner of his eye, was speechless. They truly underestimate him, don't they? Sect Master, take a rest. Getting so worked up like that won't help you. Seeing Tian Shan ignoring him, Su Jin was enraged. A ball of flame burst from his fist, scorching and leaving ripples in its wake. D. He roared, imagining Tian Shun's head exploding like a ripe melon. Boom! But at that instant, Tian Shun also made his move. No technique, no fanfare. Just a simple punch. A side boss like Su Jin didn't even deserve that. Crack! Tian Minis tun flanded squarely on sununtai dvidestiest. Before Su Jin's own fist could land, his body flew backwards. The snap of bones was audible to all present. Su Jin had at least 5 or 6 ribs shattered. But it was worse than that. His chest bore a deep, gory wound, its edges cracked like a dried riverbed. Blood poured, and the exposed bones and organs made many avert their eyes. Su Jin lay on the ground, spitting blood and chunks of mangled organs, even unable to scream. Worse off than Feng Yin, clearly beyond saving. A green attribute bubble floated from Su Jin's body to Tian Shun. Host gains fire element times 10. Host gains spiritual chi points times 60. Interestingly, his cultivation level also upgraded by 1 level, but no time to ponder. Su Jin, unable to speak, stared at the black-robed man with pleading, desperate eyes. But the black-robed man merely glanced, then scoffed. No intention of saving him. Instead, the black-robed man looked at Tian Shun and mocked. You dare kill my man before my eyes. Well done, little brat. His black robe flared with a swish, his palm raised. 2 dark green beams of toxic energy blasted at Tian Shun. Poison. Tian Shun chuckled. He turned his fists into a 3-funnel gun. Poison finger technique. 3 venomous fingers shot from Tian Shun's hands. 2 intercepted the black-robed man's poison blasts. The 3rd shot straight for his chest. Boom! The twin poison blasts exploded into a mist upon contact with Tian Shun's poisonous beam, neutralized like grease in boiling water. No way. This isn't basic poison finger. Even at its peak, it shouldn't be this powerful. Did he pick up new poison techniques in the technique pavilion? Impossible. How can he master them so fast? Is he that much of a monster? Feng Yin was stunned. So is the black-robe man. He cultivates poison arts too? More powerful than my profound grade fire poison bomb? Damn, brat. I should thank you for showing up. Greed lit up in his eyes. He had no idea the 3rd poisonous beam was already just inches from his chest. Too late. It struck. The black-robed man spat dark fluid, his face turning pale. He staggered and collapsed. Impossible. I'm a Foundation establishment expert. How could a mere chi-refining cultivator cripple me in 1 blow? Feng Yin stared in disbelief. But he felt it too, the black-robed man's vitality fading. No, not true, impossible. Su Jin, blood in his mouth, also looked back. When did the beast-taming sect get a disciple this powerful? A pang of regret filled his heart. Had he known Tian Shun was this strong, that he could slay a Foundation establishment expert with 1 blow, he would have never betrayed the sect for a quick grab of power. Tian Shun also came out of his enraged state at this time. At this time, Su Jin also breathed his last breath. Congrats, host. You killed 6th stage of Chi Refining Realm Cultivator and gained spiritual Chi times 100. Tian Shun ignored it and walked step by step to the black-robed man's side. Lifting his foot, he kicked off the opponent's cap. An extremely ugly face covered in abscesses was revealed to his eyes. Seeing this face, Tian Shun instantly felt nauseated and almost vomited out last night's dinner. You little beast dared to insult me. The black-robed man growled in fury. Even though he was already on the brink of death, his pride refused to let him surrender before Tian Shun. He was well aware, practicing poison arts had ruined his appearance, turning him into a monster. But he was still a powerhouse in the Foundation establishment realm. Someone like him should not be humiliated. At the same time, jealousy bubbled within him. Why had poison cultivation turned him into such a ghoul, while this brat practicing similar arts remained handsome? It even seems that this brat becomes more handsome the more he grows. His gaze towards Tian Shun was venomous. Oh! Tian Shun raised a brow in surprise. You're about to die. and you still dare act tough? Interesting. So what? Still hiding a trump card? Brat, you better let this old man go. Spare me, and you might just live. I'm from the Western region's demon sect. The black-robed man declared arrogantly. The demon sect? Tianshan looked puzzled. Had been just an ordinary disciple until recently. He barely understood the northern regions, let alone the remote western regions. The demon sect? However, Feng Yin, sect master of the beast-taming sect, turned pale upon hearing this. He forced his heavily injured body over to Tianshan's side and whispered urgently, Tianshan, this is bad. The demon sect is terrifying. Their sect master is at the core formation realm. We can't afford to provoke them. Maybe we should let him go. Let him go. Tianshan didn't bother hiding his disdain. Sect master, this bastard tried to make your daughter a human furnace. You want to let him off? Feng Yan's face twisted in humiliation. As a father, how could he bear the thought of his daughter being turned into a mere tool? But he was also the sect master. He couldn't just think of his daughter. He had the whole sect and tens of thousands of disciples to protect. If they truly enraged the demon sect, their beast-taming sect might be annihilated. Ha! Boy, you hurt yourself. Even your sect master knows you can't afford to offend us. Yet you still. Boom crack. Shut your mouth. Tianshan's foot slammed into the black-robed man's face. Saliva, blood, and shattered teeth flew through the air. Gulp! Feng Yin instinctively swallowed. Tianshan's ruthlessness shocked even him. The black-robed man, his vision blurring, let out a ferocious scream. You brat, you're courting death. Even if you kill me, the demon sect will annihilate your beast-taming sect. Wait until the day we flatten it to dust. Sect master, you heard him. Letting him go changes nothing. So, CH-30, unexpected gains. Tianshan's eyes turned icy. He glanced at Feng Yin before raising his foot again. Crack. Act. The black-robed man's limbs were smashed to pieces, one by one. The pain was so intense that he nearly fainted. But each time he slipped toward unconsciousness, a fresh wave of pain jolted him awake. Feng Yin just turned away with a sigh. For half an hour, every bone in the black-robed man's body was shattered into powder. Eventually, he succumbed to the agony, drawing his final breath. Congrats, host. You killed a third stage of Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator and gained spiritual chi times 200 and spirit times 300. As usual, upon his death, an attribute bubble dropped from the black-robed man's body. It shimmered blue. Of course, he was a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. A blue bubble made sense. Host gains luck times 150 and poison element times 50. Tianshan was delighted. It was time to reap the harvest. With the slaying of Su Jin and the black-robed man, he'd gained quite a lot. With his current incomplete spirit demon cultivation, such gains would have taken him at least several days. Oh, what do we have here? Storage rings. Tianshan casually snatched the ring from the black-robed man's hand. With the man dead, the spiritual imprint faded. But upon checking, the ring was only about a cubic meter in space, smaller than the one Feng Yin had gifted him. Tianshan's face showed disappointment. Spirit stones, materials, techniques. What's this jade slip? A secret realm? The contents of the black-robed man's ring were standard. Nothing stood out, except a jade slip, sealed and faintly glowing. Tianshan undid the seal and peered inside. It recorded the location of a secret realm. Sect Master, do you know anything about a secret realm called Beastral Dominion? A secret realm? Of course. If it's resource-rich, it could raise a sect to the heavens. Wait, did you say Beastral Dominion? Feng Yan's eyes widened. That's impossible. That place was destroyed hundreds of years ago. How could there be any recent intel on it? I get it now. This guy wasn't from our northern regions. He must have stumbled across the information, unaware it was outdated. His voice was filled with disappointment. Tianshan nodded, but was still very interested in this bestial dominion secret realm. So he smiled and asked, "Sect Master, can you tell me more about this bestial dominion? I've never heard about any secret realms before." "Sure." Feng Yin nodded, but pointed to his body and said helplessly, "I can tell you all about it, but can you wait until I've recovered a bit? Also, please bring Elder Qiuzheng over. He's our beast-taming sect's alchemy elder. You should have some healing pills for me. I'll go right away." Tianxin suddenly remembered Feng Yan's serious injuries and felt a bit embarrassed. With directions from Feng Yin, Tianxin quickly made his way to Elder Qiuzheng's cave mansion. Elder Qiuzheng's cave mansion was quite far from the main sect hall. As an alchemy elder, Qiuzheng needed a suitable place for pill refining. Cultivators in the qi refining realm hadn't yet cultivated their own alchemy fire and could only rely on natural flames. So, a good location was essential. 10 kilometers southeast of the main sect hall stood a hill with a magma pool halfway up. Qiuzheng cleverly redirected the magma's fire flow into his cave for alchemy. The only downside was the intense heat. Even Tianxin felt a scorching wave as he approached. Elder Qiu, disciple Tianxin, requests an audience. He stood in front of the cave, cupped his fists, and called out. No disciples were in sight. Clang, clang. A moment later, several footsteps echoed from within, and Elder Qiuzheng, shirtless and covered in sweat, stepped out. "Ah, it's you, Tianxin. Are you finally here to learn alchemy from me? Good. Come in quickly. Let me see if you have the talent for alchemy." Qiuzheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was well aware of Tianxin's potential and would love to take him in as a disciple. Though he wasn't Tianxin's match in combat, Qiuzheng believed his decades of alchemy experience could still teach Tianxin a thing or two. Tianxin took a step back, flustered by the elder's sudden enthusiasm. "Elder Zhao, the sect master has been badly injured. He asked me to find you and request some healing medicine." "What? Sect master is injured? Was it a cultivation mishap?" Qiuzheng's expression shifted to shock and worry. Without waiting for an answer, he rushed back into the cave. "Hold on. I'll get the pills right now and go with you." Tianxin stood still, scratching his head. As he waited, his eyes drifted around. Attribute bubbles. Near the magma pool, numerous attribute bubbles caught his attention. His face lit up as he walked over. Host gained fire element times 5. Host gained fire element times 10. Host gained alchemy experience times 300. Though they were all white bubbles, within moments, Tianxin had gathered 139 points of fire element and 1,200 points of alchemy experience. Nice! That's one of the 3 requirements met to upgrade the Rainbow Light Blood Fox. Now I just need 5-star Beast Core and Blood Element points. This might actually be easier than I thought. Tianxin was pleasantly surprised. The 1,200 alchemy experience was an unexpected bonus, though slightly frustrating. His attribute panel still didn't list a sub-profession for alchemy. So even though he had the experience, he couldn't use it yet. He glanced at the cave and muttered, "I guess it really is time to start learning alchemy with Elder Zhao and formally awaken the alchemist profession. Let's go." Moments later, Qiuzheng rushed out of the cave, now fully dressed, holding pills, and looking serious as he dashed toward Feng Yan's cave. Tianxin tried to call out and redirect him. Feng Yan wasn't there anymore, but gave up. Thankfully, Feng Yan's cave was close to the sect's main hall. CH-31, countermeasure. Still. Watching Qiuzheng run wildly, Tianxin couldn't help but mumble. Is this how an alchemist's temperament is supposed to be? So hot-headed. Even so, he sped up and quickly caught up. After all, Qiuzheng was just in the qi refining realm. Tianxin's speed was already on par with the Foundation Establishment realm. Elder Qiu, the sect master, is at the sect hall. Got it. Qiuzheng adjusted his direction slightly and sprinted forward again. Less than 5 minutes later, they arrived at the sect hall, where Feng Yan sat cross-legged outside, healing. Upon seeing him, Qiu Zheng's experienced eyes instantly recognized that Feng Yin hadn't been injured by cultivation mishap. It was clearly a battle wound. Who was it? Who dared to injure the sect master? Roaring with anger, Qiu Zheng rushed forward and began checking Feng Yan's condition with practiced hands. Feng Yan opened his eyes, with a helpless look, allowed him to proceed. Sect master, this is a 2-star healing pill. Quickly take it. Thankfully, your injuries, though severe, didn't touch your vital points. If they had, even I couldn't save you. He placed the milky white pill into Feng Yan's mouth. Thank you, Elder Qiu. Feng Yan shut his eyes again, focusing on channeling spiritual energy to absorb the pill and hasten his recovery. Tian Shun, what on earth happened? Was it Su Hin? Qiu Zheng turned to Tian Shun and asked, but as he looked to the side, he saw Su Jin's lifeless body lying nearby. Impossible. With his strength, he couldn't possibly harm the sect master. Qiu Zheng's temper flared again, and he began muttering aloud. Wait, I get it. That bastard Su Jin must have ambushed the sect master. That wolf-hearted traitor. Now that his son's gone for good, he finally made his move. Tian Shun, who was standing next to him, looked a little embarrassed. Elder Qiu, that's not entirely accurate. While this guy Su Jin was involved, his strength alone couldn't possibly harm the sect master. The main reason is... Tian Shun quickly explained everything he had witnessed. WTF. Upon hearing Tian Shun's account, Qiu Zheng exploded in fury, letting out a violent curse as he kicked Su Jin's lifeless body. This damn traitor, bringing outsiders into our beast-taming sect and trying to seduce our disciples? You should have called me earlier. If I'd been there, I wouldn't have let this bastard off so easily. Elder Qiu, aren't you afraid of the demon sect? Tian Shun asked in surprise. Afraid of the demon sect? Huh. While they're strong, this is the Northern Territory. This is beast-taming sect's turf. They don't get to act like they own the place here. Qiu Zheng declared with boldness and a domineering air. This fearlessness far outshone even Feng Yan, the sect master himself. Tian Shun couldn't help but glance at Qiu Zheng in admiration. But the very next moment, he was dumbfounded. The once bold Qiu Zheng suddenly rolled his eyes and gave Tian Shun a wide, fawning grin. Of course, it's not just bravado. With you around, Tian Shun, I doubt those demon sect mongrels could do a thing to us. Tian Shun suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Where was this elder getting such faith in him from? If not for the existence of his attribute system, even Tian Shun himself would have had second thoughts about facing the demon sect. After all, there were core formation realm experts among their ranks. If they attacked now, he wouldn't stand a chance. But with the system... Even after killing the man in the black robe, Tian Shun was confident. He estimated it would take at least a month for the demon sect to arrive from the Western Territories. And within that time, he was confident he could raise his strength to the level of a core formation realm cultivator. He had no reason to be afraid. It turned out that Qiu Zheng's pill was indeed potent. Though Feng Yan's injury looked grave, it wasn't as bad as it appeared. Just over 10 minutes later, Feng Yan opened his eyes, his expression visibly lighter and more refreshed. He looked at Qiu Zheng with deep gratitude. Elder Qiu, I truly thank you for this pill. Without it, I don't know how long my recovery would have taken. Sect Master, there's no need to be so formal. You're the backbone of our beast-taming sect. Healing you is something I'm honored to do. Qiu Zheng waved it off casually. By the way, Sect Master, I heard everything about the demon sect from Tian Shun. Should we begin preparations? Despite his earlier confidence in front of Tian Shun, Qiu Zheng now wore a faint trace of concern. Tian Shun noticed and couldn't help but think, so that bravado was just for show, as expected of an old fox. That's exactly my plan. Feng Yan nodded. We'll send Tian Shun and the core disciples away. As for the rest, I'll personally lead them to that place. That place? No way. I don't agree. Qiu Zheng immediately objected, his tone serious. That place is too dangerous. One misstep, and not just the disciples, even we elders could die. But if we don't, we have no way to resist the demon sect. We just need to hide temporarily. 1 year, maybe 2. Once the demon sect forgets about us, we can return. Feng Yin sighed. Sect Master, do you not believe in Tian Shun? Xiao Zheng furrowed his brows. Feng Yin glanced at Tian Shun and slowly shook his head. It's not that I don't believe in him. It's just that he's too young. I won't gamble away the future of such a talented youth. Someone like him, given time, not only core formation realm, he could very well reach the realm of core strengthening. But the thing we lack most is time, and the demon sect will definitely not give us that. Xiao Zheng fell silent, seemingly moved by Feng Yan's words. He understood. Right now, the survival of the beast-taming sect depended on Tian Shun and the core disciples. As long as they lived, there was hope. Even if the elders, even the rest of the disciples fell, there'd still be someone to avenge them in the future. But if Tian Shun and the others fell too, then the beast-taming sect would be completely erased from the annals of history. All right, I agree. So, we're going to that place immediately. Xiao Zheng asked. Ahem. Tian Shun finally couldn't bear it and interrupted, coughing lightly. Sect Master, Elder Qiu, you both never actually asked me whether I want to leave. What? You're not going? Feng Yin stared at him. Tian Shun shook his head, his tone calm. Sect Master, let's be honest. This whole demon sect mess started because of me. If you really don't trust me, then go ahead and leave with the others. I won't run. You stubborn brat. That's the demon sect we're talking about. Core formation realm experts. Even if you can handle foundation establishment now, can you take on a core formation realm cultivator? Feng Yin grew agitated. Though he'd said he would send Tian Shun and the core disciples away together, he knew the truth. Tian Shun was their true hope. The others, even if they survived and left, who could say what they'd become out in the world? With new sects, new interests, and stronger powers vying for their loyalty, would they even remember the beast-taming sect? Perhaps not. Except one person. There was one more he believed in, Feng Yin, his daughter. But even as her father, Feng Yin knew that Feng Yin wouldn't be able to achieve such strength in a short time. Even if she did, he didn't want her to risk herself for their sake. She was just one girl after all. No matter how talented, her road to power would always be harder than a man's. CH-32, moving out. Sect Master, the question of inseparability, let's not talk about it. Can I ask, where exactly are we going? Tian Shun's brows furrowed slightly as he questioned. Feng Yin and Xiao Zheng exchanged glances before replying solemnly. Roughly 500 kilometers from our beast-taming sect, within the territory of Profound Qi sect. Their strength far surpasses ours. You're heading to Profound Qi sect? Then shouldn't it be safe? Do we have any conflict with them? Tian Shun asked again, puzzled. No, the place we're going has nothing to do with the Profound Qi sect. It was discovered long ago by a senior of our beast-taming sect, an ancient sect ruin. What? An ancient sect? Tian Shun's eyes widened in shock. Yes, Feng Yin nodded, then continued. This ancient sect, based on generations of investigation by our beast-taming sect's elders, used to belong to our northern territory. When it flourished, it had cultivators at the core formation realm. Xiao Zheng added. We can't be sure if core formation realm was their peak powerhouse or someone even stronger once existed there. Core formation realm isn't the limit? Then is it the core strengthening realm? Why would such a sect vanish then? Tian Shin murmured, astonished. Feng Yan's expression turned grim. That's what we find baffling. The sect's disappearance might be tied to the demonic tribes. Even now, the ruins remain heavily saturated with demonic energy. That alone makes it extremely perilous. An ancient sect filled with demonic energy. Tian Shun pondered deeply for a moment, then raised his head with resolute eyes. I won't back down. Even if I were to hide, I'd still go with you to this ancient sect. This? Feng Yin hesitated. The ancient ruins may have housed core formation realm or stronger, but that was all in the past. Currently, thick demonic energy still lingered there, making it extremely hazardous. Even Foundation establishment cultivators could be affected by it. Once tainted, their temperament might shift, turning them into bloodthirsty monsters. This had happened more than once. Only those who had stepped into the core formation realm could barely resist such energy. Tian Shun's talent was too extraordinary. Feng Yin didn't want to risk losing such a rare seedling to the corruption of demonic energy. Let's discuss it later. Qiuzheng saw Feng Yan's concern and tactfully intervened. A day later, all disciples and elders of the beast-taming sect gathered once more at the inner sect square. By now, everyone had heard of the danger looming over their sect, but not a single person chose to flee. Even those core disciples who were to be sent away for training remained. They had spirit. Those who lacked it had already run away during the previous attack by the demonic beasts. Moreover, with Feng Yin and the elders keeping things hidden, only Tian Shun, Feng Yin, and Qiuzheng truly knew the full story. The others simply believed that Su Jin, a traitorous elder, had colluded with outsiders and brought disaster upon them. That misunderstanding brought Feng Yin a mix of gratitude and helplessness. He never expected such unity among his disciples. Still, the decision had to be made to transfer everyone, Tian Shun included, to the ancient sect ruins within the profound Qi sect's influence. As the disciples gathered, all belongings had been packed. The beast-taming sect was practically empty now. Only the sealed beast-taming hall remained untouched. Over 80,000 people were on the move. The scale of such migration was massive. And since they were venturing into another sect's territory, Feng Yin made careful arrangements. Each elder and supervisor would lead 1,000 people. Feng Yin himself would escort the core disciples, setting off ahead to prepare for any unexpected events or threats from the profound Qi sect. Move out! At his command, the entire beast-taming sect began their migration. As they descended the mountain, many looked back at their home, uncertain if they'd ever return. Sectmaster, you go ahead. I'm fast and can catch up easily. I just remembered, I left a disciple's family token in my old residence at the outer sect. It's very important. I must retrieve it. Tian Shun halted a few steps into the journey and spoke to Feng Yin. Go then. When moving straight ahead, with your speed, you'll catch up easily. Feng Yin didn't think much and approved without hesitation. But Tian Shun had no token to retrieve. While his predecessor did have a family, Tian Shun himself had little attachment to them now. If he never went back, it wouldn't bother him. The real reason he made up the excuse was simple: attribute bubbles. He didn't yet fully understand the laws behind how those attribute bubbles formed and dropped, but he knew one thing. An event this large was bound to leave behind plenty. And if he could collect enough of them, perhaps his strength could reach the core formation realm. Of course, even Tian Shun knew that was wishful thinking. Back in Bloodfox Valley, defeating 2-star monsters had only yielded 4,000 or 5,000 attribute points. Now, most of these disciples were still at the body refining realm. Even in bulk, how many points could they truly provide? Especially now that Tian Shun had reached the 7th stage of Qi refining realm. Most of the white attribute bubbles had stopped appearing altogether. He began to suspect that, as his cultivation grew, lower-tier attribute bubbles simply no longer dropped. If that were true, then he truly had to thank the disciples and elders of the beast-taming sect for not overwhelming him with spiritual attributes. Because if he had already broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, would even the green bubbles stop appearing? Well, not a big problem. Tian Shun's mouth nearly split from grinning. This harvest was simply immense. After all, it was the entire beast-taming sect he had scoured. Even if the white attribute bubbles had become rarer, it didn't mean they were completely gone. Especially those that had dropped earlier and had been left untouched. They still lingered. CH33, caution, ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Host, Tian Shun. Cultivation, 9th stage of Qi refining realm. Auxiliary profession, Formation Master, 1 star. Physique, 7580. Spirit, 6300. Chi, 3150. Luck, 960. Charm, 1925. Martial Arts Experience, 8000. Auxiliary Profession Experience. Alchemist, 1500. Formation Master, 1200. Weapon Refiner, 400. Talisman Master, 100. Cultivation Arts. Solar Cultivation Technique, 2 star. Master. Martial Art. Poison Aura Finger Technique, 2 star. Master. Storm Chasing Technique, 2 star. Master. Body Tempering Technique, 2 star. Minor Accomplishment. Divine Power. Bestial Sword Intent. Storage. Incomplete Soul Demon. Undistributed Attributes. Thunder Element times 10. Fire Element times 350. Poison Element times 250. Wood Element times 50. Water Element times 50. Ice Element times 15. Metal Element times 40. Earth Element times 80. Underscore. Under the faintly glimmering morning light, Tian Shun stood quietly on a cliff overlooking the now deserted beast-taming sect. The mountain gates were still there, solemn and ancient, but the life and vitality that once filled this place had long scattered. Only the echo of footsteps carried by the mountain winds remained as a memory. In his hand, Tian Shun toyed with a small talisman he had picked up earlier, a crumbling yellow rune inscribed in paper soaked with an ancient aura. He had not wasted his time. In the time given to him, Tian Shun had carefully combed through the empty residences, the elder halls, the outer sect quarters, and even some half-broken training grounds. The number of attribute bubbles he gathered far exceeded his expectation. Although most bubbles were white or green, each one accumulated steadily, filling the gaps in his foundation. It wasn't earth-shaking power, but it was enough to thicken the blood in his veins, sharpen the edge of his chi, and stabilize his spirit. And most importantly, Tian Shun looked inward. The thresholds to ascend to foundation establishment were looming ahead like a silent wall. For normal cultivators, only the strength of their chi was tested. But for him, it was different. He needed to raise physique, spirit, chi, luck, and charm, all 5, to their respective peak thresholds. Only then could he take the next step, a monstrous requirement for others. But Tian Shun felt no impatience. Each drop of strength he earned was solid, unshakable. 5 times the effort, 5 times the power, he whispered with a faint smile. The road was long, but his footsteps were firm. After a brief glance at the distant mountains, Tian Shun flicked the worn talisman into the wind and turned around. The main convoy of beast-taming sect was already far ahead, steadily moving toward their new destination, the ancient ruins hidden within the territory of profound Chi sect. Without another word, Tian Shun blurred into motion, his storm-chasing technique activating soundlessly. His figure became a streak of wind among the trees, surging across the landscape. In a few breaths, he caught sight of the massive group in the distance. Rows and rows of disciples, elders, beasts, and carriages, forming a slow-moving river of humanity. Feng Yin stood at the forefront, his expression stern but composed. Xiaozheng patrolled the edges like a vigilant hawk, ensuring no accidents occurred. The disciples remained mostly quiet, each carrying only the barest necessities. The deeper they traveled into unfamiliar territory, the heavier the atmosphere grew. But no one faltered. Tian Shun quietly merged back into the group, his presence hardly noticed except by a few sharp-eyed elders. Feng Yan's gaze swept over him briefly, but didn't call him out. Instead, he sent a faint transmission. "You're back. Good. Keep close." Tian Shun nodded silently. He didn't need unnecessary attention, especially not now. After several hours of steady travel, the group finally came to a stop. Before them loomed a mountain range, thick with mists and strange spiritual fluctuations. Ancient broken stone pillars jutted out like skeletal fingers from the ground. Faint runes, half erased by time, still glimmered weakly under the sunlight. Demonic energy filled the air, making the chi within the body feel sluggish. Even the low-level disciples began to sway uneasily. "This is it," Xiaozheng muttered grimly. "The ruins of a talisman master sect," Feng Yin confirmed, his voice low. At this revelation, Tian Shun's eyes sharpened. Talisman masters, one of the ancient auxiliary professions, experts who could manipulate runes and spiritual ink to create talismans capable in all-rounding things. They were rare and extremely powerful in their prime. If these ruins truly belonged to a sect of talisman masters, then the treasures buried here might be unimaginable. Formation diagramme. Spiritual talismans. Ancient rune techniques. A surge of excitement brewed quietly within Tian Shan. The sect moved cautiously. Feng Yin split the convoy further into smaller teams, setting up camp near the safer outskirts of the ruins. Outer disciples were forbidden from entering the deeper areas without permission. Core disciples and elders formed exploration teams, slowly beginning the preliminary investigation. Tian Shun, under the pretense of being a specially protected disciple, had free movement privileges. Naturally, he intended to take full advantage of it. He sat cross-legged at the edge of camp for now, pretending to meditate. But under his calm surface, his senses were fully stretched outward. He could feel it. Attribute bubbles. Numerous faint attribute bubbles scattered throughout the ruins like hidden stars, waiting to be harvested. Some were white, some gray, even a few early hints of blue deep within the ruins. Host gained spirit times 50. Host gained auxiliary profession experience formation times 350. Host gained martial arts experience times 500. Tian Shun's lips curled slightly. "Looks like this trip will be worthwhile," he muttered. Beyond the mist, beyond the broken ruins, countless opportunities awaited. Not just for chi, not just for strength, but for building the deep, indestructible foundation that would carry him to heights unimaginable. Slowly, Tian Shan stood up. The ancient ruins beckoned, and he intended to answer. With silent steps and steady breath, he melted into the mist. The mist around the ruins rolled and shifted like living creatures, thick with the scent of ancient demonic energy. Standing at the edge of the mist, Tian Shun narrowed his eyes. In front of him, broken pillars, half-collapsed stone bridges, and distant spirit lights flickered like will-o'-the-wisps. More importantly, attribute bubbles. Hundreds of them. His fingers twitched slightly with suppressed excitement. Host detected abundant attribute bubbles ahead. Proceed with caution. Caution my foot, Tian Shan muttered. He had already prepared his storm-chasing technique to its limit, ready to dart in, grab a few handfuls of bubbles, and bounce before anyone even noticed. CH-34, lonely and wide-o-wy. He took one step forward. Suddenly, a delicate, slender hand gripped the back of his collar like a mother cat grabbing her kitten. He froze, still with a mid-sprint posture. A sweet, familiar voice chirped at his ear, trying to kill him with the whole amount of it. "Sweetie, where do you think you're going?" Tian Shun turned his head stiffly. There she was, Feng Yin, all smiles, but her eyes gleaming dangerously. Next to her stood sect master Feng Yin, arms crossed, with a deadpan expression. Tian Shun instinctively tried to activate storm-chasing technique when systems prompt came up. Host is advised not to rush into your death. Please look at your surroundings. Annoying system, Tian Shun thought darkly, but he still stopped his actions. The surrounding, meaning the actual ancient sect ruin, was completely wrapped in demonic energy, so much that it creates a foggy mist around it. If he carelessly jumps into it, there's a very high chance that he will not survive after the night. Ahem. Feng Yin coughed, pretending to clear his throat as he grabbed their attention. Tian Shun, that area ahead is saturated with ancient demonic energy. Even your sturdy body will have your chi pathways reversed if you rush and like a fool. We will think of other solutions. Until then, wait. Tian opened his mouth to argue, but Feng Yin beat him to it. She yanked him backward like pulling a stubborn puppy. Are you planning to die young and leave me lonely, Q&E widowy? Wide OWY. Tian muttered under his breath. Feng Yin came in front of him, meeting her eyes with his. She was close. Way too close. Her breath tickled his cheek. Tian stiffened. He could smell faint lotus fragrance from her clothes. Feng Yin pouted dramatically. You don't want to accompany senior sister forever? I'm not a pet. Pet, toy, fiancé, future husband, what's the difference? A/N. She's not right? Seeing his rare, speechless reaction, Feng Yin giggled mischievously. Her fingers pinched his cheeks lightly, stretching them. You're too cute. Big sis wants to kidnap you. Sect Master Feng Yin coughed loudly, face darkening. Feng Yin, stop fooling around. Feng Yin winked at Tian and whispered slyly. We'll continue this later. Tian silently decided to strengthen his body-tempering art immediately. Dragged back to camp in the outskirts like a misbehaving child, Tian found himself sitting by the campfire, poking it gloomily with a stick. Across the fire, Feng Yin was polishing a tiny spirit beast with a small cloth, humming happily. Every so often, she would glance up and smile sweetly at him. Tian's expression didn't change, but inside, something stirred strangely. Not quite annoyance. Not quite fear. Maybe something more troublesome. Love, actually. Tian, ignoring her, threw another stick into the fire moodily. This woman was dangerous, not because she wanted to harm him, but because she was serious about binding his fate without asking him. Later that evening, as Tian was trying to sneak away to cultivate, Feng Yin appeared out of nowhere, slinging an arm around his shoulders. Little hubby, since you're grounded, why don't you keep Big Sis company tonight? What exactly do you mean by keep company? Feng Yin blinked innocently. Sleeping together, of course. Isn't it common for close ones to share warmth? Tian realized, if he didn't escape soon, his cultivation path might change from the attribute god to Feng Yin's personal bed warmer. Tian stared at the ceiling of the tent as he questioned his life. Beside him, Feng Yin was busy setting up 2 sleeping mats. No, wait. Correction. 1 sleeping mat. And it was definitely only wide enough for 1 person. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Where's my sleeping mat? Feng Yin blinked innocently. Oh, there's only 1 mat. I guess we'll have to share. Tian's heart pounded uncomfortably. Not out of fear. Out of an emotion far more dangerous. Excitement. Curiosity. And a strange, terrifying tenderness he didn't want to name. Feng Yin patted the mat invitingly. Come, it's cold tonight. Let's cuddle and share warmth. Tian opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. I'll meditate outside. He turned sharply, attempting to storm out. He took exactly 3 steps before a soft weight crashed into his back, clinging tightly like a koala. Don't run away, Feng Yin whined. Her warmth pressed against him. Soft. Fragrant. Dangerously comforting. Tian froze. Feng Yin giggled against his back. Little hubby Big Sis feels lonely, won't you keep me company? He tried to pry her off. Failed miserably. He sighed, shoulders slumping in defeat. Fine. Tian stared at the ceiling of the tent, dead inside. Beside him, Feng Yin was busy setting up 2 sleeping mats. No, wait. Correction. 1 sleeping mat. And it was definitely only wide enough for 1 person. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Where's my sleeping mat? Feng Yin blinked innocently. Oh, there's only 1 mat. I guess we'll have to share. Tian's heart pounded uncomfortably. Not out of fear. Out of an emotion far more dangerous. Excitement. Curiosity. And a strange, terrifying tenderness he couldn't quite pinpoint. Feng Yin patted the mat invitingly. Come, it's cold tonight. Let's cuddle and share warmth. Tianshan opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. I'll meditate outside. He turned sharply, attempting to storm out. He took exactly 3 steps before a soft weight crashed into his back, clinging tightly like a koala. Don't run away, Feng Yin whined. Her warmth pressed against him, her soft, fragrant, comforting aura raping him up in an unescapable trap. Tianshan froze. Feng Yin giggled against his back. Big sis feels lonely, won't you keep me company? He tried to pry her off, but failed miserably. He sighed, shoulders slumping in defeat. Fine. Under the dim light of a faintly glowing spirit lamp, Tianshan lay on the narrow mat. Feng Yin cuddled up next to him shamelessly. No, not next to him. On him. One leg draped over his waist, her arms wrapped possessively around his torso, her cheek resting comfortably on his chest. He could feel her heartbeat, steady and warm. He could smell the faint sweetness of her breath. He could feel every inch of her soft, delicate body pressed against him. And worst of all, he liked it, a bit too much. Tianshan, she murmured softly, her fingers tracing idle patterns over his chest. He responded automatically, brain barely functioning. You like me, right? Tianshan had closed his eyes as he whispered. Yeah. Feng Yin's body trembled slightly. Then she lifted her head, meeting his eyes. In the dim light, her pupils shone like pools of molten gold. Then, make me yours, she whispered. Tianshan's breath caught. Before he could process it, Feng Yin leaned in and kissed him. Soft, warm, juicy, tasting faintly of lotus petals. He stiffened instinctively, then melted. His arms moved on their own, wrapping around her slender waist, pulling her closer. Feng Yin smiled against his lips. Good boy, she murmured approvingly. CH 35, 12 ins S, 18. Tianshan took a deep breath. Slowly it came out, but not as inhumanly one. A rather nasty one. A beastly one. Feng Yin felt something clinging to her belly. She looked down just to see a big bulge between Tianshan's legs. A bit too big. Maybe she messed up the wrong guy. Tia. She lifted her head, trying to say something, only for Tianshan to close her mouth by his own. What's done is done. It is now unstoppable. She sighed inwardly as she focuses on enjoying the moment. Tianshan's arms moved on their own, one claiming around her bosom, so the other does the bottom waist. Feng Yin, surprised, looked in his eyes, full of passion. Ha ha. The kiss finally broke as they breathed heavily, acknowledging the passion that still lingers. You have a beast inside you. Feng Yin pouted. Didn't you awaken him? Tianshan smugly retorted. Then, their lips meet again as they helped each other out of their clothing. Breaking the kiss, Tianshan stared at Feng Yin's naked body, her at least E-cup breast wanting to be squished, her small, slender waist waiting to be conquered, her round ass cheeks begging to be slapped, her A/N what? Not enough. Want more? Were you a nutcracker? Her sinful body caused someone to wake up completely. Gulp. Feng Yin was also his muzzle-packed body, but swallowed nervously as she stared at the monster of a CCK between his legs. Will it fit? Feng Yin asked nervously. It may if we prepare. Tianshan answered, but uncertainty loomed in his tone. After all, he didn't have a F-King 12-ink S in his life. Maybe this is the side effect of charm, he thought, which the system corrected. This is the side effect of physique and charm. Hosta. Oh, thanks. He thanked the system, then returned his attention to the important matter. Feng Yin was now looking innocently at him, quite contrasting to her before flirty attitude. It was her fault, after all. She hadn't expected him to be this big. Her sisters neither told her about the size, nor about any preparation if it's too big. How about you use your mouth to get it slippery? Tian Shun suggested, which she, though skeptical, still complied as she didn't know any better. Maybe I should have done more research in this manner. Feng knelt between his legs as she grabbed his big hot CCK. She slowly ran her soft hands through his shaft, just as he instructed. Seeing his blissful reaction, she gained confidence as she sped up her motions. After a while of hand service, she slowly put it in her small mouth. She struggled quite a bit just to swallow 1/3 of it, but still managed it somehow. Slurp, slurp. After a few moments of getting used to it, she started bobbing her head. Slurp, slurp. Lewd noises filled the tent, as Feng Yin pleasured him while he enjoyed her service. Feng Yin was pleased by the reactions he was giving. Slurp, slurp. Ugh. After 10 minutes or so, the pleasure built up as his shaft throbbed, wanting to release its baby batter inside the beauty. Ugh, Iner, I'm going to come. Tian Shun called out to her, but her attention went to something else. His change of address from senior sister to Iner, which she was quite satisfied with, which caused her to take her efforts up a notch. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Taking the no resistance as consent, he went as deep as she could take him, then exploded. Splurt, splurt, splurt. Finally feeling a burst of slimy load, Feng Yin realized what he was trying to convey. In desperate attempt not to choke on it, she swallowed as much as she could. Much more still leaked out from her nose and the corners of the mouth. As Tian Shun took out his still hard CCK, Feng Yin finally gained access to oxygen again. She took deep breaths like her life depended on it. Well, her life does depend on it. H.A.H. Are you H.A.H. trying H.A.H. to kill me, H.A.H.? Saw the... Tian Shun apologized, but from the way he looked, he didn't truly mean it. She pouted, annoyed by his smugness. She mocked, not knowing the dragon was yet to be slayed. Is this all you got? Tian Shun shook his head as he arrogantly claimed. It's not over. Until I win. As he said that, he pulled her onto the mat, then pushed her against it as his hands and mouth ravaged her. Kia red heart. Feng emuled in surprise. Tian Shun sucked on one of her nipples as one hand caressed the left-out boobies. His other hand slowly went down to her PSSY as it played with it. Our red heart. She began to moan in pleasure as his fingers, though clumsily, still done their part. Feng Yin, unable to resist, embraced Tian Shun as her hips moved in tandem with his hands. I'm winning, right? H.A.H. You aren't. Our red heart. Feng Yin protested weakly, her face completely flushed from the pleasure. However, Tian Shun didn't mind her words as he continued playing with her body. You are enjoying this too much, Iner. He teased as she glared at him, but she didn't deny his claim. Our red heart. The moans that rang through the tent, along with the obscene sound of his fingers and her juices made for a very sexy scenario. Iner, your PSSY is twitching, and your face is flushed. You want my DCK, don't you? He whispered into her ears. AHHHH. And no, I don't want your DCK. AGHHH red heart. As soon as she said that, his fingers sped up and her mind grew blank. Upsilon INL. Aha red heart. As if her voice had turned into a button, as soon as she reached her climax, her juices shot out and splashed Tian Shun's clothes and hand. Squirt, squirt, squirt. She panted heavily, her mind and body completely exhausted, but her eyes were filled with desire and passion as she looked at Tian Shun. What's next? Iner, what about my DCK? Tian Shun asked as he pointed toward his shaft. Feng Yin blushed furiously. It's because I don't have any other choice. And it was supposed to be a reward for you. So hurry up. She stammered. Ho, a reward for me? So you wanted me to have a taste of this delicious PSSY? Tian Shun mocked as his hands touched her inner thighs, now filled with immense confidence. And to make it worse, Feng Yin didn't deny it. If it makes you obey me, then it's a small price to pay. A red heart. Feng Yin cried out as his fingers slowly entered her tight tunnel. So this is what a PSSY feels like. Tian Shun remarked as his finger slowly slid in and out. AHH, Ag Red Heart. Her juices squirted out with every thrust, drenching their bodies. Eha, Ag Red Heart. This feels so good. Tian Shin muttered under his breath, his DCK twitching, itching to replace his finger. If you keep this up, I'll... Feng Yin screamed in pleasure, but Tian Shun was already in the throes of lust. Then let's make the first time more pleasurable. He pulled his finger out of her PSSY, then placed his CCK in front of her entrance. Wah! Feng Yin felt his CCK's tip, terrified. She couldn't believe it would fit her. No way. That will never fit. Oh, it will, my dear. It will, he said as he pressed his DCK against her entrance. Please, be gentle. She mewed as he slammed his DCK deep into her. Red Heart. Her body trembled uncontrollably as her mind was filled with agony and ecstasy at the same time. Ag Red Heart. Feng Yin screamed as her nails dug into his skin. Tian Shun's face was red, and his heart was beating rapidly. He stopped for a while, letting her get used to it and adjust to the pain. Einer's pussy is so tight. His voice was hoarse, and he sounded out of breath. No way, it's just too big. Feng Yin murmured as tears welled up in her eyes. Are you okay, Einer? MHM. After a while, she nodded, and then her lips curved into a smile. Please go easy on me, hubby-da. Tian Shin smiled back at her. Of course. He promised, and then began thrusting. Red Heart. MNGH. The sounds of their moans and gasps echoed throughout the room. Red Heart. Feng Yin's whole body trembled with every thrust. Her eyes were glazed over, and her face was flushed. Tian Shun's breath became ragged, and his face was full of pleasure. NNGH. Amen. He gritted his teeth and continued to pound her. NNGH. His whole body shuddered, and then he released inside her. Splurt, splurt, splurt. Ugh, hug, Red Heart. She came at the same time, her body convulsing violently. Squirt, squirt, squirt. Tian Shun pulled out, his DCK dripping with her fluids. He wiped his sweat, then looked at her and grinned. Wasn't that blissful? Yes, it was. Feng Yin admitted, then kissed his lips. After a while, the two were lying in each other's arms with joy clear on their faces. But not for long. CH-36, Feng Yin's Trap, 1. In the soft amber light inside the tent, silence reigned except for the gentle rise and fall of two bodies breathing in sync. Congratulations! Host has successfully activated the yin-yang completion physique state. Yin-yang completion physique state. The yin complement and complete yang, and so does the yang with yin. So, if a cultivator hadn't performed coitus, his physique isn't considered complete by the heavenly laws. By performing sexual intercourse with Feng Yin, Host has entered the yin-yang physique completion state. Host gains ordinary yin-yang physique and luck times 500. Define por ordinary yin-yang physique. Description. The yin-yang physique gives Host the ability to increase his and his partner's cultivation through sexual intercourse. But as it is ordinary, its effects are minimal. Upgrade requirements. Have intercourse with a woman with profound yin physique or enhance your yang origin, CCK, to profound grade. System prompts interrupted the silence for Tian Shun as they echoed inside his head. He lay motionless for a few seconds, eyes wide open, his mind attempting to reboot from whatever blessing he had just experienced. Across from him, Feng Yin's soft giggles floated like wind chimes under moonlight. What happened? Cat got your tongue? She teasingly whispered, her voice like silk tracing his spine. Tian Shin opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say a word, boom! An invisible wave of qi burst out from his body like a divine explosion, shaking the tent more roughly than before and making several poor spirit bugs outside drop dead from shock. Foundation Establishment Realm Achieved. All 5 base attributes have reached the breakthrough threshold. Host cultivation has advanced. Congrats. Host has become a first-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Before he could digest the notifications. Boom! Another spiritual wave exploded, this time from the naked woman lying on his chest, snuggling as if she hadn't just cultivated her way into a realm that took ordinary people didn't even dream of. Feng-Yin unexpectedly looked unsurprised, a lovely smile adorning her face. I feel amazing. Hubby, you're better than any human furnace in the northern region. Tian-Shun sat up slowly, feeling uncomfortable by the term human furnace. Then he frowned, because as his newly awakened spiritual sense stretched out for the first time, he noticed something. Something inside him. Something that wasn't originally his. He closed his eyes and turned inward, and there it was. A tiny, softly glowing sprout curled lovingly around the edge of his soul. It pulsed in harmony with his breath, radiating warmth, sweetness, and something disturbingly binding. Ding! Incomplete love seed detected. Underscore. Treasure. Love seed. 3-star. Broken. Description. Love seed is a spiritual treasure that lets the target fall in love with the initiator and control his life and death willingly. It also makes the target a very good human furnace. Upgrade requirements. Fall hopeless in love with initiator Feng-Yin. Warning. Can be removed by disintegrating host's soul or a soul awakening realm cultivator. Underscore. The fuck you mean by upgrade requirements? You truly want my life to be controlled by her forever, don't you? Tian-Shun's. I twitched as he misled his anger to the poor system. Slowly, he turned his head to the culprit, who was busy braiding her hair while humming. Feng-Yin, he said in the most neutral tone he could manage. Yes, husband, she chirped back with the innocence of a fox spirit wearing sheep wool. What is that seed doing in my soul? Feng-Yin blinked. You found already? Wow, I knew my little hubby was quite sensitive. He narrowed his eyes. Feng-Yin, answer. She pouted. So impatient. All right. It's not a big deal. Just a little spiritual gift from me to you. That gift is bound to my soul. That's how you know it's special. Feng-Yin. Fine. She flopped dramatically back on a bedroll, arms splayed. Since the first day you showed up at the beast-taming sect, I knew it. You were cute, loyal, and stupidly stubborn. A rare breed. So I decided to plant the love seed I accidentally got in your soul, just to be safe. And that day, it ain't no coincidence. The day I was getting harassed, I let you come there deliberately to rescue me, which in turn caused some damage to the love seed. Currently, I can't control your life or death, nor your body. Just that you die when I die, and we can dual cultivate together. Tian-Shun stared, his eyes twitching in annoyance. You forced a soul bond on me before we even talked properly. I call it preemptive spiritual investment. He was quiet for a long moment. It could have killed me. Only if you didn't like me back. She replied cheerfully. Then the seed would have just withered away. But didn't. So that means... She scooted closer, her face now inches from his. You love me too, don't you, my little hubby? He wanted to refute. Wanted to scream. Wanted to lecture her on spiritual ethics and boundaries and maybe slap a talisman to her forehead that read, "Do not bond." But instead, he looked into her eyes. Soft, mischievous, a little crazy, but honest. He sighed. You're insane. He decided to trust her. After all, he didn't have any other option. Hopefully, his bet could be right. Hopefully. She grinned, slipping her arms around his neck. In your mind. Tian-Shun closed his eyes. Maybe, just maybe, this wasn't such a bad cultivation path after all. Underscore. After effect. Feng Yin's POV. As she lay beside him, skin still tingling from their shared ascent, Feng Yin let her fingers softly trail across Tian Shun's chest. He really found it, that little sprout I tucked into his soul. A soft giggle echoed in her heart. So what if I cheated a little? Everyone fights for destiny. I just planted mine early. She glanced at his sleeping face, calm, breath steady, lips barely parted. He's mine now, entirely. Body, soul, fate. All of it. But beneath the smugness, a quiet whisper stirred. What if he resents me later? Her fingers curled slightly. No, I won't let that happen. I'll make him fall in love with me again and again, until he can't imagine life without me. She pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead, her voice a soft promise in the night. Even if fate hadn't tied us, I'd still choose you. CH-37. Feng Yin's honey trap, 2. Feng Yin lay beside him, her fingers lazily tracing patterns across Tian Shun's bare chest. The warmth of their shared moment still lingered on her skin, her breath faintly sweet with satisfaction. Yet, beneath the soft curve of her smile, her heart stirred with emotion she rarely allowed herself to acknowledge. He was asleep, his breathing slow and even. The glow of his breakthrough still hadn't faded from his skin, and she could feel his chi spiraling gently within him like a blooming lotus. And within that lotus, her seed nestled. Quiet, subtle, irremovable. A secret, a promise, a claim. The pinkish gold love seed pulsed in sync with his heart. Feng Yin's gaze softened as she watched his brow twitch ever so slightly in his sleep. Even in rest, his body radiated purpose, determination, and most importantly, fire. How could she not fall for that? Her fingers moved to his cheek, brushing back a strand of damp hair. You always rush forward so blindly, she whispered under her breath, lips barely parting. You think the world will bend if you push hard enough, but some things need to be tied down, anchored, or they'll fly away. Her thoughts wandered to the first time she saw him, scrappy, wild-eyed, looking like a half-starved fox. He had no background, no confidence, no power, but he had the eyes of someone who refused to be caged. And she hated that. Or maybe she loved it too much. That seed, I didn't plant it just because I wanted you to fall for me, she murmured. I planted it because I was afraid. Afraid you'd disappear before I had the courage to tell you how much I needed you. Her tone turned faintly bitter. If you knew the real me, maybe you wouldn't have stayed. A quiet moment passed. Then she leaned down, pressing her forehead to his shoulder. I don't want to be alone again. She didn't say it loudly. She didn't need to. The bond between them had deepened in more than just chi and cultivation. They had exchanged hearts. Tian Shin stirred. His eyelids fluttered, and his breath caught. Feng Yin quickly wiped the dampness from the corner of her eyes and leaned up, composing herself with practiced ease. Good morning, she chimed sweetly. He blinked, dazed. His eyes darted around the unfamiliar silk-draped tent before landing on her. We're still in camp. MHM, she grinned. You passed out after your very manly breakthrough. You moan a lot in your sleep. By the way, so embarrassing. Tianshin flushed, but not from embarrassment. His body was still adjusting to the transformation. His foundation had been forged. His meridians were wider, stronger. He felt lighter, faster, clearer. He had stepped beyond chi refining. And yet, his gaze drifted toward her. It wasn't just power that had changed. It was her. No, it was them. He could feel it. That seed in his soul. The soft tug of connection that wasn't his own creation. You really did plant something in me, he said bluntly. Feng Yin blinked. So serious already? Why didn't you tell me earlier? She shrugged playfully, pulling the sheets closer to her chin. Would you have let me if I had? Probably not. Exactly. He stared at her. You gambled with my soul. I gambled with our soul, she corrected, suddenly serious. There was a flicker of emotion in her eyes, less flirtation, more truth. I wasn't trying to control you, Tian Shan. I was trying to keep you. Because I knew, from a moment you surpassed the other disciples, from a moment you started picking up pace beyond anyone's expectation, one day you'd fly so far ahead I wouldn't be able to reach you anymore. She bit her lips softly. And I can't let that happen. Tian Shun, silent for a moment, then calmly said, You could have asked me. Feng Yin smiled bitterly. And what if you said no? Silence. Tian Shun looked away. He didn't answer. Not because he didn't know, but because he did. Back then, he would have rejected it. He was still chasing strength with everything he had. He would have seen it as a shackle, not a bond. But now he wasn't so sure. The warmth in his chest, the quiet in his mind, the way his spiritual energy moved in harmony with hers, the pain of loneliness, distant, the fear of abandonment, quiet. It was all bearable, and perhaps even beautiful. He met her eyes again. Next time, tell me first. Feng Yin's smile softened, a rare vulnerability peeking through her usual smug confidence. Next time, she promised. Good, he replied. Because if you ever sneak something into my soul again, I'll make sure you never sleep peacefully again. She grinned. Oh, is that threatening me or enticing me? Tianxin rolled over and pinned her beneath him. Her eyes widened, then sparkled as he leaned closer, smirking. It's both. She laughed, breathless. My, are you finally waking up to your true nature? I knew I picked the right one. You picked a lot more than that, he muttered. Suddenly, the system pinged. Warning, though the love seed is broken, Feng Yin's mood may directly affect host cultivation state. So, from now on, please ensure she is not upset with you. What the hell kind of warning is that? Tian Shun muttered inwardly as he sighed. He looked at his fiancée, then said, faking despondency, This is a trap. Feng Yin, knowing full well of his doings, responded teasingly. Yup, but a very soft, warm, and beautiful trap. You forgot dangerous. I prefer the term intensely loyal. Tian Shun gave up, not wanting to waste his words just for futile struggle. He buried his face in the crook of her neck and grumbled. I should have just stayed a lonely rogue. Being a Atron dog is a pain in the SS. Feng Yin hugged him tightly. But you didn't. No. He closed his eyes, resting against her heartbeat. I didn't, and for once. He wasn't sure if he regretted it. Next morning, Tian Shun yawned, stretching his arms above his head, the silk blanket sliding halfway down his torso. The early morning light filtered through the tent's embroidered curtains, casting golden patterns across the room, and across Feng Yin, who was draped across his chest like a particularly possessive cat. She stirred with a soft groan, her legs still hooked over his. 5 more hours, she mumbled, nuzzling his collarbone. Tianxin blinked down at her. That's not how morning works. It is when you just ascended and made love all night, she muttered, clearly proud of both facts. He should have hated how smug she was, how clingy she was. He sighed. Inwardly he didn't hate it. But the warmth of her body, the peaceful rhythm of her breathing, it all felt too safe. Too much like home. But they needed to get up, cultivate, and maybe drink something herbal. He gently peeled her off and got up. She immediately made a whining noise and tried to pull him back. Don't go. I need to pee. Oh, she let go instantly. He rolled his eyes and wrapped a spare robe around his waist, stepping out of the tent, only to immediately freeze mid-step. Across the grassy clearing, standing with his back to the sunrise, was none other than Sect Master Feng Yin. The older man turned slowly. His sharp, stoic face was unreadable. His hands were behind his back. His expression, neutral, too neutral. Tian Shun's spine stiffened. A cold sweat ran down his back. He did not feel like a freshly ascended cultivator at this moment. He felt like a child caught stealing candy. Worse, caught stealing the sect master's daughter's entire soul. Morning, Feng Yin said evenly. Morning, Tianxin replied, voice cracking slightly. There was a long pause. the kind of silence that didn't sit quietly but hovered like a guillotine. Then Feng Yan's gaze swept down Tian Shen's body, his still slightly disheveled robe, the faint spiritual glow lingering around his skin, and the faintly visible bite mark on his collarbone. Tian Shen tugged the robe tighter, as if he wasn't the one who shamelessly claimed the man's daughter. The sect master's eye twitched, but a sound came from the tent behind him, like a whisper of death. "Hubby, where's my towel?" Feng Yin's sleepy, syrupy voice drifted lazily into the clearing. Tian Shen slowly turned to look at Feng Yin. Feng Yin's mouth flattened into a line. Another sound, a rustle of fabric, followed by footsteps. Tian Shen turned back just in time to see Feng Yin stepping out, barefoot, draped in nothing but a man's outer robe and a terribly smug expression. She blinked at the scene before her. "Oh, good morning, father." Tian Shen nearly passed out. Feng Yin stared at his daughter, then at Tian Shen, then back at his daughter. He finally said, in the calmest, most terrifying voice imaginable, "Do you two perhaps wish to explain what happened last night?" CH 38, tension between in-laws. Feng Yin beamed. "Sure, we dual cultivated and broke through together. It was amazing. I had to hold hubby's hand the whole time, though. He was a little scared." Tian Shen choked on air. Feng Yin. Feng Yanis aura flair de folie. Not enough to threaten, but enough to make the grass around them stiffen. The birds in nearby trees fled. "You two," Feng Yin began, closing his eyes slowly, "entered Foundation establishment in the same night, in a private tent, with no supervision, with the breakthrough aura echoing through the camp." Tian Shen swallowed. "Yes, sect master. I'm very proud of your breakthrough," Feng Yin said slowly. "Thank you, sect master. But I'm not proud of how I learned about it." "Understood, sect master." Also, he opened his eyes again, deadly calm. "Wouldn't have you at least waited until your marriage?" Tian Shen was almost glowing red now. He turned to Feng Yin, panicking. He tried explaining, but nothing came to mind. "He wouldn't say that your daughter was the culprit, now would he?" Feng Yin's face looked like it had aged several hundred years. He finally sighed deeply, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Go wash up, both of you, and wear proper clothes before morning assembly." "Yes, father." "Yes, sect master." As they turned to flee back inside. "Wait," Feng Yin added sharply. They froze. Tian Shen turned slowly. "Yes." Feng Yin fixed his gaze on him. It was heavy. "If you ever hurt her, in heart or in soul, I will fight you to death." Tian Shen didn't doubt it. He bowed deeply. "I understand." Feng Yin waved playfully. "Love you, Daddy." "Get inside." "Yes." Half a day later. The forest outside the temporary camp of beast-taming sect had changed. Gone were the chirping birds, the gentle sway of spiritual flora, and the lazy energy that often drifted across the wind. In its place hung tension, heavy and thick like smoke before a wildfire. Tian Shen stood at the edge of a cliff, arms crossed, eyes locked on a distant mountain range cloaked in unnatural mists. That was where the ancient sect lay, a place left untouched for centuries, sealed in myth and whispered dread. The ethereal talisman sect. A cursed name, or maybe a haunted legend. According to rumors, one of its remaining vaults held mid-stage cultivation manuals and ancient talisman recipes from a time before its collapse. Behind him, Feng Yin approached quietly, her steps muffled despite the twigs beneath her feet. She stood beside him, arms tucked inside her sleeves. "The elders say even core formation cultivators disappear in there," she said softly. "I know," Tian Shen replied, eyes still focused ahead. "And yet you're still considering it. Only because we're running out of shortcuts." There was silence. Then Feng Yin's voice again, calm, measured. "We're the strongest in the camp now. You've reached Foundation establishment. My combat power is already second stage of Foundation establishment. But even then, there are things in that place we can't face yet." Tian Shen didn't answer right away. He felt the tug in his chest, the ambition, the burning will to push forward. The system's prompts had quieted recently, but the knowledge that he was living on borrowed time lingered in his mind like a shadow. He could not afford to slow down. He could not afford to lose. Feng Yin stood beside him, her arms folded beneath her cloak, gaze sweeping across the mist-covered horizon. The ethereal talisman sect loomed in the distance like the shadow of a sleeping beast, ominous, ancient, and reeking of danger. Rumors said even core formation cultivators vanished in its depths. Feng Yin thought for a while, then said, "There's another way. Learn alchemy. Elder Qiu Zheng is a 2-star alchemist and currently in the outer camp. He owes my master a favor." Tian Shen blinked. "Alchemy. If you learn to refine protective pills, we might stand a chance when we do enter that place later. Besides, we need time. Rushing in now is suicide." Tian Shen's gaze lingered on the haunted silhouette of the ruins. Then, after a long breath, he nodded. "Let's go see Elder Qiu." Back at the beast-taming sect's temporary camp, the scent of medicinal herbs and burnt charcoal filled the air. They approached a dome-shaped temporary pavilion veiled in protective talismans and clouds of thin smoke. Inside, Elder Qiu Zheng stood shirtless, drenched in sweat, muttering curses over a bubbling alchemy furnace. "Damn you, you useless lump of metal. What do you mean it's impure spirit ash again?" As they stepped inside, a loud boom echoed, followed by a puff of green smoke and a very offended furnace lid clattering across the floor. Feng Yin coughed lightly. "Elder Qiu, what now?" Qiu Zheng spun around, furious, his hair sticking up as if he'd been struck by lightning. "Can't you see I'm trying to salvage my... Oh, you're not my lazy disciple. You're the fox girl. And, oh my heavens, is that?" His expression transformed from murderous rage to grandfatherly delight in the span of a heartbeat. "Tian Shen," the elder exclaimed, eyes twinkling like he'd just been reunited with his long-lost favorite wine gourd. "So you're the one causing a stir around camp. Foundation establishment at your age. My, come in. Tian Shen blinked. "You know about the breakthrough?" "Of course. The whole camp knows it." Tian Shen sighed. "Actually, I came to learn alchemy." Before Elder Qiu could respond, Tian Shen's eyes flicked toward the still, sizzling alchemy furnace. Floating above, it was a faint green bubble, clearly an attribute orb. Without hesitation, Tian Shen reached out and casually popped it like a soap bubble. "You have gained 1-star alchemy furnace. Bound item, alchemy experience times 100. Auxiliary professions panel updated. New profession unlocked alchemist. Rank, none." That was anticlimactic, Tian Shen muttered silently. Elder Qiu was still staring at the remains of his experiment. "You know, I've failed 10 batches trying to trigger 3-star pill. Alchemy sure requires wealth." Tian Shen, ignoring the sputtering elder, opened his system panel. Available experience, 1,600. Upgrade alchemist profession to 3-star. Yes. Ding. Alchemist profession upgraded to 3-star rank. Satisfied, he closed the panel, then focused on the elder. Tian Shen coughed and commented, "Ahem, you were going to teach me, weren't you?" Elder Qiu composed himself, though a faint twitch remained in his left eye. "Right. Alchemy. Teaching. Ahem. The core principle of alchemy is harmony. You must understand the balance between ingredients, flame, and timing." He gestured, and a new furnace rose from the ground like a summoned beast. "Watch closely. I'll demonstrate the basics. Don't blink, you might miss my genius." With flair only a frustrated master could summon, Elder Qiu began the process. His hands moved with practiced precision. Herbs floated in, spiritual flames licked the base, and golden pill mist swirled. 30 minutes later, a single golden pill popped out of the furnace with a soft plink. "Now you try," Elder Qiu said, handing over the spot like a chef challenging a toddler to recreate a souffle. Tian Shen stepped forward. He was thinking which pill to pick from his arsenal of alchemy knowledge. He found one suitable for the situation, so he picked it. He started as the recipe required, mentally selecting the ingredients. The system helpfully auto-sorted them into categories with flashy little animations. Tian Shun just followed the flow. 10 minutes later, plink! A pure, mist-veiled, slightly glowing blue pill slid out of his newly bound furnace. Feng Yin, confused, asked, "That's better than expected, but what kind of pill is it?" It was Demon Clearance Pill, 3-star. Effect: grants temporary resistance to demonic energy. Duration: 6 hours. Cooldown: none. Demon Clearance Pill, useful against shielding demoning energy. Elder Chio, who had just resumed breathing, choked again. He took the pill and squinted at it. Then he sniffed. Then he bit a small piece off and chewed like a squirrel testing a nut. It's a 3-star pill, with purity 70%. Elder Chio shrieked. "You are bullying this poor old man." Elder Chio howled. He breathes and flowers bloom. He blinks and furnaces refine themselves. Tian Shun interrupted, stopping the elder from going in the path of self-destruction. "So, I pass. You pass. Boy, if you don't leave this place with a cauldron full of pills and my recipe book, I'll throw myself into a fire spirit and combust out of shame." Feng Yin leaned on the nearby table, smirking. "You seem popular, dear." "I seem cursed," Tian Shun muttered. Elder Chio stared at him with watery eyes. "What kind of monster are you? Even my disciples are only 1-star alchemists after 3 years." As if summoned, the 2 disciples, one with soot-covered cheeks, the other clutching a half-charred apron, entered the tent. "Master, the new ingredients." Both stopped dead as they noticed the half-eaten blue pill in Elder Chio's hand. "He didn't make that, did he?" one asked suspiciously. "Oh no," Elder Chio said, smiling like a madman. "He did. First try, in under 10 minutes. The disciples looked at each other, then back at Tian Shun. "I hate him," one whispered. "Me too," said the other. Feng Yin clapped her hands. "Well then, we made progress today. Pills to keep demonic energy at bay. You have become 3-star alchemist, and a pair of existentially defeated disciples. I'd say that's a win." Tian Shun tucked the pill away and glanced at the sky. "I feel like my life just got a lot weirder." "Welcome to being talented," Feng Yin said, slipping her arm around his. "Now let's get some rest. Tomorrow, we will make pills again." Elder Chio, meanwhile, was clutching his notes like a man protecting state secrets. "I'm not sleeping tonight. I'm dissecting the refinement step by step. I'll surpass him or die trying." His disciples quietly began setting up a hammock. "For him or for us?" one asked. "Both," said the other solemnly. Ifiriel Talisman sect. That night, while the camp settled under the glow of spirit lamps, Tian Shun stared at the pill in his palm. He could feel it, the stability it brought, not just to the body, but the mind. The thought of entering the ethereal talisman sect didn't seem quite so suicidal anymore. Beside him, Feng Yin leaned her head on his shoulder. "You're not just surviving anymore," she said. "No," he whispered. "I'm preparing to win." The next morning, the morning sun filtered through the dense canopy above, casting golden rays onto the freshly swept campgrounds of the beast-taming sects' temporary outpost. A soft breeze carried the scent of dew-drenched leaves and distant herbs. But even this calm morning bore an undercurrent of quiet dread. Tian Shun stood near the outermost tent, arms folded, sword sheathed, and his brows creased in a mixture of impatience and contemplation. The events with Elder Chio Zheng the day before still lingered in his mind. The furnace explosion, the unexpected profession advancement, and most notably, the absurd recipe for the demon clearance pill that had saved them hours of prep. I still can't believe he punished for showing off by the lame excuse of disrupting the sacred temperament of pill aura nonsense. Tian Shun muttered, brushing imaginary dust from his robe. "He was proud of you, you know," Feng Yin said from behind, skipping lightly toward him while munching on a roasted yam. He spent 5 minutes cursing you and 15 praising your pill refinement speed to his disciples. Tianshan exhaled. That makes it worse. She grinned, hopping beside him with a faint sparkle in her eye. Still, now you're a 3-star alchemist. Not bad, little hubby. My efforts weren't wasted. Huh. He gave her a side eye. Your efforts? Huh. Their banter faded into silence as they both turned their gazes eastward, toward the mountainous region veiled in violet mist. The ethereal talisman sect. Everything's packed? He asked. Feng Yi nodded. Talisman scrolls, spiritual thread, soul-stabilizing incense, extra robes, and she pulled out a familiar object, her emergency snack pouch. He blinked. Oh. A few feet away, Gu Wei, their ever-aloof logistics aide, stood with a bored expression, arms crossed. If the flirting is over, she said flatly, this is some talismans that may help you in your endeavors. Tianshan blinked. I wasn't flirting. Feng Yi just smiled innocently. But I was... Gu Wei rolled her eyes, so hard Tianshan was afraid they'd pop out and walk away. Anyway, she said, handing Tianshan a small silver case. You've got 3 2-star detection talismans, 1 emergency escape rune. Use sparingly, it'll teleport you back to this camp, and 5 demon resistance talismans. Feng Yi already has hers. Tianshan inspected them briefly, then nodded. Thanks. I'll prep a recovery array for your return, Gu Wei added. Assuming you don't die in there. Feng Yi raised a brow. You're always so positive, Gu Wei. I'm realistic. Tianshan and Feng Yi shared a look. Then, without another word, they turned toward the eastern path where a talisman-anchored barrier shimmered faintly between 2 stone pillars. Feng Yi held out her hand. Ready. He grasped it without hesitation. Always. They passed through the barrier together, their figures swallowed by the mist. Half an hour later, ethereal talisman sect perimeter. The landscape changed the moment they crossed the outer formation. The air grew colder, the sky dimmer. It was as if the sun itself refused to shine upon this forgotten place. Crumbling pagodas loomed from behind gnarled trees, each structure dripping with talisman threads that pulsed faintly in violet hues. Spiritual veins. Feng Yi murmured, examining a string of etched runes clinging to the earth. They're still active. Tianshan bent down near an overgrown path and tapped the dirt with a qi-infused finger. Some sort of formation is beneath us. It's dormant, barely. Feng Yi summoned a spiritual thread from her pouch and anchored it to her sleeve. Don't get separated. The talisman illusions here are famous for turning teammates into friendly enemies. Duly noted. They walked deeper into the ruin, talismans and cursed relics whispering in their spiritual sense like ghosts trying to recall their names. Suddenly, a faint light caught Tianshan's eye. A soft green glow barely visible behind a cracked statue of a fox-faced deity. He approached, squinting. At its base was a cracked scroll wrapped in violet twine. Tianshan reached out cautiously, touching the surface with the tip of his qi-imbued nail. Nothing exploded. Must be my lucky day, he muttered. The moment he unwrapped the twine, a system notification rang in his mind. Secret art detected. Script of 10,000 talismans. Talisman Master profession unlocked. New profession added. Talisman Master. Rank none. Tianshan nearly choked on air. The scroll disintegrated into golden dust in his hand as he absorbed its contents. A new layer of knowledge etched itself into his soul. Runes, threads, ink-based symbols that carried weight and will. Feng Yi looked over. What did you pick up? A really nice, old book, he said, quickly stuffing the last, glowing remnants into his pouch. She tilted her head suspiciously. Uh-huh. Is that why your eyes lit up like a golden retriever on caffeine? Must be the mist. She didn't push further, and he was grateful. The system's presence was still unknown to her, and he intended to keep it that way, for now. They continued forward until they reached a plaza lined with fractured jade tiles and fallen talisman poles. In its center stood a towering statue of a woman with a scroll in one hand and a blade in the other. "Looks like the inner region," Feng Yin whispered. Tian knelt to inspect a nearby platform, brushing away debris to reveal talisman engraved sockets. "A ritual platform," he muttered. "Think it still works?" He placed his palm against it. A flicker of heat, a pulse of resistance. Then acceptance. The platform glowed faintly beneath his hand. "I think I just activated something." That was when the ground trembled. The air thickened, and every talisman around them flared violently with violet light. "Oh no," Feng Yin said, eyes wide. "You activated a defensive formation. You were the one who asked if it still worked." Before either could bolt, a swirling portal erupted in the sky above the platform. From it descended a massive fox spirit cloaked in demonic qi. Tian Shan cursed under his breath. "Of course it's a damn fox." The beast roared, talismans snapping in the air like whips. "Split up!" Feng Yin shouted. Tian Shan darted left, weaving through broken pillars, spiritual thread dancing around his fingers. As the fox lunged at him, he activated a reflexive talisman mid-step. Ignition talisman. The sigil flared into existence and slammed into the beast's flank. The fox howled, momentarily paralyzed by the layered attack. Feng Yin launched herself from a broken beam, her sword glowing as she struck. The fox spirit shrieked, dissipating into violet smoke as the formation cracked apart. Tian Shan panted, sweat dripping. "Well, that wasn't terrifying at all." Feng Yin stared at him. "What was that?" He blinked. "What?" "The ignition talisman you used was much more powerful than usual." "Maybe an illusion," he said again, casually avoiding eye contact. She narrowed her eyes. "You've been acting fishy since you touched that statue." "I'm always fishy." "True, but now you're fishy and suspicious." He laughed it off, but deep down he felt something stir. The profession he'd just unlocked, the scroll he'd absorbed, and the bizarre enhancement in his talisman casting. Everything was building to something. A calling. A hidden legacy buried in this cursed place. And it had chosen him. Feng Yin walked over and poked him in the side. "You're getting that I'm the chosen one look again." "I am not." "You are." "I'm literally just standing. Standing dramatically." He groaned. "Come on," she said, turning toward a spiraling staircase descending into shadow. "There's still more of this hellhole to explore. Maybe we'll find a map, or some more demon clearance pills. Or another secret art," Tian Shan thought privately. He followed her, the weight of new knowledge pressing against his mind. And as the mists closed in behind them, the ethereal talisman sect stirred once more. The staircase spiraled downward like the throat of a beast, winding into shadows that pulsed faintly with demonic qi. Cracked talismans lined the walls, some half fused with the stone, others still writhing like they refused to die. "Don't touch anything," Feng Yin whispered. "Even the dust down here probably wants to eat your soul." Tian Shan snorted. "I'll only let my soul be eaten on weekends." "What?" "Nothing. Let's keep moving." They descended carefully, the path lit by their talisman lanterns, tiny floating orbs that pulsed gently with a silver blue light. As they reached the base of the stairwell, the stone corridor widened into a large underground hall. Rows of ancient talisman tables stretched across the room, some overturned, others still holding rusted ink pots and shattered brushes. But at the very center stood a massive stone dais, above which floated a suspended cube of shimmering jade, a sealed relic. Suisa 40 Fliki moments. Half a heartbeat after their talisman breaker strike, the jade cube's light flared, and the hall dissolved. Tian Shan and Feng Yin plummeted through soft darkness. When they landed, it was on an impossibly smooth floor of pale quartz. All around them stretched a limitless, faintly glowing void, an orb of white light so pregnant with quiet that even their breathing sounded loud. They rose together. The door behind them had vanished. No sound, no scent, no wind, only their shared pulse of life. Tian Shen thought, where is this? How many times have many trapped chambers in legends, only to escape by skin or by sword? This feels different, like the world itself dissolved around us. Feng Yin's jade-bright eyes met his. Even in this emptiness, he could feel her heartbeat, a soft metronome in the blank. Are you okay? She whispered. Her voice echoed once, then folded back to them. Fine, he said, but his words shook. He looked down at their joined hands, skin pressed to skin. Feng Yin inwardly. He's shaking. Is it fear? Anger? Regret? I've dragged him into every danger. Why do I still pretend I'm strong enough to save him? She squeezed his fingers. Thank you for trusting me back there, she murmured. I know I. Tian Shen drew in a breath, so deep it rattled his ribs. He let go of her hand and took a step back, then realized in that barren whiteness there was nowhere to hide. He met her eyes. Tian Shen remembered a hidden memory deep inside. I remember the first time my predecessor saw her, stepping into the beast-taming sect, a blazing sprite of authority. I thought I'd never fit. She was so sure of herself, so untouched by doubt, and I was nothing but a broke, soul-hungry vagabond. He saw in himself all the scars she had never asked about, and he saw in her 1,000 battles she'd shouldered alone. Tian Shen, she began. He held up a hand. Wait. Flashback. On a cliffside. Tian Shen, you aren't fit to be my disciple. A man looking like old serious man told to another simple and naive-looking young man. Master, forgive me. I will try harder. I will practice like my life depended on it. Please don't abandon me. Tian Shen kneeled in front of him, pleading desperately. The FCK you mean by try harder? I myself am no cultivator. I am just a con artist who is scamming you, you naive brat. Though inwardly he thought that, he sighed pretendingly and spoke in a melancholic tone. Tian Shen, sometimes hard work aren't the deciding factor. Fate is, and we aren't fated to be master and disciple. As he let out his final verdict, Tian Shen's con artist master left, leaving the still kneeling Tian Shen alone. When Tian Shen's con artist master abandoned him on a cliffside, he swore he'd never be helpless again. Days passed, months passed. He trained months in solitude, hunted monsters for chi, bled for every drop of strength, until the day he joined the beast-taming sect, when he finally understood the truth. His throat clenched. He had chased power like a starving man chasing a scrap of bread. Only, never strength was enough to fill the emptiness inside. Flashback ends. Still immersed in his memories, he spoke out. And yet, this emptiness feels smaller with you here. Feng Yin's eyes softened. She reached out, brushing a lock of hair from his temple. She thought, he's never said anything like that. Always so focused on power, on the next breakthrough. I thought he only needed me for battlefield flattery. But it's something deeper, something I've wanted too. She took a step forward and pressed her forehead to his. I'm sorry. She whispered. He froze. Saw thee? For what? Her breath ghosted over his lips. When I forced that seed on you, I thought that I was right, that I was protecting myself. She continued. But I ended up trapping you. He closed his eyes. Flashback, Feng Yin's POV. From the first time Feng Yin saw Tian Shen, she knew he was different. As days passed by, she grew curious. And that curiosity only grew. It started from interest, then it grew into some more. Love, or to say obsession. She watched him struggle, day after day. His naivety that held simplicity. His clumsiness that held cuteness. His headstrong, idiot attitude making him loyal and trustworthy, but also scammable and easy to trick. Her heart twisted with fear. What if he left before she could say it? Before she could express her love, express her obsession over him? Or maybe someone else could claim him before she could. She'd planted the seed, telling herself it was for his own good, that she deserved his loyalty. Flashback ends, and now she tasted regret on her tongue. She thought, questioning her decisions, I never asked if he wanted the bond. I just assumed. Slowly, her hand began to slip away. But Tian Shun caught her hand before it could. I know why you did it, he said, his tone immersed in understanding. Because you're afraid. Her eyes widened. Afraid? I? He shook his head. But so was I. She blinked. Tian Shun thought. I was afraid of being forgotten. Afraid of becoming just another ordinary name not even worthy of remembering. So I chased power, any means to anchor myself to this world, until she dragged me back from the edge, over and over. He drew her closer, holding her arms gently. Neither of us deserved to be alone, he said. Her eyes glimmered. Stop saying that, she breathed. He smiled wryly. Well, if we both admit it. He tilted his head and kissed her softly. Something asked and answered in a single breath. In that kiss, the blank whiteness around them pulsed like a heartbeat and then bloomed with light. The chamber walls reformed around their joined forms, jade pillars inscribed with talismans honoring unity and shared purpose. They broke apart, breathless, as the floor beneath them gently settled. The echo of their confession still rang in the air, vibrating through the talisman seals. When their lips parted, neither spoke for long seconds. Finally, Feng Yin whispered, Thank you. He brushed a thumb across her cheek. For what? For loving me enough to trap me, but only so we could find each other. He smiled, a real smile, one that crinkled his eyes. In all my years chasing strength, never have I felt so powerful as when her hand fits mine. Feng Yin laughed, a soft, joyous sound that filled the chamber. We should get out of here before it collapses completely, she teased. He chuckled, pulling her hand. After you. They strode forward together, stepping into the next corridor, stronger, bound together by more than power, but by choice and by heart. And somewhere deep in the ruins, the talisman seals glowed brighter in blessing. The moment Tian Shun and Feng Yin crossed the threshold of the underground hall, a hush fell over them, not of silence, but of expectation. The air was heavier here, laced with ancient qi that seemed to whisper with forgotten intent. Dust motes drifted through beams of light shining from cracks in the dome above, illuminating the grand dais at the hall's center. Feng Yin took a cautious step forward, her fingers brushing the edge of a broken talisman on one of the ancient tables. These tables, they weren't meant for rituals. They were meant for teaching. Tiansha nodded slowly. It feels like a classroom, a very intimidating, spirit-infested classroom. Her lips twitched. So, just like the beast-taming sect, then. He smirked but kept his focus forward. The floating cube at the center of the dais glowed, faintly, with jade-green radiance. Symbols danced across its surface, occasionally flaring bright before sinking back into subtle shimmer. As they stepped closer, a pulse rippled outward, brushing against their spiritual senses. Dual presence detected. Talisman affinity confirmed. Initiating trial access. A formation activated beneath their feet, and before either could react, the floor dropped out beneath them. When Tian Shen opened his eyes, it wasn't darkness he saw. It was stars. A night sky unlike any he'd seen in the mortal realm stretched above him, ink black and filled with swirling constellations. The ground beneath him was smooth jade, etched with talisman arrays that pulsed rhythmically like a heartbeat. Feng Yin lay a few feet away, groaning as she sat up from the earth. I really hate space traps. We are not dead. Annoyingly so, she muttered, brushing her hair back. Where are we? Tian Shun stood, surveying the strange realm. A memory fragment? A trial illusion? Whatever it is, it's linked to the inheritance. As he moved toward the central circle of light, words began to appear in the air as echoed through the space. Welcome, seekers. This is the heart pavilion of the ethereal talisman sect. Only those bound by fate and trust may claim its inheritance. Suisa Quaranton, Sued Moments. Feng Yin's brows furrowed. Bound by fate and trust. She glanced at him. He met her gaze, but said nothing. Trial 1. Complete a talisman creation. Failure to attune will result in expulsion or death. Tianshin sighed. Figures. A desk materialized before them, adorned with 2 sets of talisman materials, spirit-infused paper, beast blood ink, jade, carved brushes. Feng Yin took a deep breath. We've never done this together before. We could try. She hesitated. You trust me that much? He picked up a brush and offered her one. I want to. Let me. Although Feng Yin doesn't know inscriptions, Tian Shun guided her. Their hands moved almost in unison, guided by unseen patterns in the air. It wasn't just an exercise in skill. It was in synergy. He felt her pulse through the ink, her emotion in the brushstrokes. She felt his hesitation, his suppressed grief, the deep wounds he hadn't yet named aloud. The talisman shimmered as they finished it, radiating harmonious light. Trial 1 complete. Proceed. The platform shifted again, drawing them deeper into the heart of the trial realm. The air turned warmer, the stars above growing brighter. They came to a small garden, impossibly serene. At its center sat a woman's statue, elegant, her hair flowing like ink, a scroll held close to her chest. Trial 2. Confront the weight of truth. One must walk through memory, the other must bear witness. Tian Shun felt something grip his chest. Feng Yin stepped forward. Let me walk it. But he caught her wrist. No, I need to. She looked at him, stricken. You don't. Ido. A golden gate opened beside the statue. He walked into it. The space inside twisted into a corridor of mirrors. Each reflection showed a moment from her past. The mirror rippled. Feng Yin appeared, laughing, younger, innocent, then older, shouting, angry at him for abandoning her. Another memory, him walking away from her after an argument. His fist clenched. It was an illusion. A voice echoed through the corridor. Do you blame her? He didn't answer. Do you blame yourself? He closed his eyes. He remembered the look in Feng Yin's eyes when she thought he might never forgive her. How she kept close despite the distance he put up. How she never stopped trying. No, he said softly. I was just afraid. The mirrors shattered into motes of light. When he emerged, Feng Yin was waiting. She saw the wetness in his eyes, didn't comment on it. Just reached for his hand and held it. He gripped her hand back. Trial 2 complete. Proceed. The realm shifted again, the stars falling into a spiral above them. At the center rose a final platform. Upon it sat a scroll sealed in 7 talismans. Final trial. Inheritance claim. Only one may receive the legacy. Feng Yin looked at him. He looked back. She smiled. You take it. This place called to you. It chose you. He shook his head. Then we take it together. Together, they stepped onto the platform. The talismans burst into light, not resisting, but celebrating. The scroll opened slowly, revealing not a single technique, but hundreds, compressed knowledge etched into divine parchment. Ink threads extended, touching both of their foreheads. A flood of talisman knowledge surged into Tian Shun's mind. Construction arrays, sealing arts, paper forging techniques lost to time. More than that, experience points and the soft chime of another upgrade. Auxiliary profession, talisman master, 4-star. Feng Yin gasped beside him. I can feel some of it. It's teaching me inscription principles. The statue at the edge of the platform smiled faintly and then faded. Above them, the spiral of stars folded inward. The illusion began to collapse. When they awoke, they were back in the underground hall. The jade cube had dimmed. Feng Yin stretched, her bones popping. Okay, that was easily the weirdest inheritance trials I've ever experienced. The only one other than the beast spirit sword inheritance. Tianshin sat up, rubbing his temples. and also the most emotional. She crawled over beside him. You okay? He nodded slowly. You saved me in there. Not just from the place. From myself. She touched his cheek. You don't have to fight alone. Not anymore. His hand covered hers. Outside, the mists of the ethereal talisman sect began to shift, parting slightly, as if acknowledging their success. And far beneath the rubble and ruins, something old stirred once more. The inheritance had been claimed, but the story had only just begun. The sun was sinking low over the makeshift tents of the beast-taming sect's outpost when Tian Shun and Feng Yin burst through the boundary barrier, their faces smudged with dust and victory. Behind them lay the battered ruins of the ethereal talisman sect, its secrets pried open, its defenses bested, and a small treasure trove of scrolls and talismans tucked safely into their packs. They collapsed in a tangle of limbs on the central canvas mat, Tian Shun face first, Feng Yin draped across his back like a contented cat. Ugh, groaned Tian Shun, muffled through the floor. Do we really have to rest? Feng Yin finished for him, patting his shoulder. You just pushed your foundation establishment cultivation through adventure and alchemy breakthroughs. You deserve a break. Also, I need you awake for tonight, remember? Tian Shin sat up hastily, scrambling to brush dust off his robes. Right. Dual cultivation. Absolutely. He shot her a crooked grin. Did I mention that you owe me a proper apology for that dangerous seed you planted in my soul? Feng Yin snorted. I've apologized at least 20 times already. I've even shed real tears. She raised an eyebrow. But you're forgiven, at least until tomorrow. He saluted her with mock solemnity. Your Excellency Feng Yin, Queen of my heart, I accept your terms. The sun dipped below the distant pines as the camp's evening routine began. The elders returned from their perimeter patrols. Young disciples streamed back from foraging missions, and a trio of cooks set up a roaring cauldron of spicy stew. Tian Shun and Feng Yin, hands intertwined, followed the fragrant steam to the communal bathhouse temporary setup, an ingenious assembly of hot spring channeling and canvas walls. Ladies first, Tian Shun offered gallantly, bowing. Feng Yin grinned. Chivalry isn't dead yet. She stepped inside, her laughter echoing as the warm steam enveloped her. Tian Shun hesitated at the entrance, spotted Elder M.O. glowering from a corner towel rack, and pulled a face. I'll guard outside. Moments later, Feng Yin's voice drifted through the mist. You promised to join me. He stomped in, disrobed, then froze, eyes wide. The bath was crowded. Core disciples scrubbed vigorously. Outer disciples played tag with soapy towels. Even Gu Wei was there, polishing a stone talisman with obsessive care. Tian Shin squealed, covering his face and sprinting back out. Privacy. I demand privacy. Feng Yin emerged a moment later, cheeks pink, steam swirling around her. You just wanted to see me in a towel. She teased, arms folded. He clicked his tongue as he retorted. I am an honest cultivator. My principles are not tainted. I promise nothing was. She laughed, wiggled eyebrows, and stepped back in, inviting him with a sultry flip of her hair. Come on, or do you really want Elder M.O. to ask about my bubble sketches again? Tian Shun blanched. Bubble sketches? Please, Feng Yin sighed. Tell me you didn't miss that part. She ducked back inside. He debated briefly, then dashed after her, resigned. For you, bubbles be gone. I mean privacy, my lady. Later, under a sky strewn with stars, the camp's long central table groaned under steaming bowls of spicy stew, platters of roasted root vegetables, and freshly baked flatbread. Tian Shun and Feng Yin sat side by side, elbows touching, eyes bright with hunger and laughter. Nearby, disciples swapped battle tales. Elders M.O. and Elder Chio exchanged bellicose grumbles about youth these days and ancient formation maintenance. Feng Yin handed Tian Shun a bowl of stew. Be careful, it's extra hot. He blew on it ceremoniously, then slurped before noticing the spice. His eyes watered, he nearly choked. Eek, he coughed. Feng Yin giggled. wiping his face with a napkin. "Worth it," she teased. He gasped, tongue recovering. "Delicious torture, thank you." They tucked into dinner, feeding each other chunks of bread, passing ladles of stew, and occasionally stealing kisses between mouthfuls. The surrounding disciples threw them amused glances. Some even nudged each other, whispering, "They're so cute." Elders pretended not to notice, but wore the faintest smiles. Nightfall. When moonlight silvered the camp, Tian Shun and Feng Yin slipped away from the communal area toward a secluded area. They sat by a plain boulder, basking in the moon's radiance. They embraced each other, soothing their heart and soul. Feng Yin's lips curved upward, relief and affection shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, voice trembling. "For what?" he asked, voice low. "For staying. For trusting. For choosing me." She reached up, brushing his hair back. "My heart. It was lonely until you came along." A warm tear slipped down his cheek. "Feng Yin, I—" Before he could finish, her forehead pressed to his. They sank into each other's arms, silent smiles blossoming. "I love you," Tianxian said softly. Her arms tightened around him. "I love you too, more than the seed ever could." They lay there under the flickering moonlight, two souls, bound by choice and cultivation, stronger together than apart. Ch 42, Seeking Alliance. Nightfall at the temporary sect outpost. The night was calm, the air cool with the crispness of the mountain breeze. The makeshift tents of the beast-taming sect formed a quiet enclave, their flaps gently fluttering in the still night. The campfires flickered, casting dancing shadows against the earth, as the sounds of quiet chatter and laughter drifted in from a distance. But far away from the hustle and bustle, in the quiet solitude of the forest's edge, Tian Shun and Feng Yin found a moment that was just for them. The soft rustling of leaves above them was the only sound as they walked through the shadowed grove. The moonlight streamed down in silvery beams, painting the world in gentle hues of blue and white. Feng Yin's steps were light, her expression soft, but there was a tension in her gaze, an unspoken expectation that hung in the air. Tian Shun walked beside her, close enough for their arms to brush, yet neither of them spoke at first. The evening felt sacred, quiet in its serenity. Feng Yin glanced at him, her eyes soft but searching. She reached out, her hand gently grazing his. It was the touch of someone who had learned to navigate the delicate space between them, between love and hesitation. "Are you still troubled?" she asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Tian Shun slowed his pace, his gaze turning toward the ground for a moment. He exhaled a long, steady breath that seemed to carry the weight of all the unspoken things between them. "It's hard to put everything into words," he admitted. "Sometimes, it feels like I'm still just figuring out how to be with you. How to be worthy of you." Feng Yin stopped walking, turning to face him fully. She lifted her hand, gently cupping his cheek, and he felt the warmth of her touch seep through his skin all the way to his heart. "Sweetie," she said, her voice firm yet tender. "You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be with me, as you are. I want you, all of you, the parts that are broken and the ones that still have room to heal." His heart beat a little faster at her words, a warmth spreading through his chest. He reached up, covering her hand with his, holding it there for a moment, his thumb lightly brushing over her skin. "I'm trying," he murmured. "I'm not used to being like this." She smiled, her eyes reflecting a quiet understanding. "Then let me teach you." Her voice was soft, full of a sweetness that made his heart skip. "Let me show you what it means to let go, to trust, to be held, and to hold." For a moment, they simply stood there, the world around them fading into the background, as if the night itself had paused to give them this moment. The air was thick with emotion, their shared history hanging between them like a fragile thread that they were both afraid to break. Without a word, Feng Yin closed the distance between them, her hands slipping around his neck. Her body pressed close to his, and she felt the warmth of his chest, the steady rise and fall of his breath. Tian Shun's hands slid to her back, holding her gently but firmly, as if he never wanted to let go. Her head tilted slightly, and she leaned in, her lips brushing softly against his. The kiss was light, like the first drop of rain after a dry spell, tentative, yet full of promise. It was slow, deliberate, as though neither of them wanted to rush what was happening between them. It was an exploration, a mutual discovery of the feelings they had only begun to understand. As the kiss deepened, so did the connection between them. The world seemed to fall away, time, space, the trials they had faced. In this moment, there was only the two of them. The gentle pressure of her lips against his, the subtle warmth that radiated between their bodies. Every touch was laden with the weight of everything they had shared, everything they had yet to share. Feng Yin pulled back slightly, her breath warm against his lips. She looked into his eyes, searching for something, perhaps reassurance, perhaps something deeper. Shen, I want this. I want to share everything with you. Not just my body, but my heart, my soul. Her voice trembled slightly, her emotions raw and exposed in the stillness of the night. He nodded, his gaze intense. And I want to give you that, Yin. All of me. I'll keep you safe, no matter what. There was a pause, a moment of stillness where neither of them spoke. Then, with a soft smile, she kissed him again, this time more urgently, the tenderness giving way to a deeper need. Tian Shun responded in kind, his hands moving to her waist, pulling her closer, as if he couldn't bear to be apart from her for even a second. The kiss became more than just a simple act of affection. It became a release, a culmination of all the feelings that had been building between them for so long. It was trust, it was healing, it was a promise. As the night wore on, they held each other beneath the stars, the world around them continuing to spin while they stayed anchored in this moment. The air was filled with the soft sounds of their shared breaths, their hearts beating in synchrony. And for the first time in a long time, Tian Shun felt a sense of peace. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't easy, but it was real, and it was enough. Feng Yin's voice, soft and steady, broke the silence. We have each other now. We'll face whatever comes together. Tian Shun tightened his hold on her, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Together, he repeated, his voice thick with emotion. Under the moonlight, with the soft whispers of the wind surrounding them, they stayed close, finding comfort in each other's arms. The next morning. Morning broke gently over the outer sect outpost, the sun's first light casting a pale gold across the quiet courtyard. A chill breeze stirred the leaves, brushing past the robes of the young cultivator who stood at the edge of the clearing, arms folded as he gazed into the distant horizon. Tian Shun's eyes were sharp beneath his calm expression, but his mind was anything but peaceful. A new day had begun, and with it came the next step of his quiet plan. Behind him, the soft patter of footsteps echoed lightly on the wooden floor. You didn't come back to bed, Feng Yin's soft voice called. Tian Shun turned slightly. She stood there with a shawl wrapped around her shoulders, hair loosely tied, her cheeks still tinged with the warmth of sleep. There was a softness to her eyes that hadn't been there before, not entirely. He offered a small smile. I wanted some air. We're leaving soon. She came to stand beside him, eyes narrowing slightly. The profound Qi sect. Do you really think they'll agree to an alliance? Hard to say, Tian Shun replied smoothly, his tone composed. But it's worth trying. With knockout against the demon sect, smaller sects like ours need to secure reliable allies. Feng Yi nodded thoughtfully. Sect Master Feng said something similar yesterday. But you're the one who brought up the idea. Was there another reason? Tian Shun didn't flinch, though her perceptiveness always kept him on edge. He turned his gaze back toward the distant mountains, voice light and easy. There's always another reason. I want to see what kind of strength the profound Qi sect cultivators have. Understanding their capabilities could help us later if tensions rise. That, at least, wasn't a lie, just not the whole truth. He needed to see their strength, not just to evaluate it, but to harvest it. The sect's vast compound, filled with powerful cultivators and ongoing training exercises, was the perfect storm for his system. He could practically sense the attribute bubbles that would be generated there. But he couldn't say that aloud. Not to Feng Yin. Not to anyone else. He felt her eyes on him for a moment longer before she finally said, "Just be careful. Big sects aren't always as friendly as they pretend to be." "I know." He met her gaze then and offered something honest. "But I'll be fine." The sound of approaching footsteps ended the moment. Sect Master Feng Yin strode forward with the same crisp, unfaltering gait he always carried. His black and silver robes trailed behind him like a shadow. "Ready?" he asked simply. Tian Shun and Feng Yin both nodded. "We'll arrive by midday," the sect master continued, gesturing toward the waiting spirit boat, a flying spiritual treasure, operated by Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivators. "The profound Qi sect is expecting us. Best not keep them waiting." As they boarded the sleek spirit vessel, Tian Shun let his fingers rest against the polished rail, eyes focused on the direction they would travel. Feng Yin believed they were going for politics. Feng Yin believed they were going for diplomacy. But only Tian Shun knew he was going for power, and he intended to take as much of it as the system would allow. CH-43, lingering tension. The sun had only just broken over the distant peaks when Tian Shun, Feng Yin, and Sect Master Feng Yin arrived at the profound Qi sect. The grand mountain gates stood tall, flanked by intricate carvings of dragons and ancient cultivators, as if the stone itself bore witness to centuries of legacies. Inside the sect's inner sanctum, the three were guided swiftly to the meeting hall, a vast chamber filled with polished jade pillars and floating lanterns that swayed gently without wind. The air buzzed with spiritual energy, but underneath it all lingered a sense of veiled tension, like an elegant painting hiding cracks beneath its frame. At the head of the hall sat Sect Master Qi Jinyu, a middle-aged man dressed in flowing silver robes, his eyes calm and deep, yet clearly measuring each of them with silent scrutiny. Despite the slight creases near his temples, his bearing was regal, and every gesture seemed calculated to assert authority without being overt. "Sect Master Feng," Jinyu greeted with a nod, his voice smooth. "Welcome to profound Qi sect. Your visit honors us." Feng Yin returned the gesture, smiling courteously. "The honor is mutual, Sect Master Qi. May peace reign between our sections." Qi Jinyu's gaze shifted toward Tian Shun, lingering just a moment longer than protocol demanded. Tian Shun gave a respectful bow, but said nothing, his mind occupied with the thought of invisible attribute bubbles possibly scattered within the ancient sect. Qi Jinyu continued as he looked towards Feng Yin. "You must be Lady Feng Yin. The stories fail to do your beauty justice." Feng Yin's smile was polite but distant. "You're too kind, Sect Master." As they exchanged more pleasantries, a young servant brought in freshly brewed spirit tea. Tian Shun took his cup with a gracious nod, but made no move to drink. Instead, he subtly glanced around the room, noting the faint pulsing glimmers that he could feel through his spiritual sense. Qi Jinyu folded his hands over the table, giving a warm but measured smile. "Let's not waste time with small talk. I'm a practical man. Our sects stand to gain much from each other, and cooperation is the path forward. I propose a binding marriage alliance." The words landed like a stone in a pond. Feng Yin blinked. "Excuse me," she said, smile frozen. Qi Jinyu nodded, as if he had just offered a compliment. "My eldest son, Qi Long, is a promising young man, talented, good-natured, and already has a habit of stalking." Tian Shun interjected with a pleasant tone, sipping his tea for the first time. Qi Jinyu frowned, a bit annoyed that a disciple interjected him, but Feng Yin cut him firsthand. Feng Yin gave a dry chuckle, rubbing his temple. "Sect Master Qi, we appreciate the thought, but Feng Yin is already engaged." Feng Yin took Tian Shun's arm, leaning slightly closer. "Quite happily so." Tian Shun blinked once, caught off guard by the soft press of her chest against his arm, but schooled his expression. "Yes, quite blissfully." Only now did Qi Jinyu understand that they were husband and wife-to-be. Embarrassed, Qi Jinyu coughed into his fist, clearly flustered for a moment. Forgive me. I hadn't been informed. A misstep on my part. Easily forgiven, Feng Yin said with a magnanimous wave. We did arrive on short notice. Indeed, the sect master said, adjusting his sleeves. While I won't insist, our internal affairs have complexities of their own. Tian Shun's ears perked slightly at that. A sect like this having internal turmoil? That explained the odd spiritual fluctuations he'd sensed since entering. Perhaps this visit would be more fruitful than expected. Why don't you two take a stroll through the sect? Qi Jinyu offered, changing the subject. The plum blossom garden is in full bloom, and the crystal pond is especially serene in the morning. Let me discuss formal matters with sect master Feng Yin. Tian Shun stood up almost too quickly. That sounds perfect. Come, Inner. Let me show you the wonders of sect that's definitely not trying to pawn you off. Though an aggressive approach, it wasn't given a respond by the sect master. Feng Yin raised an eyebrow, amused. Lead the way, dear fiancé. As they stepped out of the hall, Feng Yin watched them go with a faint smile, while Qi Jinyu leaned toward him with a sigh. She's really engaged to him? Feng Yin chuckled. Would you like to try suggesting otherwise to her face? Back inside the hall, the discussion turned serious. But outside, Tian Shun and Feng Yin walked side by side into the heart of the profound Qi sect, their path already glimmering with unseen opportunity and the promise of hidden treasures, both literal and emotional. Tian Shun smiled to himself. Time to start collecting. The gates of the profound Qi sect opened into an elegant courtyard paved with gray jade tiles, bordered by blooming spirit lotus ponds and towering spiritual trees whose leaves shimmered faintly with qi. Tian Shun and Feng Yin stepped forward side by side, watched by disciples clad in navy blue robes who bowed politely yet curiously at the duo. Once out of the meeting hall and free from the suffocating formality, Tian Shun stretched his arms above his head and let out a groan. That negotiation had fewer swords than I expected. Feng Yin rolled her eyes. You were practically smirking the whole time. I thought you enjoyed watching the sect master squirm. I did, Tian Shun said brightly. It was like watching a fish try to climb a tree, all flapping dignity and no grip. She laughed softly, glancing sideways at him. Don't be mean. His offer was political, not personal. That's true, but suggesting you marry someone else while I'm standing there? That man was either brave or blind. Or both, Feng Yin murmured, a faint flush painting her cheeks. She looked away, pretending to admire a passing junior disciple's talisman pouch. Tian Shun stepped closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. You know, if I didn't know better, I'd think he was testing my ability to keep my fiancée from being snatched away. She elbowed him gently. Stop flirting. I'm not flirting. I'm stating the fact. He reached out to adjust a loose strand of hair behind her ear, his fingers brushing her cheek. I did promise to marry you, didn't I? Feng Yin's eyes flickered with emotion before she looked away again, her heart racing. Let's just explore. You're here for a reason, aren't you? He grinned, letting the topic go for now. Yes, let's see what attribute bubbles these walls hide. As they walked deeper into the inner sect area, the architecture changed subtly, less ceremonial, more practical. Small workshops buzzed with spiritual energy, open courtyards hosted sparring disciples, and stalls lounged beside meditation pavilions. Tian Shun's gaze wandered deliberately, not just to admire the infrastructure, but to scan for the faint glimmers only he could see, attribute bubbles. He spotted only one, a faint green orb nestled inside a potted herb by the alchemy hall. Host gains what element times 10. A mental tug, and it vanished into his stats without even a ripple. He smiled faintly. Though it wasn't much, it was at least working. What was that smile for? Feng Yin asked, catching his expression. Just appreciating the spiritual flora, Tian Shun replied smoothly. You mean the moss growing on your ambitions? She teased. He laughed, dodging her playful slap. Hey now, I'm deeply committed to the study of cultivation and women. I mean medicinal herbs. Hmm. She narrowed her eyes. You're scheming again, aren't you? Would I ever? They wandered into the Talisman Research Hall, where aged masters and eager apprentices scribbled complex runes on a talisman paper. The scent of spiritual ink mingled with incense. One elder, seeing Feng Yin, blinked and stood up. Ah, you must be Lady Feng. You're far more radiant in person than rumors claimed. Tianxin coughed. She gets that a lot. Feng Yin smiled politely. Thank you, elder. Young man, the elder continued, eyeing Tian Shun up and down. Are you her guardian? I'm her, guardian of the heart, Tianxin said with a straight face. Feng Yin pinched his side before he could wink. He's my companion. Ah, the elder looked even more amazed. Feng Yin was already giggling, trying to hide it behind her sleeve. The elder shook his head. Troublemaker, you'll fit right in. As they left the hall, Tian Shun leaned toward her. See, even your sect peers acknowledge my brilliance. They acknowledge your ability to cause chaos. Same thing. They passed by a meditation chamber next, where a few disciples sat in lotus positions, glowing faintly with absorbed qi. Tian Shun snagged another attribute bubble in passing. Host gains qi times 50 to... He suppressed a grin. This place was a treasure trove. Feng, he noticed. You keep spacing out. Is everything all right? Just feeling lucky, he murmured. Being here with you. She gave him a sideways look. That's a smooth talker. Thank you. I've been practicing. You don't have to charm me, Tian Shun, she said softly, fingers brushing his sleeve. I already chose you. The moment stilled. Tian Shun glanced at her, expression softening. I know, and I still can't believe it. Feng Yin smiled. Believe it, and stop staring before I start blushing. I'm counting on it. Just then, a pair of young disciples walked past, whispering. That's her, isn't it? CH-44, friendly duel. Yup, she is Feng Yin, the daughter of the sect master of the beast-taming sect. The other one answered. But, who is the other guy? I don't know him. Do you? Nor me. Tian Shun and Feng Yin simply ignored the gossipy disciples as they walked towards the area with much more hustle and bustle. Tian Shun's idea is thought the popular the area, the more the chances to drop attribute bubbles. And he was right. As they entered the martial arts arena of the profound Qi sect, Tian Shun quite a few of attributes. Seeing the glistening attributes, he wanted to directly rush in. But there's a problem. Feng Yin. He couldn't just ignore her existence. Just then, a mischievous idea came to his mind. He turned to Feng Yin and asked, Want to see something? Well, what act are you going to play now, my little hubby dot? Feng Yin caught in that he was going to cause nothing but trouble, teased supportively. After all, this wasn't her sect. Let him be. Tian Shun, already used to the little hubby term, didn't squirm, just looked towards the disciples' practice on the arena and challenged loudly. I heard disciples of the profound Qi sect were quite powerful. I, a disciple of the beast-taming sect, here challenged to a friendly duel. The disciples, deep in practice, were stunned by his arrogant challenge. They were the disciples of the top sect in the northern region, and a disciple of another sect dared to challenge to a duel on their home turf. Enraged, they wanted to argue, but another voice beat them to it. Sure, I could also like to see what you beast-taming sect disciples are capable of. The disciples, as well as Tian Shun and Feng Yin, turned towards the source of the voice just to see a young man with a handsome face and lavish clothings. Well, his handsomeness still paled in comparison to Tian Shun's charm. But Tian Shun's charm was concealed by his luck, as according to luck, power may not comes with responsibility, but charm. Charm does comes with disaster. The young man we were comparing Tian Shun with was none other than Qi Long, the son of the sect master Qi Jinyu. Tian Shun, seeing that his challenge was accepted, didn't wait for formalities and just jumped up the stage. Qi Long. Expressing his martial ethics, Qi Long introduced himself. Hearing his name, Tian Shun and Feng Yin blinked, exchanging glances as they thought simultaneously. So, this was the guy who the sect master was talking about. So, this is the guy, well, for picking with me, get beaten up. Tian Shun, you can go first. Qilong stepped back slightly, his hands casually behind his back, yet the air around him suddenly changed. The noisy crowd of disciples grew silent, the murmurs falling to whispers as everyone felt the subtle shift in spiritual pressure. It wasn't oppressive. Rather, it was a reminder. A reminder that this young man wasn't just anyone. He was the son of the sect master, a core disciple of the profound Qi sect. Tianxin grinned. If he was supposed to be intimidated, it wasn't working. His eyes, however, weren't focused solely on Qilong. They were also flicking around the arena, scanning for the shimmering attribute bubbles that dotted the surroundings. They were everywhere: physique, Qi, luck, even a rare rainbow-colored bubble near the edge of the stage. Jackpot! Well, since I've been invited so politely, Tianxin rolled his shoulders, the cracking of bones loud in the hush. I'll do my best not to embarrass you. Feng Yin, watching from the sidelines, crossed her arms with an amused smirk. That idiot, a junior disciple nearby, glanced at her. Senior sister, aren't you going to stop him? Feng Yin turned, eyes glowing with amusement. Why, he's the one who asked for a beating, right? Tianxin took his stance, nothing too rigid. Actually, it was too casual. One hand his robes, the other lazily raised in front of him. It was the stance of someone who either didn't know what he was doing or didn't care. Qilong's eyes narrowed slightly. I hope you don't regret this. Only if you drop 0 attribute bubbles. Nothing. Let's fight. And with that cheerful outburst, Tianxin dashed forward. Not directly at Qilong, but toward a cluster of 3 glistening attribute bubbles just to the side. Qilong blinked. Wait, what the? Tianxin's foot tapped the edge of one bubble. Host gains physique times 100. Then his other leg brushed another. Host gains spiritual Qi times 150. And then he spun dramatically into the third. Host gains spirit times 100. To everyone else, it looked like a flamboyant, unnecessary spin mid-charge. To Tianxin, it was profit. Are you breakdancing or fighting? Qilong asked dryly. Why not both? Laughter broke from the watching disciples, and even Feng Yin let out a chuckle. The tension that had built up cracked like a fragile pot. Qilong snorted, despite amused himself. All right, Joker, let's see how you handle this. With a simple stomp, Qilong released a wave of spiritual Qi, the arena floor cracking beneath his feet. He didn't hold back his peak Qi refining realm aura. Wind whipped across the stage, kicking up dust as his figure blurred. In a flash, he was in front of Tianxin, fist cocked back. Too slow, Tianxin muttered, barely ducking. Qilong's punch missed by a hair, shattering the air with force. But as Tianxin ducked, his eyes caught another flash. Host gains physique times 100. Just behind Qilong's left foot. Oh no, a slip. Tianxin feigned losing balance, rolling behind his opponent and tapping the bubble as if by accident. He stood up with a goofy grin. Qilong spun around, eye twitching. You are doing this on purpose. What gave it away? Was it the roll or the dramatic gasp? Stop, whatever you're doing. I'm not playing. I am winning. Totally different. The crowd erupted into full laughter now. Some disciples were clutching their sides. Qilong sighed, muttering to himself. Father told me diplomacy would be important. He didn't say I'd be fighting a stand-up comedian. Feng Yin giggled again. Watching Tianxin's antics was like watching a cat toy with a dog. Utterly ridiculous, but strangely entertaining. Her eyes softened slightly. He was like this, even in unfamiliar territory, dancing his own steps, never afraid. Hey, stop trying to impress the audience and fight me properly. Qilong called out, clearly getting annoyed at the continuous evasion. Who's impressing? Tianxin blinked, dead serious, then turned to the crowd and winked. He says I'm impressive. Am I impressive? Some junior female disciple screamed. One fainted. Feng Yin's smile froze. Her eye twitched. That little. Tian Shun turned toward her, catching her scowl. What's with the expression, dear fiancé, jealous that someone else appreciates my charm? Feng Yin stepped forward, raising her voice. If you keep messing around, don't even think about sleeping in the same tent tonight. The crowd gasped. Tian Shun blinked. Wait, that's not fair. That's emotional blackmail. Exactly. Qilong coughed into his fist. Ahem. Can we, resume? Right. Tian Shun sobered up, shaking his arms out. Let's do it properly then. No more jokes. Qilong narrowed his eyes and surged forward, this time more cautiously. Their hands clashed mid-air, Qi flaring as both exchanged 3 rapid strikes, the sound of impact echoing across the arena. Tian Shun didn't unleash any techniques. He didn't need to. His cultivation was higher. With the cumulative benefits of the attributes he'd picked up, his physical stats were off the charts. Qilong's brows furrowed. He's fast, but his qi is frequently fluctuating up and down. Why is that? It felt exactly like that, and it was working. Each time Tian Shun blocked, his arm smarted. But he could take it. His real aim wasn't victory. It was loot, and super shiny loot. More bubbles had been during the clash. He danced around Qilong, letting himself be pushed back, stepping into the path of those new bubbles while redirecting the force of each strike. Qilong was fuming now. Stop playing. Take this seriously. I am, Tian Shun said, finally twisting around with a proper technique. A sword martial art that channeled explosive force, but instead of a sword he used his palms. Qilong blocked it, but the force pushed him 3 steps back. A murmur spread. Did he actually force Qilong back? That wasn't bad. Qilong steadied himself. You're strong. Thanks, Tian Shun grinned, hands behind his head. You too. Want to keep going? Not really. I already picked up what I came for. Picked up some insight, Tian Shun coughed, correcting himself quickly. Qilong, now visibly sweating, not just from exertion but from confusion, nodded slowly. Then I'll consider this match a draw. Cool. The crowd began clapping, some disappointed there wasn't more bloodshed, others impressed by Tian Shun's weird yet effective style. As Tian Shun walked off the stage toward Feng Yin, she raised an eyebrow. Happy now? Very. Got valuable insights. You mean bubbles? Tian Shun flinched, nervous. You don't even know what that means, and where did you learn that term? I don't. In your sleep when you were sleep-talking. What else did I say when I was sleep-talking? Tell you. Why should I? She smirked and took his arm anyway. They began walking away from the arena, leaving behind a crowd of confused disciples and a mildly traumatized Qilong. You know, hubby, Feng Yin said teasingly, leaning a bit closer. If you keep pulling off tricks like that, I might actually fall for you all over again. Tian Shun paused. She laughed. What? Surprised? A little, he admitted. Well, don't be. You're annoyingly charming. Still not as charming as I should be, he muttered. What was that? Nothing. As the two strolled deeper into the profound Qi sect, laughter trailing behind them, the sun climbed higher, casting golden light across the sect buildings. Tian Shun's mood was light, his pockets, or rather, attribute points, fuller, and his bond with Feng Yin just a bit stronger. At least he got the hint that she might know something. And deep in the shadows of the sect, eyes watched the pair carefully, some with curiosity, others with silent calculation. But for now, Tian Shun was just happy to have made a profit and gotten away with it. Status. CH45, a legacy, 1, underscore. Host, Tian Shun. Cultivation, first stage of Foundation Establishment Realm. Auxiliary profession, 4 Master, 1 star. Alchemist, 3 star. Talisman Master, 4 star. Physique, 9180. Spirit, 8900. Chi, 7550. Luck, 1960. Charm, 2,125. Martial arts experience, 12,000. Auxiliary profession experience. Alchemist, 0. Formation master, 700. Weapon refiner, 400. Talisman master, 0. Cultivation arts. Solar cultivation technique, 2-star. Master. Martial art. Poison aura finger technique, 2-star. Master. Storm chasing technique, 2-star. Master. Body tempering technique, 2-star. Minor accomplishment. Define por bestial sort intent ordinary yang physique. Storage. Incomplete soul demon. Spiritual beast companion. Little May. Blood fox. Undistributed attributes. Thunder element times 30. Fire element times 350. Poison element. Underscore. The morning sun poured softly over the temporary sect outpost, casting a warm hue on the makeshift tents. Tian Shun, standing beside his tent, calmly closed his status panel, letting the translucent blue screen fade from his vision. Their exploration over the yesterday had taken them through nearly every accessible corner of the profound Qi sect, from the tranquil gardens filled with spiritual plants to the bustling inner disciples' quarters. Every place offered something to observe, and in Tian Shun's case, some attribute bubbles to collect. Still, the secret areas remained inaccessible, where he wasn't permitted to enter. He had thought about sneaking in, but Feng Yin had always appeared just in time to distract him with some tease or trivial matter, knowingly or unknowingly keeping him in check. After squeezing out the last bit of value from it, the couple met up with Sect Master Feng Yin, who looked quite sad. After asking what happened, they got to know that the talk about alliance didn't go well. Unable to come in terms of Qi Jinyu's demand, Feng Yin simply rejected the alliance with profound Qi sect. They then, unhappily, only Feng Yin returned back. A few days later, the wind gently stirred the flags of the temporary sect outpost as the sun climbed higher, the golden rays warming the stone paths and canvas roofs. A morning calm lingered in the air. Too calm, Tian Shin thought, as he strolled through the outpost's main walkway. Having just returned with Feng Yin and Sect Master Feng Yin from the profound Qi sect, there was a subdued air around them. Feng Yin, who usually wore a composed, if stern demeanor, seemed more withdrawn than usual. He had barely spoken a word since their return. Tian Shun leaned casually against a tall pillar near the main tent, arms crossed, when he spotted Feng Yin approaching. The sect master's robes fluttered gently behind him, and though his posture was straight, his eyes carried fatigue. Tian Shun, Feng Yin called out. Tian Shun straightened and offered a respectful nod. Sect master. Feng Yin stood before him in silence for a moment, his gaze contemplative. Then, as though coming to a decision, he said, I have something I want you to look into. Tian Shun raised an eyebrow. Something serious? Feng Yin nodded, his tone more solemn now. Now that you've reached the Foundation establishment realm, it's time you gain access to areas you were previously restricted from. The core area of the Beast Taming Hall, to be precise. The Beast Taming Hall. Tian Shin echoed. Feng Yan's eyes glinted slightly. There are things in our sect's history you ought to understand. Things even Feng Yin doesn't know yet. You've proven capable, more than capable. This matter concerns not only our sect's future, but your own path. Tian Shun tilted his head slightly, interest piqued. So, I'm going alone? Feng Yin gave a small smile. Indeed, you will be returning to the main sect. I've delayed long enough for the core of the Beast Taming Hall is located within to be opened. With that, Feng Yin handed him a black jade token, etched with the sigil of a snarling spirit beast. This will grant you access, he added. Use it wisely. Then, without another word, Feng Yin left swiftly. Tian Shun stared at the fading silhouette, then glanced at the token in his palm. A strange pressure radiated from it, faint but undeniable. He had thought that Foundation establishment realm cultivation was necessary to open the formation guarding the core area, but he was wrong all along. I guess the old man played me for this one. He grumbled inside. I guess it's time to meet the secrets of this sect, he muttered. 2 days later, Tian Shun stepped past the jade engraved gates of the main beast-taming sect. The sun hovered low in the sky as Tian Shun arrived at the mountain base where the once mighty beast-taming sect had stood in grandeur. Now, only its silent ruins remained. Ivy-covered walls, half-shattered pagodas, and broken courtyards scattered across the overgrown plateau. No spirit beasts roamed these lands anymore. No disciples walked the winding paths. Only the wind whispered the forgotten chants of an era long past. Despite having seen it from the outer regions before, it was another thing entirely to walk through its core in the daylight. Towering statues of ancient beast tamers lined the entrance hall. Tian Shun stood at the broken gates, the air heavy with the scent of damp moss and faded spirit essence. In his hand, he held the black jade token that sect master Feng Yin had entrusted to him, an object of authority and key to what lay hidden beyond the veil of time. He stepped forward, boots crunching over fractured stones, and passed through the skeletal remains of the outer gate. The silence wasn't ordinary. It carried weight, like the place remembered all those who had once passed through and mourned their absence. Eventually, he found it, the ancestral hall. It stood tall even in decay, its walls intact, roof only partially collapsed, and a faded golden plaque still hanging above the sealed wooden doors. Beast Taming Hall. He exhaled softly and walked up the cracked steps. At the doors, his steps slowed. Fine lines of silver shone across the wood, an active formation. A 3-star ceiling formation. The moment Tian Shun neared, the black token in his hand pulsed with warmth. In response, the silver runes shimmered brighter and then began to rotate, disassembling themselves like stars folding into a night sky. Within seconds, the ancient seals scattered, and the doors creaked open on their own. A rush of stale, spiritual air escaped the hall. He stepped inside. Dust-covered offerings still sat in the corners, crumbling incense sticks, shattered beast bones, old flags. The hall stretched deep, with stone lanterns lighting up one by one, as if recognizing a successor had returned. Tian Shun walked irreverently. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, surrounded by concentric spirit glyphs etched into the marble floor. Resting atop the pedestal were 2 jade-bound tomes. The first was titled, Ancestral Beast Taming Manual, Origin Scripture. The second bore a heavier aura, History of the Beast Taming Sect, Volume 1. His eyes narrowed. He approached, bowed respectfully before the pedestal, then picked up the Origin Scripture. As he opened the manual, a surge of spirit energy flowed from the pages and entered his body, not forcefully, but like a test. His soul trembled for a moment before settling. You have obtained the Ancestral Beast Taming Manual, Origin Scripture, 4-star. Host gains charm times 100. New divine power unlocked. Soul bond dormant. Tian Shun's eyes flickered with surprise, but he kept his focus steady. The first few pages described the path of a true beast tamer, not one who merely dominates spirit beasts with brute force, but one who seeks resonance and spiritual kinship. A beast subdued by fear is a tool. A beast subdued by spirit is a companion. A beast who walks beside you by choice is family. The words resonated within him. It was then that he turned to the second tome, the history. Dust drifted as he flipped the pages. In the beginning, the beast-taming sect was born not from a desire to rule, but from the bond between man and beast during the Great Calamity era. The entries chronicled the rise of their first patriarch, the battles with other factions, and the Golden Age when beast-tamers were feared and respected alike. But then the tone shifted. A new chapter began with crimson ink. The fateful feud, the rise of the demon sect. Tian Shun read silently. Yao Shou, once a beast-tamer of exceptional talent, was expelled from the sect after his experiments on spirit beasts violated the soul contract laws. His philosophy, total soul domination. He founded the demon sect in vengeance. Tian Shun froze at the name. Yao Shou. He turned the page. A detailed record followed. It was Yao Shou who led the massacre of 3 allied beast clans. He fused beast cores with human souls, corrupting both. His method birthed the soul demon technique, where the beast was no longer a companion, but a cursed extension of the self. Tian Shun's heart pounded. He quickly reached into his storage ring and summoned a sealed orb, the incomplete soul demon he had found in the past in the Beast Valley, the same one he had sensed a strange resonance with. He looked back to the page. When the demon sect was finally defeated by an alliance of sects, Yao Shou's body was destroyed, but his soul, it fractured. A portion fled into the Beast Valley, sealed by our patriarch using his life. Tian Shun's breath stilled. Incomplete soul demon, fragmented soul of Yao Shou. Warning, proximity to host soul is unusually compatible. Warning, dormant link forming. Suppress or establish connection. CH46, a legacy 2. Tian Shun stared at the system notification. His hands clenched. Why me? He stepped back from the pedestal and sat against a stone pillar, mind racing. The energy inside the soul fragment pulsed, almost like it could hear his doubt. Was he a descendant? Was it fate, coincidence, or something darker? He glanced back to the final entry in the history tome. Should Yao Shou's remnant ever resurface, only one born with affinity to both spirit beast and demonic spirit shall be able to seal or absorb it completely. That one must choose to inherit or to destroy. Tian Shun looked at the orb again. Silence settled in the hall. For the first time in his journey, he realized his path wasn't just about cultivation or survival. It was about choice. Hours later, he emerged from the ancestral hall. The token had dimmed, its duty fulfilled. The door behind him closed with a soft hum, the formation reactivating and vanishing from sight. Tian Shun didn't speak. He looked toward the Beast Valley far in the distance, where the fragment had first been found. His spirit beast companion, Little May, emerged from his companion's space and nuzzled his shoulder with a questioning look. I'm okay, he murmured, stroking her fur gently. Just found some things I wasn't ready for. The blood fox tilted her head, then curled beside him in silence. As night fell over the ruins, Tian Shun sat atop the ancestral hall, staring at the stars. He now held power that once corrupted a sect. He held legacy that wasn't his, but now felt tied to his fate. And for the first time, the future wasn't just about growing stronger. It was about who he would become. He silently returned to what he calls home, without letting it known to a single soul. When he reached the main tent, they fluttered on their own, welcoming him inside. A solitary voice greeted him as he walked deeper in. You've arrived sooner than I expected. The voice came from behind an old wooden screen. A moment later, Feng Yin stepped out, no longer in sect master robes, but in simpler, darker garb. That hall predates even the formation of the current sect, Feng Yin said, motioning for him to follow. Few were permitted inside. Fewer still understand its full legacy. Tian Shun followed him down, winding up in his personal study. It wasn't merely a study, it was a sanctuary. Rows of ancient beast, soul, totems flickered with ethereal light. Crystal containers housed long-dead spirit beast remains, and at the center stood a massive black obelisk etched in runes Tian Shun couldn't decipher. He wondered how this was transferred. As from its design, it was clear that this thing came from the beast taming hall. Feng Yin walked toward the obelisk, resting a hand on its cold surface. Our sect was born from a war between beast tamers and a cult now long thought extinct. That was something Tian Shun already knew. Feng Yin nodded at himself slowly. As you may already know it, 1,000 years ago, a mad cultivator named Yao Shou founded the demon sect, whose ideology centered around the absolute domination and refinement of spirit beasts for power. No harmony, no vanding, just ruthless control. He stepped aside and gestured to the obelisk. This is the soul tether obelisk, the last remnant of that war. It binds the spirits of corrupted beast souls that once followed the demon sect's founder. Tianshan stared at it, a faint chill settling over his spine. "And what does this have to do with me?" he asked cautiously. Feng Yin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked to a nearby jade platform and retrieved something. It was a sealed crystal box. Tianshan's eyes widened the moment he saw the contents. A pulsing, shadowy figure lay within, one he had seen before. "The incomplete soul demon," Tianshan muttered. "I found this in the Beast Valley." "And you were meant to," Feng Yin said, voice grim. He placed the box on the stone table. "That isn't just a corrupted spirit. It's the remnant soul of Yao Shou himself, the founder of the demon sect." Tianshan gazed intensely at Feng Yin, trying to decipher what he meant. Feng Yin continued, "Or what remains of him. It seems when his body was destroyed, his soul fragmented and latched onto beast remnants to survive. We thought he was gone for good, but the valley sealed part of him. You were the one to retrieve it." Tianshan clenched his fists. "And you let me keep it?" "It recognized you," Feng Yin said quietly. "That soul fragment stirred only for you. That isn't coincidence." A moment of silence passed. Tianshan stared at the sealed fragment, dark realization dawning in his eyes. "You think I'm connected to him?" "I don't think so," Feng Yin replied. "But this fragment's reaction proves you have some spiritual resonance with his beast mark. That could be a blessing or a curse." Tianshan exhaled slowly, the weight of the revelation pressing down on him. "So what now?" Feng Yin turned to him. "Now you decide. That soul fragment holds power, dangerous power. But perhaps you can use it, cleanse it, tame it, seal it. Whatever path you take, know that this choice marks the beginning of your entanglement with an ancient enemy." He paused. "And perhaps your destiny." Tianshan left the underground hall in silence, the sealed box now in his storage ring. Outside, the sky had darkened, clouds swirling as dusk fell over the mountains. He looked toward the horizon, his mind heavy. So, the incomplete soul demon was once the demon sect's founder, the one whose legacy still haunted the cultivation world. Tianshan slowly raised a hand, summoning a faint trace of that demonic energy from the box. It whispered to him, tempting, chilling, yet oddly familiar. He tightened his grip. "I'm not him," he said quietly, "and I never will be." But deep inside, a question remained. What if the demon's fate was once his own? Nighttime. The night deepened into silence. Within the temporary sect encampment, most cultivators were resting, meditating, or on night watch. But Tianshan sat alone within a tent far from the others, one of the many that dotted the perimeter of their base. Inside, no lamps were lit. Only the cold light of moonlight filtered in through a slit in the fabric, landing directly on the sealed crystal box lying untouched before him. Tianshan had been staring at it for hours. Not cultivating, not sleeping, just staring. The fragment inside still pulsed, slow and steady, like the beat of a heart that refused to die. It writhed every now and then, pressing softly against the inside of the crystal, as though it were testing the seal for weaknesses, as though it could sense his hesitation. And it was working. Tianshan's hand hovered above the box. He could feel it even now, its strange resonance echoing faintly through his dantian, pulling on the edges of his soul. That whisper, that subtle, inhuman voice. "Kulme. You seek strength, don't you?" He shut his eyes and exhaled sharply. He had heard it more than once now, not in words, but in sensations, corrupted emotion, a sharp promise of pain and power. It wasn't like his core's gentle warmth. No, this was cold and ancient, like some beast buried beneath the earth, waiting to crawl out. Tianshan finally stood up and pushed the box away. "I need sleep," he muttered. But sleep did not come as peacefully as he hoped. That night, he dreamed. He stood in a vast plain of black soil, ash floating through the crimson air. The sky bled light. Mountains were shattered, forests charred down to stumps. Corpses, human and beast, littered the horizon. And there, in the center of the ruin, stood a man cloaked in shadow. His back was to Tian Shan. Still, he felt an awful familiarity. "Who are you?" Tian Shan asked. The figure turned around. The man's face was half-rotted, but his eyes were bright. Not with light, but with memory, with madness, with something ancient and starved. "You already know me," the figure said, his voice like cracking bones. "You carry what's left of me inside." The figure raised his hand, and it pulsed a soul fragment, identical to the one in the box. "No," Tianxing whispered. "You're not me." The figure's smile widened. "We made different choices, perhaps, but our origin is the same." The sky thundered. 1,000 chained beasts materialized behind the man, spirit lions with red eyes, mutilated phoenixes, corrupted cheilants, and all of them snarled, not at their master, but at Tian Shan. They blamed him. He had brought this legacy back into the world. He stumbled backward. The beasts rushed toward him. The shadow reached out, and for a split second, Tian Shan saw his own face reflected in the figure's eyes. Not twisted, not monstrous, just broken. Tian Shan jolted awake, drenched in sweat. The tent was still. Moonlight remained, but the air around him had changed. Heavy, suffocating. His eyes landed on the box again. Its pulse was faster now. The fragment inside reacted to the dream. It knew. CH-47, the destined date, a predestined bond. "You want to make me into him," Tian Shan said bitterly, standing up. "Piece by piece. You want me to believe I'm already walking that path." He walked over, picked up the box, and stared into it one last time. He saw that whisper of power, of destiny, of temptation. He remembered what Feng Yin had said, a blessing or a curse. He thought of Feng Yin's warm smile, of her steady hands on his cheeks when he felt lost, of the way she called his name with affection, not fear. He thought of her, who trusted him more than anyone in the world. He thought of the seed pulsing gently within his soul, warm like the beginning of spring. And he thought of that dream. He tightened his grip on the box. "No," he said aloud. "I choose a different legacy." He didn't take it to anyone. Didn't alert Feng Yin. He walked to the edge of a cliff not far from the temporary camp, where the winds howled like ghosts and the trees below creaked under their own weight. The sky was starless. He placed the crystal box on a flat rock and drew in his spiritual energy. A pure white flame ignited around his palm, imbued with the power of the soul seed, a sacred object born out of love, incompatible with corruption. He raised his hand. The soul fragment inside the box pulsed violently, once, twice, and then it let out a piercing mental shriek as the light touched it. He pressed down anyway. The seal shattered. The shadow tried to escape. Tian Shan's flame engulfed it before it could take form. The fragment screamed in his mind. It clawed at his spiritual sense. It tried to remind him of that red sky, of the beasts, of the power he could have. But Tian Shan remembered warmth. He remembered laughter. He remembered love. And so the fire burned brighter, pure, resolute, final. Within seconds, the fragment was gone, reduced to nothing. No ashes, no remains, only silence. Tian Shan staggered back, hand trembling. Sweat dripped down his brow, but he was still standing. "I'm not him," he said softly. And this time, there was no whisper to challenge him, no shadow to tempt, only the wind. He turned away from a cliff and made his way back to camp. The burden on his chest was lighter, the air no longer pressing against his spirit. He would tell Feng Yin in the morning, explain everything. But for now, he let himself smile, just faintly. He had chosen. And his path was no longer tied to a demon's fate. Time flew by. Now was the destined date. Today was the day decided by Tian Shan and Feng Yin. A quiet ceremony, away from fanfare, free from politics. Just the two of them, surrounded by a select few. Feng Yin stood quietly behind him, her gaze fixed out the window. The soft breeze played with a strand of her black hair, brushing it gently against her cheek. Her robe, the color of crimson dusk, rustled faintly as she shifted. "So, are you ready to become a married man, my little hubby?" She finally broke the silence, her voice carrying its usual playful warmth, but this time tinged with something gentler, more real. Tian Shun let out a faint chuckle. "As ready as I'll ever be, though I still wonder if I'm marrying you or being accepted into your clan." Feng Yin giggled, stepping forward and reaching out to adjust his collar. "Don't worry, you've already passed the trials. Father accepted you. And me? Well, you had my heart the moment you gave me that burnt rice ball." He flushed slightly, glancing away. "That was an accident. I didn't know the pan retained that much heat. It was terrible. I nearly choked." She grinned. "But it was made with effort. That's what mattered." They left their quarters not long after, strolling hand in hand toward the ceremonial garden. A path lined with glowing spirit lanterns guided their way, illuminating soft petals that fluttered in the wind like blessings from the heavens. The garden, nestled between ancient willow trees and quiet ponds, had been transformed. Crimson silk draped gracefully across stone arches. Talismans fluttered gently overhead, each inscribed with blessings, longevity, and harmony. Incense burned at the four corners, the fragrance subtly soothing the nerves. A modest number of guests were present, elders from their sect, a handful of trusted disciples, and a few of Tian Shun's acquaintances who had accompanied him through his trials. An elder with a long, white beard stepped forward with a flute in hand. "Haven't played this in decades," he murmured before puffing gently into it. The melody that emerged was rusted and uneven, but oddly touching. The guest smiled. Tian Shun stood at the center, heart beating calmly yet heavily. Then he saw her. Feng Yin stepped into the clearing like a phoenix descending from a celestial palace. Her robe, a vibrant red trimmed with gold, shimmered with phoenix embroidery that trailed down her sleeves. Her long hair was pinned with a jade ornament, her face adorned with the barest touch of rouge and gloss. She didn't need more. She was, in a word, ethereal. Tian Shin stared, breath caught. She saw his look and raised an eyebrow. "Close your mouth, little hubby. You'll catch spirit moths." He shut it immediately, earning a few chuckles from the guests. The officiating elder stepped forward with a pair of red silk ribbons. Each was infused with spiritual energy, humming softly as they were brought out. "Today, we gather not for spectacle, but for sincerity." These two souls have walked through fire, hardship, and loss. Let their union be not a bond of convenience, but of conviction. The ribbons were tied gently around Tian Shun and Feng Yin's wrists, binding them together. As the final knot was made, the silk shimmered, releasing a gentle pulse of warmth through their bodies. Tian Shun blinked, surprised. That wasn't symbolic. Feng Yin leaned in and whispered. Some elder sneakily infused it with a binding blessing. He glanced at the officiating elder, who was trying very hard not to smile. "By spirit and will, we bind these hearts. May they walk together through cultivation, calamity, and karma." Soft applause followed as the couple turned to face the guests. The feast that followed was humble but heartfelt. Long tables were set under the open sky, with floating spirit lanterns drifting above. Spiritual delicacies graced every dish, fruits that glowed faintly with qi, dumplings imbued with warmth essence, and wine brewed by an elder who swore it aged better than time itself. Feng Yin stayed close to Tian Shun's side throughout, teasing him softly as they shared food and listened to well wishes. She leaned closer and nibbled a dumpling from his plate without warning. "Hey, I had that marked," Tian Shun protested. "Marriage is about sharing," she sang back. "Even dumplings?" "Especially dumplings." They laughed, their joy infecting even the more stoic disciples. Feng Yin, once revered as an untouchable prodigy, had never looked more human, more in love. Even the elders, once skeptical, found themselves smiling. The warmth between the couple was not forged through arrangement or strategy. It was real, and it was rare. As the moon rose high above, the guests slowly departed, leaving behind empty plates, flickering lanterns, and a garden echoing with distant music. Tian Shun and Feng Yin sat together on a wooden bench beneath a willow tree, their hands still lightly bound by the ceremonial ribbon. "This ribbon, do we keep it on forever?" he asked, playfully tugging. Feng Yin nestled closer. "Tradition says until the night ends. But if you want to keep it longer, I won't mind." He smiled, staring at her profile. The moonlight kissed her skin, her eyes reflecting the stars. She looked divine, yet close. His. Tian Shun murmured, "When I first saw you back then, you were like an ice statue. Deadly, distant, cold." She rolled her eyes. "Charming. I mean it. I never imagined you'd one day steal my last dumpling." Feng Yin smirked, resting her head on his shoulder. "And I never imagined I'd fall for a stubborn, reckless lunatic who barged into my cultivation cave like he owned the place." He laughed. "You nearly skewered me. You deserved it." Silence stretched between them, but it was comfortable, the kind that didn't need filling. Tian Shun tilted his head to look at her. "Iner, this path we're on, it won't be easy. The demons, the ancient Fwade, the battles, the responsibilities. There'll be storms." She looked up, her gaze steady. "Then I'll be your umbrella. And if you fall, I'll catch you. You're not alone anymore, Tian Shun." His heart thudded. They leaned in slowly, the moment inevitable. When their lips finally met, it was soft. It was gentle, a promise rather than a passion, a sealing of fates rather than a rush of lust. When they parted, Feng Yin murmured against his lips, "Don't ever let go." He cupped her cheek. "Not in this lifetime, not in the next." They remained in the garden for a long while, talking about trivial things. Their first meeting, their recent days, the food she snuck into his tent, the time he saw her bathing and ran into a tree. Each memory stitched them closer. And beneath the moon, Tian Shun made another vow. This memory, this union, he would protect with everything he had. Because for the first time since his transmigration, since the madness of cultivation, he had something truly worth living for, and someone to live it with. CH 48. Marriage, slightly R 18. The crimson moon hung low above the quiet garden, casting a rosy hue over the silken decorations that fluttered in the evening breeze. The guests had long since departed, laughter and music fading into distant memory. All that remained now were the soft glimmers of talisman light, their glow tracing faint runes in the air like the lingering echoes of a benediction. Tian Shun and Feng Yin stood in the middle of it all, still hand in hand, the enchanted red ribbon now unbound, but its warmth lingering in their chi. Neither spoke for a long moment, simply drinking in the serenity, the weight of the day finally settling into their bones. It had been a simple ceremony, modest by cultivation world standards, but it had felt right. Intimate. Theirs. Feng Yin turned to him, brushing aside a loose strand of hair from his face. "You didn't cry. I half expected you to, little hubby." Tian Shun grinned, wrapping an arm around her waist. "Had to keep my image intact. I can't have disciples thinking their senior brother's a crybaby. But I wouldn't mind seeing that. Your soft side is cute." He pulled her closer. "Then maybe I'll save it for the bedroom." Feng Yin arched a brow. "Oh, is that where we're going now?" Instead of answering, Tian Shun gently lifted her into his arms. She let out a small laugh, her hands looping around his neck as he carried her out of the garden and toward their private quarters. The path was lit with spirit lanterns, casting pale, golden light across the ground. The quiet crackle of energy from the enchanted talismans echoed faintly behind them, like the garden itself was blessing their union. Their quarters had been prepared with care. Feng Yin had seen to that personally, though he'd been careful not to say a word. A warm bath steamed in the adjacent chamber, petals of frost lotus floating over the surface. Delicate incense curled from a nearby burner, scented with calming herbs and mild aphrodisiacs. Tian Shun set her down gently by the edge of the bath. "Want to soak first, my wife?" The way he said it made her cheeks flush ever so slightly. "Try to relax me before you pounce." He knelt to untie the sash at her waist, his fingers moving with slow reverence. "Maybe, or maybe I just want to appreciate you like this a little longer." Her robe slid from her shoulders, revealing the soft, fair glow of her skin beneath the moonlight filtering through the curtains. Feng Yin stepped into the bath with a relaxed sigh, sinking into the water until it lapped at her collarbone. Tian Shun joined her, sitting across from her in silence for a while. Their knees brushed under the surface. She smiled faintly. "It's strange," she said. "I thought I'd feel nervous. But I don't. Not with you." He reached over, brushing his knuckles against her cheek. "I think we've already shared more than most couples ever do. Pain, trust, danger. This is just the next step." She leaned forward, resting her forehead to his. "Still, tonight is special. I want to remember it forever." Tian Shun's hand slid into hers under the water. "Then let's make it unforgettable." Later, the scent of lotus lingered faintly on their skin as they lay together on a large bed, silken red sheets beneath them, the canopy overhead trailing shimmering veils of spiritual silk. Feng Yin rested against his bare chest, her fingers lazily drawing patterns over the faint glow of his meridians. "The seed is blooming tonight," she whispered. "Blame you," he murmured, his fingers combing through her hair. "You've always had that effect on me." She lifted her gaze. "Do you want to try it again?" Tianshan stilled. "Dual cultivation?" She nodded. "We're compatible in qi and in spirit. It won't just strengthen us. It'll bond us deeper." Tian Shun gently turned her to face him, cradling her cheek. "You sure are hungry, huh?" Feng Yin kissed his palm. "I have always been hungry, darling." Their lips met, soft at first, testing, learning, then deepening as heat built between them. It was not rushed, not hungry, but slow and burning. A deliberate dance of breaths and whispers. His hands memorized the curve of her waist, the strength of her despite the softness. As they surrendered to each other, their chi slowly began to resonate. Tian Shun felt the first pulse of connection, her spiritual energy intertwining with his, not forced but welcomed. Their breathing fell into rhythm, hearts beating in near perfect sync. A gentle warmth bloomed in his dantian and spiraled outward. Feng Yin gasped quietly, not from pain, but from the intimate feel of their spirits merging at the edges. The jade pendant on her wrist glowed faintly, the one her father had given her long ago. She removed it, placing it beside the bed. Tonight, she wasn't a prodigy or a sect heir. She was just his. They moved together, not just in body, but in essence. Their cultivation bases pulsed and realigned, rising in waves. Tian Shun's chi spread into hers, twining, amplifying. She welcomed him, sent her own threads in turn. Each movement of their bodies brought a surge of warmth and unity, not just physical, but spiritual. At one point, Tian Shun paused, gazing into her half-lidded eyes. "You're beautiful." She smiled, breathless. "You're mine." Their words hung in the air, thick with promise. Her fingertips traced the line of his jaw, soft and deliberate, as though memorizing every detail. He leaned into her touch, his breath fanning her skin like a whispered prayer. Her skin responded with goosebumps, not from the air, but from the heat coiling between them. He leaned down, brushing his lips over hers, slow, almost teasing. She arched into him, wanting more, needing it. He gave it. Their mouths met in a kiss that was less a question and more an answer. Hungry, possessive, deep. His hands roamed her back, dragging slowly down her spine like he was drawing secrets from her bones. She clung to his shoulders, pulling him closer until there was no space, no distance, no time, just them and the shared rhythm of breath and heartbeats. "You feel like fire," she whispered, voice trembling. He laughed softly, deep in his throat. "Then burn with me." As he said that, he thrusted his shaft into her, without any foreplay, without any formalities. Agag. Feng mewed in passion, feeling him inside her. Ugh. Time lost meaning. Their movements were unhurried, exploratory, like a sacred ritual passed down through longing. Every thrust was electric. Every sigh, every moan was a thread weaving them tighter. Aghai. Her legs curled around his waist, welcoming him not just into her body, but into a place no one else had ever been. He mewed with her like casting a spell, over and over, and every time they melted a little more unto each other. Their rhythm built, waves swelling with emotion, crashing in shared pleasure and need. He kissed her neck, her collarbone, the curve of her shoulder, each one a declaration. I see you. I want you. You're mine. She met him with equal passion. Her nails scored light trails down his back, her mouth seeking his, her hips meeting his, drinking in every sound he gave. Her body arched beneath him, her soul opened wide. I should be. She moaned, barely coherent. I know, he murmured against her skin. I feel it too. They soared together, that final crescendo, not just a peak of passion. I am coming. Fill me up. Aha. Squirt, squirt, squirt. Splurt, splurt, splurt. It was overwhelming, not just in sensation, but in meaning. It was more than pleasure. It was surrender, trust, love forged in fire. Afterward, it didn't speak. Words would have broken the fragile magic hanging between them. Instead, they lay wrapped in each other's arms, skin sticky, breaths still uneven. He ran his fingers through her hair, a tender rhythm that said more than any poem. She tilted her face up to look at him, smiling lazily. You're never getting rid of me now. He smiled back, eyes gleaming. Good. I never let you go. And as sleep slowly pulled them under, still tangled in each other, the world outside ceased to matter. Only they did. Panting, they lay wrapped in each other's arms, sweat beading on their brows, their cores still gently humming. Feng Yin's head rested on his chest, listening to his heart. I felt everything you gave me, every piece. Tian Shun kissed the top of her head. And you accepted it all. They lay in peaceful silence. There was no awkwardness, no scum, only the satisfaction of knowing they had stepped into a new realm, together. After a while, Feng Yin broke the silence with a quiet giggle. So, was that the system's doing, or are you naturally talented at this? He groaned. Inner, don't bring the system into our bedroom. She kissed him again. Fina, then I'll just say it plainly. You were amazing. Flatterer. Truth. She cuddled closer, her palm resting over his heart. I want this forever, Tian Shun. Yumi, even if the world turns to chaos. Let's protect this. He nodded. We will. I swear it. Their fingers intertwined, pulsing faintly with residual spiritual light. The night deepened, stars wheeling slowly above, silent witnesses to a union forged not just in passion, but in love. In the quiet afterglow, a new path opened. Together, they would walk it, hand in hand, heart to heart through all the storms to come. And tonight, it had begun with love. CH-49, Central Region. The gentle rays of dawn seeped through the silk canopy, painting golden lines across the intimate interior of the marriage tent. Tian Shun stirred first, his body still humming with the residual energy from the previous night's union. Beside him, Feng Yin lay nestled under his arm, her breath steady and serene, her skin glowing faintly from the harmonious fusion of qi. For a few quiet moments, he simply watched her. Her hair was slightly tousled, a few strands sticking to her temple from the warmth of their bodies. Her lips were curved ever so slightly in a soft smile, and the red marks left along her neck and shoulder made Tian Shun's chest tighten with both pride and affection. Last night had not only sealed their union as husband and wife, it had unlocked something deeper, an unspoken resonance that now pulsed between them. A flicker of energy rippled through his body, and his eyes widened slightly. He closed them, took a deep breath, and then activated his spiritual sense. A pulse, then another. His meridians vibrated gently as his chi surged like a gentle tide, circulating faster, purer than before. Cultivation, second stage of foundation establishment realm. He blinked in disbelief, then chuckled. Well, that's unexpected. Morning, husband, she whispered, voice hoarse with sleep. Her eyes fluttering open. She looked up at him, her voice laced with drowsy contentment. Morning, wife, he replied, brushing a thumb over her cheek. She let out a content sigh and rolled on top of him, resting her chin on his chest. How does it feel, being a married man? He gave a faint smile. Strange. Comforting. Right. Feng Yin's eyes twinkled. Good answer. You broke through, didn't you? He asked. She tilted her head, then sat up abruptly, focusing inward. A moment later, her eyes widened. I did. She turned to him, stunned. We both did. Seems like dual cultivation really lives up to its name, Tian Shun said, smirking. Feng Yin narrowed her eyes at him, though her joy was impossible to hide. Don't get too cocky, little husband. I'm still ahead of you in combat experience. Before Tian Shun could retort, a fluffy red blur burst out from his storage ring and landed on the bedding with a dramatic twirl. Q. You too. Little May, the blood fox spirit beast that you almost forgot, shrieked, pointing a paw accusingly at them. Tian Shun blinked as he spoke to her through their connection. You've been inside the companion space the whole time? Q. Yes. I was enjoying a spirit peach. Then suddenly there's chi flooding everywhere, and I get tossed around like a sock in a cyclone. Little May huffed, her ears twitching. Q. Also, why didn't you tell me you were getting married? To someone else at that? Do you not like Little May anymore? Feng Yin raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms beneath the silk sheet. Wait, is this your beast companion? Why didn't you tell me about it? Tian Shun raised both hands defensively. In my defense, she only showed up recently. That's just an excuse. Feng Yin's voice sharpened, but her eyes sparkled with mirth. Little May wagged her tail smugly. Q. At least someone recognizes my importance. Little sister, I will forgive you for marrying my master, but only if you give me a slice of honey fruit later. Feng Yin looked at Tian Shun, then at the fluffy fox. What is it saying? Well, she's a female, and she's saying, please don't get angry at my master. Tian Shun lied with a straight face, which was immediately retorted by his beast companion. Q. That's not what I was saying. But unfortunately, neither could Feng Yin understand her, not Tian Shun wanted her to. Feng Yin, unaware of his trickery, easily believed her. Ah, isn't she a little cutie? The blood fox, offended by the little, retorted as she glared irritatingly at Feng Yin. Q. You are little. Your whole family is little. But again, the one she was targeting couldn't understand her. A/N. Such an unfortunate poor little thing. Little May. Only my master can call me little. No one else. Not even you, author. A/N. Tisk in the future. Your alone time with your master will be cut half. Little May this time pleading. I'm sorry, okay, don't cut me off. You hear me, right? Hey, answer. Please. Despite the light bickering, a warm peace settled among the trio. The air was still fragrant with incense, and the remaining marriage talismans still fluttered lazily outside the tent. Feng Yin leaned back against the pillows, her expression softening. So what now? We're married. Stronger. Together. But what's next? Tian Shun's expression grew more serious. That's the question I was just asking myself. We've overcome many hurdles, but this world isn't about to give us a peaceful life. Not for long. Well, first things first. They all shared a chuckle before tidying up. The morning was too peaceful to waste. Later, dressed and refreshed, the sky was a perfect blue, a few clouds drifting lazily. Tian Shun tilted his head. So what now? At that moment, a faint knock echoed through the barrier. A familiar cheese signature accompanied it. "Come in, Sect Master," Tian Shun called. Feng Yin stepped inside with uncharacteristic softness, his gaze sweeping over the scene with quiet approval. "I won't disturb your honeymoon long," he said with a faint smile. "But there's something important we need to discuss." Tian Shun and Feng Yin exchanged a glance before nodding. Feng Yan's expression turned grave. "The northern region isn't safe anymore. With the collapse of the ethereal talisman sect's remnants and the disturbances caused by your recent adventures, attention will be drawn here. As we don't want. You've offended enemies, uncovered ancient secrets, and are bonded to legacies long buried. Staying here would only stall your growth or endanger those around you." Feng Yin glanced at Tian Shun. "We just got married." "I know," Feng Yin said gently, "which is why this is your decision. But if you want to carve a future for yourselves, this is the next step." Silence settled for a moment. Breaking the delicate silence, Feng Yin pulled out a scroll and unfurled it on a conjured spirit table. "The central region holds more opportunities and more dangers, but it's away from the growing pressure here. You two have grown strong, but you need exposure, trials, and a wider world." Feng Yin frowned. "You want us to leave the sect?" Feng Yin nodded. "Only temporarily. Consider a journey, not exile. Your marriage gives you a solid foundation. Now, you must forge the future yourselves." Tian Shun studied the map. The central region was vast, marked with neutral cities, ancient ruins, beast domains, and wandering cultivator sects. He let out a breath. "When do we leave?" Feng Yin smiled faintly. "That's up to you. But the longer you stay, the greater the danger that follows." Feng Yin walked to the map, her eyes scanning the paths. "So it begins again. Another journey." She turned to Tian Shun. "Do you regret it?" He reached out, brushing her cheek. "Not a single thing." Little May twitched beside them. "Q, if we're going on a journey, I demand at least 3 spirit fruit and 2 nap per day." "Deal," Tian Shun said with a smile. Feng Yin took Tian Shun's hand. "Then we go. Together." Feng Yin looked at them, pride glinting in his eyes. There is a strange connection between them, this strange little trio of cultivators bound by fate, spirit, and love, and nodded. "Then prepare yourselves. The world beyond the northern region won't be forgiving, but neither are you." As he turned to leave, he paused. "And Tian Shun?" "Yes. Protect her well. She may be strong, but so are your enemies." Tian Shun's eyes hardened. "I will." Tian Shun's reply lingered in the air long after Feng Yin had disappeared into the inner hall, the soft shuffle of his robes fading behind thick curtains of spirit-reinforced fabric. The silence that followed was both sobering and heavy, like a final punctuation to a chapter they had just closed. Feng Yin slid her hand into Tian Shun's, fingers cool and firm. She leaned her head lightly on his shoulder, gazing out at the horizon where soft clouds kissed the jagged tips of distant mountains. The sky was a canvas of gold and rose, the early rays of the sun creeping gently over the sect's walls. "Did that sound like a blessing?" she murmured, "or a warning?" Tian Shun wrapped his fingers more tightly around hers. "Maybe both." He looked down at her, her presence calm, eyes distant in thought. She hadn't said much after the dual cultivation, after the quiet surprise of finding themselves stronger, more synchronized, like their hearts and cultivation paths were slowly merging. But he could sense the same question lingering in her mind. What awaits us outside? Little May, now curled on a sun-warmed stone nearby, yawned and stretched her fluffy limbs. Feng Yin chuckled. "You can't stay a spoiled fox forever, you know." Little May raised her head dramatically. "Why not? Tian Shun's basically a walking disaster magnet. The world will come to us anyway." Tian Shun snorted. "You make it sound like it's my fault the heavens keep throwing problems at me." "It is your fault," both Little May and Feng Yin said in unison, sharing a glance before bursting into laughter. And for a moment, amid the looming journey ahead and the weight of legacy and fate, They were just three souls basking in morning light, bonded by trust, mischief, and something deeper. Later that day, as the sun rose higher, the couple stood at the edge of the sect's perimeter. Tianshan looked back once, taking in a place that had become his home, even for a short time. Feng Yin reached for his hand. "Let's go, husband." And together, with a blood fox curled on Tianshan's shoulder, they stepped into the vast unknown, where destiny waited with bared fangs and boundless promise. CH50, a new journey. The route from a northern region to the central region. In the vast expanse of the cultivation world, each region held distinct qualities, climates, spirit densities, powers, and dangers. The northern region, though rich in spiritual minerals and frosted landscapes, was considered remote and isolated, far removed from the bustling heart of the continent, the central region. To travel from the northern to the central region was no ordinary feat. It required a journey of resilience, wits, and martial strength. Only those cultivators who had either backing from great sects or immense individual power dared attempt it. The great forest, verdant veins of the land. The first and most perilous obstacle in the journey was the verdant wildwood, a massive forest range stretching across hundreds of miles. This forest marked the natural border between the northern and midwestern subregions and acted as the first true trial to those wishing to enter the continent's heart. The verdant wildwood was not just a forest. It was a living ecosystem teeming with spirit beasts, ancient flora, and forgotten ruins from the cultivation eras long past. Trees towered high into the clouds, and the mist rarely lifted from its depths. Dangerous spirit beasts, ranging from 2-star to 5-star, roamed freely, some in herds, some territorial, and others sentient enough to communicate or form packs. The forest was divided into zones: outer fringe, middle canopy, and inner depths. The fringe was passable for seasoned cultivators in the foundation establishment realm, but beyond that, especially in the inner depths, even core formation experts treaded cautiously. Ancient formations occasionally triggered unexpectedly, remnants of ancient beast tamers and demon sects that once warred here. The forest was not only a trial of strength, but also a place where fate and fortune twisted unpredictably. Rare herbs, beast companions, and treasures could be found, but so could death. Beyond the forest, after several days' travel through plains and broken ruins, lay the azure expanse, an immense inland sea often mistaken for an ocean due to its sheer size. It separated the Midwestern lands from the central region and posed its own unique set of challenges. The azure expanse was a majestic body of water filled with whirlpools, spirit tides, and underwater spirit beasts. It was said to be the remnant of a battle between sea dragons and heaven-tier cultivators eons ago. The spiritual energy over the sea was dense and volatile, making aerial flight dangerous and teleportation impossible for most below nascent soul realm. Travelers typically crossed using spirit ships, formations, or by forming temporary pacts with aquatic beast tribes, though none of these options came without risk. Weather patterns over the azure expanse were unpredictable. One moment, a calm sail. The next, a storm imbued with thunder elemental chi capable of sinking vessels in seconds. Certain islands dotted the sea, often used as rest stops or hiding places for pirates, rogue cultivators, or even sea beast clans. Rumors spoke of a floating ruin in the center of the expanse, a legacy site of a fallen sect. Upon successfully crossing the azure expanse, one would arrive at the coastal fringes of the central region, land of empires, high-ranking sects, ancient clans, and political intrigue. The spiritual energy here was not only denser but purer, making it a paradise for cultivation and competition. For Tianshan, Feng Yin, and Little Mei, this path would mark the beginning of a new chapter, one of greater trials, stronger enemies, but also vast opportunities. The journey itself would mold them further, their bond tested by beasts, nature, and the very destiny that followed Tianshan's strange existence. The thick canopy of the great forest filtered the sunlight into golden slivers that danced across Tianxun's face as he stood on a moss-covered ridge. The air was rich with spiritual energy, the aura of nature pulsing in every leaf and root. His senses were heightened, alert for the faintest ripple of movement. Beside him, Feng Yin stood with her arms crossed, eyes narrowed as she scanned the terrain. Little Mei, in her fox form, padded silently beside them, ears twitching. "There," Tianxun murmured. He pointed to a nearby clearing where a giant creature with azure fur and 6 limbs slumbered beneath a twisted, ancient tree. The beast was nearly 20 feet long, its breathing heavy and rhythmic. Its aura radiated power, strong, but not beyond his reach. A 3-star azure flame panther, Feng Yin confirmed quietly. "Quick, agile, and its flames are deadly. Are you sure you want to do this alone?" Tianxun smiled faintly. "I need to test myself. Besides, it's been a while since I had a proper warm-up." He stepped into the clearing, drawing his spirit essence inward, and triggered his solar cultivation technique. His body radiated a faint golden hue, like the dawn sun rising from his core. With a deep breath, he launched forward. The panther's eyes snapped open. It leaped to its feet with a snarl, azure flames licking its fur as it charged. Tianxun spun to the side, evading the initial strike with a graceful pivot, then countered with a strike of his poison aura finger technique. A pulse of toxic energy surged from his fingertips, searing into the beast's side. The panther shrieked, spinning wildly as it tried to claw him. But Tianxun was faster, his storm-chasing technique accelerating his movement like a blur of wind. He darted in and out, striking precise points, forcing the beast to stagger and bleed spiritual energy. It tried to unleash its azure flame barrage, but Tianxun leapt high, over the blast, then descended with a heavy palm strike. The shock wave cracked the earth and slammed the panther into the ground dead. Silence fell. Only systems chimed in his mind. "Congrats, host. You killed 3-star beast and gained luck points times 100. A blue attribute bubble also dropped from the beast's body, which Tianxun swiftly absorbed. Host gained spiritual chi times 500. Host gained physique times 500. Host gained fire element times 100. Tianxun exhaled and wiped a streak of blood from his cheek, satisfied. "That was easier than I expected." Little Mate bounded over and sniffed the panther. "Q. Not bad, master." Feng Yin joined them, raising an eyebrow. "You're definitely stronger now." But before Tianxun could reply, the ground trembled. A roar, so deep and primal it shook the leaves from nearby trees, echoed through the forest. "FCK. I hope it isn't what I think it is," Tianxun commented as they turned toward the source. From the deeper woods emerged a far larger beast, nearly 30 feet long, armored with scales of blue obsidian and crowned with horns that crackled with raw energy. Its eyes blazed with fury. The parent of the Azure Flame Panther had arrived, a 4-star Stormflame Panther King. "It is," Feng Yin confirmed while inwardly cursing his jinxed mouth. "Shit," Tianxun cursed. "Get ready." The Panther King didn't wait. It lunged, faster than anything its size should be. Tianxun barely had time to raise a hand before its claws met his and sent him tumbling. Feng Yin's hands weaved rapidly, summoning talismans that ignited in the air and rained down like comets. Little Mei casted a crimson illusion field, attempting to disorient the beast. It faltered, but not for long. With a roar, it shattered the illusions and charged at Feng Yin. Tianxun reappeared, slamming his fist into the side of its head, but the beast barely flinched. Its tail lashed out and struck him, sending him crashing into a tree. Blood spilled from his lips. Feng Yin darted forward, drawing a defensive circle with a golden formation disc. The Panther King slammed into it, almost breaking the shield, but it also somehow halted its charge. "This thing is too strong," she growled. "We can't win." Tianxun nodded, panting. "We need to retreat." Tian Shun pushed himself up, coughing. Damn it. On my mark. He reached into his storage ring and pulled out a talisman. The Burst Cloud Charm, a 3-star talisman he made himself. Slamming it into the ground, it erupted into a massive cloud of thick mist, giving them a perfect chance to commit hit and run. Go! The 3 dashed into the fog. The Panther King roared in frustration, slashing wildly, but the mist disoriented its senses. Tian Shun winced as he ran, clutching his bruised ribs. They didn't stop for miles, darting through underbrush and leaping over roots until the forest finally calmed. Only then did they collapse onto a mossy slope, breathless. That was not how I thought today would go, Tian Shun muttered. Feng Yin lay beside him, arms slung over her eyes. You think? Little May curled up at their feet, tail twitching. Q. Well, at least we're alive. Tian Shun looked up at the rustling canopy. Yeah, but this forest isn't done with us yet. Feng Yin inwardly. Can you please take the trouble to translate what she to me? I don't understand a single Q wait, or maybe not. Q. CH51. Sometimes you learn the hard way. The mist hung heavy in the air, each droplet trembling with the latent spiritual energy of the great wilderness. Tian Shun's ribs still burned from the Panther King's vicious strike, his breaths ragged as he pressed a trembling hand to his side. Beside him, Feng Yin curled on the damp moss, one hand shading her eyes from the drifting moonlight, the other clutching her formation disc like a lifeline. Little May, in her fox form still gleaming faintly with residual illusionary aura, lay curled at their feet, tail flicking as if dreaming of chase and play. Tian Shun. Feng Yin's voice was hushed, coated with fatigue and concern. Your spiritual qi, it's still too raw. You tapped into your solar cultivation technique and then rushed in. You nearly got us killed. He managed a weak grin, crimson seeping at the corner of his mouth. Sometimes you have to learn the hard way. I underestimated the Panther King, but our retreat worked. We survived. A low rustle echoed from deeper within the forest, as if the trees themselves shifted to observe them. The trail of broken underbrush and the distant roar had announced their presence, strange for cultivators skilled in stealth. Already, the great wilderness was mobilizing, hunting in tandem with its most powerful denizens. Feng Yin sat up, propping herself on one elbow. We can't stay here much longer. That roar will draw more beasts. We need to push toward the inner depths quickly and find shelter in those ancient ruins we read about. Tian Shun nodded, rising on unsteady legs. He closed his eyes and summoned a stream of nurturing spiritual qi, focusing it on his wounds. The pain receded to a dull throb, and within moments the bleeding ceased. He inhaled deeply, the golden hue of his aura flickering back to life. All right, he agreed. Let's move. They set out under the canopy's protective shadow, moving silently despite their weariness. Feng Yin led the way, her senses straining to detect the slightest ripple of spirit energy. Little May trotted beside her, nose quivering as it sniffed for danger. For the next hour, they advanced deeper into the forest, weaving between colossal roots and sidestepping bioluminescent fungi that pulsed with grief like sorrow. The inner depths loomed ahead, an expanse where sunlight never truly penetrated, and the air was thick with the stagnant breath of ancient spirits. Here, the wood itself seemed alive, writhing like a slumbering beast. Tendrils of mist coiled around their ankles, as if seeking to entangle them. Tian Shun paused, his hand pressing against the bark of a colossal tree, its surface etched with runes of a long-forgotten era. He felt the echoes of countless cultivators who had fought and perished here. Do you feel that? He whispered. Feng Yin glanced at him, eyes narrowed. Yes, a formation, an ancient sealing array. Powerful but unstable. Let's use it. Tian Shun's voice was firm. If we can trigger it correctly, it might hold off the beast long enough for us to reach the Azure Sea crossing point. Feng Yin nodded, drawing a jade talisman from her sleeve. She began tracing intricate gestures in the air. Little May's tails flicked, brushing against the rune-carved bark. The ancient tree responded. Veins of pale light crackled along its runes, as if awakening from a dream. But something was wrong. Instead of the comforting lull of a sealing formation, a discordant vibration rippled through the wood. The runes flared erratically, and the air convulsed with a sudden quake. Tian Shun leapt back. "It's breaking down." A guttural roar erupted behind them. From the shadows, a pair of glowing eyes blinked into focus. Then another pair. Soon, a dozen colossal specter wolves emerged, their forms half mist, half flesh. Each one bore the mark of the ancient wolf lords, titans of the inner depths rumored to devour entire cultivator patrols. "Damn," Feng Yin cursed. "We triggered a spirit guardian, not a seal." Tian Shun drew in a steadying breath, adrenaline sharpening his senses. Plan B, divide and conquer. May, you and I will handle the wolves. Feng Yin, make for the ruins entrance. Activate the array from the central stone altar. Got it. Feng Yin darted off, spirit disk spinning like a blazing sun. Little May's form shimmered as she shifted into her anthropomorphic fox guise, agile limbs coiling with latent power. "Q!" she exclaimed, her voice a melodic chime that masked her ferocity. The wolves lunged as one. Their jaws gaped, fangs dripping with ethereal venom that sizzled the mist. Tian Shun's aura flared golden. Poison aura finger glowed at his fingertips. He slashed the first wolf's flank, injecting a pulse of paralyzing toxin. The beast howled, body stiffening mid-lunge and collapsing into the undergrowth. Another wolf snapped at him from the side. Tian Shun twisted, his storm-chasing technique propelling him into a somersault. He struck the beast's ribs with a concussive palm strike, cracking bones and sending it hurtling into a tree. The impact shook the forest. "Congrats, host. You killed a 3-star beast and gained physique points times 200. Congrats, host. You killed a 3-star beast and gained physique points times 200. Congrats, host." System chimed, giving him quite a relief or a headache. Little May danced around the next wolf, claws extended. She leapt, raking steel like talons across its translucent hide. The creature yelped, dissipating into a cloud of spiritual mist that drifted away like lost souls. But there were too many. 4 wolves circled them, growling in unison. Their alpha, a towering wolf of swirling violet mist and jagged bone, stepped forward. Its eyes locked onto Tian Shun's. Tian Shun steadied himself, heart hammering. "Come on, I'm ready." The alpha wolf charged. Tian Shun met it head-on, crossing his arms to form the solar cultivation defensive posture. A radiant halo burst around him, deflecting the alpha's swipe. Light and shadow clashed in an explosion of force. The trees trembled, and a wave of luminous chi cascaded outward, pushing the lesser wolves back. With a roar, Tian Shun thrust forward, poison aura finger crackling with green lightning. He aimed for the alpha's vital point beneath its jaw. The bolt struck true, sending corruption rippling through its form. The wolf staggered, but the poison had only slowed it, not felled it. In that moment, Feng Yin's distant voice echoed through the forest. "Tian Shun, hurry." He gritted his teeth. "Little May, we need more time. Can you draw their attention?" May nodded, eyes glinting. She tapped her talisman gauntlet twice. Instantly, the forest floor trembled as dozens of spirit fox illusions erupted, each screaming and barking like a startled pack. The wolves' attention shattered. They turned, snarling and lunging at the mirages. Tian Shun seized a chance. Channeling every ounce of his solar chi, he unleashed the Dawnbreaker Palm, a technique that merged light and poison in a single devastating strike. He propelled himself skyward, light trailing like a comet's tail, and pounded down onto the alpha wolf's head. The impact cracked the earth, sending fissures snaking outward. The wolf's mist form splattered like ink in water, dissolving into nothingness. As the echoes of battle faded, only the lesser wolves remained, now leaderless and disoriented. Little May materialized beside him, catching his arm. Kebi-u. That was intense. Tian Shun landed heavily, panting. Too intense. We need to move. They sprinted toward a break in the trees where Feng Yin waited before a stone altar overgrown with vines. Sigils carved centuries ago glowed faintly under her touch. She was chanting in low celestial, her voice weaving a tapestry of power. Tian Shun and Mei covered her flanks as wolves regrouped and circled for another charge. Little Mei sprinted forward, leaping to intercept the nearest wolf. Her claws raked its spectral fur, and as it howled, spirit energy seeped from its wounds like steam. Tian Shun. Feng Yin's voice echoed with urgency. Now, he lunged to the altar, pressing both hands onto its weathered surface. His aura flared, linking with the runes. A resonant hum filled the air. Vines writhed, drawing back to reveal more sigils. The ceiling formation awakened, and then stuttered. The wolves pounced. Mei slid under one, spinning to gouge behind its shoulder. Another snapped at Tian Shun, catching his arm. Pain flared, but he ignored it, pouring every ounce of his solar chi into the altar's core. A blinding pillar of light shot upward, a beacon in the darkness. The wolves howled in unison as a binding net of golden threads ensnared them, forcing their mist forms into the runic lattice. Within heartbeats, all 12 were sealed within the formation, their roars muffled into silent echoes. The forest exhaled. Feng Yin let go of her chant, collapsing beside the altar. That should hold them for at least 3 days, she gasped. Long enough for the formations to reinforce. Tian Shun sank to one knee, sweat and blood mingling on his brow. 3 days, he repeated. Then we rest and push on. They rested until the first rays of dawn seeped through the dense foliage. Feng Yin applied a restorative ointment to Tian Shun's wounds. Little Mei curled into a ball, spent from the battle. The verdant wilderness, momentarily subdued, lay silent, almost expectant. This forest, Feng Yin murmured, tracing the cracked runes with a finger. It's not just a natural barrier. It's an ancient prison. Dozens of experts died here, and their energies got woven into the grove itself. Tian Shun nodded. That explains the guardians and the ceiling arrays. It's like the forest learned to defend itself. Feng Yin smiled wanly. You are right, but even on our worst days, we've got each other. Tian Shun looked at his 2 companions. We'll make it through, but once we cross the Azure Sea, the central region awaits. Stronger foes, sect politics, and even greater trials. He rose, drawing a faint circle in the dirt with the tip of his finger. The glowing symbol of the beast-taming sect appeared briefly before fading. But we'll face them together. With renewed determination coursing through his veins, Tian Shun led the way out of the inner depths. Above, the forest canopy parted, revealing a pale sky and the promise of open plains beyond. They emerged onto a grassy slope, the wind carrying the scent of distant waters. Below them lay the Azure Sea, its surface shimmering with spirit-infused tides. Far across the waters, the mist-shrouded mountains of the central region beckoned, peaks crowned with ancient sect halls, spires piercing the clouds. Tian Shun clasped Feng Yin's hand and held up Little Mei on his shoulder. We've come this far. The path ahead will be even harder, but our bonds, our strength will carry us through. Feng Yin squeezed his hand, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Let's cross that sea together. Mei nestled closer, her tail swaying. Q. As the 3 stood on that ridge, the sun broke free of the forest's grasp, bathing them in golden light. The next chapter of their journey, across wind-whipped waters, into the heart of cultivation politics and toward destiny itself, lay waiting. And with hearts fused by trials, they stepped forward, leaving the shadows of the venomous wilderness behind. CH-52, If you bring trouble aboard, we'll toss you overboard. A gentle breeze swept across the grassy slope, carrying with it the tang of salt and the distant roar of the azure sea's waves. Tian Shun paused, inhaling deeply. His ribs still ached from recent battle scars, but his spirit was resolute. Feng Yin and little Mei flanked him, eyes on the horizon where a lone mast bobbed like a solitary sentinel. There, Feng Yin murmured, shading her eyes. A merchant vessel. Tian Shan nodded. Perfect timing. If we can secure an escort position, we cross the sea safely, and perhaps earn a few spirit stones along the way. Little Mei's tail flicked. Q? She asked, tilting her head in question. Tian Shan smiled. Yes, little Mei. We'll request to become their guards. No harm in politely asking. They descended the gentle slope, boots sinking into soft earth. As they neared the rocky shoreline, the merchant ship grew clearer, a stout hull decorated with faded azure sails, a single deck bristling with crates and barrels. A handful of rough-looking sailors stood watch, their eyes wary. Tian Shun strode forward, Feng Yin at his side, and little Mei bouncing ahead to scout. The sailors tensed, one hefting a halberd. Hold there, barked a burly man with a scar across his left cheek. State your business. Tian Shun bowed respectfully. I am Tian Shun, disciple of the beast-taming sect. These are my companions. Feng Yin, my Tao companion, and little Mei, my beast companion. We seek passage, and are willing to serve as escort guards. The sailor snorted. Guards? You. He spat into the sand. We're a small merchant crew. We pay our own protection fees. Why would we need 3 cultivators, especially novices? Feng Yin stepped forward, showing off glinting talismans. We offer our services free of charge. In return, we only ask for passage and modest provisions. Our presence alone should deter the more common spirit beasts and pirates. The sailor eyed her warily. Free of charge, you say? What proof have we that you're not more dangerous than the monsters at sea? Tian Shun's aura flickered golden, faint but palpable. He raised an open palm in peace. Check my arm. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a freshly healed scar pulsing with residual chi. I fought a 4-star Stormflame Panther King and lived to tell the tale. My companions are equally capable. Let's prove ourselves. The scar shivered with faint runic energy, catching the sailor's eye. He hesitated, gripping his halberd more loosely. Little Mei circled the sailor's legs, fox eyes twinkling. Q, she chirped, nuzzling his ankle. The sailor sighed and scratched the fox behind the ears, despite himself. Fine, he growled. I'm Captain Luo, but mark this, if you bring trouble aboard, we'll toss you overboard. Tian Shun inclined his head. Understood, Captain Luo. The 3 boarded the deck as the sailors busied themselves with last-minute preparations, raising the anchor, unfurling the sails, and stacking crates of spirit-fertilized tea and medicinal herbs. The sea gleamed in the afternoon sun, but beneath its surface lay hidden currents and beasts. Captain Luo eyed his new guards skeptically, but said nothing. He climbed the quarterdeck to address the crew, his voice carrying over the rhythmic slap of waves against the hull. Set sail for Dragonstone Port, he ordered. Keep a sharp lookout. Pirates have been sighted near the Thunderhead Isles. The crew cheered, and the ship began to move, its azure sails billowing as wind filled them. Tian Shun felt the deck's gentle sway beneath his feet, a sense of freedom mingled with the weight of responsibility. Feng Yin surveyed the horizon. We should establish a perimeter spirit talisman formation. Let me calibrate the talisman and set it at the mast. Tian Shan nodded and followed her to the base of the mast. Little Mei leapt up, curling on a barrel, ears twitching. Feng Yin traced runes in the air, with a formation disc emitting a soft golden hum. Threads of chi wove between the mast and the railings, forming an invisible barrier to alert them of any approaching danger. Tian Shun placed his hands on the rail, feeling the formation's pulse. Good, he said. We'll rotate watches. Mei, when I will take first watch. Feng Ying can rest for now. Q. Little May stretched, then leapt onto the rail, tail swaying. Captain Luo returned, leaning on the rail beside Tian Shun. The burly merchant captain studied him in silence, as if weighing his worth. You're more confident than most armed folk, Luo commented. Why risk an escort job for free? Tian Shun met his gaze. The Central Region's higher realms demand preparation. My goal is to reach Dragonstone Port and find a sect capable of refining my abilities further. Escorting ships gives me practice against real threats, and the chance to observe high-realm cultivators in action. Also, I can't cross the Great Sea by myself. Now, can I? Luo grunted. True, but remember, many cultivators see merchants and sailors as beneath them. They'd ignore cries for help until the ship cracked like a rotten egg. Tian Shun's smile was wry. Perhaps that's why we're here, to change that. Captain Luo's lips twitched. Let's hope your ideology holds up against pirates. Night fell as the ship cut through ink-black waters. Feng Ying slept below deck, propped against cargo, her formation disk still faintly glowing. Tian Shun and Little May maintained lookout at the prow. Q. May whispered, nose twitching as she sniffed the night breeze. Tian Shun frowned. Isinsa. Qi fluctuations. He closed his eyes, focusing his senses. Dozens of distinct auras drifted in the darkness, muffled, regulated, emanating from within the hold. Little May, he murmured, we're not alone. The fox spirit's eyes gleamed. Q. She echoed, crouching. Tian Shun waved her to follow him to the deck's center, where the crew enjoyed a meager supper. The sailors spotted his movement and paused, spoons mid-air. What is it? Whispered a young deckhand. Those crates below, Tian Shun said, nodding toward the hold. There's something else down there. Qi fluctuating like cultivation relics. Captain Luo appeared beside him, hand on the hilt of his short sword. You sense cultivators? There should be no passengers, only goods. Feng Ying emerged from below deck, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Let me see. She circled the hatch and traced her disk's edge. The formation's qi flickered erratically. There, she pointed. Multiple high-realm qi sources, likely concealed behind spiritual dampening formations. They're masked. Tian Shun's brow furrowed. Why would cultivators hide on a merchant ship? Captain Luo's eyes narrowed. Maybe they're assassins, or pirates undercover, or, well, who knows? He drew his short sword and pressed the flat of the blade to the hatch. Open it. Two sailors exchanged uneasy glances but obeyed. The hatch creaked as they lifted it, revealing a dimly lit corridor descending into the ship's hold. With lanterns lit, the crew descended. Tian Shun, Feng Ying, Little May, and Captain Luo led the way. The hold was packed with crates, but the far end stood a heavy wooden door stamped with gold filigree, an uncommon adornment for a merchant vessel. Captain Luo gestured. This isn't ours. Who put it here? Tian Shun stepped forward, palm raised in greeting. We mean no harm. We just seek your identification and purpose. The gold-stamped door swung open at his touch, unlocked from within. Inside sat a small chamber lit by a crystalline lamp. Three figures reclined on cushions around a low table. A silver-haired woman sipping tea, a pale-faced woman weaving talismans, and a stern youth brandishing a jade dagger. All three exhaled when the door opened. The silver-haired woman set down her cup. Well, it seems our secret is out. Tian Shun studied her. The woman's aura radiated boundless serenity and power, core reinforcement realm, at least. The woman's qi was crystalline, likely foundation establishment realm. The youth's dagger pulses with murderous intent. Core formation, he guessed. Captain Luo's jaw dropped. Your cultivators? Aboard my ship? The silver-haired cultivator stood, bowing gracefully. Apologies for the intrusion, Captain. We are envoys of the Celestial Immortal Sect, en route to deliver priceless artifacts to the Central Region's Council of High Realms. Our presence must remain covert to avoid interception. Feng Yin stepped forward. Artifacts. The woman inclined her head. Spiritual relics of great power. If pirates or rival sects discover them, calamity would befall these seas. Tian Shun's eyes gleamed. Envoys from celestial immortal sect, highest orders of the central region. No wonder the formation disk was dampened. The cultivator nodded. You are perceptive, young man. We chose this merchant vessel for its unremarkable profile. But with the disturbances in the great wilderness, security is compromised. We require escort. She folded her hands. Will you honor your offer, Tian Shun? I guess. Protect this ship and the artifacts. At any cost. Silence hung for a heartbeat before Tian Shun bowed slightly. I accept, seniors. Captain Luo inhaled, eyes twitching. So, these are the high realm cultivators you promised to protect, for free? Tian Shun met the captain's astonished gaze and shamelessly claimed. A promise is a promise, Captain Luo. I will protect them. Feng Yin smiled mischievously. It seems we got a smooth sailing ahead. Little May leapt onto the silver-haired cultivator's lap, purring. Q. Even the stern youth cracked a smile. Alert to danger, Blood Fox. As the storm-tossed waves glimmered beneath lantern light, Tian Shun realized their humble escort quest had transformed into something far greater, or simply safer. CH-53. Map of? The moon climbed higher, casting a silver path across the azure sea. On board the azure wind, all seemed tranquil, sails taut, hull slicing clean through the glassy waters. But to a cultivator's senses, tranquility could often be deceit. Tian Shun leaned against the railing, gaze fixed on the distant outline of the Thunderhead Isles. His body, though worn from the journey, remained tense. The chi fluctuations he'd sensed earlier still lingered beneath the surface, like sharks circling beneath a fishing boat. Q. Isensa qui fluctuations. Little May chirped softly from her perch on a crate nearby, tail flicking as her eyes glinted with restless energy. I feel it too, Tian Shun murmured. Something's coming. We're being tracked. Feng Yin emerged from below deck, her dark hair damp from sweat, formation disc humming faintly in her hand. The barrier's holding, but it's reacting more than it should. Either the ocean's playing tricks, or someone's pressing close to the hull. Tian Shun straightened, eyes narrowing. Pirates. Or worse, Feng Yin muttered. Higher realm cultivators, that subtlety doesn't come from common raiding groups. From the helm, Captain Luo turned at the sound of raised voices. Something wrong? He called. We have company, Tian Shun replied. Probably cloaked cultivators. Probably core formation realm ones. Captain Luo paled. They wouldn't dare attack open sea trade. Not near the Thunderhead Isles. That's where you're wrong. A new voice joined them, calm, crisp, and feminine. The silver-haired envoy, her white robes immaculate despite the journey, stepped onto the deck. Her companions, the talisman-weaving woman and the jade dagger youth, followed silently. They've been tailing us since dusk, she continued. I've let them come close enough. It's time to flush them out. Feng Yin turned, surprised. You knew. Of course. The envoy raised a slender hand, brushing her fingers through the air. A sudden pulse of spiritual energy rippled outward, gentle as mist, but imbued with profound intent. In an instant, the sea erupted. From beneath the ship's shadow, 6 figures burst forth, leaping from the water like ink-stained wraiths. Each wore deep blue cloaks, their auras hidden beneath concealing talismans, until now. Assassins! Captain Luo shouted, reaching for his short sword. Tian Shun drew his blade, body instinctively shifting into a defensive stance. But as the figures surged toward the deck, they stopped mid-air, frozen in place. The silver-haired envoy had raised her palm again. A shimmering lattice of chi snapped into existence around the ship, forming a hexagonal barrier. The cloaked cultivators slammed against it like flies against glass, their concealment shattered. 6-star concealment seals, the envoy noted coldly. Custom work, not cheap. The J-Dagger youth stepped forward. Permission to engage? The envoy nodded. You may indulge. In a flash, the youth disappeared, his form blurring with afterimages. One of the enemy cultivators barely had time to scream before a jade blade parted the air and struck true. The sound of bone shattering echoed over the sea. Stay back, the envoy ordered Tian Shun's group without looking. Foundation Realm cultivators should not engage core formation assassins. Tian Shun gritted his teeth but obeyed, pulling Feng Yin and Little Mei towards him, retreating back. She's not wrong. We'd only get in the way. I hate being powerless, Feng Yin muttered, clutching a talisman so tightly it crumpled. We're not powerless, Tian Shin said, eyes fixed on the battle. We're learning. The talisman-weaving woman floated above deck now, releasing scroll after scroll into the air. Each talisman unfolded like a petal, forming walls of fire, wind, and lightning that boxed the assassins in with surgical precision. One attempted to break free, soaring above the mast, only for a bolt of blue fire to spear through him, reducing him to ash before he hit the sea. That one, Tian Shun whispered, watching the silver-haired envoy. She didn't even move. She hadn't. Her hands remained folded behind her back. Her aura alone was suppressing the battlefield. A survivor dropped to one knee, coughing blood. We didn't know you were here. We thought it was just merchants. And what did you hope to steal? The envoy asked quietly. The herbs? The cargo? Or the relics your sect sent you to intercept? The assassin looked up, eyes full of hate, and swallowed something. His body convulsed. No. The talisman woman shouted, flying forward. But it was too late. The assassin's body exploded in a burst of black smoke, tearing a hole in the deck before the silver-haired envoy's barrier sealed it. Captain Luo stumbled back, covering his face. Suicide. Fanatics. The envoy closed her eyes. The Sea Serpent sect. I recognize their spiritual marks. They've aligned with dark factions from the eastern regions. The Sea Serpent sect? Tian Shin repeated, stunned. Aren't they forbidden from trans-passing the central? The talisman women asked the envoy. They've grown bold, the J-Dagger youth said. And stupid. The silver-haired woman turned to Tian Shan then, for the first time since the battle began. You kept calm under pressure. That's rare at your level. I froze, Tian Shan admitted. You didn't interfere where you'd die, and instead held the line. That is the first step. Tian Shan blinked. Thank you, Senior. The envoy studied him a moment longer, then turned away. Reinforce the barrier. The noise will draw more. We'll handle the threats, but you three, remain alert. You may be tested again. As the night deepened, the ship continued its journey, but now it sailed through dangerous waters under the weight of secrecy and protection. Later that night, below deck, Tian Shan sat cross-legged beside Little Mei, who was curled into a ball of warmth and tail. Feng Yin was nearby, gently repairing a talisman, her brow furrowed. Did we do enough? Feng Yin asked quietly. We lived, Tian Shan said. And next time, we'll do more. But they were so far beyond us. That's how it always starts, he replied. Until one day, someone like us stands between realms and doesn't flinch. Feng Yin looked up, a small smile touching her lips. Sounds like you're aiming high. I have to, Tian Shan said softly, but he thought otherwise. Otherwise, what's the point of picking up all these attributes? Little Mei murmured, and flicked her tail toward his chest. Tian Shan looked down and realized his system had absorbed something during the encounter. A flicker of light appeared in his palm. Host gains mid-grade fractured core ×2. Host gains a low-grade fractured core ×3. Host gains a map of... His smile returned. I guess we didn't leave empty-handed after all. The sea had turned golden with morning light, shimmering like spilled spirit coins across the horizon. Gulls circled lazily above as the distant outline of the Thunderhead Isles emerged. Towering cliffs shrouded in mist, crowned by jagged black trees and scattered spires of stone like the fingers of some ancient titan reaching skyward. Tian Shun sat cross-legged near the ship's bow, his back resting against a weather-worn barrel. The rhythmic creak of the hull and the snap of the sails offered a lulling tempo, but his mind was far from restful. He stared at the glowing parchment in his lap, the so-called map he'd obtained. It wasn't a map in the traditional sense, no coastlines, no names, no direction markers. Just flowing, cryptic lines of ancient script pulsing with low chi resonance, as though alive. Feng Yin crouched beside him, chewing on a sweet dried plum. You've been staring at that for hours. It still hasn't changed. Tian Shun sighed, flipping the parchment over again. It's not even made of paper. It's something else. Beast hide? Spirit bark? In this writing, it's not any script I know. Maybe it's a code, or a layered formation that only reveals itself under specific chi signatures. Feng Yin mused, leaning closer. He offered it to her. Try. Your affinity with formations is better than mine. Feng Yin touched the map, her chi brushing lightly across its surface. The runes flickered, but did not react. Nothing, she said. It's like the thing's asleep. Hugh. Sleepy. Chirped little May, hopping up beside Tian Shun and pressing her paw to the glowing skin. For a moment, the symbols shimmered. One line pulsed red. Tian Shun leaned in, astonished. Did that just... Look, Feng Yin exclaimed, pointing. That curve. It looks like a coastline. Now visible was a faint contour, an outline resembling the shape of a crescent moon, with 3 dots inside like islands. Tian Shun's brow furrowed. This isn't anywhere on our charts. No, it's older, Feng Yin whispered. These are pre-Great War markings, before the current realms divided, maybe even during the ancient era. That's thousands of years ago. Tian Shun muttered, a shiver running through him. Why would an assassin from the Sea Serpent sect have something like this? That's what he told Feng Yin, and also what he believes it is, as the attributes, though random, still somewhat relate to the source. Feng Yin looked up at him, expression serious now. You don't accidentally carry a relic like this. Someone gave it to them. Someone who wanted it smuggled. Maybe even delivered. Tian Shun clenched the map, careful not to tear it. But the self-detonation, they were trying to destroy it. Or maybe they failed. Little May licked her paw. Phew, she murmured quietly, tail twitching. Then, without warning, the fox spirit's eyes widened. Her fur flared slightly, as if reacting to invisible wind. She senses something, Tian Shun said, eyes narrowing. May's paw touched the map again. This time, a second section lit up, this one glowing with faint blue veins, like rivers coursing through stone. Feng Yin whispered, it's unlocking. Slowly, maybe as we get closer to where it's supposed to lead. But we're heading to Dragonstone Port, not wherever this map points, Tian Shun said. No, wait. Maybe the port is the first step. A voice called out from above. Land ho! Thunderhead, Isles ahead. Tian Shun stood, folding the map into his storage ring. Whatever this is, it's tied to the Sea Serpent sect, and maybe the eastern regions. I don't know why it chose me, but I'm going to figure it out. Feng Yin smirked and nudged his shoulder. You always did have a knack for picking up weird things. He chuckled. Yeah, and this time, it might be more than just that. This might be destiny. As the azure wind veered toward the dock carved into the cliffs of Thunderhead Isle, Tian Shun felt it again, that stirring in the air, like something old was watching, waiting, and the map pulsed faintly from within his robe. CH-54, Honored One? The docks of Thunderhead Isle rose like jagged teeth from the sea, their black stone piers slick with salt and shadow. Thunder cracked faintly overhead, distant but constant, like a storm forever trapped beyond the horizon. As the azure wind slid into port, the tension on board remained palpable. Tian Shun stepped onto the damp stone, his boots meeting solid ground for the first time in days. Little May darted ahead, sniffing curiously at the air, ears twitching. Feng Yin followed, her eyes wary, a fresh talisman already primed in her sleeve. Above them, ancient cliffs loomed, webbed with narrow paths and strange overgrowth. Black trees twisted toward the sky, their leaves glimmering with faint bioluminescence. Thunderhead was no ordinary landmass. It was a relic of the old world, a place steeped in rumors and forgotten power. Captain Luo disembarked behind them, exchanging hurried words with the harbor master. The silver-haired envoy and her companions had already vanished into the mist, moving with quiet purpose into the heart of the island. "We shouldn't linger here longer than necessary," Feng Yin said, her voice low. "This place, it hums with spiritual pressure. Old pressure." Tianshan nodded. "It feels like the earth itself is holding its breath." From within his robe, the map pulsed again, its faint glow barely visible. But Tianshan felt it more than saw it. A tug, like a thread wrapping around his heart, guiding him towards something hidden beneath the isle. They followed the envoy's trail toward Dragonstone Port proper. The settlement was small, more fortress than city. Black stone walls rose around a sprawl of tiered buildings carved into the cliffs. Cultivators milled through narrow streets, some clad in merchant robes, others armored and alert. Everyone here walked with caution, as if the very shadows watched. "We should check in at the local sect outpost," Feng Yin suggested. "Let them know we survived the attack." Tianshan hesitated, fingers brushing the edge of the map in his ring. "You go ahead. I want to scout the area a bit, see if anything resonates with this thing." Feng Yin studied him a moment, then nodded. "Be careful." "I will. Take Little May with you." But Little May immediately climbed up Tianshan's back and settled on his shoulder, her tail wrapped protectively around his neck. "She says she's staying," he said, chuckling softly. "Guess I don't have a choice." Feng Yin rolled her eyes and turned away. "Of course not. Just don't do anything stupid." Tianshan watched her disappear into the crowd, then turned toward the cliffs. The tug on his instinct pulled him northeast, toward a path winding up the outer edge of the island. He followed it in silence, feet crunching against moss and stone. As he climbed, the air grew heavier, more saturated with qi. Old wards lined the trail, half-eroded glyphs etched into stone pillars, pulsing with faint energy. Then at the crest of the path he saw it, a ruined shrine, half swallowed by forest. Its roof had collapsed, ivy crept across its walls, and the statues out front had eroded into faceless sentinels. Yet the moment he stepped near, the map in his ring flared, bright and urgent. He pulled it free. The script across the hide shimmered, then shifted. The crescent moon shape now glowed entirely, and a new line extended from its edge, pointing straight down. "A hidden chamber," Tianshan whispered. Little May perked up, eyes narrowing. She patted ahead and sniffed at a cracked stone slab near the shrine's base. Then, with a surprisingly strong swipe of her paw, she pushed aside the debris, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling into the dark. "Guess we're doing this," he muttered. They descended. The air below grew cold, thick with stagnant energy. The steps led into a long corridor, its walls inscribed with faded murals, depictions of massive beasts, grand wars, and a figure cloaked in lightning wielding a map. Tianshan's heart pounded. These symbols, they matched the ones on the hide. At the corridor's end stood a circular chamber, domed and lined with more of the strange writing. In its center floated a crystal pedestal, upon which rested a single stone tablet. Tianshan stepped forward. "Warning. High danger level detected. The system's warning flickered across his vision. His breath caught. He placed the map against the tablet. For a moment, nothing. Then, the tablet flared with light. The chamber shuddered. Symbols lit across the walls, forming a rotating formation of stars and realms. And in the center, a projection formed, a man in flowing robes with eyes like burning galaxies. "You who holds the map," the echoing voice intoned, bear the burden of the last honored one. A slash in. I ain't hinting at anything, I swear. Winky face. Little May hissed, for rising. The figure continued. The war has not ended. Only silence remains. The paths once broken must be reconnected. The relic maps were scattered, not to be used, but to be earned. Tian Shun tried to speak, but no words formed. The illusion locked eyes with him. You are young, weak, yet chosen. Prove your worth, and the first gate shall open. The chamber darkened. A pulse of spiritual energy surged outward, slamming into Tian Shun's chest. Challenge initiated. Honored trial. Phase 1. Objective. Endure the torrent. Survive 120 spiritual assaults. Tian Shun staggered back. The air thickened as spears of energy shot toward him, conjured from runes above. He gritted his teeth, body already moving on instinct. The first spear struck his shoulder, burning but not lethal. He pivoted, dodged the second, deflected the third with a burst of chi. May leapt to a ledge and yipped anxiously. Hugh, master. Can't stop now, Tianxian growled. The strikes came faster, forming patterns, testing reflexes, resolve, adaptability. His breath grew ragged. Sweat soaked his robes. Every muscle screamed. At the 80th strike, his knees buckled. The 81st broke through a talisman barrier. He rolled, crashing against a pillar. Blood trickled from his brow. If he wanted to grow stronger, he whispered to himself. Then take it. He roared, channeling everything into a single pulse. His body surged forward again with newfound will. Strike 100. Strike 110. Strike. A final burst of light flooded the chamber, blinding. Then silence. Tian Shun collapsed, gasping. Trial complete. Honored's gate unlocked. The pedestal split open. From within rose a crystalline orb, swirling with blue light. Item acquired. Honored one's memory fragment, 1/5. Little May scrambled to his side, nuzzling his cheek. I'm fine, he rasped. Mostly. He stood, wobbling slightly. The chamber began to dim, the runes fading. But the orb pulsed one last time, through which an attribute orb dropped, which he swiftly absorbed. New elemental attribute acquired. Space locked. Condition to unlock. Acquire the remaining memory fragments and combine them. Tianxian stared at the orb, then back at the map in his hand. This wasn't just some rare item. It was a path, a legacy, and someone wanted it buried. As he ascended the steps back to the surface, dawn had already passed. The sun hung high, but the storm clouds of Thunderhead loomed as ever. He stepped into the light, blinking. Waiting at the shrine's edge was Feng Yin, arms crossed, expression tight. I told you not to do anything stupid. Tianxian grinned through blood and bruises. I said I'd be careful. I never said I wouldn't be reckless. She huffed, stepping forward to support him. What the hell happened? I think I became an honored one. Tianxian explained the happenings to her and mused, while Feng Yin just stared at him. Then, quietly, we really don't get to have a normal journey, do we? He shook his head. Not when destiny's tagging along. Feng Yin looked at Tianxian's battered form and sighed. She gently placed a supportive arm beneath his, helping him down the mossy steps of the shrine. You're reckless, she muttered. And you're beautiful when you're mad, Tianxian replied, a crooked grin forming despite the pain. She paused. Don't flirt with blood running down your face. He chuckled, coughing once. That's when I flirt the best. Behind them, Little May leapt between the trees. Though small, she exuded quiet tension, as if sensing the shrine's secrets had stirred something more dangerous. As they reached the forest's edge, Tianxian stopped. He looked back at the shrine, now half hidden in mist. That trial, it wasn't just a test. It felt like a warning. A warning from who? Feng Yin asked. I don't know, but the voice, the figure, it knew I wasn't ready. It still gave me the key. He pulled out the crystal orb again. It hovered an inch above his palm, spinning slowly. Even without input from the system, Tianxian could feel it calling towards something far away. There's more to this Honored One legacy than just the map, he said. It's tied to something bigger. Feng Yin crossed her arms. You think this is connected to the central region? He nodded slowly. Yeah, I think someone, or something, is trying to restore a path that was deliberately broken. She fell silent for a while, then muttered. Then we can't waste time. Whatever this legacy is, it's not just yours anymore. It's tied to our survival. Tian Shun turned to her, surprised. Her eyes met his, calm and unwavering. We're Tao companions, she said softly. If you fall, I will fall with you. And I won't let that happen. CH-55, too stubborn. He felt something stir, stronger than chi, deeper than duty. Maybe it was connection. Maybe affection. But before he could speak, a sudden scream echoed from below. Tian Shun's eyes snapped toward the port. Smoke rose in the distance. Looks like trouble found us again, Feng Yin muttered, already drawing a talisman. They sprinted back down the trail. As they reached the lower cliffs, the source of the chaos became clear. A merchant ship had been wrecked on the rocks, splintered by something massive. Cultivators from the port outpost clashed with beasts spilling from the surf, scaled, crimson-eyed creatures with jagged fins and barbed tails. Sea fiends, Tian Shun whispered, from the sea depths. He didn't wait for orders. He surged forward, forming a stance. His footwork shifted, smoother than before. He ducked past a creature's lunge, slamming his palm into its neck. Congrats, host. You killed a 3-star beast and gained spirit points times 200. Feng Yin followed with a flurry of talismans. Runes of fire danced midair, forming a flaming net that scorched several attackers. One of the creatures leapt toward Little May, only for the tiny fox to retaliate immediately, jaws glowing with spirit flame. She torched the beast midair with a war cry. They fought like a single organism, fluid, instinctive, relentless. More cultivators joined in. Soon the battle slowed, then stopped. The remaining sea fiends fled into the waves. Tianxin wiped sweat from his brow, panting, but then he saw it, a figure atop a jagged reef, cloaked in ocean mist. Their presence was heavy, suffocating. The mist parted to reveal a man with long white hair and skin like porcelain, eyes swirling with violet chi. He held no weapon, but his aura pressed against the very air. Feng Yin inhaled sharply. That's no ordinary cultivator. The man looked at them. His gaze lingered on Tian Shan. Then he smiled. You've awakened the first shard, he said softly. The others will come for you now. Run far, boy. But know this, the Honored One's path ends in madness. With that, he vanished, the sea swallowing his form. Tian Shun stood frozen. The map in his robes burned faintly, an ominous glow flickering across its surface. The mist thinned as the tide retreated, leaving behind splintered wood, bloody sand, and silence broken only by ragged breaths. Tian Shin stood rooted, eyes fixed on where the mysterious man had vanished. Feng Yin stood beside him, her expression grim. Who was that? I don't know, Tian Shan said slowly, but he knew about the shard, and he wasn't bluffing. The Honored One's memory fragment pulsed within his robes, reacting to the lingering energy in the air. It didn't warn him, but it didn't calm either. That man wasn't part of any sect Tian Shen recognized. No sect cultivator bore that much raw presence without displaying their allegiance. And the words he spoke echoed with more than just threat. It carried fate. The others will come for you now. A storm was gathering. Feng Yin stepped forward, eyes scanning the waves. He disappeared too cleanly. That wasn't a simple escape. It was a spatial technique, wasn't it? Tian Shen nodded. Yeah, he moved through water and chi like it was silk. He didn't need a portal. He was the portal. Little May yipped low on his shoulder, her ears flattened, fur bristled. Even without words, she clearly shared Tian Shun's unease. Captain Luo approached, blood spattered along his left shoulder. The port's secure. The beast didn't get far in. But that figure... He hesitated, then looked Tian Shun dead in the eyes. You brought this here. I know, Tian Shun replied, not flinching. Then you'd better find a way to stop it from coming back. Tian Shun offered a brief nod. The captain walked off, limping slightly. Feng Yin exhaled. So what now? He looked down at his hand, where the crystal orb hovered faintly in his palm. Now we find the next shard. Later that evening, after the port had been cleaned and the injured tended, Tian Shun sat atop the outer cliffs, legs crossed in meditation. Wind whipped at his robes, and waves crashed far below. But within him, everything was still. He focused on the orb, the memory fragment of the Honored One. When he activated it with a trickle of qi, it floated before him, shimmering like glass filled with stars. Images flashed before his eyes. A battlefield stretched across heaven and earth. Immortal armies clashed against monstrous entities with skin like night and jaws of fire. In the sky, 5 figures stood alone, shining like gods. One of them, cloaked in silver and storm, held the map. The same map. Tian Shun's heart pounded as a final image solidified. The 5 figures each tearing a piece from their bodies, 5 fragments of memory, and sending them into the void. Then darkness. The orb dimmed. Tian Shun blinked, his body cold with sweat. They split themselves apart, he murmured. To hide something, or to prevent it from being found. He rose to his feet. If that vision was true, then these 5 shards weren't just items. They were pieces of consciousness. And collecting them didn't just unlock new power. It brought him closer to something ancient, something dangerous. The next day, at Dragonstone Port. The port was carved into the cliffside like a defensive bastion, lined with defensive formations and spiritual arrays. It served as a communication point, healing hub, and gathering place for travelers and cultivators. Tian Shun and Feng Yin entered through a glowing archway, passing disciples and guards with tense expressions. Word of the sea fiend attack had spread. An elder greeted them, tall, with a long gray beard braided with threads of lightning qi. Elder Gong's son, Feng Yin greeted with a bow. Reporting from the Azure Wind ship, Tian Shun, survivor and key witness. The old man's sharp eyes settled on Tian Shun. You've drawn something dangerous to our isle, boy. Respectfully, Elder, Tian Shun replied. I believe it was already coming. I just lit the torch. The old man nodded after a moment. That's worse. He waved them inside. They sat before a long circular table where crystal scrolls floated above arrays, displaying reports from across the island. Creatures stirring in the deep, glyphs breaking along old paths, qi flowing backward through ancient veins. The island was changing. Do you know what the Honored One legacy truly means? Gongsun asked. No, Tian Shun said, but I intend to find out. The elder sighed. Long ago, 5 Honored Ones defended this world from something unspeakable. What they fought is forgotten and erased, but they were not born gods. They became them through trial and sacrifice. And now their power is returning. Feng Yin added. Not returning. Calling, the elder corrected. Calling for one who can remember what was lost. That's why you're being hunted, Tian Shun. Those who want the old world forgotten. They will never let you complete this path. That night, near the northern reef, Tian Shun stood at the edge of the ocean once again. The orb pulsed against his chest, drawing him here. The mist parted just slightly, revealing something glinting in the shallows. He stepped forward. As his foot touched the water, the world shuddered. Suddenly, the sea parted in a line before him, revealing a narrow, submerged staircase. Behind him, Feng Yin appeared, talisman glowing. Again, he muttered. They descended. Beneath the reef was a cavern, lined with coral that glowed like moonlight. In its center hovered another pedestal. But this one was different, corrupted. Black veins ran through the stone. Shadows coiled around it. Tian Shun stepped forward. The orb began to spin violently. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the chamber. Deep, monstrous. You think you can claim what was torn from gods? The shadows surged. A form rose from the pedestal, twisted and malformed. A beast of water and darkness, with too many limbs and no eyes, only mouths. Tian Shan took a stance. Challenge initiated. Honors trial. Phase 2. Echo of the Abyss. Objective: purify the corrupted shard. The beast lunged. Tian Shan moved faster than before. Every step carried the memory of the first trial. Every block and strike was sharper, refined. Feng Yin shouted incantations behind him, talismans exploding in burning gold. But the beast ignored them. It focused only on Tian Shan. He roared, chi surging into his palms. Lightning arced along his arms, his lightning. Let's see if gods bled like this. He dove forward, slamming his palm into the creature's core. An attribute bubble popped up from that exact point. Host gained spirit point times 500. The beast shrieked, then burst in a black mist. The pedestal flared. A second orb rose. Item acquired. Honored one's memory fragment, February 5th. The two orbs hovered together, then slowly merged, locking into each other like gears in a machine. A burst of light swept the cavern. New trait acquired. Healing. You gain increased affinity and regeneration in stormy environments. Memory fragment count, 2/5. Space attribute unlocking progress, 40%. Feng Yi knelt beside him as he collapsed, grinning faintly. Still not dead. Too stubborn, he wheezed. Little May skittered onto his chest and snuggled against his chin. Above them, the sea rumbled again. Another storm approached. CH-56, the exiled flame? The sea battle had left Thunderhead all shaken, but not broken. Smoke from the wrecked merchant vessel still drifted lazily over the harbor as cultivators worked to haul away the remains and tend to the wounded. The ocean, once a storm-tossed battlefield, now lapped at the shore with eerie calm, as if the island itself were holding its breath. Tian Shan stood near the edge of the harbor, staring at the place where the white-haired figure had vanished beneath the waves. The others will come for you now. That voice lingered in his mind like a curse, its ominous weight pressing on his chest. He didn't know how many others they were or what faction they belonged to, but the implication was clear. His journey had stirred things that would not stay buried. Feng Yin approached silently, her long hair tied back in a high tail, her robe slightly tattered, but her presence as poised as ever. He wasn't lying, was he? She asked quietly. There really are others after the relic fragments. Tian Shan nodded. Which means we don't have much time. But before we leave, his gaze drifted toward the island's heart, toward the jagged cliffs that cut through the center like the spine of a slumbering beast. There's more to this island than that shrine. I can feel it. The chi here is not natural. Feng Yin followed his gaze, her brow furrowing. You want to explore more ruins? We only scratched the surface, Tian Shan said. Something powerful slumbers here. She sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. We'll stay for one more day, but only one. An hour later, they regrouped near the outpost, where the local sect leaders, now far more accommodating, offered a guarded welcome after learning of Tian Shan's involvement in both the shrine trial and the sea fiend battle. A young scout, his eyes shifting nervously between Tian Shan and Feng Yin, stepped forward after being bribed with a high-grade talisman scroll. There's an older crypt deep in Blackvine Grove, he whispered. Locals avoid it. They say it's cursed. Something about an exiled old dude. That caught Tian Shan's interest instantly. Naturally, he made a beeline for it. The path to the grove twisted through increasingly unnatural terrain. The trees bent toward each other like whispering conspirators, and the wind carried a metallic tang. Birds didn't sing here. Instead, the occasional rustle or low moan echoed between moss-covered trunks. Captain Luo had reluctantly joined them, though he grumbled with each step. You know, normal cultivators go away from cursed places. Feng Yin snorted. And you're not a normal cultivator, clearly. They reached the crypt's entrance by midday. It was hidden behind a curtain of thorn vines, guarding an arched doorway carved directly into the cliffside. Blackvine Grove lived up to its name. The plants here pulsed faintly with corrupted chi. The arch bore the same sigils as the shrine of the Honored One, but they were twisted, inverted. Where the shrine exuded peace and majesty, this crypt radiated despair and hunger. "This doesn't look inviting," Feng Yin muttered. "Which means we're on the right track," Tian Shun replied with a grin. Little May pawed at the vines, her fur bristling. Cute. They entered the crypt. A chill air clung to the walls like cobwebs. Strange murals lined the corridor, painted in a faded pigment that shimmered oddly under torchlight. They showed titanic beings made of lightning warring against figures cloaked in black mist. One image stood out, a chained flame surrounded by shattered halos. At the end of the corridor was a statue, or what remained of it. Once majestic, it now slumped in ruin, its crown broken and one arm missing. Tian Shun stepped forward, and a moment his palm brushed the stone. "Seeker, you have discovered the forbidden shrine of the exiled flame. Prepare." An ancient voice, devoid of life, grumbled. A burst of red light erupted as a spectral figure rose from the statue's base. It had no face, only a swirling void, and its limbs ended in jagged lightning claws. "Another test," Feng Yin hissed, already forming talismans. "No," Tianxin said, eyes narrowing. "Not a test. It's guarding something or someone." The spirit struck without hesitation. Electricity crackled as it lashed out. Captain Luo parried the first blow, grunting as the shock traveled down his arm. Feng Yin unleashed a barrage of talismans, but the specter seemed to phase through most of them. "Find its source," Tianxin shouted. As the others held its attention, he dashed behind the statue. Hidden behind the broken plinth, a faint glyph pulsed, one forged of cursed fire and bound storm chi. He slashed at it with focused spiritual energy. The spirit screamed. "There!" he called. The seal. With synchronized precision, they targeted it. Feng Yin's talismans detonated at the edges while Tian Shun's blade of qi pierced the center, and the glyph shattered. The specter howled one last time before crumbling into glowing ashes. In its place remained a pulsing orb, similar to the relic fragments, but tainted, dark, and trembling with suppressed power. Host acquired. Fragment of the exiled one's memory, corrupted. Warning. Item unusable until purified. Tian Shun held the orb gingerly. "Feels wrong." Feng Yin peered over his shoulder. "We shouldn't stay here. This shrine was sealed for a reason." As they exited, a wind blew from deeper in the island, carrying with it whispers in a tongue none of them understood. Evening. They returned to the harbor as the sun dipped behind the clouds. Thunderhead lived up to its name. The sky above cracked with silent lightning, the air dense with storm chi. Tian Shun stood at the docks, the corrupted fragment tucked safely in his robes. The map flared to life again, pointing inland. "It's time," he said. "We head for the central region." Captain Luo, ever the realist, had arranged a ship that would take them only as far as Dawn Shore, the last port before the wild frontier. Before boarding, Tianxin glanced back at the island. The wind whispered. The trees groaned. And deep within the ruins, something stirred, something ancient and watching. But he turned away. 3 days later, inland terrain rolled out before them. The air was different here, not as volatile as Thunderhead Isle, but heavier, thicker with unspoken history. Towering hills gave way to shattered plains, where ancient battles once raged. The remnants of uncertainty were visible in the twisted landscape, craters overgrown with moss, blackened trees, and the occasional glint of rusted armor. Tian Shun's system chimed regularly, harvesting the fruits of his surroundings. Host gains physique points times 50. Host gains spiritual chi points times 20. Host gains charm points times 50. Source. Feng Yin. He blinked at the last message. "That's awesome," he murmured. Feng Yin, walking beside him, gave him a sidelong glance. "You're smiling like a fool." "Can't help it," Tian Shun said with a smirk. "Your face is just so beautiful." She rolled her eyes, but her ears were red, implying otherwise. Smooth talker. Little May me led in his hood. "Q, you too." Their path was rarely peaceful. Spirit beasts prowled the underbrush, and strange herbs glowed under moonlight, some helpful, others violently poisonous. The central region's borderlands were wild, untamed. By the fourth afternoon, smoke rose ahead. A massive stone gate loomed over a valley pass, flanked by Chilan statues and ancient warding scripts. A caravan had been ambushed. Masked cultivators in dark robes descended on the wagons, their sleeves marked with a sigil Tian Shun recognized from his system, the Evil Serpent Sect, an underground cult rumored to revere the exiled flame. Tian Shun's expression darkened. Feng Ying cracked her knuckles. "Looks like we don't get a break." "Didn't expect one," Tian Shun said, unsheathing his blade. "Come on, let's make some noise." Steel clashed before words could. Tian Shun moved like a blade through wind, his presence slicing through the confusion around the burning caravan. The masked cultivators barely had time to register him before his blade found one of their cores. Chi exploded in a flash, sending the masked man tumbling backward in a heap of sparks and blood. Feng Yin was right behind him, her talismans glowing with runic fire. She flung one into the sky. It burst like a flare, revealing a formation of energy needles that rained down on the attackers from above. A scream echoed as another serpent disciple fell, clutching a smoking shoulder. Captain Luo barreled in like a living battering ram, knocking two men flying with a shoulder charge. "I knew I should have stayed on the ship," he yelled, but his grin said otherwise. Little May leapt from Tian Shun's shoulder, growing mid-air as her spiritual energy surged. In moments, she was a fox the size of a small bear, her tail sparking with wild lightning. She pounced onto one of the masked men, crackling energy dancing along her fur as he collapsed with a cry. Amid the chaos, Tian Shun's eyes locked onto a robed figure standing on a wagon. Unlike the others, this one wore a half-mask of black iron and held a staff crown with a flickering blue flame. "You're not one of the grunts," Tian Shun muttered. "No," the man replied, voice calm despite the turmoil. "I am Flame Disciple Zhao Lan, bearer of the third spark. And you are a thread of the old curse." Zhao Lan thrust his staff forward. Flames surged. Not ordinary fire, but corrupted spiritual flame that shrieked as it twisted through the air. Tian Shun raised his sword, chi igniting along the blade. "Let's see who gets burned." CH-57. Let the battle begin. The chaos of battle swirled around Tian Shun like a tempest. Mass figures fell one after another under the combined assault of his group, yet their numbers seemed endless, each new disciple of the evil serpent sect as determined as the last. His blade cut through them with the precision of a seasoned warrior, each strike focused, his chi flowing through the steel like a river of fire. But despite the carnage, one figure stood untouched. Zhao Lan. The flame disciple held his ground atop the wagon, his eyes locked onto Tian Shun with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. The blue flame on his staff flickered ominously, casting long shadows that danced like vengeful spirits. His voice, when it came, was cold and confident, reverberating with power. "You truly are a thread of the old curse," Zhao Lan repeated, his lips curling into a small, knowing smile. "The pieces fall into place now. I had suspected as much, but to see it in the flesh, fascinating." Tian Shun felt a surge of unease. The way Zhao Lan spoke suggested more than just a casual threat. It was as if the battle they were embroiled in was just a prelude to something far more sinister. The blue flame on the staff grew brighter, the air thickening with the promise of destruction. "You know nothing about me," Tian Shun growled, taking a steadying breath. His sword crackled with energy as he raised it, his body primed to strike. "Zhao Lan Zhuge Da Ge. I know everything I need to know, boy." You carry the exiled flame's bloodline, the very same bloodline that corrupted this land long ago. The flame's curse lives on through you, and with it, the power to bring this world to its knees. With a sudden movement, Zhao Lan slammed the staff into the ground. The earth trembled beneath them, and a massive wave of blue flame erupted from the staff, swallowing the battlefield in an inferno of spiritual energy. Do you feel it? The fire of destruction that courses through your veins. Zhao Lan's voice boomed over the flames, his presence swelling like a storm. It is inevitable. The exiled flame will rise again, and when it does, nothing will stand in its way, not even you. Tian Shun's heart raced. His senses screamed at him to react, to dodge, but the flames were coming too fast. They surrounded him like a storm, their heat unbearable. Yet, just before the flames could consume him, he felt a familiar surge of qi. A protective barrier enveloped him, shielding him from the worst of the inferno. Feng Yin stood nearby, her eyes glowing with a fierce determination. She had conjured a barrier of her own, her talismans glowing bright, forming a protective dome around her and Tian Shun. The flames battered against the shield, but the barrier held firm. "We can't let him control the flames," Feng Yin said, her voice steady despite the growing intensity of the battle. "If we let him unleash the full force of his power, there will be nothing left." Tian Shun nodded grimly. "Agreed. But how do we stop him?" "We break his staff." "That thing is a weapon of corruption," Tian Shun said. "It's the source of his power. Then we destroy it." The plan was set, and the time to act was now. Tian Shun charged forward, his sword raised high as he sprinted toward Zhao Lan. The flame disciple didn't move, but the blue flames surrounding him seemed to bend and warp as if they were alive, swirling toward Tian Shun in a great vortex. Feng Yin followed closely behind, her talismans swirling in the air like fiery comets, each one aiming directly for Zhao Lan's vulnerable points. "You think you can challenge me?" Zhao Lan sneered, flicking his wrist. The blue flame responded instantly, wrapping around Tian Shun's sword, attempting to sear it from his grip. But Tian Shun wasn't backing down. His qi surged, and with a single slash, he cut through the vortex of flames, sending them scattering in all directions. The force of the blow sent shock waves through the air, rattling the very foundation of the ground beneath them. "Impressive," Zhao Lan said, his eyes gleaming with twisted admiration. "But it won't be enough." In a flash, Zhao Lan moved, his staff slamming into the ground once again, causing the earth to quake. From the depths of the fissure, more flame-infused serpents rose, massive, fiery constructs of molten qi that lunged at Tian Shun and Feng Yin. Tian Shun's heart raced as the serpents surged toward them, their jaws wide with the intent to consume. He sidestepped the first one, his sword cleaving through its fiery body, but the second serpent coiled around him, its molten fangs snapping dangerously close to his throat. "Feng Yin," Tian Shun called, his voice tight with urgency. Feng Yin, never far behind, unleashed a barrage of talismans, each one crackling with divine energy. She hurled them in rapid succession, and the serpents exploded in violent bursts of fire, their bodies disintegrating into nothingness. But the battle was far from over. The ground trembled beneath them, and the very sky above seemed to twist with the power of Zhao Lan's corrupted flames. With each strike of his staff, the land around them was reshaped into an inferno, the very essence of destruction manifesting in the form of roaring firestorms and molten serpents. "We can't keep this up," Feng Yin said, sweat dripping down her brow. Her talismans were beginning to flicker, losing their potency under the intense strain of the battle. "We need to finish this now." Tian Shun clenched his fists, his mind racing. He glanced at Zhao Lan, who stood unscathed, a maniacal smile spreading across his face as he reveled in the destruction he was causing. "You will fall," Zhao Lan declared, his voice dripping with certainty. "The exiled flame will rise again, and you will be its vessel." But Tian Shun's gaze hardened. The pieces were falling into place. Zhao Lan's words were more than just threats. They were a declaration. The flame disciple was not just a servant of the exiled flame. He was its chosen instrument, and he believed with every fiber of his being that Tian Shan was nothing more than a stepping stone to its return. Tian Shan had to prove him wrong. He gathered his qi, focusing on the sword in his hand, drawing on the ancient energy of the flame that had been sealed away for centuries. The air around him shimmered with heat as his spiritual energy fused with the power of the exiled flame. Not today, Tian Shan muttered under his breath, taking a deep breath as his sword pulsed with a blinding light. With a mighty roar, he surged forward, his blade cutting through the flames with unrelenting force. Zhao Lan's staff came down to meet him, but this time Tian Shan was ready. With a single, powerful strike, he shattered the staff into pieces, the flames that had been swirling around it exploding in a violent burst of energy. Zhao Lan staggered back, his eyes wide in disbelief. No, imposible. Tian Shan's sword pulsed with an otherworldly energy as he advanced on the flame disciple, his voice low and dangerous. It's over. But Zhao Lan wasn't done yet. With a final, desperate move, he reached into his robes and pulled out a small crystal, one that pulsed with dark energy. The flame is not so easily quelled, Zhao Lan spat, his voice filled with venom. This is only the beginning. Before Tian Shan could react, Zhao Lan crushed the crystal in his hand. A dark, swirling vortex erupted in the air, sucking in everything around them, including the remnants of the shattered staff. Tian Shan's heart pounded in his chest as he realized what was happening. Feng Yin, move! He shouted, grabbing her by the arm and pulling her towards safety. But the vortex grew stronger, pulling everything into its center. The world twisted as the vortex expanded, spiraling with malicious intent. Wind howled like 1,000 wailing spirits, and the remnants of the battlefield, ash, weapons, even the charred bones of fallen foes, were drawn into its center. The sky above darkened, and cracks of crimson lightning danced across the swirling void, painting the heavens in apocalyptic hues. Tian Shan dug his heels into the scorched earth, his grip tightening around Feng Yin's wrist. Hold on, he growled, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. But Zhao Lan stood at the heart of the storm, his body suspended midair, blue flames pouring from his eyes and mouth. His robes billowed violently, the broken staff fragments orbiting him like cursed satellites. I offer myself to the flame, he intoned, blood spilling from his lips as the dark crystal's energy overtook him. Let me be the vessel. Shit. Feng Yin cursed, her voice ragged. He's trying to fuse with the exiled flame's essence. Tian Shan's mind raced. He could feel the surge of energy, wild, unbound, and ancient, twisting through the air. If Zhao Lan succeeded, he wouldn't just become a threat. He would become a catastrophe. We have to sever the link, Tian Shan said, eyes narrowing. That crystal was a catalyst, but his body can't contain the full essence. He's unstable, and if we push him now, he'll implode. Without waiting another second, Tian Shan channeled every ounce of qi into his sword. The blade shimmered with a brilliant golden hue, pulsing like a second sun. Feng Yin nodded, understanding immediately. She drew a final talisman from her sleeve, a sealing rune etched with silver ink and laced with spirit-forged thread. Ready? She asked. Let's end this. Together, they leapt forward, Tian Shan cutting through the vortex's pull, Feng Yin casting the talisman into the air. It burst into radiant chains of light that lashed onto Zhao Lan, binding him in midair. Now, Feng Yin cried. With a defiant roar, Tian Shan struck. The blade cleaved through the flames, piercing Zhao Lan's chest. The vortex shrieked, then collapsed with a deafening implosion. Zhao Lan let out a final, broken gasp. His body disintegrated into sparks. Silence followed. And then, just as the dust began to settle, Tian Shan collapsed to one knee, panting heavily. "It's over," he murmured. CH-58, hiding. The city of Lianmu was the outermost gate of the central region, a place where countless travelers, merchants, and cultivators passed through daily. With tall stone walls, heavily guarded checkpoints, and a skyline of intricate temples and bustling markets, it was a melting pot of ambition, secrecy, and danger. Tian Shun and Feng Yin stood at the crest of a hill overlooking the southern entrance. The chaos of the previous battle still echoed in their bones, but they could waste no time. "We'll have to enter separately," Feng Yin said, adjusting the hood of her cloak. "They'll be searching for signs of us. Together, we're too recognizable." Tian Shun nodded, his gaze sweeping across the caravan lines forming outside the gates. "You go first. I'll follow half a bell later." With a final glance, Feng Yin slipped into the crowd, disappearing like mist into the waves of travelers. Tian Shan watched her go, then turned and made his way down a different slope. Half an hour later, Tian Shun entered Lianmu, wearing a simple set of traveler's robes, his once brilliant sword sealed within a spatial pouch. His face was smeared with dust, his hair tied in a low knot. He looked like any other wandering cultivator down on his luck. The guards barely glanced at him. Once inside, the city overwhelmed him. Shouts of hawkers selling spirit elixirs, medicinal herbs, and beast cores filled the streets. Lanterns swayed from bamboo poles, casting colored shadows on cobbled roads. Every alley buzzed with movement, and the scent of grilled meat mixed with incense and roasted spirit rice. He didn't stop to marvel. Instead, he made his way to the Eastern District, a quieter part of Lianmu, where the buildings were older and less grand, and where information was harder to trace. There, in a tucked-away neighborhood near an abandoned lotus pond, he found Feng Yin waiting at a modest tea house. She smiled when he entered, setting down a steaming cup. "You're late." "Had to make sure no one followed," Tian Shin muttered, pulling his hood down and taking a seat. He exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. "Any luck with a place to stay?" Feng Yin nodded. "There's an old herbalist who rents out the top floor of her shop. It's cheap and doesn't ask questions. I've already paid for a month." "Good." He took a sip from her cup. "We will lie low until the trail goes cold." Their new home was humble, a creaky wooden room above a shop that smelled of ginseng and dried petals. The windows overlooked a forgotten garden where weeds tangled around broken stone lanterns. A small stove crackled in one corner, and faded paper talismans fluttered on the walls. It was perfect. For the next few days, they slipped into a quiet rhythm. Feng Yin disguised herself as the herbalist's assistant, helping grind powders and brew teas. Her hands, once fierce in battle, now measured roots with care and dispensed cures to coughing elders. Tian Shun worked at the local forge to repair farming tools and occasionally sharpen spirit weapons for wandering adventurers. He became known as Shun, the silent apprentice with a strong back and tired eyes. They did not spoke of their fight with Zhao Lan. Evenings were spent quietly, sharing simple meals by lamplight. Feng Yin would read cultivation texts scavenged from the tea house's lending shelf, while Tian Shun sharpened his blade in silence. Sometimes they trained in the abandoned garden behind the shop, always with their senses alert, always ready to flee. And yet, beneath the calm, something strange began to bloom. There were no more blood-soaked battles, no explosions of chi or screams in the air. Just silence, warmth, the clink of teacups, and the rustle of books. A life they'd never known. One night, Tian Shun found Feng Yin sitting alone by the pond, her reflection wavering in the water. "You miss it?" he asked softly. "The fighting?" She shook her head. "No, but I worry we're only pretending this peace is real." He sat beside her, the moonlight brushing his face. "It's a mask, but sometimes wearing the mask teaches you what your real face looks like." She turned, watching him with searching eyes, and for a moment the world stilled. A week passed. Word reached them in murmurs and fragments. Zhao Lan's death had thrown the evil serpent sect into chaos. Rumors abounded that he'd died fighting a rogue cultivator, that he'd unleashed a forbidden technique and perished, that a hidden faction was purging the sect from within. More importantly, there were no names mentioned, no bounties issued. They had covered their tracks well. Still, Tian Shun remained cautious. One morning, while walking through a narrow alley near the bazaar, he noticed someone following him. The figure was small, cloaked in patchwork robes, and limping slightly. Tian Shun ducked into a side street, vanishing behind a cart of spirit melons. When the figure turned the corner, he moved fast, grabbing them by the wrist and slamming them against the wall. "Who sent you?" he demanded. The hood fell back to reveal a young boy, no older than 12, with dirt-smudged cheeks and wide, terrified eyes. I was just." The boy stammered, flinching. Tian Shun's grip loosened. "What are you doing following me?" "I saw you at the forge," the boy muttered. "I thought you might be strong enough to help." "Help with what?" The boy hesitated. "My sister. She angered a cultivator. He took her. He said she will pay off our family debt." Tian Shun cursed under his breath. "Who?" "A merchant named Wen Li. He runs the Red Lantern gambling hall near the docks." Tian Shun clenched his fists. He had promised himself he wouldn't draw attention. Not yet. But some things couldn't be ignored. That night, he and Feng Yin stood on the roof across from the Red Lantern. "You sure about this?" she asked. "It's just one man. No sects. I'll be in and out." Feng Yin smirked. "You always say that." With silent steps, Tian Shun infiltrated the compound. The guard were sloppy, their senses dulled by drink and coin. He moved like a shadow, disabling them with swift strikes. Inside, the building reeked of incense and stale wine. He found a girl locked in a cellar, barely conscious but alive. Wen Li, unfortunately, chose that moment to enter. "What the hell?" Tian Shun didn't speak. One punch shattered the merchant's jaw. A second caved in his ribs. By dawn, the girl was back with her brother. They never asked Tian Shun's name. 2 days later, an old beggar arrived at the herbalist's shop. He left a note folded inside a lotus petal. "The flames have not forgotten. We are watching. Stay hidden." Feng Yin read it thrice, then burned it in silence. "They're sniffing around," she said, "but they don't know where we are. Not yet." Tian Shun stood by the window, watching the mist roll over the city. "Then we stay quiet a little longer. But not forever." "No," he agreed. "Not forever." The next morning, the sky was gray with hanging mist. Rain had begun to fall in a quiet drizzle, softening the streets and washing the grime from the city walls. Tian Shun sat beneath the eaves of the herbalist's rooftop, legs crossed, eyes closed in meditation. His senses were sharp, qi circulating in slow waves through his meridians. But his thoughts were elsewhere. Ever since receiving the lotus petal warning, the unease had returned, as though eyes were watching from shadows just out of reach. Feng Yin approached, carrying a tray with 2 bowls of sweet lotus porridge. "You haven't eaten, eat this," she said simply. Tian Shun opened his eyes. "Can't eat if I can't relax. You'll starve before your enemies ever find you, at this rate." She sat beside him, placing the tray between them. He gave a small smile, taking the bowl. "You're getting better at this." "At what?" "Being normal." She raised a brow. "Is that a compliment or an insult?" "A compliment. Normal suits you." She paused, then smiled faintly. "It doesn't feel real sometimes, like it's all just borrowed time." He nodded slowly. "That's what makes it precious." For a while, they ate in silence, the sound of rain masking the distant city noise. Then Feng Yin spoke again. "I heard something strange at the market today. A pair of cultivators from the Northern Sky sect were asking around. They're looking for a young male cultivator." Tian Shun froze, spoon halfway to his lips. "Me?" "I told you your stunt with Zhao Lan wouldn't go unnoticed. I had no choice." "I know, but the longer we stay here, the more chance will be exposed. He set his bowl down and stood. Then we prepare to move. The next day, they made arrangements. Quiet ones. Feng Yin sold off half the herbs she'd harvested to a passing caravan headed north. Tian Shan exchanged a forged hunting token for passage papers with a back alley scribe. Slowly, they unwound their presents from Lianmu, untangling themselves from the roots they'd just begun to grow. But before they could leave, fate intervened. That night, just before the herbalist closed her shop, a visitor came calling. He was old, hunched with age, but the moment he stepped through the threshold, both Tian Shan and Feng Yin felt it. The oppressive weight of suppressed power coiled like a serpent. CH-59, the envoy. The door to the herbalist's shop creaked shut behind the old man. Rain still trickled outside, but within the wooden walls, the air seemed to freeze. Tian Shan didn't move from his seat, but his eyes narrowed. Feng Yin's fingers flexed subtly, instinctively brushing against the dagger hidden in her sash. The old man shuffled forward. His clothes were patched and soaked. The wide-brimmed hat slanted low over his eyes. But the chi around him was unmistakable, coiled, ancient, and dangerous. Like a hibernating beast that had just cracked open a lid to survey the world once more. The herbalist, an elderly woman with cloudy eyes, looked up with a mixture of reverence and fear. Master Gu, it's been a long time. The man smiled thinly, revealing yellow teeth. Are you the owner? The herbalist, ever polite, nodded. Yes, elder. May I help you? I'm looking for 2 assistants of yours. A man and a woman. Stayed here for about 2 weeks. Feng Yin stepped out from behind the curtain, her expression calm. We're here. The old man turned his head slightly, sniffing the air like a beast. I was told you helped a child recently. One whose sister was taken by Wenli. Tian Shan's hand twitched. The man's smile widened. That was a mistake. Wenli worked for people with influence. And yet, Tian Shan said softly, he didn't act like it. The old man let out a wheezing laugh. No, but the people above him do. They sent me to clean things up and decide what to do with you. Feng Yin's eyes narrowed. And what's your judgment? The old man tilted his head. Depends on what you'll give for me to look the other way. There was a long pause. Then Tian Shan asked, what do you want? The old man didn't answer him, his attention elsewhere. You're not from this city, he said, voice rough as gravel. And you smell of blood, though you wear peace like a disguise. Tian Shan remained still. You're observant. I've seen many things. The old man's lips twitched. Too many, but few that interest me anymore. You might be one. Feng Yin stepped slightly in front of Tian Shan. State your purpose, senior. This shop is humble and causes no trouble. The old man tilted his head. Trouble doesn't need to be invited. It follows those who drag storms behind them. A long pause. Rain whispered on the roof. Somewhere behind the shop, a wind chime jingled softly, out of place with the tension tightening the air. Then, without warning, the old man moved. He crossed the space in a single step, his palm reached toward Tian Shan's chest, fingers aglow with faint green chi. But Tian Shan was faster. With a flicker of silver light, his beast spirit sword was in his hand, angled perfectly to deflect the incoming strike. Steel rang against palm. A shock wave exploded through the room. Dust rose. Shelves trembled. The herbalist fell to the ground with a gasp, and dried herbs scattered in the air. Tian Shan slid back a step, jaw tight. The old man hadn't budged an inch. Not bad. Master Gu rasped, withdrawing his hand. Most would have fainted from the pressure alone. You have a monster in your blood. I don't like being tested, Tian Shan said flatly. And I don't like wasting my time. The old man turned, moving to the hearth, and calmly poured himself a bowl of tea. I'm not here to arrest you, boy. If I wanted you dead, you'd already be ashes. But I sensed at the moment I entered traces of the exiled flame. That technique was used recently. Feng Yin's eyes flickered. You recognize Zhao Lan's technique? No, Master Gu said. I recognized his version of it. He wasn't its first master. Tian Shan felt a chill crawl down his spine. What do you mean? Master Gu took a sip of tea, eyes far away. Decades ago, the evil serpent sect had another prodigy, stronger than Xiaolon, crazier. He vanished during a forbidden technique experiment, presumed dead. But I knew better. That man wasn't just seeking strength. He was looking for a way to reach divinity through emotional transference. Tian Shun's heart skipped. That sounds like your power. Gu nodded. Whatever it is, it mirrors his theory. You know about that? How? Feng Yin asked sharply. The old man gave a knowing smile. I know the feeling of it. I know how the world bends around those who carry that kind of fate, and I know that others will come sniffing for it. Soon. Silence. Why are you telling us this? Tian Shan asked. Because, Master Gu said, I'm the only one who can help you reach the next threshold before they do. He pulled from his sleeve a jade talisman, shaped like a curled serpent, and set it on the table. Meet me at Serpent Hollow, 3 days from now. There, I will test whether you are worthy of the inheritance of the sage. Feng Yin's breath caught. The sage? That's a myth. No, the old man said, his eyes glittering. He's a shadow that never faded. With that, he turned and limped to the door, pausing only to glance back at Tian Shun. Make your choice, boy. Stay and hide, or rise and face the truths buried within. Then he left, as quietly as he'd come. For a while, neither of them spoke. Feng Yin cleaned up the mess of fallen herbs, but her hands were tight. Tian Shun sat still, the jade talisman now resting in his palm. It was warm to the touch and pulsing faintly with qi. Do you trust him? She asked finally. No, Tian Shun said, but I believe him. She nodded. Serpent Hollow. That place is cursed, isn't it? It used to be the old battlefield during the sect purges. They say the land itself bites intruders. Feng Yin frowned. Then we need to prepare. If this is a trap. I know. They spent the next day gathering supplies. Tian Shun reforged a set of lightweight armor from the forge's discarded scraps. Nothing flashy, but solid enough to deflect blades and hold qi formations. Feng Yin restocked her poisons, slipped needles into her sleeves, and mapped 3 exit routes from the city. By the second night, they were ready. They left before dawn, moving through Lianmu's eastern gate as part of a farming caravan. The mist hung low, muffling hoofbeats and breathing. Hours later, they turned off the main road, moving through twisted woods and vine-choked ruins until a black crevice opened in the earth before them. Serpent Hollow. The entrance was shaped like a maw, curved rocks forming what looked like jagged teeth. Faint green mist leaked from within. Feng Yin shivered. Quite disturbing, she muttered. They entered. Inside, the cave opened into a wide, underground chamber. Moss glowed faintly on the walls. The air was thick, moist, and humming with unseen qi lines. A figure waited in the center, sitting atop a stone altar shaped like a coiled snake. Master Gu, you came, he said, eyes opening slowly. Good. Then let us begin. He raised his hand, and the altar glowed. Symbols carved into the stone flickered to life, and a spiral of qi erupted around Tian Shun, lifting him into the air. What the hell? Tian Shun growled, struggling. It's a trial, Master Gu said. The sage's legacy cannot be accepted. It must be earned. The spirit of the hollow will test your essence, mind, heart, and blood. Tian Shun snarled, his body jerking. Then he vanished, or perhaps the world vanished. He stood in a barren wasteland. Storm clouds churned above. Corpses littered the ground. Men, women, children. Some faces he recognized. Some he didn't. Then a voice whispered from the sky. Would you trade their lives for your power? Tian Shun shook his head. No. The wind howled. The ground cracked. Feng Yin's broken body appeared before him, bleeding. What if you must sacrifice love for survival? Tian Shun trembled, repeatedly reminding himself that this is but an illusion. I'd find another path. Flames erupted, and he found himself alone, standing in a mirror hall. Reflections of himself stared back, some twisted, others hollow, one laughing maniacally. Which one is real? I don't know yet, Tianxin whispered, but I'll never become him. The light vanished. He gasped, falling back in his body. He was back in the cave, sweating, shivering, kneeling. Master Gu stood over him, face unreadable. You passed, the old man said softly. Barely. The hollow has judged you worthy. The first door is open. A mark flared to life on Tianxin's shoulder, a serpent curling around a lotus. What is this? He asked, panting. The seal of the sage's path. You'll need to find the other keys to unlock its full power. Tianxin looked up. And what if I don't want to follow the sage's legacy? Master Gu smirked. Then you'll die when the others come for you. As Tianxin and Feng Yin left the hollow, the air behind them shifted. A figure stepped out from the shadows within the cave. A young woman dressed in snow-white robes, with silver hair and eyes like polished obsidian. The envoy of the Celestial Sword sect from before. She smiled. So the Honored One is rising again, after all? How interesting. She vanished with a blink, leaving only silence behind. Joinin a sect. The city of Lianmu shrank behind them with every step, its familiar rooftops and weather-worn gates slowly swallowed by the morning mist. No disguises this time. No caravans or shadows to blend into. Tianxin walked the open road with his head held high, the serpent lotus seal still tingling on his shoulder beneath the fabric. Beside him, Feng Yin adjusted the strap of her travel pack, glancing sideways. You sure about this? About not hiding anymore? Tianxin asked, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Yeah. Her eyes narrowed. We've drawn attention. Someone was watching, someone unfathomable. You sensed it too, didn't you? I did. He tightened the grip on his sword's hilt. But if we keep running, we'll never grow strong enough to face what's coming. If we want to survive the storm, we need to step into it. Feng Yin exhaled through her nose, long and slow. So, no more back alleys and hidden inns. No more smallness, Tianxin said. They walked in silence for a while, the road stretching forward like a pale ribbon. Hills rolled gently on either side, and in the distance, smoke spiraled from scattered villages. As noon approached, they came upon a crossroads where a wooden signpost pointed toward 3 destinations. One caught Tianxin's eye. Mount Feluan. Feng Yin followed his gaze. That's the sect territory, isn't it? Yeah, the Feluan Sword sect. Mid-tier, but they recruit openly and often. The perfect place to strengthen ourselves. You really want to join a sect? He nodded. We need training grounds, resources, a place to sharpen ourselves. And most of all, information and attributes. He inwardly added. She paused. You mean about the Honored Ones? Tianxin nodded slowly. We've awakened the sage's legacy. But Master Gu made it clear there were others. The sage was just one piece of something bigger. If we want to understand what this power truly is, we need to find the rest. Feng Yin's expression darkened, which means we'll need to draw attention. Make waves, ones that puts targets on our backs. He smiled faintly. Good thing I have you to watch mine. She rolled her eyes, but didn't deny it. 8 days passed in grueling travel. They hunted their meals, dodged occasional bandits, and kept their cultivation rotating day and night. Each night, Tianxin meditated. The seal pulsed like a second heartbeat, whispering fragments of memory and sensation into his dreams. Flashes of a group of people in golden robes, walking across a battlefield of gods, speaking to shadows older than time. Feng Yin, too, seemed restless. She practiced talismans in the dark, her techniques growing more refined. Once, Tianxin saw her whistling softly while polishing a blade, her expression hidden beneath her bangs. By the time Mount Feluan rose into view, its peaks crowned in mist and the main gates carved into a stone cliff, they both looked less like wanderers and more like warriors. Dozens of people were gathered outside the sect's entrance courtyard when they arrived. Young cultivators, many barely out of their teens, stood in anxious rows. Some wore fine silks, others plain cloth and patch gear, but all had the same glint in their eyes: desire, hope, fear. A stern elder in gray robes stood before them, arms crossed. His beard was silver, and a long scar crossed his brow. 2 inner disciples flanked him. "You've all come to be tested for entry into the Phaluan Sword sect," the elder barked. "Know this: failure means rejection. There are no second chances. We do not accept cowards, weaklings, or glory chasers." Tian Shun and Feng Yin stepped into the back of the group without fanfare. "First test," the elder continued, "is the talent test. Touch the stone and show us your talent." A large stone slab was wheeled forward. One by one, hopefuls placed their palms upon it. Some made the stone glow blue, low affinity. Others triggered green or yellow, a sign of moderate potential. A rare few made it shimmer orange or red, high-grade talents. When it came to Tian Shun's turn, he exhaled once and stepped forward. Whispers already chased his steps. His bearing was too calm, his gear too clean despite the road dust. He pressed his hand to the stone. The thing dimly lit up with yellow hue. The crowd gasped, as they had high expectations from his clothing. The elder's eyes narrowed. "Mid-grade cultivation talent. Is that good?" Tian Shun asked mildly. The elder didn't answer. Instead, he motioned. "Next." Feng Yin stepped forward. When her hand touched the stone, it flared in crimson radiance. The elder blinked. "High-grade talent." Feng Yin gave a short nod and stepped back beside Tian Shun. "We pass." "For now," the elder growled. "Next test, practical combat." The courtyard split into several sparring rings. Inner disciples stepped forward, each one a trained cultivator in their second or third stage. You'll face an inner disciple. Land a strike within 10 breaths of time. Pass. Fail, and you're out. Many faltered here, strong in theory, but weak in execution. Then Tian Shun stepped into the ring. His opponent was a lean youth with 2 curved swords. "Let's not waste time," the boy said with a sneer. Tian Shun didn't. He moved like lightning, drawing his spirit sword and vanishing into a blur. His strike came from behind, the flat of his blade touching the boy's neck before he even turned. The 10 breaths hadn't even started. Stunned silence followed. Pass. Feng Yin's battle was more subtle. Her opponent underestimated her. A single 3-star talisman brushed past his cheek, and he froze, sweat pouring as he realized how close to death he'd been. "Poison talisman?" the elder asked coolly. "Of sleep toxin." Feng Yin replied. The elder snorted. Pass. By the end of the day, only 10 of the 50 hopefuls had passed. Tian Shun and Feng Yin were among them. That night, they were shown their assigned quarters, a modest stone chamber on the outer edge of the mountain. "I expected nothing better," Tian Shun muttered, eyeing the hard beds. Feng Yin smirked. "Welcome to sect life again." They lit a lantern and sat facing each other on the floor. Tian Shun opened his palm, revealing a map, the one got from the evil serpent disciple. "I think I found something," he said. Feng Yin leaned forward. "What is it?" "This mark here." He tapped a symbol, like a broken crown. "It matches a seal that appeared in one of my dreams. I think it's connected to another honored one." Feng Yin's eyes lit up. "Where?" "West from here, I guess. But in that direction is the Forbidden Range," she warned. Tian Shun's gaze didn't waver. Exactly the kind of place the old legacies would hide. She hesitated. "You want to search for it now?" "No, we build strength first. Train. Let the sect teach us what we're missing. And when we're ready, we hunt for the next inheritance." Feng Yin leaned back, expression thoughtful. "You're not the same as when we first met," she said quietly. "You're much less dumber now," Tian Shun rebuked. "Hey, that's provoking." Feng Yin closed her eyes, whispering playfully. "And what are you going to do about it?" Tian Shun grinned smugly. I'm gonna punish you for it, my wife. Kya slow down. Morning. The next morning came harsh and cold, the mountain air crisp as frost. Tian Shun stood on a rocky terrace just outside the outer disciple quarters, staring at the rising sun. The wind whipped his robe, tugging at the edges like invisible fingers. He wasn't alone. Can't sleep either? He asked Feng Yin as she approached, her arms folded, 2 steaming cups of bitter leaf tea in her hand. You have the nerve to ask after you did me so roughly last night. Feng Yin, pouting, turned away, but only after giving him his. He took it without a word and sipped. It's too quiet here. Feng Yin nodded, her expression unreadable. It's the calm before the storm. You feel it too, right? The sect isn't as peaceful as it looks. Tian Shun's eyes narrowed. There are currents beneath the surface. The inner disciples are divided into factions. I overheard 2 guys gossiping yesterday. You planning to get involved? He shook his head. Not yet, but I want to watch. Feng Yin smirked. You say that, but trouble tends to find you. Before he could reply, a bell rang out across the mountain, deep and solemn. The trial bell. Both of them turned toward the sound. From all corners of the outer disciple courtyard, cultivators emerged, whispering. An outer disciple sprinted toward them, panting. New recruits. You've been summoned by Elder Xian. He's chosen a few of you to accompany an expedition into the lower training peaks. Tian Shun's eyes gleamed. Already. Feng Yin arched a brow. That was fast. Apparently some spirit beasts have overbred in the ravine. The disciple continued breathlessly. They're sending us to help thin the herds and to observe how well new disciples adapt under pressure. A mission disguised as a culling. Tian Shun recognized the logic immediately. It was a field test. Except, Feng Yin asked, brushing wind-blown strand from her cheek. Of course, he said with a grin. What better way to make a profit? Within an hour, they stood at the northern gate, equipped with sect-issued jade, tokens, and basic provisions. 4 other new recruits joined them, 2 boys with twin sabers and a girl who carried a massive staff taller than herself. An inner disciple, dour-faced and silent, led them with a flick of his robes. They descended into the ravine, a shadowed cleft in the mountain range that reeked of damp moss and beast musk. The canopy thickened, and surrounding aura hung heavier in the air. Tian Shun observed few footprints on the soil. They're close. Feng Yin's hand moved into her robe, ready to withdraw talismans. And then the growls came. Dozens of red-eyed spirit wolves emerged from the undergrowth, fangs bared, claws tearing into the stone. Tian Shun smiled. Let's show them what we newbies can do. CH-61, Deadly Whispers. The scent of pine and fresh soil hung in the air as Tian Shun and Feng Yin stood at the base of Philoen's sect's lower training peaks. Rugged hills wrapped in mist, their slopes crawling with spiritual energy. Dozens of new disciples milled around them, some chatting nervously, others sharpening weapons or meditating quietly in preparation. A wide stone path led up the mountain trail, where the first part of the trial would begin, the spirit beast hunt. It was the sect's tradition. Before new recruits could officially enter the inner courtyard or receive direct tutelage, they had to pass a foundational test, surviving 3 days in the beast-infested peaks, collecting cores from at least 3 different spirit beasts, and returning with their assigned spirit token intact. Of course, the unspoken rule was harsher. Most who couldn't fend off at least mid-tier beasts would be considered dead weight, left behind in outer duties or expelled entirely. Feng Yin checked the leather cord around her wrist. The sect's spirit token glowed faintly, tuned to her soul signature. 3 3-star beasts. Sounds easy enough, she murmured. Tian Shun adjusted the short black cloak over his armor and watched the ascending mists. Easy for people who haven't been hunted by beasts already. Their recent battles had sharpened them more than any drill. Compared to zombies, wild cultivators, and forbidden arts, This mission almost felt like a break. Almost. A middle-aged cultivator in light green robes approached. His face was weathered but alert, with a subtle sword callus on his right hand. His voice was clear. I am Senior Disciple Huang Wei. You have been assigned to the North Pass group. Your guide will only bring you to the trial zone perimeter. From then on, you're on your own. He paused, letting his words sink in. Group members are free to work together or compete. If you die, that's fate. If you cheat, you'll be crippled. Understood? Yes, Senior. The group chorused. Tian Shen nodded calmly, Feng Yin remaining silent by his side. Around them, their fellow recruits shifted uneasily. Most were teenagers or early 20s at most, many from minor clans, hoping to use the sect as a stepping stone. Among them, one figure stood out, a tall youth with silver-red hair tied into a warrior's knot, his robes embroidered with the sigil of the Eastern Fox clan. His presence stirred the air subtly, chi coiling around him like a second skin. He caught Tian Shen's glance and gave a lazy smile. You smell like my kind. I am not. Tian Shen replied plainly. I'm good. The youth grinned wider. Fine if you don't want to spill the beans, though I'll like it you aren't lying. Feng Yin rolled her eyes. Friendly bunch, aren't we? Welcome to sect life. Again, Tian Shen muttered. Soon after, the gates opened. Senior Huang motioned forward, and the group began their march into the mountain path. The deeper they went, the denser the chi in the air became. Trees twisted like claws overhead, spirit herbs sprouted between rocks, and the occasional low growl echoed through the underbrush. More than one recruit already gripped their weapons tightly. Just past the first ridge, the guide halted. From here, the trial begins. You have 3 days. Your tokens will glow red if you're near death. We'll monitor from the peak outposts. With that, he vanished into the fog. The group hesitated, then scattered. Tian Shen and Feng Yin didn't wait either. Without a word, they slipped northeast into the deeper woods. After half an hour of quiet movement, Feng Yin whispered, Something's following us. Tian Shen nodded. Let it come. He paused near a low ridge and pulled out a thin thread of beast blood he'd smeared across his boots, standard bait for lower-rank predators. Moments later, the bushes rustled. A boar-like beast with emerald fur and tusks made of bone burst forth, snarling with wild chi. A 3-star beast, brute and vicious. Tian Shen didn't draw his sword. Instead, he stepped into its charge and slammed his palm forward, channeling a shockwave from the sage's seal on his shoulder. A ripple of force blasted the boar back, flipping it mid-air. Feng Yin was already on its flank, a needle striking into its exposed belly. The beast froze, twitched, and dropped with a wheeze. Congrats, host. You killed a 3-star beast and gained physique points times 400. The system cooed, which he had ignored recently. One down. Feng Yin said, crouching to retrieve its core. Tian Shen, however, was staring at the ground where the beast had come from. Tracks, human ones. Someone herded that thing toward us. Ambush. Or surveillance. Either way, someone's watching. They retrieved the core, marked the spot, and moved on, deeper into the unclaimed parts of the peak. Over the next hours, they downed a fanged hawk and a twin-tailed fire lizard, both working in tandem, a rare cooperation among spirit beasts. Two coordinated. Feng Yin noted. Something's not right. Someone's either guiding the beasts or tampering with the trial zone. Tian Shen said. His gaze darkened. They're pushing us. By nightfall, they made camp under a rock overhang. Tian Shen traced runes on the ground to mask their chi signature, a trick he'd picked up from the sage's memory fragments. As he worked, Feng Yin pulled out the fragment scroll they'd recovered from the hollow. When she channeled chi into it, it showed faint lines, locations marked across old maps of the continent. 3 sites left unawakened, she said, voice low. Sage's legacy was only part of a broader structure. Other honored ones. Tian Shen murmured. We need to find where their remnants lie. He stared at the furthest symbol on the map. It flickered over a mountainous zone, not far from Phaelon's border. If this trial goes well, we'll request outer mission postings. Use that to travel. Feng Yi nodded. Assuming we survive this. Tian Shen smirked. We've handled worse. But before dawn could break, a whispering fog rolled through the trees. Unnatural, freezing, and filled with malice. A scream echoed in the distance. A blood-curdling one. They were not alone in the peaks tonight. The mist slithered like a living thing. Not just low-hanging fog, but a sentient, pulsing shroud that moved against the wind. It clung to the trees and slithered across the forest floor like tendrils of cold breath from some ancient slumbering beast. Tian Shen instantly awakened, hand darting for his blade. Beside him, Feng Yin rose with eerie silence, eyes narrowed as she activated a faint chi barrier. Then the scent hit them. It wasn't rot, not decay. It was regret, guilt. Tian Shen's eyes dilated as a flood of fragmented thoughts threatened to rush in. Visions of a burning temple, a girl's scream, blood dripping from his own fingers. None of it is memory, none of it real. The mist, it's a spiritual remnant, he said. It's trying to drown us in emotions. Feng Yin bit her lip hard enough to draw blood, anchoring herself to reality. It's targeting mental defenses. Illusory-type beast? Or something else? Before he could answer, 3 figures stumbled out of the trees, a trio of disciples from another group. One had blood running from his ears, the second stared blankly, and the third was sobbing uncontrollably, whispering, "It wasn't my fault. I didn't mean to." They collapsed, trembling. Feng Yin moved to stabilize their chi, but Tian Shen's hand shot out. "Wait." From behind them, a 4th presence stirred. A shadow detached itself from a mist. It looked like a woman. Pale, willowy, dressed in mourning white robes that flowed unnaturally, as if submerged in water. Her eyes were blindfolded with black silk, yet her steps were unerring. Her skin shimmered faintly with an ethereal light, half spirit, half illusion. And yet, the pressure she exuded was real. Spirit type 3-star beast. Tian Shen muttered. High intelligence. Probably nesting here. The wraith paused, head cocking toward their voices. It sniffed the air, then hissed a haunting, breathless sound. One of the collapsed disciples jerked violently, chi surging wildly before bursting in a backlash. He fell limp. She's using fear and guilt as fuel, Feng Yin said. She's feeding on their souls. Then let's not give her more. Tian Shen stepped forward, his spirit sword flashing to life. But the moment he moved, the wraith screamed. It wasn't sound, it was soul pressure. Raw, ancient grief that slammed into his mental sea like a tidal wave. The sage's seal glowed on his chest, burning away the illusion just enough for him to stay grounded. He clenched his teeth. This spiritual chi, it's not beast, it's a remnant of a lost guardian spirit. Feng Yin froze. You mean she's part of the inheritance? Maybe. Or maybe she was left behind by one of the honored ones. The spirit surged forward, half gliding, half unraveling. Tian Shen dashed to meet her, slashing low to disrupt the spiritual core. His blade passed through mist, only for her form to re-solidify behind him, claws lashing out. Feng Yin intercepted, throwing a talisman that burst into threads of gold. It entangled the wraith momentarily, enough for Tian Shen to drive his palm forward. Boom! A golden pulse erupted from his body, the sage's chi flaring as a spiritual suppression aura blanketed the area. The wraith wailed and began to disintegrate. But before it vanished completely, it whispered a single word into Tian Shen's mind. Remember. Then it shattered like dust in the wind. Silence returned. Feng Yin stepped beside him, exhaling hard. That was not part of the trial. No, but it was meant to find us. Tian Shen replied. He looked at the spot where the wraith had vanished. A glowing shard of soul jade lay where she'd stood, inscribed with runes, ancient yet familiar. He picked it up and felt a pulse. A memory not his own flashed across his mind. A man in golden robes weeping over a burning temple, whispering, CH-62, memories. Forgive me, sister. Tianshan blinked, heart-pounding. Looks like the past won't let me go that easily. Feng Yin raised an eyebrow. You planning to tell me what you saw? He smiled faintly. After we passed the trial. But in his heart, he knew something crucial. The legacies of the honored ones weren't just waiting to be inherited. The second day of the spirit beast trial dawned with the faint glow of silver sunlight piercing through a veil of thick, ghostly mist. The mist hadn't dispersed overnight. It had grown denser, wrapping around the peaks like the breath of slumbering titan. Every leaf was slick with dew, every stone cold beneath the foot. Tianshan stirred from his seated meditation beneath the overhang, eyes opening with a sharp glint. Across from him, Feng Yin quietly rolled up the talisman net she'd deployed through the night. They had remained untouched while others screamed in the distance, their camps clearly not as fortunate. We're still being watched, huh? Tianshan said flatly, scanning the tree line beyond the thin chi wards he'd drawn last night. Feng Yin nodded. It didn't come back, though. That spirit, if that's what it really was. Tianshan said nothing more. The trial was only halfway through, and the deeper they went, the stranger the beast became. Not just in form, but in behavior. Too calculated, too silent. The duo broke camp quickly. With 3 cores already collected, boar, hawk, and lizard, they could technically descend and complete the trial. But the mist hadn't lifted for a reason. Something waited at the heart of the peak, and Tianshan's instincts whispered that turning back now would be a waste. They followed an old stone path partially swallowed by moss, likely carved decades ago by patrolling elders. The ground was uneven, and the sound of birds was suspiciously absent. Even spirit herb patches, normally guarded by fierce territorial beasts, seemed to be untouched. By noon, they arrived at a wide, sloping glade wrapped in broken trees and crushed stones. Something large had passed through here recently. Feng Yin crouched by a gouge in the dirt. Claw marks, deep ones, 6 meters apart. Spirit beast. For star, maybe, Tianshan replied. She frowned. That shouldn't be part of the trial. No one said the peaks were truly controlled. The elders only watch. They don't clean up what's wild. As if in agreement, the air trembled. A low growl rolled across the clearing like distant thunder. From behind a fractured boulder, a massive silhouette emerged, dark brown fur bristling, for gleaming eyes locked onto them. Its body was hulking, lupin, but with reptilian spines protruding from its back and tail. Saliva sizzled as it hit the ground. Tianshan narrowed his eyes. Venom blood dire wolf, a 4-star beast. Feng Yin already had 3 talismans glowing between her fingers. You truly are a jinx, so we run? Tianshan stepped forward. Not yet. You just want the core, don't you? He grinned, and in a flash, launched himself forward. The wolf roared and lunged, its breath thick with acid fumes. Tianshan ducked under a swipe and slid across the gravel, slamming his palm into its belly. The impact vibrated through the beast's body, but it didn't falter. Feng Yin struck from the flank, her talismans chaining into a web of blue fire. The threads wrapped around the wolf's left leg, halting its movement for a moment. Just enough for Tianshan to leap upward, bringing his blade down in an arc. Crack! The blade skidded across one of the beast's spines. The recoil jolted Tianshan's arm, but he twisted mid-air and flipped over its back. Too tough for regular strikes. He called. Feng Yin adjusted her stance. Then we suffocated. She stomped the ground, activating a preset array that summoned a whirlwind of condensed chi. The wind condensed around the beast's head, restricting its breathing while distorting its sense of direction. Roaring, the wolf slammed its claws wildly. One caught Tianshan across the ribs, tearing through his outer robe and drawing blood. He stumbled, But the pain didn't falter his focus. With a growl of his own, Tian Shun plunged his blade into the earth and poured qi into it. The ground rippled, and a wave of stone spikes erupted beneath the beast, jagged, cruel, and precise. Howling in agony, the wolf reared back, only for Feng Yin to unleash a final talisman, a compressed beam of spiritual lightning. The bolt struck the beast's chest. The wolf froze, convulsed once, and fell with a ground-shaking crash. Congrats, host. You killed a 4-star beast and gained luck points times 1,000, physique points times 500, charm times 200. Tian Shun exhaled, wiping blood from his mouth. Not a bad haul. Feng Yin retrieved the beast's core and tossed him a healing pellet. Don't get cocky. They took shelter beneath a cliff wall to recover, consuming light rations and circulating their qi. As Tian Shun's internal injuries slowly stitched themselves together, he glanced toward the deepening mist. The mist wasn't just natural. Now that he had observed it during combat, he recognized subtle shifts in its behavior. It coiled where they moved, followed when they ran, and thickened around places of death. I don't think it's a beast controlling the mist, he said, then continued. I think the mist itself is the beast. Feng Yin paused mid-chewing a roasted boar leg. That doesn't make any sense. It does, if it's in spiritual remnant, not a physical creature. She fell silent, eyes darkening. Then this trial really is a death trap. Tian Shin stood, adjusting his blade. Let's finish what we started. By nightfall, they reached a lake at the heart of the peak, moonlit and utterly silent. The surface of the water shimmered like glass, and the mist above it was impossibly thick. A stone pavilion stood in the center, accessible by a thin, cracked bridge. Drawn by curiosity, or perhaps intuition, Tian Shun crossed first. The stone groaned under his weight but held firm. Feng Yin followed, her hand never far from her talisman pouch. As they stepped into the pavilion, a ripple passed through the air. Then the mist surged, rising like a tidal wave, forming vague, humanoid figures. Hundreds of them. All without eyes. Tian Shun's breath slowed. Illusions? Feng Yin whispered. Yup, they're not attacking. The figures moaned silently, reaching toward the lake. Some knelt, some clawed at their own chests. Tian Shun stared at them. They died here. Feng Yin reached into the pedestal at the center of the pavilion and withdrew a black metal shard embedded into the stone. It pulsed faintly with qi. A fragment, she muttered. Oh, I don't know, but it feels old. Tian Shun touched it briefly. A vision flashed through his mind. Monks in meditation, drowned beneath the rising lake. Sacrifices. Rituals. He snapped back to reality. This place was sealed. The beasts here, they're drawn to the residue of old sorcery. We need to leave. They crossed back quickly, but not fast enough. As their feet touched solid ground again, the mist boiled. From a lake's surface, a shape emerged. A massive, skeletal serpent with glowing orbs for eyes. Its jaw unhinged as it screamed, not from its throat, but from its soul. Feng Yin flinched. Soulsteel's serpent. Those are only found in cursed zones. Tian Shun cracked his neck. We're in one now. The serpent struck, its body phasing through trees like mist before solidifying upon attack. Tian Shun dodged left, slashing across its spine. The blade passed through, but it shuddered, part of its misty body collapsing. Feng Yin fired talismans, but they fizzled against its body. Physical attacks don't work. Then we use spirit. Tian Shun closed his eyes and activated the sage's qi. Not the raw might, but the clarity. His spirit sense expanded, wrapping around the serpent. He reached out, not to kill, but to control. A pulse. A memory. A boy, swallowed by the lake after defying a ritual. A mother, weeping at the water's edge. The serpent's rage was grief made manifest. I see you. Tian Shun whispered. The serpent froze. He opened his eyes, stepped forward, and let his sword drop. I see you. The mist shivered, and the serpent, mournful, ancient, hollow, dissolved. A single teardrop of liquid spirit crystal hovered in its place. Tianshan caught in his palm. He turned to Feng Yin, who was still panting. "It's over." She exhaled. "You're insane." He smirked while giving her the liquid spirit crystal. "Maybe." They descended the peaks the next morning. Their tokens glowed gold, proof of survival, and of having cleared more than required. At the southern watchpoint, senior disciple Huang Wei raised an eyebrow as they arrived. "This early? We got enough cores." Tian Shun said casually. "Only 2 returned from your group. The rest are still missing, or maybe worse." Feng Yin glanced at the misty peaks behind them. "Then we were the lucky ones." But Tian Shun said nothing. He merely placed a hand over his chest, where the mist still clung faintly, deep in memory. CH-63, Happy Memoirs. The southern watchpoint was unusually peaceful. The crisp mountain air was filled with the familiar sounds of daily life. Discreet chatter between disciples, the scrape of broom handles sweeping dirt, the clatter of pots as the cook prepared dinner. It was a welcome contrast to the deadly tension that had shrouded the spirit beast trial just days before. Tian Shun and Feng Yin finally returned from the peaks, their clothes dusty and tattered, but their spirits surprisingly light. After all, they were alive, and more than that, they had survived one of the harshest trials anyone had been through in the sect recently. As they passed through the gate of the watchpoint, a small, fluffy red ball jumped out of Tian Shun's robes. "Q, Master, we're finally back." Little Mei was a sight to behold. A petite fox-like spirit beast no bigger than a child's hand, with crimson fur that shimmered faintly in the afternoon sun and eyes sparkling with mischief. Her tiny paws barely made a sound as she skittered up, weaving between Tian Shun's legs before scrambling up Feng Yin's arm. Mei perched herself on Feng Yin's shoulder and let out a soft, melodious cry. "Q." Feng Yin blinked, staring at the creature with raised eyebrows, while looking at Tian Shun for answers. "What is this little thing saying? She always jumps out unexpectedly. Anyways, she's just so small and cute." "Q. Hey, I ain't small." Little Mei purred in disapproval, but, as always, the target is unaware. Tian Shun crouched down to meet Mei's gleaming eyes and smiled. "That's Mei, after all. She always likes to be playful and surprise us like this." Feng Yin reached out a hand and gently stroked Mei's soft fur. The little spirit beast purred in delight, her tail flicking playfully. "Q, just like that, little sister." "She's adorable," Feng Yin said with a grin. "I'm guessing she's liking this and praising me, her big sis, right?" Tian Shin nodded awkwardly, rubbing Mei behind her ears. Little Mei suddenly darted forward and brushed her nose lightly against Feng Yin's cheek, releasing another affectionate "Q, I'm a big sis here, understand?" Feng Yin gasped, stepping back in surprise. "Hey, what was that? Did she just bite me?" Tian Shun laughed nervously, shaking his head. No. T, that's J, just her way of saying hello. Mei's just really fond of you already." Mei responded with a little cute, "Master's right, little sister," and then scampered behind Feng Yin, making playful pounces as if testing her little sister's reflexes. Feng Yin tried to gently shoo the tiny spirit away, but Mei was relentless. She leapt onto Feng Yin's lap and curled up comfortably, looking up at her with big, sparkling eyes. Tian Shun watched, amused and slightly relieved that Feng Yin doesn't understand her. Feng Yin narrowed her eyes, raising a brow at the little creature. "I think she's trying to claim me." Mei gave a soft cue and wagged her fluffy tail as if to say, "Definitely." The 3 quickly fell into a comfortable rhythm. Tian Shun and Feng Yin shared stories of the trial, as Mei listened intently, occasionally letting out soft cries that only Tian Shun could interpret. At one point, Mei attempted to mimic Feng Yin's talisman casting, fluttering her tiny paws in the air. Her efforts produced a flicker of blue fire that singed Feng Yin's sleeve. "Hey, watch it," Feng Yin said, flicking at the small scorch mark. May sat back proudly and chirped. Cute. You're lucky that you're cute, or else. Feng Yin said with a laugh, shaking her singed sleeve. Tianshan chuckled, brushing May's fur softly. She's a cuddling cutie pie, apparently. The afternoon drifted into evening. As the sun lowered behind the distant peaks, Tianshan, Feng Yin, and May settled beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, sharing simple rations. Little May snuggled against Tianshan's side and gave a contented cue. Today's just wonderful. I'm so full. Tianshan smiled warmly. Noticing a curious cat beside her, he cooed. She says she's happy here, that she feels safe with us. Feng Yin reached over and stroked May's silken fur gently. Good, because she's stuck with us now. Just as the moment settled into comfortable silence, May suddenly leapt up, chirping loudly. Cue, cue. Feng Yin looked startled. What now? Tianshan grinned. May thinks you're hiding some delicious food. May's eyes sparkled mischievously as she darted between Feng Yin's feet, clearly determined to investigate further. Feng Yin sighed, shaking her head in amusement. You've got a spy on me, Tianshan. The teasing continued well into the night. At one point, May staged a theft, snatching a piece of dried meat from Feng Yin's pack and darting around the campfire, yipping gleefully. Feng Yin scrambled after her, trying to retrieve the stolen treat, while Tianshan laughed at the spectacle. Little thief, Feng Yin said, finally cornering May. May dropped the meat and gave an innocent cue as if to say, all in good fun. Tianshan smiled, pulling Feng Yin close as she caught her breath. She keeps us on our toes. Feng Yin rested her head against Tianshan's shoulder. Yeah, I think I'm starting to enjoy the chaos. Morning. The next morning, the trio awoke to the soft chirping of birds and a light breeze teasing the treetops. Tianshan stretched, feeling the ache in his muscles from the previous day's trial slowly fading. Feng Yin was already up, packing away their gear with practiced efficiency. May scampered around them, inspecting everything with great curiosity. May's got quite the personality, Feng Yin remarked, watching the spirit beast hop excitedly. She's stubborn as a mule, Tianshan replied with a grin, but loyal as a dog. Little May inwardly. I am a fox, neither a mule nor a dog. Suddenly, May let out a sharp coo and darted toward Feng Yin's waist pouch. Feng Yin turned just in time to see May swiping a small scroll from her bag. Hey, that's important, Feng Yin exclaimed, lunging forward. May scurried away, darting under a nearby table. Feng Yin pursued, but suddenly stopped as she saw May sitting peacefully, unrolling the scroll with her tiny paws. Tianshan's laughter rang out. Looks like May wants to read your notes. Feng Yin gave a wry smile. Or she wants to mess with me. May looked up, blinking her golden eyes as if to say, maybe both. The lightheartedness carried through their morning as the three shared jokes and stories. Feng Yin revealed some of her past training mishaps, much to Tianshan's amusement. You should have seen her attempt to summon a fire talisman, Tianshan teased. It ended with her singeing her own eyebrows off. Feng Yin shot him a playful glare. That was just my first time. May let out a delighted cue, as if laughing along. Later that afternoon, Tianshan and Feng Yin found themselves alone, walking along a quiet riverbank beneath swaying willows. The gentle sound of water over stones and the warm sunlight filtering through leaves created a perfect moment. Tianshan glanced at Feng Yin, heart swelling with something he rarely admitted out loud. You know, he began, voice low and a bit shy. After everything, I'm glad we made it back together. Feng Yin smiled, her eyes meeting his. Me too. It feels like we survived more than just a trial. He laughed softly. You always have a way with words. She nudged him playfully. Only because I have to keep up with your poetic side. Tianshan's fingers brushed hers, and for a moment, time seemed to still. Suddenly, May sprang out from behind a tree with an excited cue, breaking their moment with a bounce and a small pounce on Tianshan's feet. Feng Yin laughed. Looks like someone's got stage fright. Tian Shun grinned, scooping Lil Mei up. Or maybe she just can't stand to be left out. As the days passed, their quiet life at the watch point blossomed with laughter and small adventures. Little May's mischievous antics continued to test Feng Yin's patience in the most endearing ways, from hiding shoes to borrowing food. One afternoon, Feng Yin sat cross-legged on the floor, carefully teaching Mei a new talisman technique. The little spirit beast's paws twitched in concentration, her ears perked. After several failed attempts, Mei finally produced a small, flickering flame that danced on her tiny paw. See? Even a spirit beast can be taught. Feng Yin said proudly. Tian Shun smiled, watching from the doorway. I think Mei's your best student. Mei let out a triumphant "Q" before promptly sneezing out a tiny burst of smoke that made Feng Yin cough. Okay, maybe not the best yet, she said. The room filled with laughter, the sound as warm as the afternoon sun. That evening, as the stars scattered across the sky, Tian Shun and Feng Yin sat by the campfire. Mei curled up in Tian Shun's lap. Feng Yin rested her head on his shoulder, content. You know, she whispered this quiet. It's the kind of peace I want to fight for. Tian Shun nodded. Me too. Mei gave a soft, satisfied kick as if sealing their promise. Together, the three watched the flames flicker and dance, hearts quietly entwined, ready for whatever the future held. CH-64, New Encounter. The Southern Watchpoint had returned to its tranquil rhythm, the hustle and bustle of disciples resuming training and maintenance duties filling the air. Yet for Tian Shun, who had spent days surviving vicious spirit beasts and exploring treacherous terrain, that peace only sharpened the desire to move again. He stood at the entrance of their modest lodging as the sun peaked over the horizon. The morning haze curled lazily above the forest, and dew clung to the leaves like the lingering weight of dreams. I'm heading out, Tian Shun said, stretching his limbs as he looked toward the sects' training grounds. Feng Yin, seated under the overhang with a cup of tea in hand, raised a brow. Another dangerous venture already? You just got back. Tian Shun smirked. Nothing dangerous this time. I just want to explore the sects' ground a little. Alone. She nodded sheepishly. He grinned. Old habits die hard. With little Mei still snoozing on a pillow like an overfed kitten, Tian Shun quietly slipped away, traversing the winding paths that led to the heart of the Southern Watchpoint's training facilities. His first destination was the martial arts arena. Located within a circular stone coliseum, the arena echoed with the roars of exertion and the ringing clangs of weapons. Dozens of outer disciples sparred, traded techniques, and pushed their bodies to their limits. Tian Shun sat down at the edge of the high stone steps and closed his eyes. He focused. Within seconds, several notifications from the system floated into view. Host gains physique points times 200. Host gains spirit points times 150. Host gains chi points times 300. Nice! Tian Shun muttered under his breath. His eyes snapped open as a bubble near the center of the arena glimmered more vibrantly than the rest. A higher-level disciple had just landed a powerful counterattack, and, as he returned to his seat, a shimmering bubble drifted his way. Host gains a 4-star weapon, Thunder Speared. Tian Shun's brow arched. That was rare. He casually strolled around the edge of the arena, staying inconspicuous. His presence barely registered among the focused disciples. Each time someone unleashed a technique or collapsed in exhaustion, another bubble would manifest, and Tian Shun would quietly scoop it up. Host gains physique points times 500. Host gains luck points times 100. Feels like a buffet, he whispered to himself, his pace picking up. After gathering nearly 24 attribute bubbles, he took his leave, stuffing a steamed bun from a nearby food stall into his mouth as he moved toward his next destination, the Chi Technique Pavilion. The pavilion was a multi-tiered wooden structure nestled beneath a grove of spirit pine trees. Elders occasionally lectured here, but today it was quiet, visited mostly by disciples flipping through scrolls and practicing mental circulation techniques. Tian Shun entered with a nod to the pavilion keeper, who barely acknowledged him. Rows upon rows of meditation mats filled the main hall. A faint scent of sandalwood and talisman ink clung to the air. He sat down among a few scattered disciples and closed his eyes again. Almost immediately, tiny motes of mysteries floated to the surface. Host gains spirit points times 200. Host gains spirit points times 250. Host gains chi points times 200. Host gains martial arts EXP times 20,000. His breathing slowed. This place didn't offer the brute force benefits of the martial arena, but it was perfect for refining his inner world. As the whispers of circulating chi reached his ears, he tuned into the rhythm of the disciples around him, feeling the subtle ripples of their comprehension. Some of the stronger disciples released brief insights into chi techniques. Host gains fire element times 50. Host gains thunder element times 30. This one's useful. Tian Shun gently inhaled, allowing the sensation of thunder coursing through his meridians to settle in his muscles. After nearly an hour, he stood and gave a small bow to the training hall. By then, he had gathered nearly 50 attribute boosts. More importantly, he felt his chi become slightly more harmonious. Next stop, he murmured, is the Alchemist Garden. Set at the edge of the outer sect, the Alchemist Garden was a carefully cultivated area for growing herbs, brewing potions, and training alchemy disciples. The scent of medicinal plants was heavy in the air, intermingling with the faint tang of spirit herb pollen. As Tian Shun walked along the winding paths of moss-covered stones and shallow pools, he watched as novice alchemists tended to their plots. One dropped a jade vial by accident, and it released a gentle blue fog. Host gains poison element times 100. Another disciple accidentally ignited a leaf with too much fire chi. Host's expertise in fire control increases a bit. Nearby, two disciples argued over a refining technique. Tian Shun chuckled quietly at that last one. Apparently, that's an attribute now. He meandered for some time, soaking in ambient insights and developing a growing respect for the sheer effort involved in alchemy cultivation. The bubbles here were more niche, but they would undoubtedly come in handy down the road. Satisfied, he took one final turn around the greenhouse section and plucked the last glowing bubble. Host gains alchemy recipe of the Chi Synergy Pill, 4-star. With that, he bowed and departed, his pockets metaphorically and spiritually full. The afternoon sun hung low as he made his way to the weapon forging hall, his final destination. Compared to the serene garden, this place was a thunderous forge of ringing hammers, roaring flames, and bellowing instructions. Sparks lit the dim interiors as cultivators pounded away at metal. Tian Shun stayed just inside the perimeter, observing. Host gains weapon refining EXP times 1,000. Host. He exhaled as the searing heat washed over him. The forging hall was relentless, yet even from a distance, he could sense the tenacity and passion of the disciples. Maybe I'll try forging a blade myself one day, he thought. One particularly burly disciple struck a hammer with such force it rattled the nearby tools. Tianxin grinned. Even when he wasn't directly in combat, every environment held opportunity. After nearly 2 hours of careful, quiet loitering, Tian Shun departed, mentally organizing his gains. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, he returned to the southern watch point. Feng Yin was seated on the same porch, little Mei curled up in her lap. "You're back," she said, setting her tea down. "And you smell like fire, dirt, and scroll ink. Productive day?" Tian Shun sat beside her with a contented sigh. "Very. You can say my strength grew more today than it did during the trial." Little Mei gave a sleepy cue, as if to ask where her share was. Tian Shun flicked her nose. "I'll get you your fruits next time." Feng Yin grinned. "So, what did you gain?" He leaned back as he replied calmly. "Secret." Feng Yin blinked. "Secret, huh?" She elbowed him. Mei let out another cue. As the stars began to blanket the sky, Tian Shun felt the day's fatigue settle in, but so did satisfaction. Power didn't always come from grand battles or heavenly treasures. Sometimes, it came from walking familiar roads, observing, learning, and absorbing the essence of the world one step at a time. Tomorrow, the road might change again. But tonight, he rested, knowing he had quietly grown stronger. Morning. The next morning, Tian Shan awoke early again, but this time not with urgency. Rather, a sort of quiet purpose had settled into his bones. He stepped outside and breathed in the crisp morning air. The southern watch point still slumbered under a curtain of soft mist. The dew sparkled on blades of grass, and the occasional chirp of spirit birds echoed across the hills. Feng Yin was already awake, meditating beside the porch. She cracked one eye open as Tian Shun passed her by. "Don't tell me you're going on another solo adventure?" she asked with a small smirk. Tian Shun shrugged, then pointed to the rising sun. "You know what they say? The early cultivator gets the opportunity. It's the early birds gets the worm." She snorted softly and returned to her meditation. But this time, Tian Shun's footsteps didn't lead him to a training ground or a pavilion. Instead, he headed toward the edge of the sect, a lesser-known area called the Whispering Brook. It was a scenic, overlooked part of the watch point. A narrow stream flowed gently through a small copse of flowering trees, its waters as clear as polished crystal. Few disciples trained here. It was said to be too peaceful to offer any real benefit. Tian Shun disagreed. He knelt by the water's edge, letting his fingertips touch the surface. The gentle stream carried more than just water. It carried attributes and serenity. Host gains charm points times 100. Host gains spirit points times 200. A faint smile touched his lips. The system continued to reward him in ways no one else could see. To an outsider, it might look like he was simply enjoying the scenery. But beneath the surface, his foundation was growing more refined by the minute. Then, unexpectedly, a larger bubble floated downstream toward him. It shimmered faintly, laced with rainbowy threads. Host gains memory fragment times 1. Warning, please do not use until nascent soul realm. His eyes widened. This one was precious. Memory wasn't just a passive trait. It governed countless experiences and deperception. But system's warning can't be taken lightly. He inhaled deeply and sat cross-legged beside the stream. Time passed quietly. As the first rays of full sunlight broke over the canopy, illuminating the dew-kissed petals above, Tian Shun's senses opened further. The sound of water became clearer. The whisper of leaves in the wind turned melodic. Even the occasional bird call carried rhythm and intent. And then he heard it, a faint murmur, like a whisper inside the stream. A secret? A memory? He tilted his head, curious. But before he could probe deeper, a branch snapped behind him. Tian Shun's body shifted instinctively. He rose without a sound, turning toward the noise. From behind a tree, a young woman in inner disciple robes stepped out, equally surprised to see someone here. "Oh," she said, blinking. "Didn't think anyone else came here." Tian Shun relaxed slightly. "Not many do." She looked at him thoughtfully. "Then maybe we're both strange." He chuckled. "Or just ahead of the curve." She smiled. "Mind if I sit with you?" He gestured to the stream. Plenty of bubbles to go around. And just like that, a new encounter began. CH-65, half justice time. "What?" the women asked, confused. "Nothing." "Didn't think anyone else to come here, did you?" she said, her tone light, but edged with curiosity. Tian Shun looked up, then returned his gaze to the stream. "Not many do," he replied. Her lips curved. "Then maybe we're both strange. Or just ahead of the curve." She laughed, soft but genuine. "Mind if I sit?" He gestured to the smooth stones beside him. "Be my guest." She lowered herself with practiced ease, folding her legs and placing her hands on her knees. For a time, silence fell between them, broken only by the babble of the brook and the occasional rustle of wind-kissed leaves. Then she tilted her head toward him. "You're Tian Shun, right?" He turned slightly, one brow raised. "How do you know?" "You were part of the spirit beast trial," she said. "The elders mentioned your name, and there's been talk. Battle, trashy potential, mysterious techniques." He shrugged. "I'd say most of it's exaggerated, but that'd be a lie." She smiled, appreciating his honesty. "I'm Elu Yanyu," she said, inclining her head. "I came here to settle my thoughts before heading out." "Oh, where?" he asked. She nodded, brushing a few strands of hair from her forehead. "I've been assigned a task. A nearby village, Qingwei, is being harassed by a group of rogue cultivators. Bandits, essentially. Low-level but disruptive. I was asked to investigate and handle the situation." "Going alone?" Her lips twisted into a wry smirk. "That's the plan." Tian Shun glanced at her. Though her aura was intense, her cultivation likely fifth-stage core formation realm. The words "going alone" on a bandit hunting mission didn't sit right with him. "Mind if I tag along?" Lu Yinhua looked at him, surprised. "You just said you came here to relax." "I came here to grow quietly," he said, rising and brushing off his robes. "But fate dropped a mission in my lap with a scenic companion. Can't really ignore destiny, can I?" She chuckled, standing as well. "Scenic companion, huh?" Tian Shun offered a mock bow. "Strictly observational. No offense meant. None taken." She said, amused. "All right, Tian Shun, let's go catch some bandits." By noon, they had passed the last marker of the sect's outer boundary and made their way into the lush valleys that surrounded Qingwei village. The terrain grew more rugged, with stone paths giving way to uneven trails. Yet conversation flowed easily between them. "So you specialize in alchemy?" Tian Shun asked as they walked side by side. "Partly," Yinwei replied. "I trained under Elder Mu. Herbology and stuff. Nothing flashy, but essential. That's a refined path." She glanced sideways. "And you? You strike me as someone who doesn't like rules." "I like results," he said with a smirk. "The systemic way helps me get them faster." "Systematic way?" Tian Shun blinked. My cultivation methods." Yinwei raised an eyebrow, but let it slide with a knowing smile. "Right." They paused atop a ridge overlooking Qingwei. The village was a quaint cluster of houses surrounded by paddy fields and forested hills. Smoke rose from cooking fires, and the distant bleating of goats echoed through the valley. But something fell off. Tian Shun narrowed his eyes. No signs of villagers. Yinwei nodded. "Let's proceed cautiously." They descended into the village, their steps silent and deliberate. As they entered the central square, they spotted signs of struggle: overturned carts, cracked walls, and broken ceramic pots. Then came the scream. A woman's cry rang out from the far side of the village. Without thinking, both Tian Shun and Lu Yinhua dashed toward the sound. Rounding a corner, they came upon a scene that sent Tian Shun's blood boiling. 3 men in worn cultivator robes stood laughing cruelly. One of them held a young village woman by the wrist, while the others pawed through sacks of grain. "Let her go," Yinhua said coldly, stepping forward. The bandits turned, sneering. "A sect disciple. What a treat," one of them leered. "And you brought a little boyfriend, too. How sweet." Though Tian Shun didn't respond, his body did. In a blur, he appeared before the speaker, and with one controlled strike, slammed his palm into the man's chest. A ripple of force exploded from the point of impact, and the bandit was hurled backward into a stack of crates, splinters and curses flying in all directions. "Congrats, host. You killed a 7th-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator and gained spiritual chi points times 150. Host gains physique points times 300. The other 2 bandits tried to react, but Yinhua moved just as swiftly. With a graceful flick of her fingers, talismans ignited in mid-air, forming a binding array that trapped the second man. He howled in frustration as the symbols chained his limbs. The third bandit bolted, but Tian Shun was faster. A bubble formed from the earlier clash, drifted near him. Host gains wind element times 50. With a burst of wind enhanced speed, Tian Shun appeared behind the fleeing man and landed a swift chop to the back of the neck. The man collapsed like a felled tree. Silence returned, broken only by the whimpering of the rescued woman. Yinhua went to her, checking for injuries. "It's all right now. You're safe." More villagers emerged from hiding, cautious but hopeful. Soon, the headman approached, a bent old man with watery eyes. "You saved us," he said, bowing deeply. "They came here 3 days ago, demanded food, money, even took 2 of our daughters." Yinue's expression darkened. "We'll escort them back and make sure they're taken care for," she said. Tianshan nodded. "The rest of the bandits?" "There are more," the old man said. 6 or 7, camped in the hills northeast of here. By dusk, Tianshun and Yinhua stood at the mouth of a cave hidden among the cliffs. The entrance was faintly warded, but nothing compared to sect-level arrays. Tianshun turned to her. "Want to try something flashy?" She grinned. "I've got just the thing." She drew several talismans and pressed them together. They fused into a radiant sigil glowing with pale light. "On your go." Tianshun stepped forward, placed his palm against the ward, and channeled Qi. Host gains fire element times 50. He ignited the sigil. A shockwave erupted, breaking the barrier. The bandits inside barely had time to curse before Tianshun leapt into the fray, fists blazing with fire-imbued Qi. Yinhua flanked from the side, sending streaks of talisman lightning into the shadows. It was swift, brutal, and beautifully coordinated. Each movement from Tianshun complemented Yinue's strategies. When one immobilized, the other struck. When one advanced, the other defended. When the dust settled, 8 men lay unconscious, or wishing they were. Yinhua wiped her brow. "I should take you on all my missions." Tianshun laughed. "I accept payment in spiritual tea and spiritual fruits." She raised a brow. "Not spirit stones?" He shrugged. "Only if a beauty offers it." Tisk, sweet talker. The trip back was quieter, though not in a bad way. Villagers waved in gratitude, and children ran beside them, offering wildflowers and snacks. The woman they rescued, Mei Lin, gave Tianshun a small charm as thanks. Yinhua watched this with a warm expression. "You're surprisingly gentle." "Can't let the beast inside me get out," he said, tucking the charm into his sleeve. "I've got a reputation to maintain." They returned to the Whispering Brook just as the stars began to glisten above the treetops. Yinhua sat beside him again, brushing dust from her robes. "You were good today," she said. "You weren't so bad yourself." She tilted her head. "If I get another mission..." Tianshun smiled. "You know where to find me." They sat in silence once more, this time not as strangers, but as allies who had danced through battle and walked back unscathed. As the moonlight kissed the brook, Tianshun realized something. Sometimes strength didn't come from solitude or grinding. Sometimes it comes with impressing a beauty, albeit not quite cost-effective. The night deepened, stars shimmering like scattered silver across the ink-black sky. The brook's soft babble filled the silence, a gentle rhythm that mirrored the calm between them. Tianshun leaned back on his palms, eyes turned skyward. "You know," Yinhua said softly, "I expected you to be an arrogant fool." "Oh," he smirked. "And now?" "Still arrogant," she replied with a playful glance, but in a way that somehow feels earned. Tianshun chuckled. "I'll take that as a praise." She turned to face him fully, her features lit by moonlight. "There's something different about you, Tianshun. Most cultivators climb with desperation or greed. You move weirdly." His smile faded slightly, a flicker of memory passing behind his eyes. "Maybe I just know what it feels like to have nothing to lose." Yinhua said nothing, but her gaze softened. She shifted closer, just enough for their shoulders to brush. Next time, she murmured, I won't ask if you want to join me. I'll just expect it. Tian Shun looked at her, a rare warmth blooming in his chest. I'll be there, he said, always if you pay handsomely. CH-66, I want extra reward. Next day. The dawn broke softly, its golden hue spilling through the courtyard of the Feluan sect like warming silk. Morning mist clung to the stone paths, drifting like spirits reluctant to leave. Tian Shun stood by the pavilion's edge, watching the fog curl around his feet. Distantly, Feng Yin approached, robes freshly pressed and hair tied with a jade clasp. His demeanor, as always, was crisp, eyes clear, posture straight. You're early, Tian Shun noted, arms folded behind his back. You're lazy, Feng Yin retorted dryly, before cracking the faintest of smirks. Ready for the assignment? Depends, Tian Shun said, stretching his arms. Is it another bandit extermination? Or something more refined? As if summoned by curiosity, Elder Su appeared, her expression unreadable. She handed them both jade slips. A spiritual mine in the East Stone Ridge, she said. It's vital to our sect's resource channeling. Recently, there have been disruptions, equipment damage, spiritual flow altered, even a few miners injured. Feng Yin's brows drew together. Sabotage. Unclear elder suriplaith. Could be beasts. Could be humans. You're to investigate quietly. Eliminate threats only if necessary. And don't alarm the workers. Tian Shun nodded. We'll handle it. Little May propped herself up from Tian Shun's robe to his shoulder like a warm, fluffy scarf. The blood fox, small, red-furred with crystal-clear eyes, chittered excitedly, her tail swaying like silken fans. Q. Little May in for the duty. She squeaked proudly through a mental transmission, puffing her chest. Tian Shun chuckled. Now, this is a team. As dawn painted the skies with hues of apricot and lavender, Tian Shun stood outside the Feluan sect's mission hall, a thin scroll in hand and a lopsided grin tugging at his lips. A spiritual mine, huh? He mused. Feng Yin appeared beside him, stretching lazily with a yawn. Guard duty, essentially, not exactly glorious. Tian Shun arched a brow. Not glorious, but full of chi-rich minerals. Who knows? We might get lucky and find some attribute bubbles hidden in the mine. Feng Yin gave him a flat look. You say that every time we take a mission, and I'm rarely wrong. Before more words could pass, a rustle came from Tian Shun's robes. A fuzzy head with amber eyes poked out. Little May, his bonded spiritual beast. The blood fox yawned adorably, then tilted her head, sensing her master's excitement. Don't worry, May, Tian Shin cooed. You're coming with us this time. Think of it as a treasure hunt. Little May chirped, her tails swishing happily. The journey to the mine was uneventful, winding through verdant hills and rocky outcroppings. By midday, the spiritual mine came into view, carved into the side of a jagged slope and protected by a wooden palisade. A few sect disciples were already stationed there, rotating shifts while recording the output and watching for irregularities. The East Stone Ridge mine was carved into a jagged canyon between pale quartz mountains, their interiors veined with glowing spiritual ore. The deeper they walked, the more the ambient spiritual energy hummed in the air, dense and vibrant, like inhaling liquid starlight. Miners bowed politely as they passed, their faces lined with fatigue and wariness. An elder approached as they arrived, a stern-looking man with a short beard and sharp gaze. You must be Tian Shun and Feng Yin. We are, Tian Shun replied, clasping his hands in greeting. Here for the monitoring rotation. The elder nodded. Good. There have been some disturbances lately. Not attacks exactly, but a few spirit stones have gone missing from the inner chambers. Keep your eyes open. Tian Shun's expression sharpened. Got it. We'll handle it. They were led to the monitoring chamber, a circular space inside the mine with various arrays to detect chi flow. Little May sniffed the air and hopped onto a stone ledge, her ears flicking. Feel anything? Tian Shun asked her playfully. Feng Yi knelt near a cracked vein, fingertips grazing the shimmering rock. There's something wrong with the flow here. The chi lines are unstable, twisted. Tian Shun's gaze sharpened. Artificial. Not entirely. Feng Yi stood up. There's interference. Something's tampering with the natural channels. But not with precision. It's wild. Messy. Could be a beast, Tian Shun mused. Could be a cultivator trying to disguise as a beast, Feng Yi countered. Little May sniffed the air, her ears twitching. Q. Something's deeper in the mine. I smell something sweet. They followed the trail. The lower mine chambers were darker, lit only by faint spiritual lanterns affixed to wooden beams. The scent of damp earth and metal filled the air, mingled with a strange, saccharine sweetness. The passage narrowed, forcing them to move in single file. Suddenly, Little May growled low in her throat. Someone's watching. Tian Shun activated his perception, his spiritual sense extending like a net. A subtle chill swept the chamber. The shadows trembled. From behind a pile of discarded, a figure lunged. A humanoid beast with mottled flesh and crystalline growths erupting from its spine. Its eyes glowed with unnatural light. Demonic chi, Feng Yi muttered, sword unsheathing in a shimmer of silver. Tian Shun darted forward, wind coiling around his legs. The beast shrieked and swung a clawed arm, but he ducked, sliding beneath it and delivering a solid palm strike to its core. Feng Yin's blade flashed in the narrow space, cleanly severing the creature's spine. It crumpled into dust, leaving behind a fractured spirit core. Little May hopped down and pawed the dust. This thing was originally a mind guardian spirit, twisted by something. Tian Shun picked up the core, inspecting its blackened center. There's more than just sabotage going on here. Feng Yi nodded. If the corruption spreads, the entire mine could collapse, or worse, infect the sects supply line. Tian Shun's eyes glinted. Time to find the source. Deeper still, they discovered a hidden chamber, sealed by ancient wards, partially broken. Tian Shun pressed his palm to the stone gate. The residual energy pulsed like a heartbeat. This wasn't part of the original mine, Feng Yi whispered. Someone broke into something ancient. Little May sniffed again and recoiled. Q. It reeks of blood. Old blood. Whatever's behind that door, it doesn't sleep peacefully. Then we'll knock, politely. Tian Shun said with a wry smile. They combined their chi. Feng Yi inscribing a suppression sigil, while Tian Shun focused a strike of pure elemental force. The door cracked open with a shriek. Inside was a narrow stone sanctum, walls inscribed with runes long faded. In the center lay a crystalline pod, half-shattered, leaking ichor. And coiled within it, barely alive, was a beast. Not just any beast. A blood serpent. Rare, powerful, once guardians of chi veins. Its eyes flicked open weakly, full of pain and madness. It's dying, Feng Yi noted, but it's also what's causing the corruption. It's feeding on the mind's essence to survive. Tian Shun stepped closer, hesitating. Then he crouched. We're not here to finish you, he murmured. Little May padded forward, her tails glowing softly. Q, let me try. She closed her eyes, radiating calming chi. A soft red glow surrounded the blood serpent. Its hissing eased. The corruption within the beast began to retreat, slowly, uncertainly. Tian Shun looked to Feng Yi. We can cleanse it. Agreed, but it'll take time and energy. Then let's stay here tonight, Tian Shun said. Just us, a cursed mine and a dying snake. What's the worst that could happen? Feng Yi sighed. You always have to say things like that. By morning, the blood serpent had curled into a slumbering ball, no longer leaking corruption. The mine's chi flow gradually began to realign, the humming steadier. They sealed the chamber with fresh talismans and left a warning ward behind. On their way out, the overseer met them with a hopeful look. Problem solved? For now, Feng Yin said. But keep your men away from the deep chamber, Tian Shen added. There's still something old in there. Best not to wake it twice. Little Mei climbed up Tian Shen's back again and curled around his shoulders. Q, I deserve a reward. I want spicy grilled spirit chicken. Tian Shen laughed. You're learning the art of negotiation too well. Feng Yin glanced at them both, bemused. The sect owes us a bonus for this. They walked back toward the Feluan sect under the rising sun, weary but satisfied. 2 cultivators and a mischievous fox, bound not just by duty, but by growing trust. And somewhere, deep in the mind's sanctum, the blood serpent dreamt of crimson skies and old memories. The mission's echoes followed them back to the sect like the fading rhythm of a heartbeat. That evening, as golden light filtered through the Feluan sect's inner courtyard, Tian Shen sat beneath a blooming spirit peach tree, eyes half-lidded. Little Mei napped in his lap, soft snores escaping her tiny muzzle. Feng Yin approached, tossing him a pouch. Extra reward. Elder Su was impressed. Tian Shen smirked, shaking it with a jingle. Maybe next time, they'll send us somewhere fun. Feng Yin scoffed. You call that not fun? Tian Shen leaned back, hands behind his head. With you and Mei? Always an adventure. CH-67, a harem trip? The morning after their return from Eaststone Ridge, the Feluan sect buzzed with hushed whispers and sidelong glances. Word traveled fast. 2 outer disciples had not only resolved the disruption at a spiritual mine, with almost no big of a commotion at that. Such tales rarely stayed quiet. In the outer disciple courtyard, Tian Shen lounged atop the tiled roof of his residence, a skewer of grilled spirit chicken in one hand, courtesy of a very smug little Mei who lay curled at his feet, nibbling on a spicy thigh bone. Feels good to be appreciated, he murmured, tossing her another piece. QQ. And fed me. Don't forget, I need to be fed. A sudden flicker of spiritual pressure approached. Tian Shen's eyes half opened, just as Feng Yin landed beside him with casual grace. You do realize the inner elders are asking about us now. Feng Yin said, arms folded. Even here, you're becoming a bit of a celebrity. Tian Shen smirked. That fast. I am flattered. Should I prepare a signature move and a smug laugh? Feng Yin gave him a long, suffering look. Be serious for once. Elder Su of the Mission Hall is personally requesting our presence. Apparently, there's a more sensitive task that requires discretion. Tian Shen's expression sharpened at that. Sounds important. Or dangerous, Feng Yin added. Either way, we've made an impression. The mission hall was more solemn than usual when they entered. Elder Su, a valiant woman with long blonde hair and flowing cyan robes, stood alone before the jade mission wall. Her back was straight as a blade, her aura calm, yet undeniably sharp. You've returned safely from Eaststone Ridge. She began, eyes flicking to both Tian Shen and Feng Yin. And dealt with more than was asked of you. That's commendable. Tian Shen inclined his head respectfully. We simply handled what appeared. Elder Sunadith. Indeed. However, the corruption you encountered was not isolated. Reports from other areas suggest similar taints. Old beasts, forgotten ruins, and tampered chi flows. The elders suspect a wider contamination, possibly orchestrated. Feng Yin's gaze darkened. You believe someone is targeting resource nodes? Possibly Elder Suriplaith. We've traced some fluctuations to the Duskwind Marsh. It's outside sect borders, remote, shrouded in fog, and home to lost cultivation paths. Tian Shen tilted his head. What's the task? Investigate. Retrieve any records, relics, or signs of human interference. If the corruption there aligns with the blood serpents, we may be facing a larger scheme. A brief pause, then Elder Su added, You'll be joined by another disciple, Lan Yueru. She's from the inner sect. Experienced. Try not to get on her bad side. Tian Shen gave Feng Yin a look. Guess the solo fun is over. Try not to flirt with her. Feng Yin muttered. No promises on my part. Later that evening, at the edge of the Whispering Brook, Tian Shen sat with his feet in the water. A crisp wind blew across the surface, and distant frogs croaked softly. He felt someone approach before he saw her. Lan Jua. She wore deep violet robes and carried a slender sword at her waist. Her presence was like moonlight on steel. Cool, poised, beautiful, but distant. You? She asked, surprised seeing Tian Shun. He looked up, smiling lazily. Didn't expect me now, did you? She narrowed her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Don't try to flirt with one when you have another woman companion beside you. Tian Shun's grin widened. Wouldn't dream of it. Though I warn you, I tend to leave an impression. She turned without a word and began walking. Little May peeked from Tian Shun's robes, watching her retreating figure. Q. She smells like frost and peaches. Tian Shun chuckled. Frosty on the outside, but I bet she melts with time. Feng Yin arrived then, arms crossed. This is a mission, not a harem trip. Tian Shun laughed. That's the thing about fate, my wife. It rarely follows mission briefings. The journey to Duskwind Marsh was about to begin, and both Tian Shun and Feng Yin prepared for a trip that would push them further from the safe walls of the sect and deeper into the mysteries that were beginning to unravel across the land. Duskwind Marsh. The journey to Duskwind Marsh took them several days, traveling beyond the familiar trails of Feluan sect territory. As the forest gave way to thick swamps and stagnant waters, the air grew heavier, laden with moisture and the unsettling scent of decay. The marsh was as silent as it was vast. Long stretches of murky water shimmered with a dull, sickly glow. Lanterns hung from nearby trees, their glow feeble against the oppressive dark that was slowly swallowing the path ahead. Do you always travel so leisurely? Lan Yueru asked, her voice cutting through the quiet like a shard of ice. You seem more at ease than most. Tian Shun smirked, glancing over his shoulder at the tall woman trailing just behind. You'll find that I'm very adaptable. His eyes twinkled with mischief, but his tone softened. Though this place is unnerving. She did not respond immediately. Her sharp eyes took in every detail of the surroundings, watching for any sign of trouble. I agree, she finally said, her gaze fixed ahead. The energy here is wrong. The sooner we find out what's causing it, the better. Tian Shun nodded. Right, let's keep moving then. They ventured deeper into the marsh, passing pools of dark water where the surface shifted unnaturally, as though something was lurking beneath. The trees above twisted and contorted, their branches heavy with moss, the sound of their leaves swaying eerily in the wind. As they passed deeper into the marsh, they encountered their first obstacle, a small cluster of glowing mushrooms nestled at the edge of a dark pool. At first glance, they looked like harmless flora, but something about them made Tian Shun's skin prickle. Don't touch them, Lan Yueru warned, stepping forward and unsheathing her sword. Those mushrooms release spores that cloud your mind. If you inhale them, you may lose track of time, direction, and even your identity. Tian Shun muttered. Wouldn't be the first time I've encountered a trap like this. Lan Yueru raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment further. Instead, she moved forward with measured steps, her gaze focused on the ground, ever vigilant. Tian Shun, meanwhile, glanced at little May, who had emerged from his robes to sniff the air. Q, something's moving. His senses sharpened, and he looked to Feng Yin, who was just behind him, scanning their surroundings. Something's close, Tian Shun murmured. Before Feng Yin could respond, the sound of rustling came from the water ahead of them. A strange, muffled hiss followed, like something dragging itself through the muck. Here we go, Tian Shun muttered, cracking his knuckles. Stay alert. Lan Yueru's eyes flicked toward the noise, her hand tightening on her sword's hilt. Whatever it is, stay sharp. We don't know what it can do. With a sudden burst of movement, a shadowy form surged from the murky waters. A massive, lizard-like creature with glowing red eyes, thick scales that shimmered with dark energy, and a row of jagged spines along its back. The creature hissed again, its body coiling like a serpent as it lunged toward them. Lan Yueru moved first. Her blade flashed, swift and precise, slashing a crescent of silver light that struck the beast across its snout. The creature reeled back, its hiss turning into a guttural screech as it twisted mid-air, landing with a splash that sent a wave of foul water in all directions. "Circle it. Don't let it retreat," she called out. Fong Yin leapt to the side, her palms surging with condensed wind energy. She slammed it toward the marshy ground beneath the beast, forcing its footing to slip. Tian Shen didn't hesitate. Golden light flared at his fists as he activated a chi technique, sprinting in low. With a pivot and a burst of strength, he slammed his palm into the creature's exposed underbelly. Boom! The beast was hurled backward, crashing into a half-submerged tree with enough force to crack its trunk. It screeched again, but this time with pain. "It's drawing in chi," Fong Yin warned. True enough, a vortex of miasma began swirling around the beast's form, its red eyes glowing brighter. The air grew thick with hostility. "Disrupt its focus." Lan Zuo Sautet. Tian Shun vanished from his spot, reappearing atop the monster's head in a flash of golden steps. With a sharp jab to its eye, he plunged a short dagger, wreathed in his pure spiritual essence, directly into the socket. The beast howled in agony, thrashing violently. But it was too late. Lan Yueru's sword danced like starlight. Moon-severing petals, fourth form. With a single graceful arc, her blade unleashed a cascade of cutting waves, slicing through the creature's body in shimmering layers. When the light faded, only silence remained. The beast collapsed in a pool of dark ichor, unmoving. Tian Shen exhaled. "Not bad, Ice Princess." Lan Yueru sheathed her sword. "Oomph. Try to keep up next time." CH-68. Women are terrifying. The marsh settled back into uneasy quiet once the corrupted lizard serpent fell, its body dissolving in a swirl of ichor and dissipating chi. The three cultivators, Tian Shun, Fong Yin, and Lan Yueru, stood panting in the muddied water, the glow of their recent clash still hanging in the damp air. Little May, perched on a sunken log whose surface was slick with moss, let out a triumphant caw. Her crimson fur shone in the dim marsh light as she twirled a wet tail. Tian Shun wiped ichor from his fist and glanced at Lan Yueru. "You never cease to amaze me, Ice Princess." Lan Yueru gave him a thin smile, though her eyes betrayed relief. Control was slipping. "If you hadn't stepped in..." He shrugged. "Teamwork, you know. Teamwork." Fong Yin sheathed her sword with a soft sigh. Whatever it was feeding off the marsh's chi. "That vortex nearly took us all. Lan Zuo not that. We need to find its source, whatever is poisoning this place." They pressed on, deeper into the dusk-wind marsh. The path narrowed further, forcing them to pick their way across half-submerged roots and sinking patches of mud. The oppressive fog swirled around them, occasionally parting to reveal the skeletal limbs of drowned trees. Tian Shun's perception flickered as he scanned for chi disturbances. He slowly intoned. "Something's up this path. Ancient chi, corroded." Fong Yin crouched and traced troubled lines in the muck. "Not just corrupted, twisted. This signature resembles the blood serpent's, but older." Lan Yueru's brows furrowed. "Older than the blood serpent? Impossible, unless..." She drew a chalky talisman from her sash and pressed it to the air, illuminating hidden markers on the trees, runes half erased by time. "This is a sealing formation," she said. 4-star, designed to lock something away. "Meaning," Tian Shen murmured, "whatever we fought was only an echo of something greater." They came upon a broken stone archway, submerged knee-deep. Moss and vines draped its battered lintel, the carving of a coiling serpent barely visible. Broken columns lay around it like fallen sentinels. "Temple of the First Vein," Lan Yueru whispered, reading ancient script along the arch's base. "Legend says someone sealed a primordial guardian here to protect the land's chi veins." Fong Yin crouched at the water's edge, eyes narrowed. The guardian must have been corrupted by something invading the land. Tian Shen nodded. "Let's go in." He plunged through the water toward a moss-covered stairway. The three followed, little May bounding beside them, her paws splashing in the fetid water. The chamber beyond the arch opened into a vast, dim grotto. Stalactites dripped from above, and the walls were carved with images of a grand serpent coiled around a mountain. In the center lay a shattered crystal dais, fragments scattered like fallen stars. A low hum filled the air. From deep within the grotto, a pale, sickly light pulsed. Tian Shan approached the dais. Tendrils of corrupted qi writhed among the shards, anchoring them to the ground. He knelt and placed his hand on a large splinter of crystal. Feng Yin stood guard. Dark qi is interlaced with the crystal's essence. We need to purge it. Lan Yueru unslung her sword, its blade humming. Work together. I'll hold the corruption at bay. Tianshan closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Golden qi coalesced around his palms as he drew upon his inner reserves, weaving a gentle purification wave. The light spread across the shards, dissolving twisted tendrils of darkness. May surged at his side, her small form glowing with warm red light. She placed a paw on a shard. The crystal responded, pulsing brighter, but with a ragged rhythm. Suddenly, a violent surge of corrupted qi burst from the heart of the chamber. The walls rattled, stones crumbled, and the air turned rancid. Lan Yueru's sword flared with silver light, intercepting the attack. Sheets of pixie spark lightning arced along the walls, stabilizing the chamber just enough. Now, she called. Tian Shun and Little May redoubled their efforts. Their overlapping qi formed a prism of warmth and clarity. The central shard trembled, then shattered in a dazzling eruption that banished the darkness. For a heartbeat, silence reigned. Then the shards across the dais glowed with pure light, and a wave of serene qi rippled outward, gently restoring the chamber's balance. Feng Yin exhaled. It's done. Tianshan lowered his hands, breathing heavily. The air had lost its rancor and tasted like clean rainwater. Lan Yueru sheathed her sword. You did well. Together, they gathered a single, intact crystal fragment, glowing with untainted qi. It was smooth to the touch and warm, like a dropped sun. Tian Shun said reverently, I guess we should deliver it to Elder Su. Feng Yin nodded. And report that the seal has been restored. Yueru's gaze softened for the first time. Oh well, that ends well, I guess. Tianshan grinned. It's not the end. Little May hopped onto his shoulder, purring. The blood fox's tail swayed, reflecting the restored glow. The journey back felt lighter. The fog thinned, and the marsh's oppressive weight lifted. Birds began to sing again, and the path out of Duskwind Marsh was gilded by the returning sun. As they walked, Yueru fell in a step beside Tian Shun. You know, she said quietly, I judged you unfairly at first. He glanced at her. Oh, she smiled, a genuine curve of her lips. You're brash and arrogant, yes, but also brave and kind. A rare combination. Tian Shun laughed softly. I'll take that as a compliment. Feng Yin walked behind, arms wrapped beneath her bosom. She caught his eye and smirked dangerously. What do you have to say, Hiro-sama? Tian Shun swallowed nervously as he waved his hands hurriedly. Why, well, let's eat some pork. As shall we. Feng Yin just kept her smirk, saying nothing. Mission failed regrettably. He inwardly sighed. They arrived at the sect gates in the late afternoon. Elder Su waited, her expression one of proud approval. You've succeeded, she said, examining the crystal fragment. This will heal the corrupted qi veins across 3 sectors. The elders will be pleased. Tianshan bowed. Glad to help. Yueru bowed as well, then turned to leave. But before she stepped away, she paused. Tian Shun, she said softly, if you ever need assistance again, I'll be there. He smiled wryly, still traumatized. And likewise, Lan Yueru. Lan felt weird as she thought. What happened to his oh-so-confidence? Well, seeing him like this is a delight in itself. Lan Yueru chuckled lightly, shaking her head, she broke away. With that, she melted into the crowd, leaving Tian Shun, Feng Yin, and Little Mei standing beneath the golden gates. Little Mei yawned and snuffled at a stray blossom petal. Tian Shun glanced at Feng Yin, flattering. Why not some celebration? Feng Yin rolled her eyes affectionately. Not a chance. As the crowd of disciples bustled past them, the sun casting long shadows over the courtyard, Tian Shun stole a glance at Feng Yin. She was unusually quiet, now and even before. Her arms remained crossed, and though her expression was neutral, a faint pout tugged at her lips. Her gaze lingered on the path Lan Yuru had taken. Tian Shun tilted his head, playfully squinting. You all right, Feng Ye? Oomph. She looked away, her tone cool. Finet. Little Mei twitched her ears on his shoulder and narrowed her crimson eyes suspiciously, as if sensing the emotional shift in the air. You're not still thinking about that, are you? Tian Shun joked half-heartedly. Feng Yin didn't laugh. Instead, she let out a sigh of pure melodrama. So dramatic, dear wife, Tian Shun said, using the cutesiest voice he could manage. Could it be that you're jealous? Feng Yin turned her head slowly, deliberately. Jealous? She echoed, eyes gleaming with dangerous amusement. Of the Ice Princess or her frosty smiles? Air. And no, Tian Shun replied quickly, backpedaling. I meant jealous of, Little Mei, because she gets all the shoulder rides. Little Mei perked up at the mention of her name and let out a proud cue, pressing her tiny paw to her chest like royalty. Feng Yin blinked, then smirked. Shoulder rides, huh? That's your defense. She stepped forward, lips curled. You did seem awfully impressed with Lan Yuru back there. Ice Princess this, Ice Princess that. Maybe I should freeze your face next time, see if it melts your affections. Tian Shun raised his hands in surrender, eyes wide. Ashi, I was just giving credit where credit's due. It's not my fault she's all sword light and dramatic exits. Honestly, you're way scarier, cooler, than her. Scarier? She asked, one eyebrow rising. Did I say that out loud? He winced. I meant, you're irreplaceable. Feng Yin slowly tapped her finger to her chin. Irreplaceable, huh? Tian Shun panicked. Yes, absolutely. You're my #1 wife. The darling of my heart. My sun in the marsh. The moon of my cultivation nights. She cut him off with a loud snort, finally laughing. Tian Shun blinked in confusion as she leaned in close, eyes narrowed teasingly. You're such a terrible liar, she said, lips quirking. But I guess it's kind of cute. Wait, was all of that an act? He asked, bewildered. She gave him a smug nod. Maybe not. But your flustered face was worth every second. Tian Shun groaned and rubbed his forehead. Women are terrifying, he muttered under his breath. Say that louder, I dare you, Feng Yin said sweetly, placing a hand near her sword. Tian Shun immediately straightened. I said wonderful. Women are wonderful. Feng Yin finally relaxed her stance and gave him a small, genuine smile. Come on, Hiro-sama. Let's go get that pork. My treat. He blinked. Oh, really? Don't make me change my mind. CH-69. Men should be merciful. R-18. Later that evening, Tian Shun and Feng Yin returned from the pork dinner, alone under the moonlight in a quiet pavilion. The night air shimmered with a gentle breeze, brushing through the pine boughs like a whisper. Somewhere in the distance, a flute played, its melody lazy and slow, drifting across the Philoan sects' lantern-lit pavilions. Tian Shun leaned against the railing of the quiet overlook, gazing at the stars, his stomach full and his mood warm. He heard soft footsteps behind him, light, measured, and somehow teasing. Feng Yin's presence was unmistakable. She didn't announce herself, but he could feel her there, standing just close enough to touch. You're quiet, she murmured, her voice silk over steel. He tilted his head, too full to talk. I think I've been ambushed by pork and by charm. She gave a small snort of amusement, stepping beside him. Her robes rustled faintly, and the sleeve of her arm brushed his. The contact lingered. "Charm, huh?" she asked, brow arched. "You wear ooze or mine?" He turned toward her slowly. The moonlight caught her face just right. Those soft lips, the faint smile tugging at their corners, the wind tousling strands of her raven hair. He didn't answer, not with words. Instead, he reached up, his hand brushing a loose strand of hair from her cheek. "Yours," he said quietly. "Always yours." For once, she didn't tease. Her breath hitched slightly, and her eyes fluttered shut for a moment under his touch. "You're getting bolder," she whispered. Tianshan leaned in, his voice low and warm. "Maybe I learned it from someone much more bolder." Feng Yin's hand found his chest, fingers splaying slowly across the fabric. "Careful. Bolder women tend to bite." "I'm already bleeding," he said softly. "You just can't see it." She laughed quietly. "Poetic now, are we?" And then, with the softest movement, she rose on her toes and brushed her lips against his. It was light at first, a breath shared, but when he didn't pull back, when instead his hand moved to her waist and pulled her gently closer, it deepened. Slowly, irresistibly, Feng Yin's fingers curled into his robes. His arms circled her more firmly, until there was nothing between them but heat and racing heartbeats. Her kiss was like fire and moonlight, sweet yet bold. He matched her with a quiet hunger, pulling her closer with each breath, as if afraid she'd vanish with the wind. When they finally broke apart, lips flushed and breaths uneven, she rested her forehead against his. "You always talk big," she murmured, "but you kiss like you mean it." "I do," he said. "Every word, every second." She looked up at him, her cheeks tinged faintly pink. "And if I don't want to stop?" He smiled. "Then don't." They slipped inside the nearby restroom, empty and quiet. The walls glowed faintly with lantern light. He sat first, knees drawn together, watching her silhouette approach. Feng Yin stood before him silently, then knelt, straddling his lap in one slow, fluid motion. Her hands rested on his shoulders. Her scent, mist and moonflowers, was intoxicating. "You still think I'm irreplaceable?" She whispered against his neck, her lips grazing skin. His breath caught. "I know you are." She kissed beneath his jaw, once, twice, trailing soft fire down to his collarbone. He pulled her tighter. Their lips met again. Hungrier now. Hands explored, robes loosened, skin brushed against skin, raising goosebumps. Her weight on him, his warmth against her. Breath shallow, hearts pounding. She laughed low in her throat as he fumbled with the clasp of her sash. Hiro-sama's hands are shaking. "It's cold," he muttered. "Liar." She kissed him again, harder this time. His arms wrapped around her back, and their world narrowed to just each other. The heat, the closeness, the trembling anticipation. Words melted into sighs, teasing into tenderness, tension into surrender. And somewhere between breathless kisses and soft gasps, the moon slipped behind a cloud, cloaking them in shadow and silence. When morning came, Tianshan stirred awake to find Feng Yin nestled against him, her hair cascading across his chest like night spun into silk. Her expression was peaceful, her breathing steady. He smiled, gently brushing a finger along her cheek. Still terrifying, he whispered fondly. She stirred, mumbling sleepily. "I heard that." He chuckled and kissed her temple. "You didn't deny it." She smirked without opening her eyes. "That's because it's true." Later that very night, the night air shimmered with a gentle breeze, brushing through the pine boughs like a whisper. Somewhere in the distance, a flute played, its melody lazy and slow, drifting across the Philoan sects' lantern-lit pavilions. Tianshan leaned against the railing of the quiet overlook, gazing at the stars, his stomach full and his mood warm. He heard soft footsteps behind him, light, measured, and somehow teasing. Feng Yin's presence was unmistakable. She didn't announce herself, but he could feel her there, standing just close enough to touch. "You're quiet," she murmured, her voice silk over steel. He tilted his head, too full to talk. I think I've been ambushed by pork and charm. She gave a small snort of amusement, stepping beside him. Her robes rustled faintly, and the sleeve of her arm brushed his. The contact lingered. Charm, huh? She asked, brow arched. You wear ooze or mine? He turned toward her slowly. The moonlight caught her face just right. Those soft lips, the faint smile tugging at their corners, the wind tousling strands of her raven hair. He didn't answer, not with words. Instead, he reached up, his hand brushing a loose strand of hair from her cheek. Yours, he said quietly. Always yours. For once, she didn't tease. Her breath hitched slightly, and her eyes fluttered shut for a moment under his touch. You're getting bold, she whispered. Tianshan leaned in, his voice low and warm. Maybe I learned it from someone dangerous. Feng Yin's hand found his chest, fingers splaying slowly across the fabric. Careful. Dangerous women tend to bite. I'm already bleeding, he said softly. You just can't see it. She laughed quietly. Poetic now, are we? And then, with the softest movement, she rose on her toes and brushed her lips against his. It was light at first, a test, a breath shared, but when he didn't pull back, when instead his hand moved to her waist and pulled her gently closer, it deepened. Slowly, irresistibly. Feng Yin's fingers curled into his robes. His arms circled her more firmly, until there was nothing between them but heat and racing heartbeats. Her kiss was like fire and moonlight, sweet, yet bold. He matched her with a quiet hunger, pulling her closer with each breath, as if afraid she'd vanish with the wind. When they finally broke apart, lips flushed and breaths uneven, she rested her forehead against his. You always talk big, she murmured, but you kiss like you mean it. I do, he said. Every word, every second. She looked up at him, her cheeks tinged faintly pink. And if I don't want to stop? He smiled. Then don't. Feng Yin's body moved with practiced elegance, but her breath was no longer steady. Each slow roll of her hips coaxed quiet, unguarded sounds from Tianshan, groans swallowed into the crook of her neck, soft gasps buried in her hair. His hands gripped her thighs, his arms firm around her back, as if anchoring himself to something real, something divine. She was fierce and fluid above him, controlling the rhythm, testing his restraint. Her smirk wavered every time he thrust up to meet her, harder, deeper, answering dominance with burning reverence. Still so obedient, she murmured, her voice a shiver of silk. I could command you to beg. He shuddered. I'd do it. For you. Feng Yin faltered just slightly. Her next breath caught. The teasing light in her eyes dimmed for a heartbeat, replaced with something warmer, deeper. She leaned in close, forehead pressed to his, strands of hair falling around their faces like a veil. You'd really kneel for me? She asked, quieter now, not mocking, but curious, nervous. Tianshan didn't hesitate. I will. She kissed him, desperate this time, lips trembling, hands cradling his face as if it were the only thing holding her together. The kiss broke only when she gasped his name, trembling around him. He flipped them gently, pinning her beneath him on the polished wood, the remains of her robe pooling beneath her like spilled moonlight. His hands braced on either side of her, and he looked down at her like she was sacred. You okay? He asked softly, brushing hair from her temple. She smiled, small and real. I'm yours for the picking, she said. Tianshan didn't speak. Words felt too fragile. Instead, he kissed her neck, her collarbone, her chest. He took his time, each movement deliberate, lips and hands charting her like an ancient map. His fingers found their way to her twat, preparing it for the hardships that was about to begin. Yeah. Every sigh from her lips fueled his devotion. Every flutter of her lashes, every arch of her back, burned itself into his memory. With just a bit of foreplay, she was ready to let him inside. Tianshan, already rock hard, didn't waste another minute as he slowly let his DCK slip inside her. Aft. Slowly, he began to thrust, jackhammering her to the point where her eyes rolled up and tongue out. Slow AHHH, slow AHH, AGHHH down. But he wasn't in the mood to obey. Every time he thrust his DCK inside her again, it was faster, deeper. Feng Yin clung to him, her body open, vulnerable, her dominance momentarily surrendered in the quiet intimacy of his arms. He kissed her fingers, her shoulder, the hollow of her throat. "You don't have to be strong for me," he whispered. "Not always." Her eyes fluttered open, stormy and soft all at once. Then, don't you dare let go. He didn't. He moved with her, gentle, but with purpose. The room filled with soft, breathless sounds, gasps, murmurs, the creak of the floor beneath them. Heat built slowly, not like wildfire, but like a hearth, steady consuming. Ugh. Splurt, splurt, splurt. Agagay. Squirt, squirt, squirt. When the climax came, it wasn't explosive. That left Feng Yin shaking. Taking few deep breaths, she said, "That was HH. That was great." Feng Yin buried her face in his shoulder, her breath stuttering against his skin. He held her through it, but still smugly replied, "Was? The night is still long, my dear." Tian Shun stroked her back slowly, feeling the rise and fall of her chest against his. "Why, you can go on," she questioned, surprised. With a deadpan look, he retorted, slightly annoyed. "I always can. I just didn't because you looked too overcooked after one round." Feng Yin blushed, ashamed, but didn't admit defeat. Though tired, still stubbornly said, "Then, bring it on." But she forgot that she just climaxed and was still sensitive. Tian Shun, provoked successfully, thrusted as deep as he could. Afgaff. Squirt, squirt, squirt. Morning. When the sun filtered softly through the paper walls, the room had quieted to a tranquil hum. Tian Shun stirred first, blinking slowly into the warm glow. Feng Yin lay curled against him, bare skin tucked beneath scattered folds of fabric. Her hair fanned across his chest like silk spun from night. She looked peaceful. So very unlike the sharp, cunning storm she was to the world. He reached up, brushing his fingers along her cheek, memorizing the curve of her lashes, the faint flush still lingering across her face. "Cute," he whispered fondly. She didn't open her eyes, but she winced. "It hurts." He laughed, low and warm, then kissed her temple. "You provoked me." "Humph," she pouted, shifting lazily against him. "Can't you show some mercy to this poor little lady?" Tian Shun wrapped his arms around her more tightly. "But my poor little lady, who is the one who always tried to one-up me, huh? Tell me." This time, she opened her eyes. Her gaze met his, tired, soft, and incredibly present. She whispered, blushing, almost becoming tomato. "I am." Sects sect announcement. The sunlight filtered through thin clouds as morning descended upon the Phaluan sect. Tian Shun stood at the edge of the alchemy courtyard, his robes fluttering gently in the breeze. The fragrance of herbs filled the air, pungent yet oddly refreshing, as if the entire sect were breathing through leaves and flowers. The path before him was not one of swords or bloodshed today, but one of cauldrons and fire essence. Behind him, Feng Yin adjusted the satchel slung across her shoulder and raised a brow. "Gonna cook pills again? Don't blow up another furnace." Tian Shun snorted lightly. "The cauldron was just too weak, not my fault." Feng Yin clicked her tongue, clearly unconvinced. "Good luck then, Master Alchemist. I'll be at the Talisman Hall. My instructor promised to teach me the Thunderweave script." Tian Shun watched her saunter off, her slender form weaving through sect disciples. Even now, a few of them spared jealous glances in his direction. The rumors about him and the talented new talisman maiden were already flying, but Tian Shun couldn't care less. Let them talk. He turned and stepped into the alchemy courtyard. The alchemy courtyard was a circular complex, its center marked by a towering ancient tree whose roots intertwined with the earth like veins of life. Cauldrons of all shapes and sizes lined the outer walls. Sect disciples moved from one workstation to another, flames dancing beneath iron bellies, herbs simmering, spiritual mist rising. Tian Shun found his assigned station. It was modest, just a basic mid-grade cauldron, a stack of wood essence logs, and a cabinet of common spiritual herbs. But that was fine. He wasn't here to impress. He was here to practice. He had reviewed the basics from the sect's library, especially the pill condensation manual written by the previous sect alchemy elder. Today's goal was simple, a chi recovery pill. He began by sorting his ingredients: clear spirit grass, iron root leaf, jade stem flower. Each shimmered faintly with spiritual energy. He ignited the cauldron, channeling his internal flame chi into a thin strand and adjusting it beneath the vessel. The herbs went in one by one. Control, temperature, stirring, patience. The first batch fizzled halfway through, turning into greenish sludge. Tianxian didn't flinch. He simply dumped the waste and began again. Failures didn't faze him. They only meant experience. He smirked slightly, tying his hair back and breathing deeply. Again. This time, he tweaked the sequence. Slightly longer roast time for the iron root leaf, shorter infusion for the jade stem. The cauldron hissed, and then a sweet aroma wafted into the air. A golden light shimmered at the lip of the cauldron. Pop! 3 round. Golden pills bounced gently into the receiving tray. Tianxian grinned. Not bad. As he reached for them, a familiar voice cut in. Even pills answer to you, huh? He turned to find Feng Yin, hands on her hips, her talisman robes smudged with gold ink. And I thought I had a good morning, she added, raising an eyebrow. How was the weaving? He asked. Feng Yin sighed dramatically. Hard. The strokes require insane control. It's like trying to draw lightning with a feather. She pulled out a rolled-up talisman from her sleeve and unfurled it. It glowed faintly. The script shimmered in layers, overlapping like concentric waves. Is it done? Tianxian asked, impressed despite himself. No, she said bitterly, but I didn't burn my hair off this time. He chuckled. Come, she said, nudging him with her elbow. There's an open terrace near the Whispering Brook. We can eat. I made something edible this time. The Whispering Brook was calm today, its crystal clear waters gurgling quietly under the afternoon sun. Birds chirped overhead, and young disciples sparred lightly in the distance, their robes fluttering as swords clashed with dull clangs. Tianxian and Feng Yin sat on a wooden platform overlooking the stream. She had brought steamed buns and roasted spirit beast jerky, basic but hearty fare. You know, Feng Yin said between bites, I used to think sect life would be constant fighting and drama. But this isn't bad. Peace has its own power, Tianxian said, biting into a bun. If we train steadily, grow stronger each day, we'll be prepared when chaos returns. She looked at him for a moment, then nodded. That's surprisingly philosophical. Almost makes me regret calling you a pill-cooking maniac. Almost. She smirked. As they ate, Tianxian's eyes wandered toward the sparring disciples, watching the ebb and flow of footwork and swordplay. There was a rhythm to it like breathing. Life here had a different cadence, but one he was growing to enjoy. Tell me something, Feng Yin said, stretching her legs out. Why alchemy? Not talisman making. You are better at it, aren't you? Tianxian leaned back, arms behind his head. Alchemy's not about memorizing recipes. It's about understanding energy, adapting to it. It's like fighting with herbs instead of blades. Poetic, she said with a playful glance. Maybe I should start calling you Herb Tian. He groaned. Please don't. Later that evening, Tianxian returned to the courtyard to collect more experience by watching others work. The place was nearly empty now, just the bubbling of distant cauldrons and the hum of spiritual energy. He moved slowly, observing techniques, timing, and pacing. He spotted one girl struggling with temperature control, her cauldron sputtering wildly. He stepped over casually. Too much fire. Let breathe. She blinked, startled, but followed his advice. The flame steadied. "Thanks," she mumbled. "On my Leon. Tian Shan. Good luck." She gave a small, grateful nod. Afterward, he stood under the ancient tree, watching the last rays of the sun fade. Somewhere in the sect, Feng Yin was probably drawing talisman strokes under lantern light. The quiet warmth of progress, of shared daily life, made Tian Shan's heart feel oddly full. He wasn't chasing power for revenge or glory. Right now, he was living and growing with people worth protecting. A few days later, the warm morning light filtered through the clouds, painting the outer peaks of Feluan's sect in hues of gold. Birds chirped between the high pines, and disciples flowed from dorms to training grounds like ripples of energy, some yawning and stretching, others already practicing stances with rigid intensity. Within the courtyard of their shared abode, Tian Shan and Feng Yin sat across from each other. A faint mist of spiritual energy wafted through the air, tinged with the crisp scent of herbs and ink. Feng Yin wiped the edge of her ink brush and carefully traced the last stroke on a pale blue talisman paper. Phew! Finally stabilized this version of the spirit repulsion talisman. Took me nearly a week. Tian Shan, meanwhile, finished transferring the pill fire from his palm back into a jade bottle. Inside it, a cluster of fragrant red pills shimmered faintly. Refining the Meridian Reconciliation pills went smoother than I thought. It helps that the furnace here doesn't explode like the one last time. Feng Yin gave a dry laugh. I don't miss the scent of charred robes. At all. Just as they relaxed, a commotion broke out down the slope near the outer sect plaza. The sound of heavy bells echoed thrice through the peaks, followed by a gust of spiritual pressure that made even the trees rustle. Feng Yin raised a brow. That bell. Tian Shan stood up, already pocketing the pill bottle and adjusting his robe. Announcement from the inner sect. It's rare they ring it 3 times. Something important's about to go down. The two made their way to the plaza, joining a growing crowd of disciples. Outer, inner, and even a few elders perched on flying swords above, observing with folded arms. A long platform emerged from the center of the courtyard, as if summoned by a formation. Upon it stood a sharp-eyed elder in black and gold robes, Elder Duan, one of the core administrators of Feluan's sect. With a wave of his sleeve, the air quieted. Disciples of Feluan, Elder Duan began, his voice steady and deep. It has been 3 years since the last sect competition. Now that the outer turmoil has calmed and the internal peaks have stabilized, the time has come for our disciples to hone themselves through combat, not just seclusion. A wave of murmurs broke out. Sect competition, the grand internal tournament held every few years to determine ranking, talent, and promotion within the sect. For many, it was the only opportunity to leap from mediocrity to recognition. Elder Duan continued. The sect competition will be held in 3 weeks. It will include participants from both the inner and outer sections. The top 5 from each category will receive spirit stones, personal guidance from elders, and eligibility to enter the Celestial Training Pavilion. At the mention of the Celestial Training Pavilion, Tian Shan's eyes narrowed slightly. That place, it was one of the few areas in the sect that remained sealed under heavy formations. Rumor said it housed legacies from previous sect masters of the sect. He may even get some clues about his honored one legacy.